Gemara. The rabbis taught, what is meant by those who will not partake thereof? A sick or an aged person. What is meant by those that were numbered to eat it and those that were not? A family for whom the lamb had been slaughtered and another for whom it had not. Whence do we adduce this? From the following teaching of the rabbis, it is written, according to the number of the souls, whence we infer that the paschal lamb must not be slaughtered except for those who were numbered to eat it. Shall we assume, that one who slaughtered the lamb for those who were not numbered to eat it only fulfilled a religious duty negligently, but the sacrifice is nevertheless valid? To that end the passage reiterates, shall ye make account, which signifies, that otherwise it would be invalid. Rabbi said, instead of make account read slaughter it, because the term make account is expressed with thakoso and the Syriac term for slaughter is chas, and thus the passage appears as if one said to the other, slaughter it for me. Thus we have found the sources whence arises the prohibition to slaughter the lamb for those not numbered to eat it, but whence do we adduce that the lamb must not be slaughtered for those who will not partake thereof? In the same passage it is written, every man according to what he eateth. P 114. Shall ye make account for the lamb, hence those that partake thereof are accounted the same as those who are numbered to eat it. If a man slaughtered the lamb for the circumcised only, but intended that the atonement which is made through sprinkling the blood should serve also for the uncircumcised, Arhista holds that the sacrifice is not valid, because an intention to serve the uncircumcised invalidates the sprinkling, while Rabbah holds that such is not the case. Said Rashi, Arhista and Rabbah differ concerning the following passage, and it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him. Wherever it is written for him, it refers to that person only and not also to his companion, and Rabbah holds that such is the case only if his companion be in all respects his equal and among those for whom atonement is made, but the uncircumcised, not being in that class, cannot prove an impediment, for he was never thought of. Arhista, however, said, the uncircumcised can be included in that class for whom atonement is made, because should he submit to circumcision he becomes in every respect the man's equal, and the passage which says for him would necessarily exclude him. Thus the supposition that he can be circumcised renders him equal to being so. Does then Arhista hold that the supposition that a thing can be accomplished renders it equal to having been accomplished? Have we not learned that he does not admit of that theory? Let us say, then, that he does not hold to the theory of that supposition only in the case of a lenient ordinance, but in the case of one that is rigorous he assents to the same. Huna the son of Jehoshua objected, we have learned, if the paschal lamb, which was over the age of 1 year and was slaughtered at the proper time and for its proper purpose, and also if a man had slaughtered other animals for the purpose of serving as the paschal offering, at the proper time, Eliezer said, the sacrifices are absolutely useless, but Jehoshua declares, that the sacrifices are nevertheless valid sacrifices. Now, then, Eliezer holds the sacrifices to be useless if they were brought as paschal offerings at the proper time, but if they had not been brought at the proper time he would also admit that they were valid. Why does he not hold to the supposition that the sacrifice had been brought at the p. 115 proper time, and consequently hold it to be useless at all times? Said our Papa, in the case of the Passover sacrifice it is different, for it is written, it is the sacrifice of the Passover unto the Lord, and this signifies, that it should ever remain thus, i.e., it cannot be sacrificed for other purposes, nor can other things be sacrificed in its stead. Thus, as the Passover sacrifice if brought in its proper time for other purposes is rendered utterly useless, so other sacrifices if brought in its stead at the proper time are also rendered useless, but, as the Passover sacrifice if brought for other purposes not in its proper time remains a sacrifice nevertheless, so should other sacrifices if brought in its stead not at the proper time also be permitted to remain valid. Simle came to Yohanan and said to him, let Master teach me the contents of the book of ancestry, and Yohanan asked him, whence art thou? He replied, from Lydda, and where dost thou reside? Asked Yohanan. In near day, was the reply. Ar Yohanan then remarked, the contents of the book of ancestry must not be taught to inhabitants of Lydda or near day, and so much the more thou, who art born in Lydda and residest in near day, shouldst certainly not be taught. Ar Simlay, however, was persistent, and persuaded Ar Yohanan to grant his request, whereupon Ar Simlay remarked, thou canst teach me the contents of that book in 3 months. So Ar Yohanan picked up a clod of soil and threw it at Ar Simlay, saying, if Brura, the wife of Ar Meir, who was also the daughter of Ar Hanana ben Theradion, and who could learn 300 halakas from 300 great men in one day, could still not master the contents of the book of ancestry in 3 years, wouldst thou then learn it in 3 months? As Ar Yohanan was about to leave, Ar Simlay said to him, Rabbi, tell me the meaning of the clause in the Mishnah stating, if a man slaughtered the Passover sacrifice for its actual purpose or not for its actual purpose, for those who will partake of it or for those who will not partake of it. What is the difference, and why is the one sacrifice valid and the other not? And Ar Yohanan replied, taking into consideration that thou art a young scholar, I will answer thee, if the Passover sacrifice was offered for its actual purpose or for another purpose, the validity of the sacrifice itself is questioned, whereas if it were slaughtered for those who will partake thereof or these that p. 116 will not, it does not concern the sacrifice itself. In the first case no distinction can be made as to which part is intended for the one purpose and which for the other, while in the latter instance one may divide the sacrifice and say, this part shall serve for those who will partake thereof while the other shall serve for the sick and aged, or the other part will not be given to the sick and aged, and thus the subsequent intention will be ignored, while in the first instance such would be impossible. The first instance can apply either to an individual or to a congregation, while the latter instance can only apply to a family but not to an individual. Again, the first instance can apply to all the 4 acts necessary to make it a sacrifice, namely, to the slaughtering, receiving its blood, bringing it to the altar, and sprinkling the blood, but the latter instance cannot apply to all 4 acts, because we have already learned that in the sprinkling of the blood the partakers of the sacrifice are not considered. Ar Ashi said, the first 2 reasons cited by Ar Yohanan are virtually one and the same thing, for why is the validity of the sacrifice itself questioned, because no distinction can be made. Rami Bar Judah in the name of Rabbite said, ever since the book of ancestry was concealed, the power of our sages was on the wane and their eyes were stricken with blindness. Said Mar Zutra, the section of Chronicles between the passage concerning Azel and his 6 sons in the 8th chapter and the same passage in the 9th chapter required so much space in the book of ancestry that the material whereon it was written had to be transported by 400 camels. 1. We have learned in a Boraitha, anonymous teachers say, if, when slaughtering the Passover sacrifice, the intention originally was that it serve for the uncircumcised and subsequently for the circumcised, it is valid. If the reverse was the case, it is not valid. Mishnah, if a man offer the Passover sacrifice while still having leaven in his possession, he thereby transgresses a negative commandment. Ar Jehuda says, the same rule applies to the continual daily offering. Ar Simeon says, if the paschal sacrifice was slaughtered for its proper p. 117 purpose on the eve of Passover with leaven, the mentioned transgression was committed, but if offered for any other purpose no guilt was incurred. As for other sacrifices, whether they were brought for their proper purposes or not, no guilt is incurred. If offered as a Passover sacrifice on that festival, no guilt is incurred, but if offered under any other denomination guilt is incurred. As for other sacrifices, a transgression is committed whether they were offered under their proper denominations or not, excepting in the case of the sin offering, slaughtered not for its actual purpose. Gemara, said Ar Simeon ben Lakish, no guilt is incurred unless the man slaughtering the lamb, or the one sprinkling the blood, or the one of those who are to partake thereof, have leaven in his possession, and that only if he have it with him in the temple. Ar Yohanan, however, said, even if he did not have it with him in the temple, Their point of variance is based upon the word with. R. Simeon ben Lakish holds that with signifies nearby, while R. Yohanan maintains that with may also mean, if the man have it in his possession wherever it may be. They have already disputed concerning the word with elsewhere. Why should their discussion be repeated? For this reason, if they disputed only concerning leaven on the Passover, R. Yohanan might say, that leaven being a prohibited thing on that festival, it matters not where it is found, but concerning the cakes of the thanksgiving offerings, which only become sanctified upon being brought into the temple, R. Yohanan might admit that the thanksgiving offering would become invalid unless the cakes were brought with it into the temple, hence it was necessary that R. Yohanan should express his opinion to the effect that even in that case with signified, if they were in possession of the man bringing the thanksgiving offering. If the instance of the cakes only were mentioned, it might be assumed that Resh Lakish only holds that the cakes must p. 118 be brought with the thanksgiving offering into the temple, because they only become sanctified in the temple, while in the case of the leaven, which is a prohibited article on the Passover, B might also admit that, no matter where it was situated, if it was only in possession of the man it would render the sacrifice invalid, hence his opinion in this case had to be cited. R. Ashia propounded a question to R. Ami, if the man slaughtering the lamb had not leaven in his possession, but one of the congregation which was to partake thereof had, what is, the law? Said R. Ami, what question is this? Does the passage then read, thou shalt not sacrifice it with thy leaven? It states explicitly, with leaven. Rejoined R. Ashia, according to thy opinion, then, even if any person had leaven in his possession, even if he were not connected with the sacrifice, is the man sacrificing culpable? And R. Ami replied, the passage reads, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall be left unto the morning the sacrifice of the feast of Passover, and it signifies that one who can be culpable for leaving that sacrifice until morning is culpable for slaughtering with leaven. Said R. Papa, thus if the priest who burns the fat of that sacrifice have leaven in his possession, he is culpable, because the priest is subject to the negative commandment not to leave the fat until morning. We have learned a Boraitha in support of R. Papa, if a man slaughter the paschal lamb with leaven, he thereby transgresses a negative commandment provided he himself, or the one who sprinkles the blood, or one of the congregation which is to partake of the lamb have leaven in possession. If any other person, however, have leaven in his possession, it matters not. Thus only the slaughterer, the sprinkler, and the one who burns the fat of the sacrifice are guilty if having leaven in their possession, but not one who on the 14th day pinches off the head of the fowl, brought as a sacrifice, by the back of its neck. 1. R. Jehuda says, this rule applies to the continual daily offering, etc. What is the reason for R. Jehuda's statement? Because it is written, thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, and my signifies the sacrifice designated especially for the Lord, and which is that? The continual offering. P. 119. R. Simeon says, etc. What reason has R. Simeon for his statement? From the fact that in the same passage my is mentioned twice, one refers to the paschal offering and the other to the other sacrifices. Why, then, did the passage not generalize the sacrifices and use the plural? In order to convey that at the time guilt was incurred on account of the paschal offering through leaven, no guilt was incurred on account of other sacrifices through the same means, but when no guilt was incurred on account of the mentioned sacrifice, it was incurred on account of the others. If offered as a Passover sacrifice on that festival, etc. Thus guilt was incurred if the sacrifice was offered expressly for other than the Passover purpose, but if offered in silence no guilt was incurred? Why should this be so? Do we not know that if that sacrifice were brought at any other time of the year in silence it would be considered a peace offering, and a peace offering brought on the Passover with leaven would certainly make one culpable? Thus, we infer from R. Simeon's teaching to the effect that he is not culpable, that if a paschal lamb is brought without comment, it remains just what it is, and if it is intended for a peace offering, it must be distinctly stated. Said Arhaya Bar Garuda, it was decided by the entire assembly that the Mishnah should be explained thus: the case treated of is where the congregation were all rendered unclean through a corpse, in which case the Passover was postponed for 1 month and was called the second Passover. Then if the paschal offering was brought in silence, it was certainly brought as a Passover sacrifice. Mishnah: the Passover sacrifice was slaughtered for 3 successive divisions of men, because it is written, the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall slaughter it. Assembly, congregation, and Israel. The first division entered until the court of the temple was filled, when the doors of the court were closed, and the cornet sounded Tekiah, Teruah, and Tekiah. The priests then placed themselves in double rows, each priest holding either a bowl of silver or a bowl of gold in his hand, but one row of priests had to hold all silver bowls and the other all gold. They were not allowed to be mixed. These bowls had no stands. p. 120. Underneath, so that the priests might not put them down and allow the blood to become coagulated. The Israelites slaughtered, and the priest received the blood and gave it to another priest, who in turn passed it to another, and each receiving a full bowl, at the same time returning an empty one. The priest nearest the altar squirted out the blood in one stream at the base of the altar. The first division went out and the second entered. When that went out, the third entered, in the same manner as the first, so did also the second and third divisions proceed. The Hallel was read. If they had finished, they commenced it over again, and might even say it for the third time, although it never happened that there was occasion to say it thrice. R. Jehuda says, it never happened that the third division read as far as the chapter commencing, "It is lovely to me, that the Lord heareth my voice," 1 because they were few in number. The same things that were done on weekdays were also done on the Sabbath, excepting that the priests would on that day wash the court, contrary to the wishes of the sages. R. Jehuda says, a cup was filled with the mixed blood and was squirted out in one stream on the altar, but the sages would not admit that such was the case. In what manner was the paschal sacrifice suspended and its skin removed? Iron hooks were affixed to the walls and pillars, on which the sacrifice was suspended and its skin removed. Those who could not find a place to do it, in that manner used thin, smooth sticks of wood provided there for that purpose, on which they suspended the paschal sacrifice between the shoulders of 2 persons, to remove the skin. R. Eliezer says, if the 14th occurred on a Sabbath, one person would place his left hand on the right shoulder of another, the latter would place his right hand on the left shoulder of the former, and thus suspending the sacrifice on the arms would remove the skin with their right hands. When the sacrifice had been opened, the pieces which were to be sacrificed on the altar were removed, placed on a large dish, and offered up with incense on the altar. When the first p. 121 division had gone out, they would remain on the mount of the temple, the second would remain in the open space between the ramparts of the temple, and the third division remained in its place. As soon as it became dark, they all went out to roast their sacrifices. Gemara, R. Itzhak said, the paschal sacrifice was not slaughtered unless there were 3 divisions of 30 men each. Why so? Because it is written, the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel. Thus assembly means 10 men, congregation 10 men, and Israel also 10 men. It was doubtful, however, whether the 30 men had to be together, or whether only 10 men at a time had to be present. So it was ordered that 30 men should enter, and as soon as 10 were ready they went out, and 10 others took their place. The next 10 then left, and another 10 entered. Finally, the last 30 men went out together. Thus each division numbered 50 men, or all 3 divisions 150 men. The first division entered, etc. It was taught, Abai said, that as soon as the first division entered the doors closed of themselves, while Rabha states, that the doors were closed, according to the teaching of the Mishnah. What is the difference? According to Abai, who states that the Mishnah teaches that the doors closed of themselves, a miracle could be depended upon to gauge the number who were permitted to enter, while Rabha maintains that no miracle was depended upon, but that men appointed for that purpose would see when the court was filled and would then close the doors. The rabbis taught, it never happened that a man was crushed to death by the vast throng except once during the time of Hillel, when an old man was killed in the crowd. On that account that Passover was called the crushed Passover. The rabbis taught, Agrippa the king once wanted to know how many male Israelites there were. So he told the high priest to keep account of the paschal lambs. The high priest then ordered, that one kidney of each paschal lamb be preserved, and it was found that 600,000 pairs of kidneys were preserved, and this was twice the number of the Israelites who went out of Egypt. Naturally, this was exclusive of all Israelites who were unclean and could not offer the sacrifice, and all those who lived at a great distance from Jerusalem and were not in duty bound to be present. There was not a single paschal lamb that did not represent at least more than 10 persons. P. 122. That Passover was ever afterwards known as the large Passover. How could the kidneys be preserved? Was it not imperative that they should be offered up on the altar? The kidneys were merely deposited by one priest until another came along and substituted something else in their place. The priests then placed themselves in double rows, etc. Why was this done? Shall we assume that, if this were not done, a priest might empty the blood contained in a golden bowl into a silver bowl, and thus degrade the sanctity of the blood of the sacrifice? Then might not a priest also empty the contents of a bowl worth 200 into one worth only 100, and thus bring about the same condition? Hence we must say, that it was not on that account, but merely for the sake of better appearance. These bowls had no stands underneath, etc. The rabbis taught, there were no bowls on the temple that had any stands except those used to contain the incense which was placed near the showbreads, for had those bowls no stands it was feared that they might fall over on the sides of the showbreads and crush them. The Israelites slaughtered. This is related by the Mishnah in order to demonstrate that an ordinary Israelite may slaughter. The priest removed the blood, etc. This is related in order to inform us that all subsequent acts necessary for the sacrifice were performed by the priests. Gave it to another priest, etc. The Mishnah teaches us thereby that, in the multitude of people is the king's glory. Receiving a full bowl, at the same time returning an empty one. This bears out the statement of our Simeon ben Lachish to the effect that a religious duty must not be passed by, i.e., it must first be accomplished and then transferred to another, but not the reverse. The priest nearest the altar, etc. Who is the Tana who holds that the blood of the Passover sacrifice must be squirted at the base of the altar? Said our Hisda, that is our Jose the Galilean, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, our Jose the Galilean said, it is written, their blood shalt thou sprinkle upon the altar, and their fat shalt thou burn as a fire offering, and as it does not say its blood or its fat, but in the plural, their blood and their fat, it signifies. P. 123. That the blood of the firstlings and of the first tithes and of the Passover sacrifice must be sprinkled, and the pieces which must be offered should be offered up on the altar. Whence do we know, however, that the blood must be squirted at the base of the altar? Said our Eleazar, by means of a comparison by analogy with the case of a burnt offering, concerning which it is written, and the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall sprinkle its blood upon the altar round about. Thus as in the passage quoted above sprinkling is also mentioned, the inference is that in both cases the sprinkling must be done at the base of the altar. Whence do we know that the blood of a burnt offering must be sprinkled at the base of the altar? From the passage, and all the blood shall he pour out at the base of the altar of burnt offering. The first division went out, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha that the third division was called the tardy division. Why should this be so? One division had to be the last. Everyone had to strive to be first, as we have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jose said, the world cannot exist without an apothecary and without a tanner, yet well is to him who follows the profession of an apothecary and woe is to him who follows the calling of a tanner. The world cannot exist without males and females, yet well is to him who hath sons and woe is to him who hath daughters. the priests, etc., would wash the courts, contrary to the wishes of the sages. Who were the sages who were opposed to this? Said Arhisda, that was only Eliezer, for the other sages all held that a rabbinical prohibition was never effective in the temple. Jehuda says, a cup was filled, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, Jehuda said, a cup was filled with the mixed blood lest the blood of one of the bowls held by the priests be spilled in transit, and thus the sacrifice whence the blood came became invalid. Jehuda was asked, however, supposing the mixed blood was taken from that which was spilled on the ground and not from that which had been received in the bowls, would this not be unlawful? And he replied, I refer only to such as had been received in the bowls. How could this distinction be made in the midst of such a vast multitude? The priests were very dexterous. If so, why was there fear that the blood of one of the bowls might be p. 124 spilled? Just because they were so dexterous, there is all the more reason to assume that in the handling of the bowls some of the blood might be spilled. Was it not certain, however, that in that mixed blood there was the last blood of the sacrifice? Jehuda holds to his individual theory, that one kind of blood does not interfere with another, and if the proper blood was sprinkled it was sufficient. The pieces, etc., were placed on a large dish and offered up. Did the same person offer it up on the altar? Read in the Mishnah, he would place it on a large dish until a priest would come and offer it up. We have learned in a Boraitha, as soon as a man had finished preparing his sacrifice, he would wrap up in the skin and carry it off. Said Elish, this is after the manner of the Ishmaelitish meat dealers. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning acts which supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. The sacrifice of the Paschal offering. What is to be done if one sacrifice is confounded with another? Mishnah, the following acts necessary for the sacrifice of the Paschal offering supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, namely, the slaughtering thereof, the sprinkling of its blood, the removal of its entrails, and the burning of the fat with incense, but the roasting of the sacrifice, as well as the washing of its entrails, does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. To carry and bring it beyond the sabbatical legal limits, or to remove a wen thereon, is an act which does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. Eliezer, however, says they do supersede it. For, said Eliezer, this is surely a logical sequence, if slaughtering an animal, which is prohibited on the Sabbath as being a principal act of labor, is allowed in this instance and even supersedes the Sabbath, does it not follow that these two acts, which are only prohibited by rabbinical law, should also in this instance supersede the Sabbath? Jehoshua answered and said, the laws concerning the festival will prove the contrary, for many things prohibited on the Sabbath as being principal acts of labor are nevertheless permitted on the festival, while other things which are prohibited by rabbinical law are yet prohibited on the festival. To Eliezer replied, what is the matter with thee, Jehoshua? How canst thou adduce proof from purely voluntary acts to such as are distinctly prohibited by biblical law? Akiba then answered, the act of sprinkling will prove it, for that is a distinct biblical commandment and is only prohibited on the Sabbath by rabbinical. p. 126. Law, still it does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. One do not therefore wonder that these acts, which are also religious duties, and are only prohibited on the Sabbath by rabbinical law, should still not be allowed to supersede the Sabbath. Eliezer replied, however, I also adduce my inference from the act of sprinkling, and maintain that if slaughtering, which is prohibited to be done on the Sabbath as a principal act of labor, is in this instance allowed to supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, does it not follow that the sprinkling of a person who had become unclean, and which is only prohibited to be done on Sabbath by rabbinical law, should in so much greater a degree supersede the Sabbath? But Akiba said, rather conclude the reverse, for if the sprinkling, which is only prohibited by rabbinical law, nevertheless does not supersede the Sabbath, does it not follow that slaughtering, which is prohibited as a principal act of labor, should a fortiori not supersede the Sabbath? Our Eliezer then said to him, Akiba, wouldst thou then annul what is written in the scriptures, toward evening shall ye prepare it, at its appointed season, whether it be a week or a Sabbath day? Rejoined our Akiba, Rabbi, pray adduce a text that prescribes a particular time for the performance of these acts, even as there is one concerning the slaughtering of the paschal sacrifice. The following rule therefore did our Akiba lay down: every act necessary for the paschal sacrifice, which can be accomplished previous to the advent of the Sabbath, does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, but as the slaughtering of the paschal lamb cannot be done before the Sabbath, it supersedes the Sabbath. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the halakha in the Mishnah was not known to the children of Bethera, for it once happened that the 14th occurred on a Sabbath, and they did not know whether the Passover sacrifices superseded the due observance of the Sabbath or not. They therefore commenced to look around for a man who knew the halakha, and they were told that there was a man who had recently come from Babylon, called Hillel of Babylon, and who had learned under the two greatest men of that generation, namely, Shemaiah. p. 127. An Abtalion, he would probably be able to aid them in their dilemma. They sent for him and asked him, Dost thou know whether the Passover sacrifice supersedes the Sabbath? And he answered, Have we only one Passover sacrifice that supersedes the Sabbath? Are there not over 200 sacrifices that supersede the Sabbath? But they insisted upon his basing his assertion upon some actual text, and he said, As it is written concerning the continual daily sacrifice, my offering, etc., shall ye observe to offer unto me in its due season, and the same term, at its appointed season, is mentioned in connection with the Passover sacrifice, therefore both may supersede the Sabbath. Aside from this analogous deduction, there is also an a fortiori conclusion, for if on account of the continual daily sacrifice, for the neglect of which the penalty of kareth is not incurred, the Sabbath may be violated, so much the more is this allowed on account of the Passover sacrifice, for the omission of which the penalty of kareth is incurred. When they heard this, they immediately placed him at their head and made him a prince. Thereupon he sat all day and preached upon the halakha of the Passover. Subsequently Hillel began to reproach them, and said, What induced you to set me up as a prince among you? Only your own idleness in not taking advantage of the learning of the two great men of your generation, Shemaiah and Abtalion. The following question was propounded to Hillel: What is the law if a man had forgotten to bring the slaughtering knife on the day preceding the Sabbath? He answered, I have heard the halakha but have forgotten it. Leave this, however, to the Israelites themselves, for though they are not prophets they are descendants of prophets, and they will know what to do. On the morrow he noticed that those who brought sheep as a sacrifice had the knife thrust in the wool of the sheep, and those that brought goats as a sacrifice had the knife stuck between the horns, whereupon he remembered the halakha covering the case and exclaimed, Thus is the tradition which I have received from my masters Shemaiah and Abtalion. The master said, It is written, in its due season, etc. Whence is it adduced, however, that the continual daily sacrifice, p. 128, supersedes the due observance of the Sabbath? From the passage in its due season? Is not the same passage to be found in connection with the paschal offering? Why, then, was the question put concerning the latter, while concerning the former it seemed to be an established fact that the Sabbath might be violated on its account? Certainly such is the case. For it is explicitly stated, This is the burnt offering of the Sabbath on every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offerings. The master said, On the morrow those who brought a sheep as their sacrifice had the knife thrust in the wool. Would this not constitute the performance of work with a consecrated thing? This is in accordance with the custom of Hillel, concerning whom it is said, that in his time not a single transgression was committed with the consecrated animals, because he instituted the custom that they be brought to the court of the temple in a non-consecrated state, and consecrated in the court of the temple. How can the Passover sacrifice, however, be brought as an ordinary animal in the temple on the Sabbath? It is not allowed to consecrate things on the Sabbath. This applies only to ordinary articles which were to be consecrated, but not to such as it was a duty to consecrate, for our Yohanan said, that Passover sacrifices may be consecrated on a Sabbath and a festival sacrifice on a festival. When bringing the sheep with the knife in its wool, did not that constitute an indirect performance of work on the Sabbath, which, although it was not prohibited by biblical law, was nevertheless prohibited by rabbinical law? This was the question propounded to Hillel, whether an act prohibited only by rabbinical law but not by biblical might be performed on the Sabbath in order to discharge a religious duty, and in answer to which he said that he had forgotten the halakha, but which he afterwards remembered and decided in the affirmative. Said Ar Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, he who is arrogant, if he be one of the sages his wisdom leaveth him, and if he be a prophet his power of prophecy forsaketh him. If he be a sage his wisdom leaveth him, is aptly illustrated by the case of Hillel, who, as soon as he reproached the people and vaunted his own greatness, when asked concerning a certain halakha admitted that he had forgotten it, and if he be a prophet his power of prophecy forsaketh him, may be inferred from the case. P. 129. Of Deborah the prophetess, as it is written, desolate were the open towns in Israel, they were desolate until that I arose, Deborah, that I arose a mother in Israel, while further on it is written, awake, awake, Deborah, whence the conclusion that her power left her, for otherwise the admonition to awake would be unnecessary. Resh Lakish said, a man who becomes angry, if he be a sage his wisdom leaveth him, and if he be a prophet his power of prophecy forsaketh him. The first instance is illustrated by the case of Moses, as it is written, and Moses was wroth with the officers of the host, and further it says, and Eleazar the priest said unto the men of the army who had gone to the battle, this is the ordinance of the law which the Lord hath commanded Moses, whence the inference that Eleazar said this because Moses must have forgotten it. The second instance is illustrated by the case of Elisha the prophet, as it is written, and Elisha said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I have stood, surely, were it not that I regard the presence of Jehoshaphat the king of Judah, I would not look toward thee, nor see thee, while in the following passage it is said, but now bring me a musician. And it came to pass, when the musician played, that the inspiration of the Lord came upon him, whence the conclusion that his power forsook him and could be restored only by the aid of a musician. Armani Bar Padish said, if a man becomes angry, even if greatness had been predestined for him, it is not granted him, and whence do I adduce this? From the case of Eliab, as it is written. And Eliab's anger was kindled against David, and he said, why didst thou come down hither? And with whom hast thou left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know thy presumption, and the wickedness of thy heart, for in order to see the battle art thou come down, and it is also written, that when Samuel went to anoint one of the sons of Jesse as a king, and the other sons of Jesse were brought before him, he said, this one also hath the Lord not chosen, while concerning Eliab it is written, but the Lord said unto Samuel, regard not his appearance, nor the height of his stature, because I have rejected him, whence the conclusion that the Lord had previously intended to have him anointed, but on account of Eliab's anger he had subsequently rejected him. From what we have learned so far, we know that the continual P. 130. Daily offering and the Passover sacrifice supersede the Sabbath, but whence do we know that they also supersede the law of uncleanness? I will tell you. In the same manner as we have deduced from the continual daily offering the law of the Passover sacrifice, so we deduce from the Passover sacrifice, which supersedes uncleanness, that the continual daily sacrifice also supersedes uncleanness. Whence do we know that the Passover sacrifice itself supersedes the law of uncleanness? Said Ar Yohanan, because it is written, if any man whatever should be unclean by reason of a dead body, etc., we infer from the term, any man whatever, that only individuals must defer the Passover sacrifice until the second Passover, but if there is a congregation they should prepare the paschal lamb, notwithstanding the fact that they are unclean. The washing of its entrails. What is meant by washing the entrails? Said Arhuna, the entrails are pricked with a knife and then washed, and our Bar Rabbite says, they are merely pressed with a knife, and in that manner the filth is removed. It is written, then shall the sheep feed according to their want, and the ruins of the fat ones shall sojourners eat. Said Manasseh bar Jeremiah in the name of Rabbite, the term according to their want being expressed by ki dabram, and deber meaning speaking, the expression ki dabram should be explained to mean, as they were spoken of. The word sheep refers to the Israelites, and thus the passage signifies, then shall the Israelites feed as they were spoken of. What was spoken of concerning them? Said Abai. By the latter part of that verse and by the sojourners are meant the righteous who at that time were strangers, but in the future they would be the inhabitants and feed on the ruins of the fat ones. Said Rabha to him, this interpretation would be correct if there were not the word and between the two passages, but that word gives the latter passage a distinct significance. Therefore, said he, the passage will have the meaning given it by our Hananel in the name of Rabbite, who said that in the future the righteous would have the power to arouse the dead, because in this passage quoted it is said, then shall the sheep feed according to their want. And in another passage, let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. By Bashan is meant Elisha. P 131. The man of Bashan, as it is written, Yanai and Shaphat in Bashan, and Elisha the son of Shaphat. By Gilead is meant Elijah, as it is written, Elijah the Tishbite, who was of the inhabitants of Gilead. Thus the original passage quoted should be interpreted as follows, as in the days of old Elijah and Elisha aroused the dead, so will in the future other righteous men also have that power. 1. R. Samuel ben Nahmini in the name of R. Jonathan deduces the above conclusion from the passage, thus hath said the Lord of hosts, again shall there sit old men and women in the streets of Jerusalem, and every one with staff in hand because of their multitude of years, and as it is written, lay my staff upon the face of the lad. The inference that the righteous will have the power to arouse the dead is deduced from the analogy of the two passages, the latter of which deals with the arousing of the dead. The burning of the fat with incense. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon said, come and observe how pleasing the fulfillment of a religious duty at its proper time was to them. We well know that the burning of the fat and of certain pieces could be accomplished at any time during the night, still they did not postpone it, but accomplished it immediately. To carry and bring it beyond the sabbatical legal limits. 4. Said R. Eliezer, if slaughtering an animal, etc. R. Jehoshua holds to his individual theory, that the enjoyment of a festival by feasting and drinking is also a religious duty. 2. R. Akiba then answered, the act of sprinkling, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Eliezer said to him, Akiba, thou hast refuted my assertion with slaughtering, by slaughter shalt thou suffer death. Said R. Akiba, Rabbi, the time when thou judgest me, do not deny what. P 132. Thou thyself taughtest me. The tradition I quote comes from thee, that sprinkling is a rabbinical law and does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. If R. Eliezer actually taught R. Akiba to this effect, why was he angry with him? R. Eliezer had forgotten that teaching, and R. Akiba reminded him through his answer. Why did R. Akiba not say at the time that he had learned it from R. Eliezer? Because it is not seemly that a teacher be told that he had forgotten. Why should sprinkling not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath? It is only a matter of holding a little water, and if necessary to enable a man to partake of the paschal lamb, why should it not be permitted on the Sabbath? Said Rabha, the prohibition is merely a precautionary measure, lest a man carry the water 4 ells in public ground. According to R. Eliezer, however, who maintains that the preparation for the accomplishment of a religious duty supersedes the Sabbath, what matters it if the water was carried 4 ells in public ground? I will tell you. R. Eliezer in that instance refers to a religious duty which the man is already obliged to discharge, but in this case the man, being still unclean, is not subject to the performance of that duty, but by being sprinkled is merely rendered so, and in such a case R. Eliezer does not apply his decision. Rabha said, according to the opinion of our Eliezer just quoted, it is permitted to heat water on Sabbath for a child who is healthy, in order to strengthen it, and then circumcise it, because the child is already subject to the performance of that duty, but if the child is not well, heating water is not permitted, because in such a condition the child is not subject to that duty. Replied Rab Ha, if the child is healthy, what need is there of heating water for it? Therefore, said he, with respect to circumcision, all children are considered as being unwell until they are bathed, and are not subject to the duty of circumcision prior to being bathed. Hence no water should be heated for a child who is healthy, according to our Eliezer, on the Sabbath, but on the preceding day. The following rule therefore did our Akiba lay down, etc. Said our Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to our Akiba. Concerning circumcision our Akiba laid down the same rule, and our Jehuda also said in the name of Rabbite, that the halakha prevails according to our Akiba. Mishnah, under what circumstances is it allowed to bring a festal offering in addition to the paschal sacrifice? When the paschal sacrifice is sacrificed on a weekday, when those offering it are legally clean, and if it is insufficient for the number appointed to partake thereof. But if it is sacrificed on a Sabbath, if it is sufficient for those appointed to eat it, or when those are legally unclean, no festal offering may be brought in addition to the paschal sacrifice. The festal offering may be brought of the flock, of cattle, lambs, or goats, and may be either male or female. The time during which it is a duty to consume it is 2 days and a night. Gemara, the Tana who holds that a festal offering must not be brought on the Sabbath is also the same who maintains that bringing or carrying the paschal sacrifice from beyond the sabbatical legal limits does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. Thus the statement in our Mishnah is merely supplementary to that of the previous Mishnah, and signifies that a festal offering may be brought only on a weekday, but it does not supersede the Sabbath. For what purpose is a festal offering brought generally in addition to the paschal sacrifice? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, the festal offering which is brought in addition to the paschal offering should be eaten prior to the latter, in order that the paschal offering may be the last to satiate the appetite of those who partake thereof. 2 days and a night, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Ben Tamma. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ben Tamma said, the festal offering brought in addition to the paschal sacrifice is in all respects equal to the paschal sacrifice itself, and should be eaten only in the course of 1 day and night. The festal offering, however, brought on the 15th should be consumed during the course of 2 days and 1 night. The festal offering brought on the 14th with the paschal sacrifice only fulfills the duty of enjoying the festival, but the injunction not to come empty-handed into the temple is not satisfied thereby. The festal offering brought in addition to the paschal sacrifice must be brought of sheep only, but not of oxen. It must be male and not a female, and not over 1 year old. It should be consumed in the course of 1 day and night, and must not be eaten. P 134. Except it be roasted, and not by any except those appointed to eat the paschal sacrifice. What is Ben Tamma's reason for this statement? He bases it upon the teaching of Rabbi Tuhiah the son of Rabbi, as follows: it is written, neither shall be left unto morning the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover. From the fact that the passage states the feast of the Passover, while it could have merely said the Passover, it must be assumed that the festal offering brought in addition to the paschal sacrifice is meant, and the verse distinctly states that it must not be left until morning. We have learned in a Boraitha, Jehuda ben Duardhai and his son Duardhai severed themselves from the company of the other sages and settled in the south. He said to them, when Elijah will come and ask you why ye did not offer a festal offering on the Sabbath, what will ye answer? And, moreover, he said, I am astonished at the 2 great men of this generation, Shemaiah and Abtalion, who were so wise and such excellent preachers, that they did not teach in Israel that the festal offering supersedes the due observance of the Sabbath. Said Rabbi, what was the basis of Ben Duardhai's statement? It is written, and thou shalt sacrifice the Passover offering unto the Lord thy God, of sheep and oxen, and this surely cannot refer to the paschal sacrifice alone, which must be brought only of sheep and goats. Hence by sheep is meant the paschal sacrifice, and by oxen the festal offering, and as it says thou shalt sacrifice, it certainly refers to the Sabbath also. Said Rashi, shall we rack our brains to find justifications for men who had severed themselves from the company of our sages? Therefore say, rather, that the passage just quoted refers to the statement of Rn who said in the name of Rabba bar Abahu, whence do we know that such sheep as had been left over from those which had been separated as paschal sacrifices may be brought as peace offerings? Because it is written, thou shalt sacrifice the Passover offering unto the Lord thy God, of sheep and oxen, and this surely cannot refer to the paschal sacrifice alone, which must be brought only of sheep or goats. Hence we must say that whatever remains over from the paschal sacrifice may be used for such sacrifices as can be brought either from sheep or oxen. P. 135. Why does the festal offering in reality not supersede the Sabbath, according to the decree of the sages? Is it not a congregational sacrifice, and as such privileged to supersede the observance of the Sabbath? Said Rilai in the name of Jehudah ben Safra, it is written, and ye shall keep it as a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. The Feast of Tabernacles is, however, to be observed 8 days. Hence we must assume that the festal offering does not supersede the observance of the Sabbath, and there are only 7 days left. When Rabban came from Palestine he said, I once said in the presence of my masters that the Feast of Tabernacles may sometimes last only 6 days. If, the first day occurs on Sabbath, the last day would also be Sabbath, and as it is not allowed to bring festive offerings on those days, the festival lasts only 6 days. 1. Said Abai, this statement could not have been made by Rabban, but rather by Abin Thekla, because it cannot stand, for 8 feast days can never occur in succession, as one must be a Sabbath, 7 feast days are the rule, whereas it seldom happens that there should be only 6. 2. Ullah said in the name of Elazar, a peace offering brought on the eve of Passover cannot serve for the fulfillment of the duty of rejoicing on the festival nor for the festal offering to be brought with the paschal sacrifice. The first duty is not discharged, because it is written, and thou shalt slay peace offerings, and eat them there, and thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God. Hence the peace offering must be slain when the time for rejoicing had already arrived, i.e., on the festival, but on the eve of Passover it had not yet arrived. The second duty is not acquitted, because a festive offering must be brought of ordinary animals and not of consecrated. P. 136. And an animal brought as a peace offering is already consecrated. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said, however, in the name of Elazar, a peace offering brought on the eve of Passover fulfills the duty of rejoicing on the festival, as it need not be brought at the time when rejoicing is already a duty but may be brought previously, but it does not fulfill the duty of bringing the festal offering, because it is consecrated, and the festal offering must be brought of non-consecrated animals. An objection was made, it is written, and thou shalt only rejoice, and this is an additional behest to rejoice also on the night of the last day of the festival. Perhaps this additional behest refers to the first night? The word only in the passage makes the distinction, and confirms the view that it means the last night. Hence we must assume that on the first night rejoicing is not possible, because there was nothing to rejoice with, i.e., the peace offering was not yet permitted to be slaughtered and the flesh could not yet be bad. Nay, the reason the first night is not included in the additional behest is as is taught in the following Boraitha. Why is the last night of the festival included in the additional behest and the first night excluded? The last night was preceded by rejoicing and is for that reason included, while the first night was preceded by ordinary days and is for that reason excluded. R. Kahana said, whence do we know that the pieces of the festal offering which was sacrificed on the 15th day are invalid if allowed to remain until morning? Because it is written, neither shall the fat of my festive sacrifice remain until morning, and immediately following this it is written, the first, etc., whence we adduce that the morning must be the first and not the second morning. R. Joseph opposed this, so it is only because the subsequent verse commences with the first that the pieces of the festal offering may remain only until the first morning, but if the verse did not commence with the first it would be allowed to leave them even until the second morning? Can it be that the pieces of a sacrifice the flesh of which becomes useless in the p. 137 night of the day it was offered may remain even until the second morning? Rejoined Abai. Why not? Do we not find in the case of the paschal offering, according to the opinion of our Eleazar ben Azariah, that while the flesh thereof becomes invalid in the middle of the night, the pieces to be offered up become invalid only in the morning? Rabha answered, R. Joseph means to ask, where do we find an instance of where the Tana dispenses with a passage referring to the flesh, whereas our Kahana brings a passage regarding the pieces of the sacrifice? Mishnah, if a person brought a paschal sacrifice on the Sabbath, not for its proper purpose, he is obliged to bring a sin offering in expiation. If he slaughtered other sacrifices to serve as a paschal offering, if they were such that they could not be suitable for the paschal sacrifice, he is guilty, but if they were suitable for that purpose, our Eleazar declares him culpable, but our Jehoshua declares him free. For thus argues our Eleazar, if a person is held to be culpable for changing the name of the paschal sacrifice, which he is allowed to slaughter on Sabbath, does it not follow that if he brought sacrifices which were in themselves prohibited to be brought on the Sabbath, under another denomination, that he must in so much greater a degree be considered culpable? To this our Jehoshua replied, Nay, we cannot apply the decree concerning a sacrifice which was changed to what was prohibited to offer on the Sabbath, to other sacrifices which had been changed to that which was permitted to be brought on the Sabbath. Our Eleazar replied, The offerings brought for the whole congregation of Israel shall prove my assertion, for it is lawful to offer them on the Sabbath for their proper purpose, yet whoever brings other sacrifices under their denomination is held to be guilty. Then our Jehoshua rejoined, Nay, we cannot apply the decree concerning the offerings of the whole congregation, which have a determinate number, to the paschal sacrifices, which have no determinate number. Our Meir said, One who also offers on the Sabbath other offerings under the denomination of those of the congregation is absolved. If a person slaughtered the paschal sacrifice for those who will not partake thereof, or for persons who are not appointed to partake thereof, and for uncircumcised and unclean persons, he is culpable, but if he had slaughtered it for those who will and also for those who will not partake thereof, for those appointed. P. 138. To eat it and for those who are not, for circumcised as well as for uncircumcised, or for clean and also for unclean persons, he is absolved. If one slaughtered and a blemish was found thereon, he is culpable, but if, after being slaughtered, it was found to be tropha on account of inward blemishes, he is not culpable. If after slaughtering the man was advised that the participants had withdrawn themselves from it, or had died, or become defiled, he is absolved, because when he slaughtered it, it was under lawful circumstances. Gemara, how is the case to be considered concerning the man who brought a paschal sacrifice not for its proper purpose? Shall we assume that he made a mistake, and still he is held culpable? Whence the inference that the denomination of a thing may also be annulled through error, but this is not so. Therefore it must be assumed that there was no error, but that the man intentionally sacrificed the paschal offering for another purpose. If so, how will the latter clause, to the effect that if he slaughtered other sacrifices to serve for a paschal offering and they were suitable for a paschal offering, R. Jehoshua declares him free, be consistent, for if he did so intentionally, what difference does it make whether the sacrifices were suitable or not? The fact that he sacrificed them on the Sabbath remains. How then could our Jehoshua declare him free? Hence it must be assumed that this latter clause refers to one who did so through error, and in such an event the first clause of the Mishnah will treat of an intentional case while the next clause will refer to an act committed through error. Said our Abban, such is indeed the case. R. Itzhak bar Joseph found our Abahu standing amongst a crowd of men in a room and asked him how this Mishnah should be understood, and he answered, The first clause deals with an intentional case and the next clause with an erroneous commission of an act. Our Itzhak learned this from Arabahu 40 times, and he then retained it forever. An objection was made, based upon the Mishnah where our Eliezer said to our Jehoshua, if a person is held to be culpable for changing the denomination of the paschal sacrifice, etc. If, however, the first clause treats of an intentional case and the next clause of a case of error, would not our Eliezer's argument p. 139 be sufficiently answered by our Jehoshua simply claiming that the man is free because he committed the deed through error? Our Jehoshua meant to state, according to my opinion, thy argument does not hold good, from the very fact that I hold a man to be free if he committed the deed by mistake, but even according to thy opinion, that a man is also culpable when committing an act through error, thy argument is not effective, for in the first instance the sacrifice was changed to an offering which is prohibited to be brought on Sabbath, while in the second instance the sacrifice was changed to one which might be brought on Sabbath. R. Eliezer replied, the offerings brought for the whole congregation of Israel shall prove my assertion, for it is lawful to offer them on the Sabbath for their proper purpose, yet whoever brings other sacrifices under their denomination is held to be guilty. Then our Jehoshua rejoined, we cannot apply the decree concerning the offerings of the whole congregation, which have a determinate number, to the paschal sacrifices, which have no determinate number. Shall we then assume, that where there is a determinate number our Jehoshua holds a man to be culpable? Have we not learned in the case of where two children were to be circumcised, one on the eve of Sabbath and the other on the Sabbath, and by mistake the father had the one to be circumcised on the eve of Sabbath circumcised on the Sabbath, our Jehoshua declared him free, although there was just one to be circumcised on Sabbath. Said our Ami, the case of the two children to be circumcised was as follows, one of them was to be circumcised on the Sabbath and the other on the eve of Sabbath. When the Sabbath had arrived neither one was yet circumcised, and the father by mistake had the one who was to have been circumcised on the preceding day circumcised on the Sabbath. In doing this he was confused in the performance of a religious duty, however, and for that reason our Jehoshua declares him free, while in the case of the offerings for the congregation the actual offerings to be brought had already been sacrificed and the man who brought other offerings under their denomination did so when the religious duty had already been fulfilled, and for that reason he is held to be culpable. What about our Meir? Does he declare a man free who had offered other sacrifices under the denomination of those of the congregation, even if the actual congregational offerings had p. 140 already been sacrificed? From our Meir's explanation 1, according to the teaching of our Haya of the city of Abel Arab, however, of the dispute between our Eliezer and our Jehoshua, do we not see that such is not the case? Said the disciples of Arjana, in the case of the circumcision our Meir means to state that the child to be circumcised on the Sabbath had already been circumcised on the eve of Sabbath, and thus no child was left to make it obligatory to violate the Sabbath on its account, hence our Jehoshua declares the man culpable, but in this case, where the Sabbath would be violated for a congregational sacrifice, our Meir holds that any other sacrifices brought under that denomination are brought with the intention of fulfilling a religious duty, and for that reason they do not make a man culpable. Said our Ashi to our Kahana, why should this latter case differ from the former? If a Sabbath may be violated for other congregational sacrifices, it may surely be violated also for other children who are to be circumcised on that day. Our Kahana replied, in that particular instance the Sabbath could not be violated by the father of the children, because he had no child for whom this would have been necessary, while the instance of the congregational sacrifice embodies a multitude of men and applies to all alike. If a person slaughtered the paschal lamb for those who will not partake thereof, etc. Is this not self-evident? We well know that if a man slaughtered on an ordinary Passover day a sacrifice for those who will not partake thereof the sacrifice is invalid. Surely, then, if he did so on a Sabbath which was also Passover, he is culpable. Because the latter clause, concerning one who slaughters a sacrifice for those who will and those who will not partake thereof, teaches that the man is not culpable. It also cites the instance of where he is culpable. Is this latter case not self-evident? If the sacrifice was offered on an ordinary Passover day under the same circumstances, we know that it is valid. Surely, then, a man is not culpable if he offers it on Sabbath. Hence we must assume that because the Mishnah commences with an instance of where the sacrifice was brought not for its proper purpose, it also mentions the case of where it was brought for those who will not partake of it. P. 141. For what purpose was the original clause in the Mishnah cited? In order to quote the dispute between R. Eliezer and R. Jehoshua. If after slaughtering the man was advised that the participants had withdrawn, etc. R. Huna said in the name of Rabbite, a trespass offering which became ownerless and was slaughtered without its being stated for what purpose, is valid as a burnt offering. Thus we see that it is not absolutely necessary to annul its original denomination in order to make it valid for another, but it may be offered up without comment. Why, then, should it be necessary to allow it to feed until it receives a blemish? Would it not be valid if, for instance, the owner had offered up something in its place and immediately offered it up without comment? This is merely a precautionary measure, to prevent a man from offering up a trespass offering which was not yet substituted by another offering. R. Histah objected to R. Huna, and based his objection upon our Mishnah, which says, if after slaughtering the man was advised that the participants had withdrawn themselves from it, he is absolved, because when he slaughtered it, it was under lawful circumstances, and a Boraitha teaches, that if a case like this happen on an ordinary Passover day and not on a Sabbath, the sacrifice must be immediately burned. This would be perfectly proper if the original denomination of the sacrifice had to be plainly annulled, because, as long as its denomination is not annulled, a paschal offering remains what it is, and if it have no owner it must be immediately burned, because it becomes of itself invalid. But if the denomination need not be plainly annulled and if sacrificed without comment it is of itself changed into a peace offering, then it becomes invalid, not because the invalidity is contained in itself, but because it was offered after the continual daily offering, and we well know that in such an event the offering must not immediately be burned, but must be left until morning and then burned. Why, then, does the Boraitha decree that it must be immediately burned? R. Joseph the son of Arsala the Pious explained before our Papa that the Boraitha is in accord with the opinion of Joseph ben Hunai, as we have learned in a Mishnah. Joseph ben Hunai said, all sacrifices offered under the denomination of a paschal offering or a sin offering are invalid. Whence we see that the P. 142 invalidity is contained in itself and does not arise on account of other circumstances. For that reason the Boraitha decrees that it must be immediately burned. So far as the commission of an act through error is concerned, Joseph ben Hunai holds with R. Jehoshua, and absolves the culprit. Chapter 7. Regulations concerning the roasting of the paschal lamb. The manner of procedure if the paschal lamb become defiled. Which parts of the lamb are eaten? Mishnah, how should the paschal lamb be roasted? A spit made of the wood of the pomegranate tree should be taken, put in at the mouth, and brought out again at the vent thereof. Its legs and entrails should be placed inside, according to our Jose the Galilean, but our Akiba said, this would be a kind of boiling, and for that reason they ought to be suspended on the outside. The paschal sacrifice must not be roasted on an iron roasting spit, nor on a gridiron. Zadok related that Rabban Gamaliel once said to his bondsman Tabai, go and roast for us the paschal sacrifice on a gridiron. Gemara, why should the spit be made of wood? Let it be an iron spit. Nay, when part of an iron spit is heated the entire spit becomes hot, and in consequence the flesh nearest the spit will be cooked by the heat thereof, but the scriptures distinctly ordain that the lamb must be roasted over a fire, and not otherwise. Why not use the wood of a date tree? On account of the bark, which contains water, and when heated the water thereof will be the means of cooking part of the lamb, and this must not take place. Our Mishnah is not in conformity with the opinion of R. Jehuda, who said that, as a wooden spit is not burnt while the lamb is being roasted, So also an iron spit will not become sufficiently heated to cook the flesh adjoining it. He was told, however, that while a wooden spit only becomes heated locally, an iron spit when partially heated becomes so throughout. The legs and entrails are placed inside, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha that our Ishmael calls a lamb roasted in that wise a sizzling roast, and our Tarfon calls it a whole roast. The rabbis taught, what is called a roasted goat, which must p. 144 not be eaten nowadays on the first night of Passover. One that has been roasted whole, but if one of the members was detached or boiled and the remaining part roasted, it may be eaten, because then it is not considered a roasted goat. Arshi's Hate said, even if a member was cooked while still attached to the body of the goat and the remainder was roasted, it may also be eaten, and is not called a roasted goat. Said Rabbah, if the lamb was stuffed with flour it may be eaten, even if it was not salted prior to being roasted. Rejoined Abai, will not the filling absorb the blood in that event? And Rabbah replied, yeah, but as soon as the roasting commences the blood recedes from the flour and is consumed by the fire. Rabban the elder stuffed a dove with flour for Rabbite, and the latter said, if it is toothsome, give me a piece and I shall eat it. We know, however, that, when Rabha was served with a stuffed duck at the house of Exalarch, he said, if I did not see that the filling is as white glass I should not eat it. Now if it is a fact, as Rabba maintained, that during the roasting the blood recedes from the filling, why should Rabha have made that assertion? What difference does it make whether the filling was white or not? In this case the filling was made of coarser meal, which after absorbing the blood is not so easily purged thereof, hence it was necessary for Rabha to see whether the filling was white or not. The halakha in this case prevails as follows, where fine meal is used it makes no difference whether it had remained white or become red. If coarse meal was used it may be eaten only if it remained as white glass, while if any other kind of meal was used it may be eaten if it remains white, but not if it become red. Even if a lamb was roasted upside down, it may also be eaten, but concerning half-roasted meat, the testicles of a ram, and the muscles of the neck of a lamb there is a difference of opinion between Aha and Rabbana. If half-roasted meat, which was dripping with blood, was subsequently salted it may even be boiled. If it was roasted on a spit it is also fit, but if it was roasted on live coals there is again a difference of opinion between Aha and Rabbana. One maintains that it must not be used, because the blood remains in the meat, while the other holds that the blood escapes, and the meat is therefore fit to eat. The halakha prevails according to the latter opinion. The same case applies to the testicles of a ram. If they were cut up and salted, they may be cooked in a pot, and if they were roasted on a spit without being cut up and salted, they are still fit to eat, because the blood has been consumed by the fire, but if they were cooked over live coals, then is again the same difference of opinion between Aha and Rabbana, and the halakha prevails that they may be eaten. Said Mar the son of Amamur to Ashi, my father would drink the juice of such meat. According to another version, Ashi himself would do this, and Mar the son of Amayanair said to him, my father used to say that vinegar in which meat had been steeped once, must not be used for the same purpose again, because it is diluted. What about diluted vinegar itself, why may that be used? Vinegar, even if it be weak, still retains its original acidity, and stops the flow of blood in the meat, but vinegar which has been diluted by steeping meat therein has lost its acidity and cannot therefore be used. The paschal sacrifice must not be roasted, etc., on a gridiron, etc. Does Zadok relate this instance of Rabban Gamaliel as a contradiction to the Mishnah? The Mishnah is not complete, and should read, if the gridiron, however, is perforated, it may be used for that purpose, as Zadok related that Rabban Gamaliel, etc. The rabbis taught, if the paschal lamb was cut up and placed over coals. Said Rabbi, I say, that this is equal to roasting it over a fire. Rabha contradicted the saying, how can it be said that Rabbi calls coals fire? Have we not learned that the passage, and he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire, means that coals which have already become dim must not be used, because it says coals of fire, and that a flame of fire should not be used, because of the term coals of fire? And Arshi's Hate explained, thus we see that live coals are meant, and that a distinction is made between fire and live coals. How then can Rabbi hold that? P 146. Even live coals are equal to fire? Said Rabha, therefore, the statement of the rabbis must be explained thus, it is written coals, and lest we assume that dim coals be meant, it is written coals of fire. We might, however, assume that half coals and the other half fire should be brought, and by the time they are brought they will become coals entirely, hence it is said coals of fire from off the altar, which signifies that when taken from the altar they should be coals already. Mishnah, if any part of the roasted lamb had touched the earthenware oven on which it was roasted, that part must be pared off. If the fat dripping from the lamb had fallen on the oven and then had again fallen on the lamb, the part of the lamb touched must be cut out. If the dripping, however, fell on fine flour, a handful of that flour must be taken. If the paschal sacrifice had been anointed with consecrated oil of heave offering and the company appointed to partake thereof consist of priests, they are allowed to eat it, but if the company consist of Israelites, they must wash it off the lamb if yet raw. Should the lamb have been already roasted, they must pare off the outward skin. If it had been anointed with oil of second tithe, its value must not be charged to the company in money, because it is not lawful to redeem and sell it in Jerusalem. 1. Gemara, it was taught, all agree, that if warm fall into warm both are rendered prohibited. Cold in cold, all agree, is not rendered prohibited, but if warm fell into cold or cold fell on warm, Rabbi said that the thing falling on top supersedes that on the bottom, and hence both may be used or are prohibited as the case may be, but Samuel said, on the contrary, that the thing on the bottom virtually absorbs that on top. An objection was made, based upon the Mishnah, if the fat dripping from the lamb had fallen on the oven, etc., the part of the lamb touched must be cut out. At the first glance, it might be assumed that the oven in question was cold. This would be correct according to Rabbi, who holds that the thing falling on top supersedes that originally at the bottom, and thus the oven, becoming in turn hot, causes the fat to boil. When the fat again falls on the lamb, the latter becomes roasted by the heat of the oven, and as the passage states that it should be roasted. P 147. By fire only, the part of the lamb touched must therefore be cut out. But according to Samuel, who holds that a thing originally on bottom absorbs that falling on top, when the fat touches the oven, the fat becomes cold, consequently, when it again falls on the lamb is not affected. Therefore, why should the part touched be cut out? Nay, the Mishnah refers to a hot oven. We have learned in a Boraitha in support of Samuel's contention, viz., warm falling on warm renders both prohibited. Cold falling on warm does likewise. Warm falling into cold, it is only necessary to pare off the outer skin of the meat and it may be used. If cold had fallen into cold, it need only be rinsed. We have learned in another Boraitha, hot meat falling into hot milk renders both prohibited. Cold in hot milk does likewise. If hot fall into cold milk, its outer skin must be pared off. Cold falling into cold need only be rinsed. Rabbi said, slaughtered fat meat, if roasted together with lean meat of carrion, must not be eaten, because one draws the juice of the other. Levi, however, said, even slaughtered lean meat roasted together with fat meat of carrion may be eaten, because it only draws the odor of the fat meat, and that does not interfere with it. Levi acted in accordance with his decision in the house of the exilarch, where a goat and a sucking pig were roasted together. An objection was made, we have learned that two paschal offerings must not be roasted together, lest they become mixed. Must we not assume that the reason is, that the taste of one will be affected by the other, and thus contradict Levi's opinion? Nay, the reason is, that there is fear of the offerings themselves becoming mixed so that their respective owners will not be able to distinguish them. This view seems to be the correct one, because it is taught further that even a lamb and a goat must not be roasted together. And if the reason therefore is that there is fear lest the offerings become mixed, the teaching is correct and is merely a precaution against roasting 2 lambs or 2 goats together. If, however, the reason were to prevent the taste of either being affected by the other, what difference would it make whether p. 148 a lamb and a goat, or 2 of either species, be roasted together? Shall we say that this is also a contradiction to Rabbida's opinion? Said R. Jeremiah, the case concerning the 2 paschal offerings which were roasted together refers to an instance of where they were roasted apparently in separate vessels, i.e., over 2 fires which were separated by a heap of coals, and we should learn thus, 2 paschal offerings must not be roasted together on account of one affecting the taste of the other, nor should they be roasted together even when separated as mentioned, for fear of mixing them so that their owners will not be able to distinguish them, even if the 2 offerings consisted of a lamb and a goat. R. Kahana the son of Arhinana the elder taught, if bread was baked and meat was roasted in one oven, the bread must not be eaten with kuduk. It happened that fish was broiled together with meat, and Rabha of the city of Partikea prohibited it to be eaten with kuduk. Mar the son of Arashi, however, said, it should not even be eaten with salt, because it produces a bad odor and is the cause of sores. Mishnah, 5 kinds of sacrifices may be brought, even if those who offer them should be in a state of ritual uncleanness, but they should not be eaten by those who offer them while in that condition. They are, the omer, the 2 loaves, the showbreads, the peace offerings of the congregation, and the he-goats offered on the feast of the new moon. The paschal offerings, however, which were sacrificed by men in a state of ritual uncleanness, might also be eaten by them, though they still be in that condition, because the main object of the commandment concerning the paschal offering was that it should be eaten. Gemara, the Mishnah mentions 5 sacrifices, which does it intend to exclude? It means to exclude the festal offering brought on the festival itself, for it might be assumed that this offering being a congregational sacrifice and also being one which was appointed for a certain time, it should also be eaten even by a man in an unclean state. Hence we are taught that, as the festival may be extended over 7 days, and in consequence does not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath, it does not also supersede the law of uncleanness. p. 149. Why does the Mishnah not enumerate also the he-goat brought as a sin offering on every festival? It does enumerate it, by including it in the peace offerings of the congregation. Why, then, is the he-goat offered on the feast of the new moon enumerated separately? Let that also be included in the congregational offerings. Special mention must be made of the latter, because it might be assumed that the feast of the new moon is not a festival, and as a consequence the offering of that day does not supersede the law of uncleanness. Hence we are taught, that the feast of the new moon is also a festival and the he-goat sacrifice does supersede the laws of uncleanness. Whence do we adduce the several teachings of the Mishnah? From the following, the rabbis taught, it is written, and Moses declared the feasts of the Lord unto the children of Israel. For what purpose is this written? Because the entire chapter deals with the paschal offering and the continual daily offerings, concerning which it states at their appointed seasons, signifying, that they supersede both the observance of the Sabbath and the laws of uncleanness. But whence do we know that the same rule applies to other congregational sacrifices? To that end, it is written, these shall ye prepare unto the Lord on your appointed festivals. Whence do we adduce, however, that the omer and the showbreads, together with their adjuncts, are also included in the rule. The above passage, Moses declared the feast of the Lord, etc., implies, that Moses appointed a fixed time for all festivals and made them all equal. From the above adductions the schoolmen reasoned, that all agree upon the fact that the law of uncleanness had only been temporarily set aside for congregational purposes, but not that it had been abrogated entirely, and also that the plate worn by the high priest one was brought in requisition to atone for the transgression of the law regarding uncleanness, for there cannot be found one Tana who holds that the said law was abrogated entirely, with the exception of Ar Jehuda. They also assumed that the plate of the high priest atoned for the sacrifice of an unclean thing, but not for the transgression committed by eating an unclean thing, for there cannot be found one Tana who p. 150 holds that the plate can atone for sins committed through eating, excepting our Eliezer. Shall we assume, therefore, that our Mishnah is not in accordance with our Jehoshua, as we have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, and thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, etc. Said our Jehoshua, if there is no flesh there is no blood, and if there is no blood there is no flesh. Thus, if it be true that the plate of the high priest does not atone for sins committed through eating, will it not be evident that even the paschal sacrifice must not be brought in a state of uncleanness, because it must not be eaten? The Mishnah may be even in accordance with our Jehoshua, who maintains further on that, though there be only sacrificial fat of the size of an olive left on the altar, the blood of that sacrifice may be sprinkled, and also that the plate of the high priest atones for the offerings, parts of which are brought on the altar and which were offered in an unclean state. This would only apply, however, to those offerings of which certain parts were brought on the altar. How will it be in the case of the omer and the showbreads, no parts of which are ever brought on the altar? Therefore we must assume the following: the Mishnah is in accordance with our Jehoshua, but his prohibitory decision applies only to the performance of acts to commence with. If, however, the deed was accomplished, our Jehoshua also admits that the act is valid. Whence do we adduce that our Jehoshua holds to the distinction between the performance of an act to commence with and one already accomplished? From the following Boraitha, if flesh had become unclean or it became unfit for use by virtue of its having come in contact with a man who had bathed, but upon whom the sun had not yet set, or it had become unfit for use by protruding from its proper receptacle, our Eliezer holds that the blood thereof may be sprinkled, but our Jehoshua maintains that it must not. The latter admits, however, that if the sprinkling had already been accomplished it is atoned for. Our Mishnah, however, deals with the performance of acts to commence with, because it distinctly states, 5 kinds of sacrifices may be brought. Therefore we must render another explanation, namely, our Jehoshua applies his decision only to the cases of individuals, but where congregational purposes are concerned, he interposes no impediment. p. 151. Shall we assume that the Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of our Jose of the following Boraitha? R. Eliezer maintains that the plate of the high priest atones also for sins committed through eating, but our Jose holds that it does not. If our Jose does not admit of this supposition, at a casual glance we might think that he is in accord with our Jehoshua, who declares, that both the flesh and blood are required, and if our Jose positively asserts that the sins committed through eating are not atoned for, we must presume that the Mishnah is not in conformity with his opinion. Nay, in this respect our Jose agrees with our Eliezer, that blood may be sprinkled even if the flesh be not there. R. Mari opposed this: if we admit that our Jose agrees with our Eliezer, it would be perfectly proper in the case of the sacrifices, for the blood thereof is offered up on the altar in the case of the omer because a handful is taken therefrom, in the case of the showbreads because the incense brought with it is offered up. But what about the 2 loaves, of which nothing at all is taken off? If you say that the 2 loaves themselves are not meant, but the sacrifices brought with them, then there will be only 4 kinds, and the Mishnah states that there are 5. Hence the most reasonable supposition is, that the Mishnah is not in accordance with our Jose. Mishnah: if the flesh of the paschal sacrifice has become defiled and the fat thereof remains undefiled, its blood must not be sprinkled on the altar, but if the fat has become defiled and the flesh remains undefiled, the blood may be sprinkled, but such is not the case with respect to other consecrated sacrifices, for even if the flesh of such has become defiled but the fat has remained undefiled, their blood may be sprinkled. Gemara: Ar Gadel said in the name of Rabbite, what is the case if the blood has been sprinkled? In that event the duty has nevertheless been fulfilled. Is it not obligatory, however, to eat the paschal sacrifice, and in this case it must not be eaten? Rabbi holds with R. Nathan, who states that the fact of its not having been eaten proves no impediment to the lawful accomplishment of the duty to sacrifice the paschal offering, as we have learned in a Boraitha, viz., if one company had been appointed to eat the paschal sacrifice and subsequently another company had been added thereto, if there was sufficient for the first company, so that each member thereof ate as his share the p. 152 size of an olive, this company has fulfilled the duty and need not celebrate a second Passover. If there was not sufficient remaining, so that the members of the second company could each eat a piece the size of an olive, they must celebrate a second Passover. R. Nathan, however, said, even the second company need not make a second Passover, because the blood of the sacrifice had already been sprinkled. Perhaps the reason for R. Nathan's dictum is, that had the first company withdrawn there would have been sufficient for the second each to eat a piece the size of an olive, hence the supposition that such was the case renders the sacrifice valid for both, but not because the fact of its not being eaten proves no impediment. If the former reason were the acceptable one, the Boraitha should have stated the supposition, but the fact that it says, because the blood of the sacrifice had already been sprinkled, is conclusive proof that the sprinkling of the blood is the main object of the commandment. What impels Rabbi to construct the Mishnah according to R. Nathan, and expound it in the sense that the blood must not be sprinkled to commence with, but that, if this was done, the act does not invalidate the sacrifice? Let him explain it according to the sages, who hold that the blood must not be sprinkled, and that if this was done it invalidates the sacrifice. Rabbi could not understand the Mishnah, and he argued, why should the Mishnah state that the blood must not be sprinkled? Because while this should not be done to commence with, if it was done it is a valid act, for otherwise the Mishnah could have plainly said, the sacrifice is not valid. According to which Tana is the following teaching of the rabbis: if a man who was appointed to eat of the paschal offering was ill at the time the sacrifice was about to be slaughtered and had recovered when the blood was about to be sprinkled, or was well when it was about to be slaughtered and became ill when the blood was about to be sprinkled, the sacrifice must not be slaughtered nor the blood sprinkled unless that man was well from the time of slaughter until the sprinkling of the blood. Shall we say, that this is in accordance with the sages and not with R. Nathan? Nay, it may be even in accordance with R. Nathan, for while maintaining that not eating the sacrifice proves no impediment, he nevertheless admits that at the time when the sacrifice is slaughtered and the blood sprinkled the man must be in a condition to partake thereof. P. 153. According to which Tana is the following teaching of the rabbis: if at the time the sacrifice was slaughtered the participants thereof were still undefiled and subsequently became defiled, the blood may be sprinkled as if for undefiled participants, but the sacrifice must not be eaten. Said R. Elazar, this teaching is in accordance with the disputants and appears to be according to R. Nathan. R. Yohanan, however, said, the teaching may be in accord with the sages, but in that event it treats of the whole community and not of an individual, and we have learned that a community may sacrifice the paschal offering even if all the members thereof were defiled. Then why is the sacrifice not allowed to be eaten? As a precautionary measure, lest at the next Passover they become unclean after the sprinkling and nevertheless claim that they are allowed to partake of the sacrifice because they were also unclean on the last Passover, forgetting, however, that they were already defiled before the sprinkling but did not become so afterwards. If you wish, I can tell you that Rabbi holds with R. Jehoshua, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. R. Jehoshua said, all the sacrifices mentioned in the scriptures, whether the flesh had become defiled and the fat remained clean, or the reverse was the case, the blood thereof must nevertheless be sprinkled. But of Nazirite offerings or the paschal sacrifice, if the fat became defiled and the flesh remained clean, the blood may be sprinkled, but if the reverse was the case, the blood may not be sprinkled. If this was done, however, the duty is accomplished. If the owners of the sacrifice, however, have become polluted through a corpse, even if the blood had already been sprinkled, the sacrifice is not valid. Such is not the case with respect to other consecrated sacrifices, etc. This clause of the Mishnah will be in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehoshua, as taught in the following Boraitha, R. Jehoshua said, of all sacrifices mentioned in the scriptures, if a piece the size of an olive had remained, the blood may be sprinkled, but if a piece the size of half an olive had been left over, the blood may not be sprinkled, except in the case of a burnt offering, where, should even a piece the size of half an olive be left over, the blood may also be sprinkled, because the whole sacrifice is offered up on the altar. In the case of a meat offering which was still intact, if it had become defiled, the blood must not be sprinkled. What has a meat offering to do with the sprinkling of the blood? Said R. P. 154. Papa, by this is meant the meat offering brought with every sacrifice, and lest we assume that even if but a piece thereof the size of an olive remain, the blood of the sacrifice may be sprinkled, we are taught that even if it had remained intact it does not legalize the sprinkling of the blood. Mishnah, if the whole or the greater part of the congregation had become defiled, or the priests were in a state of defilement but the congregation was undefiled, the sacrifice may be brought in the state of defilement, but if the minority only of the congregation had become defiled, the majority that are clean shall sacrifice the paschal offering at its proper time, and the unclean shall sacrifice a second paschal offering, on the 14th of the following month. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if the congregation was defiled but the priests and the utensils necessary for the service were clean, or the reverse was the case, or, moreover, if the congregation and the priests were clean and the utensils alone were unclean, the sacrifice must nevertheless be brought in that state of defilement. Why so? Because a congregational sacrifice must not be divided, i.e., even if there were some men among the congregation who happened to be undefiled, they must also participate in the sacrifice. It was taught, if the congregation was equally divided, one half being unclean and the other half clean, Rabbi said that a half is equal to a majority, and one half should bring the sacrifice in its state of defilement, while the other half should bring it in its proper condition. Our Kahana, however, said that a half does not constitute a majority, and hence the half which is clean should bring the sacrifice at the customary time, while the other half should bring it at the second Passover. According to another version, our Kahana is supposed to have said, the half does not constitute a majority, therefore the undefiled half should bring the sacrifice at its usual time, but the unclean half should not bring it at all, because, in the first place they were defiled, and on the second occasion they, not being a majority, cannot observe a second Passover. We have learned one Boraitha in support of Rabbi Ida's opinion, if the congregation was equally divided, one half being unclean, and the other clean, each half should bring a separate paschal offering. We have also learned a Boraitha supporting the first version of our Kahana's dictum, as follows: if a congregation was equally divided between unclean and clean members, the p. 155 latter should bring their sacrifice at its usual time and the former at the second Passover, and also a Boraitha supporting the second version of our Kahana's opinion, if a congregation was equally divided between clean and unclean members, the former bring their sacrifice at the usual time and the latter need not bring it at all. The text of the Boraitha states, if the congregation was equally divided, one half being clean and the other unclean, each half should bring a separate paschal offering, and continues, if there was one majority in the unclean half, the sacrifice must be brought in the state of pollution, because a congregational sacrifice cannot be divided. R. Elazar ben Mathia, however, says, that a single person cannot determine the uncleanness of an entire community, because it is written, thou mayest not slay the Passover within any of thy gates. R. Simeon, however, said, even if one tribe was unclean and the remaining 11 tribes were clean, the one unclean tribe must bring a separate sacrifice. The reason why R. Simeon maintains this, is because he considers each tribe a separate congregation, but R. Jehuda said, even if only one tribe was unclean, all the remaining tribes must bring their sacrifices in a state of defilement. Why so? Because he also holds that each tribe constitutes a congregation, and so the entire community is thus equally divided between unclean and clean, and as a communal sacrifice must not be divided, they must all join in bringing it in a state of defilement. It was taught, if the congregation was equally divided, one half being clean and the other unclean, Rabbi says that one member of the clean half should be defiled by contact with a dead reptile, and thus the entire congregation can bring the sacrifice in a state of defilement. Why should this be done? Did not Rabbi state previously that they should each bring separate sacrifices? In this case there was already a majority of one in the unclean half. If that is so, then there was already a majority, why make another man unclean? Rabbi holds with R. Elazar ben Mathia, that one person cannot determine the uncleanness of a congregation. If Rabbi holds with R. Elazar, then the same question arises, why should not each half bring a separate sacrifice? Rabbi means to say as follows, if there is a Tana who holds with the first Tana of the Boraitha, to the effect that each half must bring a separate sacrifice, and at the same p. 156. Time holds with R. Jehuda, namely, that a communal sacrifice must not be divided and in consequence is in doubt how to proceed, he should make another man unclean and thus constitute an unquestionable majority. Ula, however, said, a member of the clean half should first be sent on a long journey, and then be defiled by contact with a dead reptile, because he holds that a man who had become unclean through a reptile may nevertheless have the sacrifice brought for him, but if he was away on a journey and there becomes unclean, the sacrifice cannot be brought for him. 1. Why not defile the man by means of a corpse? If this is done, he will be robbed of his right to bring even his festival offering. And, on the other hand, is he not deprived of his right to bring the paschal offering? Yeah, but he has the privilege of bringing the Passover sacrifice on the second Passover. Then, if defiled by a corpse, he will be enabled to bring his festal offering on the seventh day of Passover, which will be the eighth since his becoming defiled. Ula holds that the extension of the festal offering throughout the 7 days applies only to one who was capable of bringing it on the first day, but not if he was legally incapacitated to do so on the first day. Said R.N. Ahman, go to Ula and say to him, is it reasonable that a man should be asked to strike his tent and leave everything behind him in disorder in order to undertake a long journey on the eve of Passover? Therefore, I say that Rabbi's proposition to defile him with a dead reptile is sufficient. Mishnah, if, after the blood of the paschal sacrifice had been sprinkled on the altar, it became known that it was unclean, the plate of gold atones for the sin, but if the body of the sacrifice had been defiled, the plate of the high priest does not atone for the sin, for it is a rule that the plate atones for the paschal offering and that of the Nazirite, if the blood of these had become defiled, but not if the body of such sacrifice had become unclean. It does, on the other hand, atone for the defilement caused by an abyss or by the ground. 2. Gemara, from the Mishnah we learn, that the plate atones for the sin if it had become known that the blood or p. 157. Flesh was unclean, after the sprinkling, hence we must assume that if this was known before the sprinkling and the blood had been sprinkled nevertheless, the plate does not atone for the sin, and would this not be contradictory to the following Boraitha, for what things does the plate atone? For blood, flesh, and fat which was rendered unclean either intentionally or inadvertently, whether this was brought about by accident or voluntarily, whether the sacrifice be that of an individual or of a congregation. Said Rabbina, if the sacrifice was rendered unclean either intentionally or inadvertently, the plate atones for the sin, but as for sprinkling, it atones only for unintentional sprinkling but not for intentional sprinkling. Arshila, however, said, as for sprinkling, whether done intentionally or unintentionally, the plate atones for the sin, but if the sacrifice became unclean, if it was rendered so inadvertently the plate atones for the sin, but if rendered so intentionally it does not, and thus should the Boraitha also be explained, but as regards the statement in the Mishnah that, if the fact of the sacrifice being unclean had become known, after the sprinkling of the blood, the plate atones for it, thus showing that if the sprinkling was done knowingly the plate does not atone for it, it is not correct, for the plate atones for the sprinkling even if done knowingly, and the reason the statement is made is because in the latter clause of the Mishnah it must be taught that even if the blood had been sprinkled without the knowledge of the fact that the owners of the sacrifice were unclean, still the plate does not atone for the sin, therefore an analogous teaching is made also in the first clause. It does on the other hand atone for the defilement caused by an abyss, etc. Rama Bar Hama propounded a question: does the plate atone also for a priest who had contracted uncleanness through an abyss, or does this only apply to the owner of the sacrifice? Shall we assume that the tradition to the effect that the plate atones for such doubtful uncleanness applies only to the owners of the sacrifice, or that it applies to the sacrifice itself and hence also to either owner or priest? Said Rabha, come and hear. Arhaya taught, the law regarding doubtful uncleanness caused by an abyss treats only of uncleanness by means of a corpse. What does he mean to exclude by using the word only? Doubtless a reptile. Now. P 158. Let us see who can be affected by contact with the reptile. If we should say the owner of the sacrifice, which owner does he refer to? Shall we assume that the owner was a Nazirite? Then uncleanness through contact with the reptile does not change the legal status of a Nazirite, as it is written, and if someone die very suddenly, then we must assume that the owner of a paschal offering is referred to. This would be correct, according to the Tana, who maintains that for an owner defiled through a reptile a paschal offering may neither be slaughtered nor the blood thereof sprinkled, but according to the other Tana, who holds that such a condition of the owner does not interfere with the slaughtering of the paschal offering or the sprinkling of its blood, what would Arhaya come to teach us? If the slaughtering and sprinkling are permitted for an owner unquestionably defiled through contact with a reptile, it is certainly permitted for one whose defilement through an abyss was not of a doubtful nature. Hence we must assume that even a priest is referred to, and thus the plate of the high priest atones also for a priest who was supposed to have become unclean, by passing over an abyss probably harboring a corpse. R. Joseph propounded a question: if there was doubt concerning the undefiled state of a priest who had passed over an abyss probably harboring a corpse, and was engaged in bringing the continual daily offering, does the plate atone for him also, or not? If you should even say that he was atoned for, when bringing other sacrifices, as just mentioned in the case of a priest who sacrificed the paschal offering, the question concerning one engaged on the continual daily offering still remains, for while we have a tradition to the effect that the plate of the high priest atones for a priest in the mentioned condition who had sacrificed a paschal offering, we have none affecting the case of a priest bringing the continual daily offering while in a state of doubtful defilement, or, on the other hand, from the fact that we have no tradition to that effect, should we draw the inference from the instance of the paschal offering? Said Rabbah, it is an a fortiori conclusion. If in the case of other sacrifices, as the Nazirite offerings, the paschal offerings, etc., where positive uncleanness would interfere with the validity of the sacrifice, a doubtful case was not held to prove an impediment, then certainly in the case of the continual daily offering, which must be brought even if all concerned are in a positive state of defilement. P 159. It should so much the more be valid in a case of doubtful defilement. Is it possible, then, to draw an a fortiori conclusion from a tradition? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, said to him our Eliezer, Akaba, that a bone of a corpse of the size of a barley corn, when brought in contact with a man, defiles him, is a tradition, and thou wouldst draw therefrom the a fortiori conclusion that a quarter of a lug of blood would so much the more be a means of defilement. An a fortiori conclusion must not be derived from a tradition. Therefore, said Rabbite, the case of the continual daily offering is not derived from the paschal offering by means of an a fortiori conclusion, but by means of a comparison by analogy, namely, as concerning both sacrifices it is written, at their appointed seasons, the same rules apply to both. Where do we find it written in general concerning the doubtful state of defilement caused by passing over an abyss probably harboring a corpse? It has already been stated that this is merely a tradition, and is not particularly specified at any place. It was taught, Marbar Ar-Ashi said, Do not learn in the Mishnah, only if it became known after the sprinkling that the blood was defiled the plate of the high priest atones for the sin committed. If previously known, however, it does not, but even if it was also known previously, the plate atones for it. Mishnah, if the whole or the greater part of the paschal offering had become defiled, it should be burned before the sanctuary with wood used for the altar. If the lesser part thereof had become unclean, or if some part thereof had remained over until the next morning, the owners may burn it in their own courts, or on their roofs, with their own wood. Avaricious persons, however, would burn it before the sanctuary, in order to get the benefit of the wood used for the altar. Gemara, why was the burning done in so public a manner? Said Ar-Jose bar Ar-Hanana, in order to put to shame the owners of the sacrifice for their negligence in permitting the paschal offering to become defiled. If the lesser part thereof, etc. Is this not contradictory to what we have learned in a previous Mishnah, namely, if a person on leaving Jerusalem remembers having consecrated flesh with him, he must return and burn it before the sanctuary with wood of the altar? Said Ar-Hama bar Ukba, this presents no difficulty. The Mishnah mentioned treats of a visitor to Jerusalem, who had no p. 160 wood of his own, while our Mishnah treats of a permanent resident of Jerusalem. The rabbis taught, if the people came to burn before the sanctuary with their own wood or desired to burn it in their own homes with wood of the altar, they must be prevented from accomplishing such an act. It is perfectly proper to prevent their burning it in their own homes with wood of the altar, lest some of the wood be left over and they use it for profane purposes, but why should they not be permitted to burn it before the sanctuary with their own wood? Said Ar-Joseph, in order not to disgrace those who have no wood of their own, and Rabha said, in order not to cast suspicion upon them, for if they have some of their own wood left over and carry it back with them, they might be suspected of appropriating the wood of the altar. Wherein do these two sages differ? In a case where the wood brought was not like that used for the altar, for instance, the bark of date trees or small sticks. Mishnah, if a slaughtered Passover sacrifice had been carried beyond the walls of Jerusalem or had become defiled, it must be immediately burned. If the owners thereof had become defiled or had died, it must be left until its condition is changed, and should be burned on the 16th of Nisan 1. Ar Yohanan ben Broka said, it should also be immediately burned, because there are none to eat it. Gemara, if the Passover sacrifice had become defiled, it is perfectly proper to burn it, because it is expressly written, and the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten, with fire shall it be burnt. But whence do we know that if it had been carried beyond the walls of Jerusalem it must also be burned? Because it is written, behold, its blood was not brought within the holy place, and thence we infer that, as it was not brought within the holy place, it must be burnt. Still, concerning a defiled paschal offering, it would be right to burn it, because the passage states that ordinary holy sacrifices which had become unclean must be burnt, but concerning the offering carried beyond the walls of Jerusalem. p. 161. The passage quoted refers only to most holy sacrifices, and whence do we know that it applies also to ordinary holy offerings? Aside from this, we have learned in a Boraitha, if the blood of the sacrifice had become spilled, or the flesh had remained within, but the blood had escaped beyond the walls of Jerusalem, the sacrifice must be burnt. Whence do we learn this? The law concerning everything which becomes subject to burning with fire, whether it be ordinarily holy or most holy, is derived from a tradition, and as for the passage mentioning the sin offering of Aaron, it is merely quoted because such happened to be the case. Now then, if the entire law ordaining that, whether the sacrifices be ordinarily holy or most holy, they must in the event of their becoming unclean be burnt with fire, is derived merely from a tradition, for what purpose is it written, it shall be burnt with fire? That passage is necessary, in order to impart to us the information that it must be burnt in the holy place, for from the tradition alone we might presume that this could be done elsewhere, and hence the necessity for the passage. In that event, to what end is it written, and the flesh that toucheth any unclean thing shall not be eaten, with fire shall it be burnt? That passage is needed for its own particular purpose, for we might presume that the tradition making it obligatory to burn the invalid sacrifices applies only to those in respect to which, were they ordinary articles, the exigency could not possibly arise. For instance, if the blood had remained overnight, or the blood had been spilled, or had escaped beyond the walls, or if the sacrifice had been slaughtered at night, but if the sacrifice had become unclean, which state can also prevail in the case of ordinary articles, it might be assumed that it is not necessary to burn it, but that it may even be buried, therefore we find it written as above. If the owners thereof had become defiled or had died, etc. Said R. Joseph, wherein do they differ? Only if the owners had become defiled prior to the sprinkling of the blood, because, as the flesh was not yet suitable for the duty of eating thereof at the time, the uncleanness is considered to be in the sacrifice itself, but if the owners had become defiled after the sprinkling, in which event the flesh was already suitable for eating, all agree that the invalidity was not occasioned by the sacrifice itself but by some outside. P. 162. Means, and for that reason it should be left until its condition is changed. R. Yohanan, however, said, that even after the sprinkling the same is the case, and this he states in accordance with his individual theory, for both R. Yohanan ben Broca and R. Nehemiah said one and the same thing. Rabbah added to this, that R. Jose the Galilean made the same statement. 1. Mishnah, the bones, sinews, and other remaining parts must be burned on the 16th, and should that day fall on a Sabbath, they must be burned on the 17th, because the burning of these does not supersede the laws of the Sabbath or those of the festival. Gemara, R. Mari bar Abahu in the name of R. Itzhak said, the bones, still retaining marrow, of consecrated sacrifices, if left over as remainder, defile the hands touching them. Why so? Because they are a basis to a prohibited article. An objection was raised, the bones left over from consecrated sacrifices are not subject to being burned, excepting only the bones of the paschal offering, it might happen that some of the flesh should cling to them. Now, let us see what kind of bones are meant. Shall we assume such as have not retained the marrow? Who would hold that such should be burned? Hence such as still retain the marrow must be meant. In that event, if the bones are considered a basis to a prohibited article, i.e., they serve the marrow as receptacles, why should they not be burnt? Said R. Nahman bar Itzhak, bones which had been found broken and the marrow extracted are referred to, thus the bones of other sacrifices, which may be broken, may have been broken and the marrow extracted from them before they had had an opportunity of becoming a remainder of a sacrifice, hence they need not be burnt. The bones of a paschal offering, however, which must remain whole, could have been broken and had the marrow extracted from them only after becoming a remainder, and for that reason they must be burnt. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, all sinews are considered of flesh except the sinews of the neck. An objection was made based upon our Mishnah, which teaches that bones, nerves, and other remaining parts must be burned on the 16th. Now, let us see what sinews are referred to. If the sinews of the body in general are meant, why not eat them, and if it is claimed that they were left over, why mention them separately? Are they not the same as the other remaining parts? Therefore we must say, that the sinews of the neck are meant. If that be the case and, according to Rabbite, they are not considered as flesh, why should they be burned? Said R. Hisda, by the sinews which must be burned, is meant the sinew of the thigh, and, according to R. Jehuda's opinion that only the sinew of one of the thighs is prohibited to be eaten, the sinew of the other is a legal remainder and should be burned. R. Ashi said, the Boraitha means to state, that not the sinew proper, but only the fat thereof on account of which the sinew is burned with it, is referred to, as we have learned in another Boraitha, that the fat of the sinew of the thigh may be eaten but it is not customary to do so, and Rabbina said, the sinew which must be burned is the one on the outside, which, while it is permitted to eat it, is not generally eaten by Israelites. If that day should fall on a Sabbath, etc. Why should this be so? Why should not the positive commandment supersede the negative commandment? Said Hezekiah, and so also the disciples of Hezekiah, it is written, and ye shall not let anything of it remain until morning, and that which remaineth of it until morning ye shall burn with fire. Why is until morning mentioned a second time? In order to afford a man a second morning on which to burn the remainder. Abai, however, said, it is written. This is the burnt offering of the Sabbath on every Sabbath, i.e., that only an offering of Sabbath may be burned on Sabbath, but not an offering of a weekday should be burnt on a Sabbath or on a festival day. Rabha said. P. 164. Save what is eaten by every man, that only may be prepared by you, that only, and not a circumcision, which is not in proper time, and which is learned from an a fortiori conclusion. R. Ashi said, the rest concerning a festival which is mentioned makes it a positive commandment, which states that no labor shall be done on a festival, so a festival has two commandments, a positive and a negative one, and to burn the remainder is only one commandment, which does not supersede the above two commandments. Mishnah, every part usually eaten of a full-grown ox may be eaten of the paschal kid or lamb, such as the cartilage and tendons over the joints. Gemara, Rabbo found a contradiction in this Mishnah, namely, it is stated that every part usually eaten of a full-grown ox may be eaten of the paschal kid or lamb, and then exemplifies the statement by mentioning the cartilage and tendons over the joints, and is it not a fact that these latter parts of an ox are not eaten? Said Rabha, the Mishnah means to imply that all parts of an ox eaten boiled may be eaten of the paschal kid or lamb roasted, and what are those parts referred to? The cartilage and tendons over the joints. We have also learned the same teaching as Rabha's in a Boraitha, with the addition, that the small sinews of the body are also included. It was taught, sinews, which are at first soft and later on become hard, said R. Yohanan, may be selected by one of the men appointed to eat of the paschal sacrifice for his share, because at the time of selection they were soft and eatable, but Resh Lakish said, that they must not be selected, because they eventually become hard and are thus at no time edible. Resh Lakish made an objection to the statement of R. Yohanan, based upon our Mishnah, which states that the cartilage and tendons only may be eaten, hence the small sinews are not to be included. R. Yohanan replied, learn, that the parts mentioned and also the small sinews may be eaten, from the fact that they are eaten in a boiled state of the ox, the same cause applies also to the kid or lamb. R. Jeremiah said to R. Abban, when thou wilt come to R. Abahu, propound the following contradictory question to him, can, then, R. Yohanan assert, that the small sinews may be selected as a share of the paschal sacrifice? Did not Resh Lakish ask R. Yohanan whether the skin of a young calf's head, p. 165, is subject to defilement, and the latter answered that it is not subject to defilement? The man who evolved this contradictory question did not watch the meal he had ground, for we have learned that at the same time when Resh Lakish showed R. Yohanan a Mishnah which refuted the answer rendered, R. Yohanan replied, anger me not. The Mishnah thou citest I attribute to an individual opinion, that I myself do not uphold. Mishnah, whosoever breaks any bones of the clean paschal lamb incurs the penalty of 40 stripes, but the person who should leave a part of the paschal lamb overnight, or who breaks a bone of an unclean paschal sacrifice, does not incur that penalty. Gemara, it is perfectly proper that a man who leaves part of the paschal lamb overnight should not incur the penalty of stripes, because the negative commandment, ye shall not let anything of it remain until morning, does not involve the execution of an act, and the violation of a negative commandment of such a character does not carry with it the penalty of stripes. But whence do we adduce that a person who breaks a bone of an unclean paschal sacrifice should not incur that penalty? Because it is written, no bone shall ye break in it, and the term in it signifies, that only in a clean paschal sacrifice it is not allowed, but not in an unclean. The rabbis taught, it is written, no bone shall ye break in it, and this signifies that this must be done in a valid sacrifice but not in an invalid. Rabbi, however, said, I do not derive this rule from this passage alone, but from the fact that in the same verse we find, in one house shall it be eaten, etc., and no bone shall ye break in it, and hence we must say, that only if a bone was broken in a lamb which may be eaten is the penalty of stripes incurred, but not in a lamb which must not be eaten. Wherein do these two statements differ? Said Abai, the difference arises in a case where a bone was p. 166. broken in the lamb on the day preceding Passover. According to the one statement, which makes a man punishable with stripes if he break a bone in a valid paschal sacrifice, as the paschal lamb is already valid, the man incurs that penalty, but according to the other statement, the fact that the lamb could not at that time be eaten absolves the culprit from the penalty. An objection was made, Rabbi said, that if a man select only the brains of the paschal sacrifice as his share he may be included in the number appointed to eat it, but he must not be included if he selects as his share the marrow of the thigh bone. Why should a man be allowed to select as his share the brains of the lamb? Because, in order to extract them it is not necessary to break one of the bones. On the other hand, the marrow of the thigh bone should not be selected because it would necessitate the breaking of that bone. If, however, it is allowed to break the bone during the day, why may not the bone be broken at that time, and thus the marrow, being accessible, be allowed to serve as the share of one of the number appointed to eat the paschal lamb? If the breaking of the bone be the only impediment, then Abai may reply, there is no need of doing this during the day, for even in the evening the bone may be placed over live coals and burned until the marrow is easily extractable, and thus render it capable of serving as the share of one of the number, for we have learned in a Boraitha, that the burning of the bones or cutting of the sinews cannot be considered a violation of the law against breaking the bones. Hence we must say, that the reason the bones must not be burned, according to Abai, is for fear lest they split while burning, which will be considered as breaking the bones, and, according to Rabha, for fear lest the marrow, which is a consecrated thing, be burnt. Therefore it may be claimed that this should not be done during the day, as a precaution against a person doing it at night. R. Papa, however, said, breaking the bone during the day is, according to the opinion of all, prohibited, even though the sacrifice may not yet be eaten at that time, because at night it will be suitable for that purpose and is therefore considered suitable even during the day. They differ, however, concerning a part of a member which had protruded beyond the wall and which must not on that account be eaten. According to the one who, p. 167, maintains that a person who is guilty of breaking a bone in a valid sacrifice incurs the penalty of stripes, if a man had broken a bone in that member which is valid, he incurs the penalty of stripes, but according to the one who maintains that breaking a bone of such a sacrifice as may be eaten only involves punishment with stripes, he does not incur the penalty, because the member must not be eaten, as we have learned in a Boraitha. Our Ishmael the son of our Yohanan ben Broka said, a man who had broken a bone in a member of the sacrifice which had protruded beyond the wall does not incur the penalty of stripes. Our Shishate the son of our Edi, however, said, that concerning such a member all agree that one who breaks a bone thereof does not incur the penalty, because it is invalid and must not be eaten. They differ, however, concerning one who had broken a bone in a paschal lamb that was yet raw. The one who claims that it is valid, maintains that the man incurs the penalty, but the other says that he does not, because the lamb cannot yet be eaten. R. N. Ahman bar Itzhak said, this is not the point of variance, because all agree, that one who breaks a bone in a paschal lamb which was still raw incurs the penalty, as the lamb may be roasted and then be eaten. They do differ, however, concerning a man who breaks the tail of the lamb, which must not be eaten, but offered up on the altar. Those who hold that the sacrifice is a valid one hold him to the penalty, while the others claim that, as the tail must not be eaten, the man is exempt. R. Ashi, however, said, not even on this point can they differ, for all agree, that as the tail must not be eaten, the breaking thereof does not carry with it the penalty of stripes. Wherein they do differ is concerning a member of a paschal lamb that does not contain flesh to the size of an olive. According to one, the member being valid, breaking thereof incurs the penalty, while according to the other, the fact that there is not sufficient flesh thereon to be eaten exempts a man who broke it. Rabbana, however, said, neither on this point do they differ, because as there is not sufficient flesh on that member to be eaten, all agree, that breaking it does not involve the penalty, but they do differ concerning a member which a person had broken in a place where there was not sufficient flesh to be eaten, while the same member contained in another place sufficient flesh. Accordingly, some hold that as a member which was valid, p. 168, was broken, the penalty was incurred, while others maintain that, as the part which could not be eaten was broken, the penalty is not incurred thereby. We have learned in a Boraitha as support to 4 of the preceding sages. Rabbi said, it is written, in one house shall it be eaten, etc., and no bone shall ye break in it, which signifies that one is culpable only if he break the bone in a valid sacrifice, but not in one that was invalid. If at one time the paschal sacrifice was valid, and subsequently became invalid while being eaten, the law against breaking its bones does not apply. If the bone broken had the prescribed quantity of flesh thereon, the law against breaking its bones does apply thereto, but if it had not, the law does not apply. Such parts as are to be brought on the altar are not affected by the law. During the time when the paschal lamb is eaten, the law mentioned applies, but at any other time, when it is not eaten, the law does riot apply. R. Ami said, one who carries out flesh of the paschal sacrifice from one company to another does not become culpable until he deposits it in a certain place, because it is written, thou shalt not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, and the same rule applies to this as to carrying on the Sabbath, namely, there must be a removal from a certain fixed place and a deposit in another fixed place. R. Abba Bar Mamal made an objection. We have learned elsewhere, that if 4 persons carried it on rods and the first pair stepped outside of the wall of the temple while the other pair remained on the inside, the clothes of the first pair become unclean but not those of the second pair. There was, however, no deposit of the sacrifice in a certain place. Why should they become unclean? The questioner himself answered this by saying, this was a case where the sacrifice was not carried, but dragged on the ground. Mishnah, if part of a member protrude beyond, it must be cut until the knife reaches the bone, then the flesh should be removed on the inside until the joint is reached, when it may be cut off. With regard to other sacrifices, the protruding part must be cut off with a slaughtering knife. If it extend from the doorwing, it must be considered as p. 169. Inward, if it protrude farther than this, it is to be considered as outward. The apertures in a wall and the thickness of a wall may be considered as the inside. Gemara, said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, the same rule applies to an assembly for prayer, and he differs with R. Jehoshua ben Levi, who declares, that even an iron wall does not intervene between Israelites and their heavenly Father. There is a difficulty in the Mishnah itself. In one clause it states, that if the part of the member extend from the doorwing it is considered on the inside, hence the doorwing is itself considered on the outside, while in the next clause we find, if it extend farther than this it is on the outside, hence the doorwing itself is considered on the inside. This presents no difficulty. The former clause refers to the door of the temple, while the latter clause refers to the door of the wall surrounding Jerusalem, as R. Samuel bar R. Itzhak said. Why were not the gates of Jerusalem sanctified? Because those afflicted with sores seek shelter beneath them from the sun and rain, and further, he said. Why was not the gate of Nichmer sanctified? Because those afflicted with sores who brought their sacrifices would thrust their forefingers through the holes in the gate in order to have them smeared with the blood of their sacrifices. The apertures in a wall and the thickness of a wall, etc. Rabbite said, the roof and the attics of the temple were not sanctified. This is not so. Did not Rabbite say in the name of Arhiah, that the companies partaking of the paschal sacrifices were so great that when they would shout the Hallel prayer the roof would nearly burst through the sound of their voices? Hence must it not be assumed, that the paschal sacrifices were eaten also on the roof? Nay, They ate the sacrifices below, but went up on the roof to recite that prayer. Come and hear. Abba Saul said, the attic of the Holy of Holies was even more holy than the Holy of Holies itself, for while the latter was entered once every year, the former was entered only once in 7 years, according to others twice in 7 years, and according to others only once in 50 years, and then only to see whether any repairs were necessary. Said R. Joseph, how can a comparison drawn between the temple and the p. 170 city of Jerusalem? Concerning the temple it is written, then gave David to Solomon his son, the pattern of the porch, and of its apartments, and of its treasuries, and of its upper chambers, and of its inner chambers, and of the place of the cover of the ark, and further, it is written, all this, said David, was put in writing from the hand of the Lord, who gave me instruction respecting all the works of the pattern. Mishnah, when 2 companies eat their paschal sacrifice in the same house, each turning their faces in a different direction while eating thereof, and the warming pot or kettle is in the center between the 2 companies, the waiter or servant must close his mouth, while he waits on the other company to pour out wine for them, then he must turn his face towards the company he eats with, and he must not eat till he rejoins his own company. It is, however, permitted to a bride to avert her face from the company while eating the paschal sacrifice. Gemara, this Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jehuda, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, in the houses, wherein they shall eat it, whence we may infer, that 2 companies are allowed to eat in one house. Should we assume that one may also eat it in 2 places of one house, therefore it is also written, in one house shall it be eaten, which signifies that it may be eaten only in one place. Thence the sages declared, that if the servant who roasted the lamb had forgotten, and eaten a piece the size of an olive while he was engaged in roasting it, he should, if he knows his advantage, eat his fill right then and there, for he will not be allowed to eat any more thereof elsewhere, and if his company wish to show him favor, they can come and sit by him, and thus enable him to eat his fill if he had not already done so. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, said, that the passage in the houses wherein they shall eat it, signifies, that a man may eat his paschal sacrifice in 2 different places, but lest a man should also assume that he may eat with 2 companies, the other passage, in one house shall it be eaten, is added. If one company was sitting and suddenly a partition was created between them, those who say that it is permitted to eat the paschal sacrifice in 2 companies. p. 171. Allow them to eat, but those who say that it is not allowed to eat in 2 companies do not permit them to do so. If the contrary was the case, i.e., if a partition which had been between them was suddenly removed, those who say that the paschal sacrifice must not be eaten in 2 places do not allow them to eat it, while those who say it may be eaten in 2 places permit them to eat it. R. Kahana was sitting and proclaiming this as a positive rule. Said R. Ashi to him, this is not a positive rule. The question arises whether the partition which was formed or which was removed produced 2 companies and 2 places or not, and this question is undecided. It is, however, permitted to a bride to avert her face, etc. Why so? Said R. Bar Abba in the name of R. Yohanan, because she is bashful. R. Huna the son of R. Nathan happened to be a guest of R. Nahman bar Itzhak. The latter asked him his name, and he replied, Rabbi Huna. Said R. Nahman to him, let master sit on a bed, and he did so. A goblet of wine was handed him, and he at once accepted it and drained it in 2 draughts, but did not avert his face. He was finally asked why, when his name was inquired for, he called himself Rabbi Huna, and he answered, such has been my name since my youth. Why, then, didst thou immediately take thy scat on the bed when requested to do so? Was the question put to him, and he replied, because such is the rule, that whatever the master of the house requests his guest to do, the guest should comply. Why didst thou at once accept the goblet of wine? He was asked again, and the answer was, because when a man superior to thyself offers thee anything, thou shouldst at once accept it, while only one that is inferior to thee should be allowed to insist upon thy acceptance. Why didst thou drain it in 2 draughts? Because a Boraitha teaches, one who drains his cup at 1 draught is a glutton. One who drains it in 2 draughts shows the proper respect, while one who drains it in 3 is a conceited man. Why didst thou not at least avert thy face? Because it was expressly taught, that only a bride averts her face. R. Ishmael bar Ar-Hosea happened to be a guest of Simeon ben Ar-Hosea ben Laconia, and was given a goblet of wine, which he at once accepted and drained at a draught. The people present said to him, Does not the master hold, that one who p. 172 drains his cup at 1 draught is a glutton? And he answered, This was certainly not said of a goblet so small as this, especially if containing wine so sweet and intended for a stomach of the capacity of mine. R. Hunah said, A company which was appointed to eat the paschal sacrifice if 3 had arrived and the rest were still absent may commence to eat it. If the entire company had been there and gone away without eating the sacrifice, but one had remained, that one may eat it himself. Said Rabha, This only applies if the 3 who entered had sent the servant to look for the others and they could not be found. Rabbinah said, The 3 who did eat the paschal sacrifice should also be made to pay for it themselves, and the 1 man who had remained should also pay for more than his share. The halakha, however, does not prevail according to Rabbinah. 1. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning those obligated to eat the paschal sacrifice where it may be eaten companies appointed to eat it, and the difference between the first and second Passover. Mishnah, if a paschal sacrifice had been slaughtered for a woman living in her husband's house, by her husband, and another lamb had been slaughtered by her father, she must eat that of her husband. If she came to pass the first festival after her marriage at her father's house and her father and husband have each slaughtered a paschal sacrifice for her, she may eat it at whichever place she prefers. If several guardians of an orphan have slaughtered paschal sacrifices for him, the orphan may go and eat it at the house he prefers. A slave belonging to 2 masters must not eat of the sacrifice of both masters. One who is partly a slave and partly free must not eat of the paschal sacrifice of his master. Gemara, does the teaching of this Mishnah then mean to signify, that there is such a thing as premeditated choice, i.e., if the woman chose to eat at the house of either her husband or her father, her intention to that effect was already existing at the time of the slaughtering of the lamb? Nay, by the statement if she prefer it, it is not meant that she prefers to do it at the time when she is about to eat, but at the time when the sacrifice is to be slaughtered. The following presents a contradiction. We have learned in a Boraitha, the first festival after a woman's marriage, she eats at the house of her father, but from that time on and further she may eat wherever she prefers to do so. This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to a case where the woman is not anxious to go to her father's house, in which event she may eat at her husband's house, while the Boraitha refers to a case of where the woman would rather eat at her father's house, as it is written, then was in his eyes as one that found favor, and R. Yohanan held the passage to refer to p. 174. A daughter-in-law who was anxious to go to her father's house and relate how she had found favor in the eyes of her husband's family. It is written, And it shall happen at that day, saith the Lord, that thou shalt call me Ishi, and shalt not call me any more Baali. Said R. Yohanan, this signifies that as a woman who is in the household of her husband is to her husband, and not as one who is still in her father's house. It is written, We have a little sister, and she hath yet no breasts. Said R. Yohanan, this refers to the province of Elam, which was destined to learn only and not to teach. It is written, I am a wall and my breasts are like towers. Said R. Yohanan, I am a wall refers to the law, and my breasts are like towers refers to the scholars who study it, but Rabha said, I am a wall refers to the congregation of Israel, and my breasts are like towers refers to the synagogues and colleges. R. Zutra bar Tobiah said in the name of Rabbite, it is written, so that our sons may be like plants, grown up in their youth, our daughters, like corner pillars, sculptured on the model of a palace. By our sons may be like plants are meant the youths of Israel who had not yet tasted of the flavor of sin, and by our daughters like corner pillars are meant the maidens of Israel who lock their doors to men, as it is written in the next verse, may our garners be full, furnishing all manner of store. By the passage sculptured in the model of a palace is meant, that both the youths and the maidens who have not sinned are worthy to have the temple built in their days. It is written, the word of the Lord that came unto Hosea the son of Beeri, in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Achaz, and Hezekiah, the kings of Judah. At the same time 4 prophets prophesied, and the greatest among them was Hosea, as it is written further. The beginning of the word of the Lord by Hosea was, which was explained by our Yohanan to mean the first of the 4 prophets that prophesied in that day, and they are, Hosea, Isaiah, Amos, and Micah. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Hosea thus, thy children have sinned, and Hosea should have answered, they. P. 175. Are thy children, the children of thy favorites Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and thou shouldst extend towards them thy mercy, and not alone did he not make this reply, but even said, Creator of the universe, the whole world is thine. Why not exchange them for another nation? Whereupon the Lord said, what shall I do with this old man? I shall tell him to take unto himself a wife of prostitution and have children of prostitution, and then I shall tell him to send her away, and if he will then be able to do so, I shall also cast off Israel, as it is written further, so he went and took Gomer the daughter of Diblaim, for the king of Syria had destroyed them and had made them like the dust at threshing. It is further written, and she conceived and bore him a son. And the Lord said unto him, call his name Yisrael. And she conceived again and bore a daughter, and he said unto him, call her name Laruhamah, for I will not further have any more mercy upon the house of Israel, but I will give them their full recompense, etc. Now when she had weaned Laruhamah, she conceived, and bore a son. Then said he, call his name Lo-Ammi, for ye are not my people, and I will indeed not be unto you. So after Hosea had borne unto him 2 sons and a daughter, the Lord said unto him, shouldst thou not have learned from the example of Moses, who, immediately after I began to speak to him, separated himself from his wife? Then as he did, so also shalt thou do. Hosea answered, Lord of the universe, I have children with her, and cannot cast her off nor send the children away. So the Lord replied, if then thou, who hast a wife of prostitution and whose children thou knowest not even whether they be thine, canst not separate thyself from her, how then can I cast off my children, whose fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob I have tried Israel, which is one of the 4 acquisitions which I have acquired in my world, and thou wouldst tell me to exchange them for another nation? As soon as Hosea realized that he had sinned, he commenced to pray for mercy for himself, and the Lord said unto him, P. 176. Instead of praying for mercy for thyself, pray rather for mercy for Israel, for through thee I pronounced those 3 invectives against them. So he followed the behest of the Lord, and after praying for Israel, the 3 invectives were retracted and annulled. Finally, when this came to pass, Hosea commenced to bless the people, as it is written, yet shall the number of the children of Israel be like the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered, and it shall come to pass that, instead that people say of them, ye are not my people, shall they call them the sons of the living God? Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and they will appoint for themselves one head, and they shall go up out of the land, for great shall be the day Yisrael. Call ye your brothers Ammi, and your sister, Ruhamah. R. Yohanan said, woe is to a dominion that overwhelms its own master, for we find that there was not one prophet who did not outlive 4 kings, as it is written, the vision of Isaiah the son of Amoz, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Achaz, and Hezekiah, the kings of Judah, and this also with the other prophets. R. Yohanan said again, why was it destined for Jeroboam, king of Israel, to be counted with the kings of the house of David? Because he did not listen to calumny brought against Amos, as it is written, then sent Amaziah the priest of Bethel, to Jeroboam the king of Israel, saying, Amos hath conspired against thee in the midst of the house of Israel, etc. And further, it is written, for this hath Amos said, by the sword shall Jeroboam die, etc. And Jeroboam answered, God forbid that the righteous man should have said this, but if he did, what can I do concerning him? Surely the Shekinah put the words in his mouth. R. Eleazar said, even when the Lord is angered, he also remembers his mercy, as it is written, I will not farther have any more mercy upon the house of Israel, but I will give them their full recompense. Reads, I will not farther, I will have mercy upon them, 1 etc. P 177. R. Jose Bar Hanana said, the latter part of the verse can be construed to mean that their sins will be obliterated. R. Eleazar said again, the Holy One, blessed be he, sent the children of Israel into exile among the heathens only for the purpose of acquiring more converts, as it is written, and I will sow her for me in the land, and as a matter of course sowing is done in order to reap a harvest. R. Yohanan infers it from the next passage, I will have mercy upon her that had not obtained mercy, refers to the heathens who were not yet converted and upon whom mercy will be had by scattering among them the Israelites as fruitful seed. R. Yohanan said in the name of our Simeon ben Jacques, it is written, do not calumniate a servant unto his master, lest he curse thee, and thou incur guilt, and further, it is written there is a generation that curseth its father, and doth not bless its mother, which signifies that even in a generation that curseth its father, etc., a man should not slander the slave to his master. Whence do we know this? From the instance of Hosea. R. Ashiya said, it is written Tzidkoth Perzano be Israel. Read instead, Tzidkoth Pizrano be Israel. This is in accord with the statement of a Roman official to Arhanana, viz., we are better men than ye are, for concerning you it is written, for 6 months did Job remain there with all Israel, until he had cut off every male in Edom. Yet we, who have dominated over you so long a time, have not destroyed you. Said Arhanana to him, wouldst thou permit, that one of my disciples should argue the matter with thee? Ashiya then came up and said to him, the only reason why ye have not destroyed Israel, is because ye know not how to proceed. Should you desire to destroy all the Jews, it would be impossible, for there are numbers who are beyond your dominions. Should you only destroy those that dwell among you, you would be called a curtailed dominion. The official then answered, I swear by the ruler of Rome that, when deliberating upon this matter, we begin and end with that argument. P 178. R. Haya taught, it is written, God alone understandeth her way, and he knoweth her place, which signifies, that God knew that the children of Israel could not bear the tyrannical behests of the Edomites, and for that reason he sent them into exile to Babylon or Persia, where they were not compelled to suffer so much. R. Eleazar said, why was Israel exiled to Babylon? Because Babylon is as low as the grave, and it is written, from the power of the grave would I ransom them, from death would I redeem them. Arhanana said, they were exiled to Babylon because the language there is similar to the vernacular of the law. Yohanan said, they were exiled there because that was their native country, and this may serve as an example of a man who becomes angry with his wife and sends her back to her mother, and this is according to our Alexander's opinion, who said, 3 things returned whence they originated, namely, Israel, the money carried out of Egypt by the Israelites, and the script of the tablets of the law, Israel, as just mentioned, the money carried out of Egypt, as it is written, and it came to pass in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, that Shishak the king of Egypt came up against Jerusalem, and he took away the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house, etc. The tablets, as it is written. And I broke them before your eyes, and we have learned in a Boritha that the tablets were broken and that the letters inscribed thereon vanished. Ulla, however, said, Israel was exiled to Babylon because the necessities of life were cheap there, and the men would thus be enabled to live cheaply and at the same time study the law. Ulla once came to Pumbeditha, and a basket of dates was brought to him, so he asked how many baskets like that could be bought for 1 zuz, and he was told that 3 could be bought for 1 zuz. Said he to himself, a big basket of honey for 1 zuz, and still the Babylonians do not study the law sufficiently. He ate too many dates, and it proved injurious to him. Said he to himself this time, a whole basket of poison for 1 zuz, and still the Babylonians study. R. Eleazar said again, it is written, and many people shall go and say, Come ye and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. Of the God of Jacob. And not Abraham and Isaac? But the house of God is not the mount concerning which it is written, On the mount of the Lord shall it be seen, nor yet the field of Isaac where he went out to perform his devotions, and he called the name of the place Bethel. R. Yohanan said, The day on which all the children of Israel will be recalled from exile will be as great as the day on which the world was created, because it is written, Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together, and they will appoint for themselves one bead, and they shall go up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Yisrael, and as it is written, it was evening and it was morning, the first day, and hence the comparison. If several guardians of an orphan have slaughtered, etc. Infer from this, then, that there is such a thing as premeditated choice. Said Arzera, it is written, a lamb for every house, and that signifies, that the head of the house can slaughter a lamb for the entire family without consulting them. The rabbis taught, it says, a lamb for every house. Whence we may infer that a man may slaughter the lamb for his minor sons and daughters, for his Canaanitish bondmen or bondwomen, whether he have their consent or not, but he must not slaughter it for his adult sons and daughters, for his Israelitish bondmen or bondwomen, or for his wife, without their consent. A slave belonging to 2 masters, etc. Arana the elder propounded a contradictory question to Arn Ahman. We have learned in our Mishnah that a slave belonging to 2 masters must not eat the paschal lamb at the houses of both, and in another Boraitha we have learned that if he chooses he can eat it at either one or the other, and Arn Ahman answered, Old Ana. This is a case analogous to you and myself. Thus also the Mishnah treats of masters who are not on good terms with each other, while the Boraitha treats of masters to whom it makes no difference where the slaves eat. Mishnah, if a person order his slave to go and slaughter for him the paschal sacrifice, and the slave go and slaughter. P 180. Kid or a lamb, he may eat it. If he slaughter a kid and a lamb, he may only eat that which he slaughtered first. How is he to act when he has forgotten the exact words of the order of his master? He should kill a lamb and a kid, and say, if my master said a kid, then may the kid be for him and the lamb for me, but if he said a lamb, then be the kid for me and the lamb for him. If the master also had forgotten the precise terms of the order he gave, both animals must be burned, and neither master nor slave is bound to bring a second paschal sacrifice. Gemara, it is self-evident that if the slave slaughtered a lamb, although he generally slaughtered a kid, he may partake of the lamb, and if he slaughtered a kid, contrary to his usual custom of killing a lamb, he may eat of the kid, but is not the further statement in the Mishnah, to the effect that if he slaughtered both he should only eat of that which he slaughtered first, contrary to the teaching of the Boraitha that one man should not be appointed to eat of 2 paschal sacrifices? The Mishnah treats of the case of a king and a queen, as we have learned in a Boraitha, viz., one man must not be appointed to eat of 2 paschal sacrifices, but it happened that a king and a queen ordered their slaves to slaughter the paschal sacrifice for them, and the slaves went and slaughtered 2 a kid and a lamb. Afterwards they came to the king and asked him, and he told them to ask the queen. When they asked the queen, she ordered them ask Rabban Gamaliel, and when they came to our Gamaliel he said, in the case of the king and the queen, who are not particular whether they eat a kid or a lamb, they should eat of the first one slaughtered, but if this occurred to a man in our condition of life, he would not be allowed to partake of either. At another time it happened that a reptile was found in the slaughterhouse of the king, and it was thought that the reptile was dead, thus causing the entire meal prepared for the king and queen to become unclean. The servants came to the king and asked him concerning the matter, and he referred them to the queen, who in turn ordered them to inquire of Rabban Gamaliel. When they came to our Gamaliel, he asked them where the reptile had been found, among hot or cold. They answered that it was found among hot, so he told them to get a cup of cold water and pour it on the reptile. This was done. P 181. And the reptile moved. Accordingly our Gamaliel held all the meal to be undefiled. From this we can see, that the king depended upon the queen and the queen upon our Gamaliel, and thus the entire meal of the king depended upon the decree of Rabban Gamaliel. If the master also had forgotten the precise terms of the order, etc. Said Abai, such is the case only if he had forgotten after the blood of the sacrifice had been sprinkled, for at that time the sacrifice was already fit to eat, and therefore no second Passover sacrifice is necessary, but if he had forgotten prior to the time when the blood was sprinkled, in which case the sacrifice was not yet suitable to be eaten, he must bring a second Passover offering. According to others, Abai did not make the above statement with reference to the Mishnah but with respect to the Boraitha which follows: if 5 skins of 5 different sacrifices were mixed and a blemish was found on the skin of one, all 5 sacrifices must be burned, but still neither one of the 5 owners need bring a second Passover sacrifice. Commenting on this, Abai said, they need not bring a second sacrifice if the skins had become mixed after the sprinkling of the blood, for when the blood was sprinkled there were 4 of the sacrifices fit to be eaten. But if they had become mixed prior to the sprinkling, in which case none of the 5 were yet fit to be eaten, the owners are in duty bound to bring second Passover offerings. Those who hold that Abai refers the statement mentioned to the Mishnah, hold so much the more that he makes it with respect to the Boraitha also, but those who hold that he refers it to the Boraitha, maintain that in all probability he does not make the statement with reference to the Mishnah, because in the case of the Boraitha one of the sacrifices was beyond doubt invalid through the blemish on the skin, and therefore a second Passover offering should be brought, but in the Mishnah the sacrifices were at all events valid, and the owner had merely forgotten what he had ordered. Still to the Lord his intention was known, and for that reason a second Passover offering is not necessary. The master said, neither of the 5 owners need bring a second Passover sacrifice. Why not? One of them had surely not acquitted himself of his duty. Because it is impossible to remedy the case. Should each of the P 182 5 bring a second Passover offering, the 4 whose sacrifices were valid will be guilty of bringing ordinary animals into the temple for paschal sacrifices, and that is prohibited. Should all 5 bring but one, then it will be eaten by persons not appointed for that purpose. Hence all 5 are exempted. Mishnah, if a man say to his sons, I slaughter the paschal sacrifice for whichever one of you shall arrive first in Jerusalem, then the first of them, whose head and greater part of the body first appears, thereby acquires a right to his own share and acquires the same for his brothers. Gemara, infer therefrom that there is such a thing as premeditated choice. Said Ar Yohanan, the man actually intended the sacrifice for all of his sons, but he merely mentioned the one who arrived first in order to cause his sons to hasten to fulfill their duty. This can be inferred from the Mishnah itself, which teaches that the one son can also acquire the right to their shares for his brothers. This would be proper if the man intended the sacrifice for all his sons to commence with, but if we should say, that he did not intend it for all of them at the time of the slaughter, how can a right be acquired for them after the slaughtering had been done? For we have learned in a Mishnah, they may be numbered for the sacrifice, and can withdraw from it only until the time of slaughtering. Such, then, is the conclusion. We also learned in support of this in a Boraitha, it once happened that the daughters of a man made their appearance before the sons did, and the daughters were consequently held to be alert while the sons were tardy. Mishnah, as many people may partake of a paschal sacrifice as can obtain therefrom the quantity of flesh of the size of an olive. Those that were appointed to eat it may withdraw before the paschal sacrifice is slaughtered. Our Simeon said, they may do so until the blood thereof is sprinkled. Gemara, what would teach us? It would inform us that, even if one company had already been numbered to eat the sacrifice, another company may nevertheless be appointed, provided always that there will be a quantity of flesh of the size of an olive for each member of the second company. P 183. Those that were appointed to eat may withdraw, etc. Said Abai, the point of difference between the sages and our Simeon is only as regards the withdrawal. The sages hold that the passage, and if the household be too small for a lamb, refers to a lamb which is still alive, while our Simeon holds that it refers to a lamb which is still on hand. But as for the appointment of the company, all agree, that this can be done only until the time of slaughtering, because it is written, according to the number of souls, and immediately following it says, shall ye make account for the lamb? We have learned in a Boraitha in accordance with the above, those appointed to eat of the sacrifice may withdraw until the time of the slaughter, but our Simeon says, the appointment may be made until the time of the slaughter, but withdrawal therefrom may be effected until the sprinkling of the blood. Mishnah, if a person had appointed others to partake with him of his share of the paschal sacrifice, his company are at liberty to give him his share so that he may eat it apart from them with his guests, and they may eat their own share. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question, if a member of a company have a larger capacity than the other members, may the rest of the company offer him his share to eat separately, or can he insist upon his right to partake of the sacrifice jointly with them? And can they, on the other hand, maintain that they received him as a member only in order to prevent a remainder being left over from the sacrifice, but that they did not calculate upon his appropriating more thereof than the other members of the company? Come and hear. If a member of a company had a larger capacity than the other members, the rest may say to him, take thy share and go. And not only this, but even if 5 persons had formed a partnership for the entire year and one of them appropriated more than his due, the others might say to him, take thy share and go. Hence the conclusion. What additional information would the statement, not only this, but even if, etc., impart to us? We are told by this statement, that not only can a man be ousted from a company appointed to eat the paschal sacrifice on the ground that he was taken in only to avoid having a remainder left over, but even in an ordinary case of partnership, where such a claim cannot be. P 184. Brought forward, a man may be ousted if appropriating more than his just share. According to another version, this was not the subject at issue, but the question was merely whether a company which had gone into partnership might be divided or not. Come and hear, if a member of a company had a larger capacity than the other members, he might be told to take his part and go, whence we may infer that this may be done only if he had a larger capacity than the others, but where such a claim cannot be put forth he cannot under any circumstances be ousted. Such is the conclusion. R. Papa and Arhuna the son of Ar-Jehoshua agreed to take a meal in common. In the time it took Arhuna to eat one, Ar-Papa would consume 4. Said Arhuna to him, give me my share. And Ar-Papa answered, we are in company. Whereupon Arhuna propounded to him the previous questions, and was answered accordingly. He then asked him concerning the Boraitha, bringing the instance of an ordinary partnership, whereupon Ar-Papa gave him his share. Ar-Huna then left and made common cause with Rabbina. In the time Arhuna bar Ar-Jehoshua would eat, 1 Rabbina would consume 8. So Arhuna said, rather 100 papas than 1 Rabbina. The rabbis taught, if one man invite several others to go with him and partake of his paschal or festal offering, the money in his possession obtained from the guests he invites is non-consecrated. One who sold his burnt offering or his peace offering is not considered to have done anything, and the money obtained, whatever it be, should be applied to a voluntary offering. If the man is not considered to have done anything, why should the money obtained be applied to a voluntary offering? Said Rabha, this is virtually a punishment for the purchaser. What is the meaning of whatever it be? This means to imply, that even if the amount paid was in excess of the value of the P185 sacrifice, fi, it was worth 4, and 5 were paid, even the one zuz in excess of the value is assessed as a punishment, and not, as might be assumed, allowed the purchaser. Mishnah, if a person, having a running issue, had observed such issue twice on the same day, and the 7th day after fall on the 14th day, he may have the paschal sacrifice slaughtered for him on that day, but if he had observed the issue 3 times in one day, it may be slaughtered for him only if the 8th day should fall on the 14th. For a woman whose menstruation continued for a day beyond her regular period, the paschal sacrifice may be slaughtered if the 2nd day fall on the 14th, if it continued 2 days beyond her regular period, the sacrifice may be slaughtered for her if the 14th on the 3rd day after the menstruation had subsided, but for a woman whose flow of menses continued 3 days beyond her regular period, the sacrifice may be slaughtered only if the 14th fall on the 8th day after the flow had stopped. 1. Gemara, R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, for a person who had a running issue the paschal sacrifice may be slaughtered on the day on which he takes his legal bath even before the sun had set on him. The same law applies to one who had already bathed, but had not yet received forgiveness from the altar, but for one who had contracted uncleanness through contact with a dead reptile the sacrifice must not be slaughtered nor the blood sprinkled, even though he may legally take his bath on that day. Ula, however, said, that for the latter also the sacrifice may be slaughtered and the blood sprinkled. According to Rabbite, why may the sacrifice be slaughtered for one who had a running issue and had taken his legal bath? Because he will at night be allowed to partake thereof. Why, then, should he not accord the same permission in the case of one who had become defiled through a dead reptile? For the reason that the latter had not yet taken his legal bath. But even for the one who had bathed, is not sunset lacking? The P186 sunset must eventually take place, while one may neglect to take a bath. What about the one who still lacks forgiveness? Surely that may be delayed. The case of a man is spoken of, who already has the necessary sacrifice in his possession. If that be the case, then the one who had not yet taken his bath can claim that the bath is ready for him. Still, there is fear that he might not take advantage of it. Can this not also be the case with the one who lacks forgiveness, even if he have the sacrifice in his possession? In his possession signifies, that the sacrifice had already been delivered to the tribunal of the priests, and this is in accordance with our Shammai's opinion, which reads, we are certain that the tribunal of the priests does not adjourn until all the money contained in the chests and set apart for the sacrifices of the day is properly disposed of. Let us see. Rabbite, who does not permit the sacrifice to be slaughtered for one who had become defiled through a reptile and had not yet bathed, does so, because he claims that there is fear lest the man should not take his legal bath, which is merely a rabbinical precautionary measure, while according to biblical law the precaution is dispensed with and the sacrifice may be slaughtered for him. How, then, can Rabbite prescribe that if a congregation is equally divided between clean and unclean members, one of the clean should be defiled by being brought in contact with a reptile? Therefore we must say, that, according to Rabbite, one who had become defiled through contact with a reptile cannot even according to biblical law have the sacrifice slaughtered for him, for it is written, if any man whatever should be unclean by reason of a dead body, and we know that even if the 7th day of such a man's uncleanness fall on the eve of Passover, still the law prescribes that he should bring his sacrifice on the 2nd Passover, and the 7th day is the equivalent of a day on which a man had become defiled through a dead reptile. Whence do we know, that the 7th day fell on the eve of Passover? Perhaps it is not the 7th day? Because we know that Rabbite holds with R. Itzhak, who states as follows, it is written, but there were certain men who had been defiled by the dead body of a man, and they could not prepare the Passover lamb on that day. Whence we adduce, that they were defiled by a corpse for which no burying ground had been provided, and the 7th after their defilement happened on the eve of Passover, because it is P187. distinctly written, on that day, which signifies, that though they could not prepare the sacrifice on that day they could do so on the morrow, and still the law prescribed that they should bring their sacrifice on the second Passover. Mishnah, for a mourner who has lost a relative, for whom he is obliged to mourn, on the 14th, for a person employed in digging out of a heap of fallen ruins persons buried among them, for a prisoner who has the assurance of a release, and for aged and sick persons, it is lawful to slaughter the paschal sacrifice while they are able to partake thereof a quantity at least the size of an olive. For none of these, however, may it be slaughtered on their account alone, because they may cause the paschal offering to become desecrated and useless. Therefore, if any one of the persons enumerated becomes disqualified to partake of the paschal sacrifice, he need not bring a second, with the exception of a person who had dug out a dead body from beneath the ruins, since such a person is unclean to commence with. Gemara, said Rabbi Bar Huna in the name of Ar Yohanan, a prisoner on whose account alone the paschal sacrifice should not be slaughtered is one who is imprisoned in the prison of the heathens, but one who is in a prison of the Israelites, if his release for that day was promised him, may have the paschal sacrifice slaughtered for him, because the promise will surely be fulfilled, as it is written, the remnant of Israel shall not do injustice, nor speak lies. Arhisda said, in treating of the prisons of the heathens, only such are meant as are outside of the walls of Beth-Pajai, but if a prisoner is confined in a prison of the heathens inside of the walls of that place, he may have the paschal sacrifice slaughtered for him even if he be not released on the eve of Passover, as it may be brought to him while in confinement and he is allowed to partake thereof. Therefore, if any one of the persons enumerated becomes disqualified, etc. Said Rabbi Bar Hana in the name of Ar Yohanan, thus we have also learned in a Boraitha in the name of Ar Simeon the son of Ar Yohanan ben Broka, viz., if a man dig out of a heap of fallen ruins, he is sometimes exempt from the duty of bringing a second Passover offering and at other times he is obliged to do so. How so? If the heap was round and when commencing to dig he virtually formed a tent over the corpse which he was attempting. P. 188. To dig out, and at the time the paschal offering was being slaughtered, he was already unclean and should therefore bring a second Passover offering, but if the heap was oblong and the digging was commenced at the side, it is doubtful whether by the time the corpse was reached, the sacrifice had already been slaughtered, and wherever there is a doubt a second Passover offering need not be brought. Mishnah, the paschal sacrifice must not be slaughtered for a single individual. Such is the dictum of Ar Jehuda. Ar Jose, however, permits this to be done. It must not be slaughtered even for a company of 100 persons, if each one of them cannot eat as his share at least a piece the size of an olive. Neither may a company for the purpose of eating the paschal sacrifice be formed of women, with slaves, and minors. Gemara, the rabbis taught, whence do we know the paschal sacrifice must not be slaughtered for a single individual? Because it is written, thou mayest not slay the Passover within any one, etc., and this signifies, that it must not be slaughtered for one. Such is the dictum of Ar Jehuda. Ar Jose, however, said, if one can eat the entire sacrifice it may be slaughtered for him, but if 10 cannot eat it up entirely, then it must not even be slaughtered for the 10. How then will Ar Jose explain the term any one in the passage quoted? He will apply it to the dictum of Ar Simeon as follows, we have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Simeon said, whence do we know that one who slaughtered a paschal sacrifice on an altar of his own is guilty of transgressing a negative commandment? This is demonstrated by the passage, thou mayest not slay the Passover in any one of thy gates. Shall we assume, that even in the interim between the destruction of the first temple and the erection of the second, when it was allowed to slaughter the paschal sacrifice outside of the temple, one would also be culpable if he slaughtered it on his own altar? To that end it is written, in any one of thy gates, which signifies that only when there was a common gate for all the Israelites this would constitute a transgression, but when there was not, no guilt was incurred. R. Ukba bar Hinana of the city of Prishna propounded a contradictory question to Rabha, how can Ar Jehuda say, that the paschal sacrifice must not be slaughtered for a single individual have we not learned in a Baraitha, for a woman. P 189. The first paschal sacrifice may be slaughtered individually, but in the case of the second sacrifice she must be counted in with a company, such is the decree of Ar Jehuda. Rabha answered, do not read, may be slaughtered for her individually, but for them separately, which means that there were several women together. Rejoined Ar Uqba, but have we not learned in our Mishnah that a company must not be formed of women, slaves, or minors, i.e., of any of the three? And Rabha replied, nay, it means that a company must not be formed of the three together. It must not be formed of women and slaves, in order to prevent sin, not of slaves and minors, in order not to spoil the manners of the children. R. Jacob said in the name of Ar Yohanan, a company should not be formed entirely of proselytes, because they are over-scrupulous and may cause the sacrifice to become invalid. The rabbis taught, the paschal sacrifice, the eating of unleavened bread and of bitter herbs, are only obligatory on the first day of the Passover, but after that it is optional, and a man may or may not perform either. Our Simeon, however, said, these duties are obligatory for men during the entire festival, but for women they are obligatory only on the first day. To what does our Simeon refer? Shall we say to the paschal sacrifice that may only be brought on the eve of the first day? Hence we must assume that he refers to the eating of unleavened bread and bitter herbs. Does not our Simeon hold with the dictum of our Eliezer to the effect that women are in duty bound to eat unleavened bread by biblical law, because it is written, thou shalt not eat there with any leavened bread, 7 days shalt thou eat there with unleavened bread, etc., from which our Eliezer infers that, as it is prohibited to eat leavened bread, it is obligatory to eat unleavened bread, and this rule applies to women also? Therefore say, that the paschal sacrifice and eating of unleavened bread and bitter herbs are obligatory on the first day only, and optional thereafter, and our Simeon said, that the paschal sacrifice on the first day is obligatory for men only, and women are exempt. Mishnah, a mourner may eat of the paschal sacrifice at eve after having taken his legal bath, but must not eat of other holy sacrifices. 1. However, who has only received information. P 190. Of the decease of a near relative, or who has the bones of a deceased person exhumed for him, may eat even of other holy sacrifices after having bathed. A Gentile proselyte, who was circumcised on the day before the Passover festival may, according to Beth Shammai, bathe himself, and eat in the evening of the paschal sacrifice. Beth Hillel, however, say, one who has parted from the uncircumcised must be considered as one who has just parted from the grave. 1. Gemara, why may a mourner eat of the paschal sacrifice? Because, while on the day of the decease of the relative the mourner is, according to biblical law, exempted from the performance of all religious duties, on the night of that day the Tana holds that he is exempt only by rabbinical law, and on account of rabbinical law they would not assume the responsibility of avoiding a commandment the non-observance of which is punishable with kareth. As for other holy which do not involve such punishment, if not partaken of they held the rabbinical law to be effective. Who has the bones of a deceased person exhumed, etc. Must not a man who exhumes the bones of a deceased person undergo the period of uncleanness for 7 days and be sprinkled on the 3rd and the 7th? Read in the Mishnah, that a man is referred to who has the bones exhumed for him, and thus is only bound to mourn. A Gentile proselyte, who was circumcised, etc. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan, they differ only concerning a Gentile proselyte, for Beth Hillel hold that it might happen on the next year that the Gentile should be unclean, and say, I will bathe and eat of the paschal sacrifice, thinking that having done so the preceding year he is allowed to do it also then, and not realizing that in the preceding year he had not yet been an Israelite and therefore not subject to uncleanness, while this year he is now an Israelite and is subject to the law of uncleanness. Beth Shammai, however, maintain that such a precautionary measure is not necessary. As for an Israelite, however, who had been circumcised on the day before the Passover, all agree that he may after bathing partake of the sacrifice and that the precautionary measure is in his case superfluous. The same we have learned in a Boraitha in the name of our Simeon ben Eleazar. Chapter 9. Regulations concerning the second Passover. The Passover at the Exodus from Egypt concerning cases where the paschal sacrifice had become mixed. Mishnah, persons who, in consequence of being unclean or on a distant journey, did not observe the first Passover, must observe the second. Also such as have, either through error or compulsion, been prevented from observing the first, must observe the second Passover. Why, then, the verse, if any man whatever be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be on a distant journey. In order to teach us, that in case of the neglect of the observance of the second Passover by them, they do not incur the penalty of kareth, but others do incur it. Gemara, it was taught, if a man was on a distant journey and the paschal sacrifice was slaughtered and the blood sprinkled for him also, Rn said that the offering is accepted for him, and he need not observe the second Passover, because the merciful one had pity on him, but if he offered up a second Passover sacrifice nevertheless, an additional blessing is bestowed upon him. Rshishate, however, said, the offering is not accepted for him, even from the fact that the keeping of a second Passover has been provided for by the law, as if he were unclean, hence the offering brought for the man is not even considered as brought at its proper time, and hence is of no account. Said Rn, I adduce my teaching from the Mishnah itself, for it states, that persons who, in consequence of being unclean or on a distant journey, did not observe the first Passover, implying thereby, that had they chosen to do so they could have observed the first Passover. Said Rshishate, then how can we account for the latter clause of the Mishnah, which states, that such as have, either through error or compulsion, been prevented from observing the first, shall we assume that they could in this case also, had they chosen to do so, observe the first Passover, were they not prevented by compulsion? Therefore we, p. 192, must say, that the latter case includes even one who intentionally neglected the observance of the first Passover, and he should observe the second. Thus also the first case, by stating, did not observe the first Passover, includes mourners. The rabbis taught, the following persons are obliged to observe a second Passover: men and women afflicted with a running issue, men and women afflicted with sores, women suffering from their menstruation and such as had sexual intercourse with them during that time, women lying in, those that neglected the observance of the first Passover either through error or compulsion, those that neglected it intentionally, those that were unclean, and those who were on a distant journey. If all these are included, why does the verse mention only those that were unclean and on a distant journey? In order to exclude these from the penalty of kareth. This teaching of the rabbis coincides with the opinion of Rn to the effect that if a paschal sacrifice had been slaughtered for one who was on a distant journey it is favorably accepted. Is a woman, then, obliged to bring a second Passover offering? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, we might assume that the duty of offering the second Passover sacrifice was only incumbent upon those who were unclean and upon those who were on a distant journey, whence do we know that men having a running issue, men afflicted with sores, and one who had sexual intercourse with a woman suffering from her menstruation are also included? To that end it is written, any man whatever. Thus we see that man is mentioned, but not woman. This presents no difficulty. According to our Jose, women are also bound to bring the second Passover sacrifice, while according to our Jehuda and our Simeon women need not. The rabbis taught, kareth is the penalty for the non-observance of the first Passover as well as of the second. Such is the dictum of Rabbi R. Nathan, however, said that punishment is incurred only for the non-observance of the first, but not of the second Passover. R. Hananiah bar Akabia said, even for the non-observance of the first Passover the penalty is not incurred unless the second Passover is also not observed. The opinions of all three are in accordance with their individual theories, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. p. 193. If a proselyte had become converted in the interim between the two Passovers, or if a minor had attained his majority during that time, Rabbi holds that they should observe the second Passover. R. Nathan, however, says that only one who was obliged to observe the first Passover should observe the second, but not one who was not in duty bound to observe the first. Wherein do these two sages differ? Rabbi holds that the two Passovers are separate festivals, while R. Nathan maintains that the second is only supplementary to the first but not a substitute therefore, i.e., the observance of the second Passover does not absolve a man from the punishment incurred for the neglect of the first, but R. Hananiah bar Akabia states that the second Passover is merely a substitute for the first, and its observance exempts a man from the penalty incurred through non-observance of the first. All three sages adduce their teachings from the one passage, viz., but the man that is clean, and is not on a journey. Rabbi holds that the following words, and forbeareth to prepare the Passover lamb, even that same shall be cut off from his people, refer to the first Passover, and the sentence, because the offering of the Lord hath he not brought at its appointed season, his sin shall that man bear, refers to the observance of the second Passover, and instead of because it should read or. R. Nathan, however, holds to the literal text of the verse, and says that it should read, because the offering, etc. R. Hananiah bar Akabia says that instead of because it should read if, and then the sentence will read, if he hath not brought, etc. Thus the conclusion is as follows: if a man had intentionally neglected the first and second Passover, all agree, that he incurs the penalty of kareth. If he had inadvertently neglected both, all agree, that he is not culpable. If he had neglected the first intentionally and the second unintentionally, he is, according to Rabbi and R. Nathan, culpable, and according to R. Hananiah absolved. If he had neglected the first unintentionally and the second intentionally, he is, according to Rabbi, culpable, but according to R. Nathan and R. Hananiah bar Akabia he is absolved. Mishnah, what must be considered a distant journey? P. 194. According to R. Akaba, it is from Mudaim and beyond, and from all places around Jerusalem, situated at the same distance. R. Eliezer said, any distance beyond the outside of the threshold of the temple court should be considered as coming in under that term. Said R. Jose to him, it was to confirm this that it is directed that a dot must be placed over the he in the word rehuka to indicate that it is not necessary that a person should actually be on a distant road, but that he is considered distant so long as he has not passed beyond the threshold of the court of the temple. Gemara, said Ula, from Mudaim 1 to Jerusalem is a distance of 15 miles, and he is in accordance with the opinion of Rabbi bar Hannah, who said in the name of R. Yohanan. What is the distance that a man can traverse in one day? 10 parseoth. 2 From the time the morning star appears until sunrise 5 miles, from sunset until the stars appear 5 miles, and from sunrise until noon 15 miles, and from noon until sunset 15 miles. Ula's reason for calling 15 miles a distant journey is because he holds, that if a man were in Mudaim after sunrise he could not reach the court of the temple in time to witness the slaughtering of the paschal offering. The Master said, from the time the morning star appears until sunrise a man can traverse 5 miles. Whence does he adduce this? From the passage, and as the morning dawn arose, the angels urged Lot, etc., and further, it is written, the sun rose over the earth, when Lot entered into Zor, and R. Hananiah said, I saw the distance between Sodom and Zor, and found it to be 5 miles. Thus it is said that Ula calls a journey distant if the court of the temple cannot be reached in time for the slaughtering on the same day, and R. Jehuda says that the journey is distant if the court of the temple cannot be reached in time for the eating of the paschal lamb on the same day. Said Rabba to Ula, according to both thine and R. Jehuda's opinion there is a question. According to thy own opinion, for one who had become unclean through a reptile the paschal offering may be p. 195. Slaughtered and the blood sprinkled notwithstanding the fact that he will not become clean until evening and hence cannot enter the temple, and still thou sayest that if a man cannot reach the court of the temple in time for the slaughtering, the paschal sacrifice should not be slaughtered for him. Now, according to Yehuda, who states that if a man can reach the court of the temple in time for eating, the paschal sacrifice may be slaughtered for him, why does he hold that the paschal offering must not be slaughtered for one who became unclean through a reptile? A man in such a condition becomes clean and may enter the temple after sunset, and at that time the paschal lamb is eaten. Replied Ula, there is no difficulty, neither according to my opinion nor according to Yehuda's. According to my opinion there is no difficulty, for the law concerning a man on a distant journey applies only to a clean man but not to one that is unclean, and according to Yehuda's opinion there is also no difficulty, for one that had become unclean through contact with a dead reptile was excluded by the law itself, as it is written, if any man whatever should become unclean by reason of a dead body, etc., and we will know that a man in such a condition, even if his seventh day of uncleanness fall on the eve of Passover, must postpone his Passover sacrifice until the second sacrifice, and is this not equivalent to a man who had become unclean through a reptile on the eve of Passover? The rabbis taught, if a man was situated on the further side of Mudaim, and while he could not reach the court of the temple on foot could reach it by means of a mule, we might assume that if he did not come to Jerusalem to offer his sacrifice he is guilty. Hence the passage says that only such as are not on a distant journey are culpable if they neglect the Passover, but the man under discussion was on a distant journey. How is it, however, if the man was the side of Mudaim, towards Jerusalem, and could reach it under ordinary circumstances, but was prevented by the obstruction caused by camels and conveyances? We might assume that such a man does not incur punishment, hence it is written, but the man that is not on a distant journey, and such a man cannot truly be considered on a distant journey. Rabha said, the entire world measures 6,000 parseoth, and the depth of the sky is 1,000. p. 196. Parseoth. One of these assertions is based upon tradition and the other is a reasonable conclusion, and Rabha is in accord with Rabba bar Hana, who said in the name of Yohanan that the average man can walk 10 parseoth in one day. Hence if the sun traverses 6,000 parseoth in one day and a man can traverse 1 1/4 parseoth between dawn and sunrise, which is a sixth of the distance he can traverse from sunrise to sunset, the sun takes 1/6 of the time to pierce the sky that it takes to traverse during the day, which is 1,000 parseoth, hence the sky must be 1,000 parseoth deep. An objection was made, the disciples of Elijah taught, Nathan said, the whole earth stands under one star, and proof is, that wherever a man is situated he sees the same star, and there being so many stars, the sky must necessarily be more than 1,000 parseoth deep. This objection was not answered. The rabbis taught, the sages of the Israelites assert, that the ring in which the different constellations one are situated is fixed, and every month one of the constellations appears and then recedes, making room for another, while the Gentile sages declare that the wheel is constantly turning and every month brings forth a different constellation, which is, however, fixed in its place in the wheel. Said Rabbi, we have never found the bull in the south nor the scorpion in the north, and were it as the Gentile sages declare, the position of the constellations would constantly change. The sages of the Israelites said, during the day the sun moves underneath the sky and at night recedes beyond the sky, while the Gentile sages say, during the day the sun moves underneath the sky and at night it recedes beneath the earth. Said Rabbi, the assertion of the Gentile sages seems to be the more reasonable, for during the day the springs are all cold and at night they are all warm. We have learned in a Boraitha, Nathan said, in the summer time the sun moves in the zenith of the sky, hence all. p. 197. The earth is warm and the springs are cool, but in the winter the sun moves in the base of the skies, hence all the earth is cold and the springs are warm. The rabbis taught, the sun moves in 4 different paths. During the months of Nisan, Iyar, and Sivan it moves over the top of the mountains, in order to melt the snow. During Tammuz, Ab, and Elul it moves in the cultivated portions of the earth, in order to ripen the fruit. In Tishri, March, Eshvan, and Kislev it moves over the seas, in order to dry up the lakes, and in Tebath, Shabbat, and Adar it moves in the desert, in order not to parch the seed sown. R. Eliezer said, any distance, etc. Even if the man can enter, is be not told to do so, or given the alternative of incurring the penalty of kareth. Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that an uncircumcised Israelite, if he does not partake of the paschal sacrifice, incurs the penalty of excision, for he is told to be circumcised, and then partake of the sacrifice? Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. Rejoined Abai, a ritually clean man is exempt by law if he is on a distant journey, and outside of the temple is considered a distant journey, but in the case of an unclean person this privilege is not granted, and he is equal to an unclean person. Rabha, however, said, concerning this there is a diversity of opinion among different Tannim, as we have learned in a Boraitha. Our Eliezer said, the scriptures mention a distant journey in the case of the paschal sacrifice and in the case of second tithes, and as in the latter instance if a man is outside of the Holy Land he is considered as being on a distant journey, so in the former case if a man is outside of the place where he is allowed to eat the paschal offering, i.e., beyond the walls of Jerusalem, he is considered as being on a distant journey. Our Jose the son of our Jehuda, however, said in the name of our Eliezer, that a man is not considered as being on a distant journey if he is outside of the place where he is allowed to eat the paschal sacrifice, but only if he is outside of the place where he should prepare it, and that is beyond the walls of the temple. According to whose opinion is the statement of our Itzhak the son of our Joseph to the effect that the paschal sacrifice must be brought in accordance with the condition of the majority of the people inside of the temple, i.e., if the majority of the men on the inside of the temple court were in a state of defilement although the majority of the entire community standing outside p. 198 of the temple were undefiled, the paschal sacrifice must nevertheless be brought in a state of defilement. This is in accordance with the opinion of our Jose bar Jehuda, quoting our Eliezer. R. Jose said, it was to confirm this, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jose the Galilean said, the term distant journey, as mentioned in the scriptures, would lead us to presume that at least a 3 or 4 days journey is meant, but as it is written further, if he was not on a distant journey, we may conclude that as soon as a man is outside of the threshold of the court he is considered as being on a distant journey. Mishnah, what is the difference between the first and second Passover? They differ, that during the first Passover no leaven of any kind may be seen or even found in the house, while in the second both leavened and unleavened articles may be used in the house. At the eating of the paschal offering on the first Passover, the Hallel prayer must be recited but not at the eating on the second Passover. During the time, however, that the offering is sacrificed, either on the first or on the second Passover, the Hallel must be recited. The sacrifices on both Passovers must be roasted and eaten with unleavened cakes and bitter herbs, and the sacrifice of both supersedes the due observance of the Sabbath. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it is written, according to the whole ordinance of the Passover lamb shall they prepare it. Thus this passage refers to the Passover lamb itself, but whence do we know that its accessories are to be observed in the same manner? To that end it is written, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs shall they eat it. Shall we assume, that all other ordinances that are not directly accessory to the sacrifice should also be observed? For that purpose it is also written, no bone shall they break on it, and as this behest concerns only the sacrifice when it has been slaughtered, so should all other commands be observed only in so far as they concern the paschal lamb itself. Isi ben Jehuda said, the words, shall they prepare it, signify that the behest concerns only that which belongs to the preparation of the sacrifice. The rabbis taught, from the passage, according to the p. 199 whole ordinance of the Passover lamb shall they prepare it, we might infer that the laws ordaining against leaven being seen or found in the house should also be effective on the second Passover, to that end the single ordinance providing for its being eaten with unleavened cakes and bitter herbs is quoted, thus demonstrating that it is only in this respect that the second Passover should be observed in conformity with the first. Thus we see that so far the whole ordinance of the Passover lamb was made up of the positive commandment, But whence do we derive a negative commandment on the whole ordinance? For that purpose it is written, they shall leave none of it until morning. Still, this negative commandment is virtually contained in the positive commandment, they shall eat it, or they shall burn what is left over. Whence do we derive, however, an independent negative commandment? The behest, no bone shall they break on it, furnishes that negative commandment. From the particularization of this whole ordinance of the Passover we find that concerning the Passover lamb both the first and second have in common a positive commandment, a negative dependent on or contained in the positive, and an independent negative, and thus the rule may be derived that only such behests are to be carried out on the second Passover as are covered by the three kinds of commandments on both Passovers. What other positive commandment may be added which is analogous to the one ordaining that the paschal lamb should be eaten with unleavened cakes and bitter herbs? The one ordering that it should be roasted with fire. Which commandments, however, are excluded by the particularization? The removal of the leaven. Perhaps the contrary should be done, i.e., the removal of leaven should be added to the positive and the roasting with fire should be excluded? Nay, a commandment pertaining to the sacrifice itself should be given preference. What other negative commandment contained in a positive should be added to the one, they shall leave none of it until morning? The negative commandment, they shall not carry aught of the meat outside. Which negative commandment, dependent on a positive, is excluded? The one ordaining, it shall not be seen nor found. Perhaps the contrary should be done? I.e., they shall leave none of it should be excluded, and it shall not be seen nor found included? Nay, a commandment pertaining to the sacrifice itself should be given preference. p. 200. Which independent negative commandment should be added to the one, no bone shall they break on it? The negative commandment, ye shall not eat of it raw. And which should be excluded? The one stating, ye shall not offer up with leaven the blood of my sacrifice. Perhaps the contrary should be done? Nay, a commandment bearing upon the sacrifice itself is given preference. At the eating of the first paschal offering, Hallel should be recited, but not at the eating of the second, etc. Whence do we adduce this? Said Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Simeon ben Jehuzadok, from the passage, then shall ye have a song, as in the night when a festival is ushered in. Hence on the night which ushers in a festival Hallel should be recited, but on the night of the second Passover, when no festival follows, the recital of Hallel is not necessary. During the time the offering is sacrificed on both Passovers Hallel should be recited. Why should this be done? Reason teaches us that, for will then the Israelites sacrifice the paschal lamb, hold the palm branches in their hand, and not recite the Hallel? The sacrifice of both supersedes the Sabbath. Whence we see that they supersede the Sabbath, but not uncleanness. We must say, therefore, that the Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Ar Jehuda of the following Boraitha, the second Passover supersedes the Sabbath, but not uncleanness. Ar Jehuda, however, maintains, that it supersedes even uncleanness. What reason has the first Tana for his statement? He maintains, that if uncleanness was the cause of the postponement of the first Passover, should uncleanness on the second Passover be entirely disregarded? What is Ar Jehuda's reason for his opinion? He claims, that while the law requires a man to bring the paschal offering in a state of cleanness, still, if the man did not succeed to be undefiled, he may bring it in a state of defilement. The rabbis taught, both the first and second Passover supersede the Sabbath. Both the first and second Passover supersede uncleanness. Both the first and second Passover require that the man who offers up the paschal lamb should remain in Jerusalem overnight. Thus we see, that concerning uncleanness the teaching of the rabbis coincides with the opinion of Ar Jehuda. Shall we say? p. 201. That concerning the obligation of remaining overnight the teaching of the rabbis also coincides with the opinion of Ar Jehuda? Have we not learned in the following Boraitha, Ar Jehuda said, whence do we know that the man bringing the second Passover is not required to remain overnight in Jerusalem? From the passage, 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread. Thus where unleavened bread is eaten for 6 days it is required that a man should remain overnight, but where such is not the case it is not necessary. This constitutes a diversity of opinion between two Tannim. One says that Yehuda requires the man to stay overnight in Jerusalem when bringing the second paschal offering, while the other maintains that Yehuda does not. Mishnah, when the paschal sacrifice was brought in a state of defilement, it must not be eaten by men or women having a running issue, by women in their ordinary period of menstruation, nor by lying-in women, if they have eaten thereof, however, they do not thereby incur the penalty of kareth. R. Eliezer considers these as also not subject to such punishment, if they have entered the sanctuary while in that condition. Gemara, the rabbis taught. Shall we assume, that if men or women having a running issue, or women in their ordinary menstrual period, or lying-in women partake of a paschal sacrifice brought in a state of defilement, they thereby incur the penalty of kareth? To that end it is written, and as for the flesh, every one that is clean may eat thereof, and further, it is written, but the person that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offering, that pertaineth to the Lord, having his uncleanness upon him, even that person shall be cut off from his people, whence we infer, that if an unclean person eat of flesh which may be eaten only by clean persons, he incurs the penalty of kareth, but if he ate flesh which was not fit for a clean person, i.e., unclean flesh, he is not guilty. R. Eliezer said, we might assume, that if persons having a running issue had intruded into the sanctuary while the sacrifice was being offered in a state of defilement, they thereby incur the penalty of kareth. To that end it is written, command the children of Israel, that they send out of the camp every leper, and every one that hath a running. P. 202. Issue, and whosoever is defiled by the dead, whence we may infer that only at the time when those defiled by the dead are sent out the lepers and those afflicted with a running issue should be sent out, but when those defiled by the dead are not sent out, as is the case during the offering of the paschal sacrifice, the lepers and those having a running issue are also allowed to remain. R. Joseph propounded a question, if those that have become defiled by means of a dead body had intruded into the sanctuary when the paschal sacrifice was brought in a state of defilement, shall we say that, as the court of the temple was allowed them for the purpose of bringing the sacrifice, the sanctuary itself is also allowed them, or is only that which was explicitly allowed them rendered lawful for them to enter, but that which was not, must not be entered? Said Rab Ha, the verse following the one quoted states again, to without the camp shall ye send them, which means also outside of the court also, hence those who have been excluded from the court are guilty if they enter the temple itself, but those who cannot be excluded from the court cannot be guilty if they enter the temple itself. R. Joseph propounded another question, if those who have become defiled by means of a dead body have eaten of the pieces which are to be offered up on the altar, of a paschal sacrifice brought in a state of defilement, what is the law governing their case? Shall we say, that as the flesh was rendered lawful to be eaten, the pieces also became lawful, or was only that which was expressly allowed lawful, but that which was not expressly allowed, was not? Answered Rab Ha, let us see. Whence do we know that one can become guilty of eating unclean pieces in general? From the passage, but the person that eateth of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offering, that pertaineth into the Lord, which means the pieces to be offered up on the altar. Now, then, if the uncleanness of the flesh itself is no longer considered, why should that of the pieces remain? Mishnah. What is the difference between the Passover as celebrated in Egypt, and that observed by later generations? The Egyptian Passover sacrifice was specially ordered to be purchased on the 10th, and it was required that its blood should be sprinkled with a bunch of hyssop on the lintel and on the 2 side posts of the door, also. P. 203. That it should be eaten with unleavened bread on the first night of Passover in a hasty manner, while in later generations the law of the Passover applies for the entire 7 days of the festival. Gemara, whence do we know all this? From what is written, speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, on the 10th day of this month they shall take to themselves, etc., whence we infer that only on the 10th of this month, but not of the other months, in later generations shall this be done, and the same rule applies to all other laws concerning the Passover. It is written, however, that thou shalt perform this service in this month. We adduce therefrom that in later generations each recurring month should be in all respects alike. What significance has the passage, and ye shall keep it until the 14th day of this month? This verse implies that the second Passover does not require 4 days of preliminary investigation, the same as the other sacrifices. We find another passage, however, stating, and they shall eat the flesh in that night, and we surely cannot say that only in that night should flesh be eaten but not in the recurring nights of other generations. This passage is required for the comparison by analogy brought by R. Elazar ben Azariah and R. Akiba in Tract Birakoth. If the main argument is centered upon the term in this, why should not the same argument be applied to the passage, no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof? He may not eat thereof, but why not of others? This cannot be, for the Passover laws must be observed, as we have learned, in every recurring month alike. By thereof in the quoted passage is merely meant the paschal lamb, but even an uncircumcised person may partake of unleavened bread and bitter herbs. We find it written again, however, no stranger shall eat thereof. We could not say, that only on that particular Passover was he not allowed to eat it but later be was, on account of the teaching previously mentioned. The term thereof signifies in this case that an apostate is prevented from eating the Passover sacrifice only through his apostasy, but a priest who had become an apostate is not prevented thereby from eating the heave offering. Both cases, that of the uncircumcised, p. 204, and that of the stranger, require illustration in the scriptures, for if the case of the uncircumcised only were mentioned, we might have assumed, that it would merely have been a disgraceful act for an Israelite who was uncircumcised to eat of the paschal lamb, but that a stranger was allowed to partake thereof. If the stranger only were mentioned, we might say, that a stranger who would not eat the Passover sacrifice as a religious duty, not having been commanded to do so, should be prohibited, but an uncircumcised Israelite whose duty it is to eat thereof should be permitted to do so. For that reason both cases are mentioned. In a hasty manner, etc. Whence do we know this? From the passage, ye shall eat it in haste, and it signifies the paschal sacrifice, but not anything else. In later generations the law of Passover applies to the entire 7 days, etc. What is meant by the law applies to the entire 7 days? Surely not the paschal sacrifice. It must be then the law concerning leaven, and shall we infer therefrom, that at the Egyptian Passover it was only prohibited to eat leaven on that one night but during the day it was permitted? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, our Jose the Galilean said, whence do we know that on the Egyptian Passover they were not allowed to eat leaven but on one day? Because it is written, no leavened bread shall be eaten. This day go ye out in the month of Aviv, which conjoined would read, no leavened bread shall be eaten this day. Thus the Mishnah means to say, that the paschal lamb was offered up on the first night only of the Egyptian Passover and should only be brought on the first night of the Passover of later generations, but leaven which was not eaten but on the first day of the Egyptian Passover should not be eaten for the 7 days of the Passover of later generations. Mishnah, R. Jehoshua said, I once heard, that an animal which was substituted for another animal intended for the paschal sacrifice may be offered up, and I have also heard, that it must not be offered, and I am unable to explain this. Said R. Akiba, I will explain it. If a paschal offering had been lost and subsequently found, before the animal intended to replace it had been slaughtered, it must be left to graze until it contracts a legal blemish, when it must be sold and peace offerings purchased with the proceeds of the sale, so also must it be done with the animal substituted for it. If it was found after the other animal had already been slaughtered, it may be sacrificed as a peace offering, and this applies also to any animal substituted for it. Gemara, why does R. Jehoshua say, I have heard that an animal which was substituted, etc.? Why does he not apply his statement to the paschal sacrifice direct, and say, that it may be offered up and it may not? He intends to impart to us the information, that it may even happen with a substitute for a paschal sacrifice that it may not be offered up. The entire case presents a diversity of opinion among Tannim, as we have learned. If a paschal sacrifice had been lost, and found before the animal intended to replace it had been slaughtered, it must be left to graze, but if the substitute had already been slaughtered, the original may be offered up as a peace offering. R. Eliezer, however, said, if the paschal sacrifice was lost, and was found in the forenoon, it must be allowed to graze, but if found in the afternoon, even before the paschal sacrifice was slaughtered, it may then and there be offered up as a peace offering. So also must it be done with the animal substituted for, etc. Said Rabha, when is this case? If the original was found before the sacrifice had been slaughtered and had been exchanged for another animal at the same time, but if it was found before and was exchanged after that, the substitute may be offered up as a peace offering. Why is this so? Because the slaughtering sanctifies the animal which is substituted at the time when it may still be killed, but an animal which is exchanged after the slaughter, not being suitable for a paschal sacrifice, cannot be slaughtered. Abai objected, we have learned in a Boraitha, that the reason it is written, if he offer a sheep or a goat, is to give us the additional information that, if a substitute of a paschal sacrifice had been found after the Passover, it may forthwith be offered up as a peace offering. Shall we assume, that the same is the case if it was found before the Passover? To that end it says he, which refers to the sacrifice alone, but not to the substitute. What is meant by if the substitute was found before the Passover? Shall we assume, that the paschal sacrifice itself was found before the substitute was slaughtered and it was exchanged for another before the substitute was slaughtered? This is self-evident. Then for what purpose is the verse needed? p. 206. Therefore we must assume, that it was found before the substitute was slaughtered and exchanged afterwards, and still it may not be offered up as a peace offering. The objection to Rabha is not replied to. Mishnah, if a person had set apart or selected as a paschal offering a she-goat or a ewe lamb, or a male 2 years old, they must be left to graze until they contract a legal blemish, they must then be sold, and the proceeds turned over to the fund of voluntary burnt offerings. If a person who had selected his paschal offering die, his son cannot bring it as a paschal offering, but must bring it as a peace offering. Gemara, Arhuna the son of Arjahashua said, from this Mishnah we can infer 3 things. Firstly, that although a thing is not suitable for consecration, the moment it is set apart for a consecrated purpose it is rejected for any other use. Secondly, that it is not absolutely necessary that a thing must be suitable for a consecrated purpose in order eventually to become rejected, but that it may become rejected even if it was at no time suitable for consecration. Thirdly, that even the proceeds of the sale of a thing not suitable for a paschal offering is also rejected as a paschal sacrifice. If a person had set apart, etc. The rabbis taught, if a person had set apart a paschal offering and had died, his son may, provided he was one of the number appointed to eat it, bring it in his stead, but if he was not among the number appointed, he must not offer it as a paschal sacrifice but as a peace offering on the 16th day of Nisan. On the 16th day and not on the 15th. Why so? Because vow and voluntary offerings must not be sacrificed on a festival. Such is the opinion of the Tana of the preceding teaching. Now let us see. When did the father die? If he died on the forenoon of the day preceding the Passover, how can the son offer it in his stead? Is he not a mourner whose dead is not yet interred? Then he must have died on the afternoon of that day. If that was the case, then, as soon as the noon had p. 207 passed, the sacrifice was made a paschal offering in itself. How then may the son, if he was not among the number appointed to eat it, bring it as a peace offering? Said Rabbina, the sacrifice was set apart and the father died on the afternoon of that day. If the son was among the number appointed to eat it, the duty to sacrifice the offering superseded that of mourning for the deceased, hence he may offer it up as a paschal sacrifice. If he was not among the number, however, he may sacrifice it as a peace offering, because at noon of that day the sacrifice was not yet a paschal offering. Mishnah: if a paschal sacrifice had become mixed with other animals intended as sacrifices, they must all be left to graze until they contract a legal blemish. They are then to be sold, and the owner must bring, with the price obtained for the finest animal among them, another sacrifice of each kind of offering, and the eventual loss must be defrayed from the private means of the owner. A paschal offering which had become mixed with firstborn may, according to our Simeon, be eaten by an assembly of priests. Gemara: according to our Simeon, who holds that a paschal offering may be eaten by an assembly of priests if it had become mixed with firstborn, the following complication might arise: a paschal offering must be eaten only on one night and the remainder burned in the morning. The sacrifices of the firstborn may, however, be eaten on 2 nights and 1 day. Now, if the priests should mistake firstborn sacrifices for paschal offerings, they will eat of them only 1 night and burn the remainder in the morning, thus wantonly spoiling a consecrated thing to commence with. R. Simeon holds, in accordance with his individual theory, that this may be done. And according to the sages, what should be done with a paschal offering that became mixed with firstborn? Said Rabbah: they must all be left to graze until they contract a legal blemish. Then the owner of the paschal offering must bring a fat cow and should say, wherever the paschal sacrifice may be, let it be exchanged for this, and then sacrifice it as a peace offering. The priests may then eat all the firstborn animals which have a blemish as usual. Mishnah: if a company have lost their paschal sacrifice and say to some person, go, seek and slaughter it for us, and he went, found and slaughtered it, while the company had p. 208. Also slaughtered one. If the man had slaughtered his sacrifice first, he shall eat of it and the others shall join with him in eating, but if they had slaughtered their sacrifice first, they shall eat of theirs and he of his. If it is uncertain which had been slaughtered first or if both had been slaughtered at the same time, then shall he eat of his paschal offering, of which the others are not permitted to partake, and theirs must be burned. They are not obliged, however, to observe a second Passover. If he had said to them, should I stay away long, go ye and slaughter a paschal sacrifice for me, and he went, found and slaughtered the lost paschal sacrifice while the others had also slaughtered one. If theirs had been slaughtered first, they shall eat it and he may eat it with them, but if his had been slaughtered first, he shall eat of his and they shall eat of theirs. If it be uncertain which had been slaughtered first or if both had been slaughtered at the same time, then they may eat theirs, and he is not permitted to eat with them, and his sacrifice must be burned, but he is not obliged to observe a second Passover. If the man said to them, slaughter a paschal offering for me, and they had said to him, seek and slaughter for us our lost sacrifice, they should all eat of that which had been slaughtered first. If it is uncertain which had been slaughtered first, then both must be burned, but if there was no express agreement between all the parties, they are not to be considered as at all connected with each other. When the paschal sacrifices of 2 companies had become mixed, each company should take one of the animals and a member of each company should go to the other, and each company should address the member of the other thus: if this paschal offering be ours, we withdraw from thy company, and be thou numbered with us, but if it belong to thy company, we withdraw from ours and will be numbered with thee. Thus shall 5 companies of 5 members each, or 10 companies of 10 members each, act, namely, 1 member of each company shall join with him one of another company, and shall thus address him. When a paschal offering of 2 individuals has become mixed, each shall take one of the animals to himself and invite a person from the street to eat it with him. Then they should go to each other and thus address each other's guest: if this sacrifice is mine, withdraw from this and be p. 209. Numbered with me, but if it is thine, then I withdraw from mine and will be numbered with thee. Gemara: the rabbis taught, if there was an express mutual agreement between the company and the man, they should all eat of that which was slaughtered first, but if neither said anything to the other, they are not considered as at all connected with each other. Whence the sages adduce that silence is beneficial to the wise, and so much the more to the foolish, as it is written, even a fool, when he keepeth silence, is counted wise. Footnotes 193:1 The Hebrew word ki can be translated in 4 different ways, namely, because, therefore, perhaps, and if. 194:1 The place Mudaim is frequently mentioned in Josephus and the history of the Maccabees under the name of Modin. 194:2 Parzaoth is plural for parsa, which is the equivalent of 4 miles, called in Hebrew milin. 196:1 According to the sages there were 12 different constellations, one of which appeared every month, and they were, for the month of Nisan, the ram, for the month of Iyar, the bull, for Sivan, the twins, for Tammuz, the crab, for Ab, the lion, for Elul, the virgin, for Tishri, the scales, for Cheshvan, the scorpion, for Kislev, the archer, for Tebath, the goat, for Shabbat, the water-bearer, for Adar, the fishes. 206:1 According to the Mishnah which is contained in the original Talmud, the proceeds should be devoted to peace offerings, and the commentary to Sfat Yom Tab said such should be the right interpretation. Next, Chapter X, the meal on the eve of Passover and the 4 cups of wine. Index previous next. p. 210. Chapter X. Regulations concerning the meal on the eve of Passover and the 4 cups of wine to be drunk with the meal. Mishnah, on the eve of any Passover it is not lawful for a person to eat anything from the time of Minha until after dusk. Even the meanest in Israel shall not eat until they have arranged themselves in proper order at ease round the able, nor shall a person have less than 4 cups of wine, even if they must be given him from the funds devoted to the charitable support of the very poor. Gemara, does the law apply only to the eve of Passover? Is it not unlawful to eat aught on the eve of the Sabbath or any other festival from the time of Minha until after dark? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, a person must not eat aught on the eve of Sabbath or of a festival from the time of Minha on, in order that the entry of the Sabbath or the festival may find him in condition to relish a meal. Such is the decree of Ar Jehuda. Ar Jose, however, said, one may eat continually until it becomes dark. Said Ar Huna, our Mishnah is even in accordance with the opinion of Ar Jose, who says that one may only eat continually, on the eve of Sabbath or of any other festival until dark, but on the eve of Passover, when, as soon as the night of the Passover commences, unleavened bread must be eaten. He also admits that nothing should be eaten from the time of Minha until dark. We have learned in a Boraitha, if a meal was in progress on the eve of Sabbath, and before it was finished the Sabbath was ushered in, the table must be cleared off and then reset, the Sabbath benediction made, and then the meal may be continued, in order to demonstrate that the Sabbath had set in. Such is the decree of Ar Jehuda, but Ar Jose states that this is not necessary. It once happened that Ar Simeon ben Gamaliel, Ar Jehuda, p. 211, and Ar Jose were sitting on the eve of Sabbath and partaking of a meal in the city of Ishu, and when the Sabbath was about to set in, Ar Simeon ben Gamaliel said to Ar Jose the Great, wouldst thou desire that we clear off the table, and act in conformity with the opinion of our colleague, Ar Jehuda? Replied Ar Jose, ordinarily thou wouldst favor my decrees in preference to those of Ar Jehuda, and now thou favorest, in his presence, his decree in preference to mine. Will he even do violence to the queen before me in the house? Rejoined Ar Simeon ben Gamaliel, true. Let us rather not interrupt the meal, for if the disciples should observe this, they might establish the ordinance for future generations. It was said that they did not leave their places until it was decided that the halakha should prevail according to Ar Jose's opinion. Ar Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, the halakha does not prevail either according to Ar Jehuda or Ar Jose, for if a meal was in progress on the eve of Sabbath, when Sabbath set in they should change the tablecloth as a sign and then recite the Kiddush. But this is not so. For did not Ar Tahlafa Barab Demi say in the name of Samuel, that in the same manner as a meal must be interrupted on account of the Kiddush, so must it also be interrupted on account of the Havdalah. Must we not assume that by interruption is meant clearing away of the table entirely? Nay, by interruption is meant, that the tablecloth should be changed. It once happened that Rabbi Bar Arhuna came to the house of the exilarch, and a small table was set before him, so he covered the table with a cloth and recited the Kiddush. We also learned in a Boraitha, a table must not be brought for each guest separately unless the Kiddush had already been recited, but if a table had been set before him before the Kiddush had been recited, then the guest should cover the table set before him with a cloth and himself pronounce that benediction. Those that heard the Kiddush pronounced in the synagogue, said Rabbi, need not recite it at their homes, but should merely pronounce the customary benediction over wine, but Samuel said, they have not acquitted themselves of the duty of reciting the Kiddush. According to Rabbi, then, why should a man recite the Kiddush over the same cup of wine? Where a man has not another cup of wine, it is different. If a festival follow a Sabbath, a man has doubtless more wine in his house, and still Rabbi says, that one must, over one cup of wine, pronounce the benediction over wine, recite the Kiddush, pronounce the benediction over light, and the Havdalah. Because Rabbi mentions all these benedictions but omits that of the season, it must be presumed that he refers to the seventh day of Passover as the festival, and at that time it is possible that a man has only one cup of wine left. How is this possible? On the first day of a festival, when a man surely has more wine, still Abai said, that over one cup the benediction of wine, Kiddush, of the season, of light, and the Havdalah should be pronounced, and Rabbah said, of wine, Kiddush, light, Havdalah, and finally of the season, hence we must say, that all these benedictions, like Kiddush, Havdalah, etc., are classed as one, because the duty of such benedictions devolves upon a man as soon as the Sabbath draws to a close, and hence may be made over one cup, but the benediction before the meal, and that after, are two separate kinds of benedictions and should not be said over one and the same cup of wine. The statement previously quoted. If a festival follow a Sabbath, Rabbi says, one must pronounce the benediction of wine, recite the Kiddush, say the benediction of light, and the Havdalah is supplemented by Samuel says, he must pronounce the benediction of wine, light, Havdalah, and then recite the Kiddush. Rabbah says, of wine, Havdalah, light, and then Kiddush. Levi says, Kiddush, light, wine, and Havdalah. Other sages say, Kiddush, wine, light, and Havdalah. Mar the son of Rabbinah says, light, Kiddush, wine, and Havdalah. And Martha says in the name of our Jehoshua, light, wine, Havdalah, and Kiddush. The father of Samuel sent to Rabbi the request, let Master teach us the order in which the benediction of Havdalah should be made over the cup of wine, and Rabbi sent the reply, so said our Ishmael the son of our Hosea in the name of his father, who in turn said in the name of our Jehoshua ben Hananiah, light, Havdalah, wine, and Kiddush. Said R. P. 215. Hananiah, this can be compared to the exit of a king from, and to the entrance of a high official into, a city. First the king is escorted out of the city, and then the high official is ushered in. How does, finally, the halakha prevail? Abai said, wine, Kiddush, season, light, and Havdalah, and Rabbah said, wine, Kiddush, light, Havdalah, and season. The halakha prevails according to Rabbah. Our Jacob bar Abba once happened to be in the house of Rabha, and he noticed that Rabha said the benediction, who hath created the fruit of the vine, over the first cup, and after the meal was over, before the benediction at the conclusion of the meal was pronounced, he again made the same benediction over the wine and then drank it. So our Jacob asked, why dost thou say so many benedictions? Thou hast already made one over the wine, why dost thou make another? Rabha replied, when I was at the house of the exilarch we would do likewise, and our Jacob replied, at the house of the exilarch this was proper, because it was not known whether more wine would be given, hence a benediction was said at the commencement, and then if more wine was given another was said, but here, when we have the wine before our eyes, surely this is not necessary. Said Rabha, I act as the disciples of Rabbite, for Arbrona and Hananel the disciples of Rabbite were sitting at a meal, and were waited on by Yeba the elder. In the meantime they said, Give us a cup of wine and we will say the benediction. Subsequently they reconsidered it, and asked for more wine to drink. Said Yeba to them, Thus said Rabbite, As soon as ye have said, Give us a cup and we will make the benediction, ye have given up the intention of eating any more, hence ye must not drink until ye have pronounced the benediction at the conclusion of the meal. When the time for the Havdalah, p. 216, prayer arrived, the servant of Rabha lit several candles and joined them into one flame. Said Jacob to him, Why dost thou need so many candles? And Rabha replied, The servant did this of his own accord, and Jacob rejoined, If the servant did not know that such is thy want, he would not have done this, therefore thou probably doest this always, and I ask thee again, Why so many candles? He then answered, Doth not my master hold, that the flame used at the Havdalah prayer is a religious duty of the highest degree? When Rabha commenced to recite the Havdalah prayer he said thus, Who hath made a distinction between sanctified and ordinary days, between light and darkness, between Israel and other nations, and between the 7th day and the 6 working days? Said Jacob to him, Why dost thou recite such a voluminous prayer? Did not Jehudah say in the name of Rabbite, that Jehudah Hanassi's mode of reciting the Havdalah was merely, Who hath made a distinction between sanctified and ordinary days? And Rabha replied, I hold with the following Tana, Eliezer in the name of Ashiyah said, One who desires to embody few distinctions in the Havdalah prayer should not recite less than 3, and he who would multiply them should not recite more than 7. Then Jacob remarked, Yeah, but thou, master, hast not recited either 3 or 7, for there were 4. Answered Rabha, the last one was merely an adjunct to the conclusion of the prayer, for Jehudah said in the name of Samuel that one who recites the Havdalah prayer must make the words immediately preceding the conclusion of the prayer similar to the conclusion itself. The sages of Pumbeditha, however, said, the conclusion of that prayer must be identical with the commencement. Wherein do they differ? Both the commencement and the conclusion read, Who hath made the distinction between sanctified and ordinary days? They differ in a case of a Sabbath followed by a festival, when the initial and concluding benedictions read, Who hath made a distinction between sanctification and sanctification? According to those who say that the words immediately preceding the conclusion must be similar to the conclusion itself, the additional sentence, Who distinguisheth between the sanctification of the Sabbath and that of the festival, must be included, while according to those who say that only the conclusion and the commencement must be identical, the additional sentence is not necessary. p. 217. An objection was made, we have learned in a Boraitha, that one who is accustomed to incorporate many benedictions in the Havdalah prayer may embody as many as he chooses, while one who is not, may only recite one. This constitutes a diversity of opinion among Tannim, as Yohanan said, the son of the Holy says, that only one benediction should be recited in the Havdalah, but the people generally pronounce 3. Said Jehoshua ben Levi, one who recites the Havdalah prayer must recite it similarly to the Havdalah in the scriptures. An objection was made, how is the order of the Havdalah to be observed? As follows, Who hath made a distinction between sanctified and ordinary, between light and darkness, between Israel and other nations, between the 7th day and working days, between unclean and clean, between the sea and dry land, between the waters above and beneath, between priests, Levites, and Israelites, and must conclude with, Blessed be he who hath arranged in order the creation, and others say, Who hath created all things. Jose bar Jehudah said, he must conclude with Who hath sanctified Israel. How then can it be said that the scriptural order should be observed? It does not mention sea and dry land. This should be eliminated. If that should be so, and taking into consideration that the distinction between the seventh day and working days is merely an adjunct to the conclusion, then 7 benedictions will not remain? I will tell thee, between the priests, Levites, and Israelites are virtually 2 separate distinctions, because it is written, at that time did the Lord separate the tribe of Levi, and between the priests and Levites, as it is written, the sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses, and Aaron was set apart, to sanctify him as most holy. What is the conclusion of the benediction? Said Rabbi, it concludes with who hath sanctified Israel, and Samuel said, it concludes with who make the distinction between sanctified and ordinary. Abai, according to another version R. Joseph, denounced Rabbi's decree. We have learned in a Boritha upon the authority of R. Jehoshua ben Hananiah, that one who concludes the benediction. p. 218. With both passages, viz., who hath sanctified Israel and who make the distinction between sanctified and ordinary, his years and days are prolonged for him, but the halakha does not prevail accordingly. Ulla once came to Pumbeditha. So R. Jehudah said to his son, R. Itzhak, go and carry a basket of fruit to Ulla, and incidentally observe how he recites the Havdalah. R. Itzhak would not go himself, but sent Abai in his stead. When Abai returned, he related that Ulla merely said, who distinguisheth between sanctified and ordinary, and nothing more. R. Itzhak then went to his father and told him that he did not go himself, but had sent Abai, who related that Ulla merely said, who distinguisheth between sanctified and ordinary days, and R. Jehudah replied, thy arrogance and disobedience will be the cause of thy not being able to cite a halakha in Ullah's name, but thou wilt have to cite it in Abai's name. R. Hananiah bar Shlemiah and the disciples of Rabbi sat together at a meal, and R. Hamnunah the elder waited on them, and they said to him, go and see if the Sabbath has already set in. If it has, we will stop and make the meal for Sabbath. He replied, ye need not do this, for Rabbi said, that the Sabbath asserts itself without other aid, and it is not necessary to make a special distinction for it. For, said Rabbi, as on the Sabbath the law of giving tithes must be particularly observed, even when a light meal is taken, because the Sabbath renders it an honorable duty, so in the case of the Kiddush even if a meal is in the course of being served, one may arise and recite that prayer without first clearing off the table. The disciples of Rabbi desired to infer therefrom, that as the Sabbath makes it a duty to recite the Kiddush even when in the midst of a meal, the Havdalah should also be said, even though a meal have to be interrupted on that account. Said R. Amram to them, thus said Rabbi, for Kiddush this is imperative but not for Havdalah, and as for interrupting a meal, it need not be done for the sake of Havdalah. At the same time, it is not lawful to commence eating at the time appointed for the Havdalah, without first reciting that prayer. No interruption need be made when solid food is taken, but when drinking, the Havdalah should be said over the same cup, i.e., an interruption should be made and the Havdalah recited. Again, the interruption must be made only when wine or beer is drunk, but when water is the beverage that is not necessary. p. 219. Rabbina asked R.N. Haman bar Itzhak, if a man did not recite the Kiddush on the eve of Sabbath, is it lawful for him to do so during the Sabbath day? And he answered, the children of Hiah having stated, that one who had not recited the Havdalah at the close of Sabbath may do so at any time during the week following, we must assume, that one who had not recited the Kiddush on the eve of Sabbath may do so during all the Sabbath day. Rabbina objected, the eve of a Sabbath or of a festival brings with it the duty of saying the Kiddush over a cup and also the duty of including the remembrance in the benediction at the conclusion of meals, but the Sabbath or the festival days only carry with them the duty of including remembrance in the benedictions after meals. Now, if it were allowed to recite the Kiddush on the Sabbath or festival day, because they have the duty of the benediction in common with the eve of the Sabbath or the festival, could not a man willfully postpone the recital of the Kiddush until the morrow? Replied R.N. Haman bar Itzhak, the case of a man who does not act in accordance with the proper law is not considered. Rabbina again objected, the honor of the Sabbath day is more important than that of the eve preceding it, so that if a man have but 1 cup of wine for both the Kiddush on the eve of Sabbath and for the purpose of honoring therewith the Sabbath day, he should rather use it for the Kiddush, whence we can see, that it should not be postponed until the next day, for were this allowed, the owner could leave the cup until the following day and then use it for both purposes. Answered R.N. Ahman, the fulfillment of a religious duty at its proper time is the more preferable. Rabbina, however, rejoined, is this indeed the case? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that if a man enter his house at the close of the Sabbath, he pronounces a benediction over wine, light, and spices in the order named, and then recites the Havdalah over the cup? Now if a man have only 1 cup of wine, he may leave it until after the meal and then pronounce all the benedictions over it at once. Is this not proof positive that the fulfillment of a religious duty at its proper time is not preferable? Then R.N. Ahman replied, I am not one of those sages who would proclaim a decree upon my own authority, neither am I a prophet nor do one quote an authority without corroboration. The traditional ordinance I quoted I did learn from my teachers as referring to p. 220. Kiddush alone, but I merely took it upon myself to arrange the order of the benedictions in the Kiddush and Havdalah, and I did so because I was convinced that my order was correct, for thus it is also taught in the colleges, and the reason of all this is, that there is a great difference between the entrance of a sanctified day and its close. At the entrance of such a day, the sooner we observe its sanctification the better, for we thereby demonstrate that we consider the duty a pleasure, but at its close, the further we can postpone its termination the better, for thereby we demonstrate that it is not a burden to us. From the preceding Boraitha we may infer 8 things. First, one who included the Havdalah in his evening prayer must nevertheless recite it again over a cup. Second, the benediction after a meal must be made over a cup. Third, the cup used at the benediction must be of a prescribed capacity. Fourth, one who pronounces the benediction over the cup of wine must taste some. Fifth, as soon as part of the wine is tasted after a benediction, the cup of wine is rendered unfit for any other benedictions. Sixth, even if a full meal is eaten at the close of Sabbath and the sanctification of the day had passed, it is still a duty to recite the Havdalah. Seventh, 2 degrees of sanctification may be bestowed upon 1 cup of wine. Lastly, the entire Boraitha is in accordance with the school of Shammai and with the interpretation of R. Jehuda. R. Ashi said, the inference that the cup of wine must be of a prescribed quantity, and the one that by tasting the wine the cup becomes unfit for other benedictions, are virtually one and the same thing, and the 8 inferences are completed thus. Why does tasting of the cup of wine render it unfit? Because the prescribed quantity is thereby lessened. R. Jacob Bar Edi was so particular, that if the jug containing the wine was ever so slightly damaged he would not use the wine for Kiddush or Havdalah, and R. Edi Bar Shesha was only particular about the condition of the goblet. Mar the son of R. Ashi was particular even about the condition of the barrel containing the wine, and if it was at all damaged he would not use the wine for the Kiddush or the Havdalah. The rabbis taught, it is written, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. The remembrance should be effected over wine. This, however, refers to the Sabbath day. Whence do we know that the night is also meant? To that end it is written, to keep it holy, which refers also to the night. Whence do we know that the night is also meant, is the question. Is not the night the principal time of the Sabbath, when the Kiddush must be said? Then, again, how can the passage refer to the night, when it distinctly states the day? The following is meant, remember the day implies that it should be remembered over wine, when the Sabbath sets in. This therefore refers to the night, and that the day also is meant is clearly proven by the words, the Sabbath day. What benediction is made during the day of Sabbath? Said R. Jehuda, only the usual benediction over the wine, viz., who hath created the fruit of the vine. R. Ashi came to the city of Mehuzah, and the people said to him, let Master recite for us the great Kiddush, and not knowing what they meant by the great Kiddush, he thought, let us see. The first benediction to be made is the usual one over wine. Accordingly, he pronounced the benediction, who hath created the fruit of the vine, in a rather prolonged manner. He thereupon observed an old man bending over and sipping the wine. He then applied to himself the passage, the wise man hath his eyes in his head. p. 222. We have previously learned that the children of Arhaya said, if a man did not say the Havdalah at the close of the Sabbath, he may say it at any time during the following week. Until what day of the week? Said Arzera, until the fourth day of the week. R. Brona said in the name of Rabbite, if a man had washed his hands for a meal, he should not make the Kiddush, because that will cause an interruption. Said R. Itzhak bar Samuel bar Martha, Rabbite is not yet dead, and still we have already forgotten all his halachot. I myself stood before Rabbite several times and noticed that whenever he preferred bread he would make the Kiddush over bread, and whenever he preferred wine he would make the Kiddush over wine. Said Arhuna in the name of Rabbite, if a man had eaten anything prior to making the Kiddush, he need not make the Kiddush. Arhana the son of Hinana asked Arhuna, if a man had eaten prior to reciting the Havdalah, what is the law? And he answered, I say, that he must nevertheless recite the Havdalah, but Arasi said, that he need not do so. R. Jeremiah bar Abba was at one time in the house of Arasi, and through forgetfulness ate something before saying the Havdalah. Afterwards he was given a cup of wine and he then said the Havdalah. Said Arasi's wife to her husband, Master does not do this. And he replied, let him be, he acts according to the teaching of his masters. R. Joseph in the name of Samuel said, if a man had thoughtlessly eaten either before Kiddush or before Havdalah, he need not recite those prayers, but Rabbah in the name of R. N. Ahaman quoted Samuel to the contrary, namely, that he may do so. Said Rabha, the halakha prevails that one who had eaten before Kiddush or Havdalah may nevertheless recite those prayers. If one had not made the Kiddush on the eve of Sabbath, he may do so during the Sabbath day, and if he did not say the Havdalah at the close of Sabbath, he may say it on the following day. Mar the younger and Mar the elder, sons of Arhisda, related to Arashi the following, it once happened, that a Mamar was a guest in our house, and not having any wine, beer was brought for the Havdalah, but he would not use it for that purpose, and went to sleep without supper. On the morrow. p. 223. After a good deal of trouble we succeeded in procuring some wine, and he said the Havdalah and 8. A year afterwards he was again our guest, and once more we did not have any wine, so we brought beer for the Havdalah. He then remarked, if wine is so scarce with you and your usual beverage is beer, then the beer may be considered as wine of your land. Accordingly he said the Havdalah over it and ate his meal. From this narrative we can infer three things. First, that a man who heard the Havdalah in the house of worship, must nevertheless recite it in his house. Second, that nothing should be eaten prior to the Havdalah, and third, that if a man did not say the Havdalah at the close of Sabbath, he may say it during the following week. R. Huna asked of Arhisda, may the Kiddush be made over beer? And he answered, if as to unfermented barley beer, fig beer, and senna beer, concerning which Rabbite was asked, who in turn asked of Arhaya, who then asked Rabbi, it could not be decided whether they may be used or not, how then can I decide about ordinary beer? It was thought, however, that while Kiddush could not be made, it was surely allowed to make Havdalah with beer. Said Arhisda to them, so said Rabbite, as the Kiddush cannot be made over beer, so also must Havdalah not be made over it. It was also taught, that Ar-Tahlafa bar Ar-Abimi said the same thing in the name of Samuel. Levi sent Rabbi beer made of a 13-fold extract of dates, and it was very sweet in taste, and Rabbi said, with this kind of beer the Kiddush may be made, and all hymns and songs in praise of the Lord may be sung over it. At night he felt some bad effects on account of that beer, so he said, should a thing which produces a bad effect be used for the Kiddush? R. Joseph said, I will register a vow before a multitude of people that I will never again drink beer, and Rabha said, I would rather drink water in which flax was soaked than beer, and continued he who makes the kiddush over beer, should never have anything else to drink. R. Huna once found Rabbi making kiddush over beer. So he said, it seems to me, that Abba will soon commence to deal in beer, if it is so dear to him. The rabbis taught, neither kiddush nor any other benediction. p. 224. Should be made with anything except wine. Is there then no benediction made over beer and water, namely, through whose word everything came into being? Said Abai, the teaching of the rabbis relative to any other benediction means, that the cup given for the benediction after meals should only be of wine. The rabbis taught, kiddush is not made with beer. It was said upon the authority of R. Eliezer bar R. Simeon, that kiddush may be made with beer. The statement previously made, that the wine must be tasted when kiddush is made, means that even ever so little may be tasted, and R. Jose bar R. Jehuda says, that a mouthful must be tasted. R. Huna said in the name of Rabbite, and likewise R. Gadel of Narish taught, if a man made kiddush and tasted a mouthful of the beverage, he has fulfilled his duty, but if he had not tasted that much, he has not acquitted himself of the duty. From the time of Minha, etc. The schoolman asked, does this refer to the long Minha or to the short Minha? Is it not lawful to eat from the time of the long Minha, because thereby the time in which the paschal offering must be brought will be taken up, or is it not lawful to eat from the time of the short Minha, because in that event a man would become satiated, and not be able to do justice to the Passover meal of unleavened bread? Said Rabbina, come and hear, we have learned, even King Agrippa, whose wont it was to eat at the 9th hour of the day, should on the eve of Passover not eat until it becomes dark. Now if the short Minha is the time meant, after which it is not lawful to eat, then the case of King Agrippa is worthy of note, but if the long Minha is meant, what proof does this case exhibit then that it was only because the meal would interfere with the paschal offering, and why is Agrippa's case specially mentioned? Hence we may infer therefrom that the short Minha is meant. Still, wherein is the case of Agrippa so noteworthy? If he commence his meal as usual in the 9th hour, the time when it is already unlawful to eat will arrive while he is still at his meal? We might assume, that the 9th. p. 225. Hour of Agrippa is the equivalent of our 4th hour. Hence we are told that such is not the case. R. Jose said, while eating is not permitted after the time stated in the Mishnah, it is allowed to partake of a light repast of fruit, delicacies, etc. R. Itzhak would partake of herbs. Rabha would drink wine during all the eve of Passover, in order to arouse his appetite for unleavened bread at night. R. Shishait would fast all through the eve of Passover, because, being in delicate health, had he eaten anything during the day he would not have been able to eat at night. Even the meanest in Israel, etc. It was taught, when eating unleavened bread on the Passover night it is required that one should recline in an easy position, but this is not required when the bitter herbs are eaten. When wine is drunk it was taught in the name of R.N. Ahman that a reclining position should be taken, and also that it need not be taken. Still, this apparent contradiction presents no difficulty. The statement quoted of R.N. Ahman that a reclining position is necessary when drinking wine refers to the first 2 cups, and the statement that it is not necessary refers to the last 2 cups. Some explain the apparent contradiction in the manner quoted because the first 2 cups symbolize the commencement of liberty for the previously enslaved Jews, while the last 2 cups have no such significance. Others, however, say on the contrary. The first 2 cups are a remembrance of the days of bondage, and should therefore not be drunk in a reclining position, while the last 2 cups are a remembrance of the dawn of freedom, and hence should be drunk in an easy reclining position. Leaning backwards is not considered reclining, nor is leaning over on the right side considered reclining in an easy position, and another reason why this should not be done is for fear lest the food enter the trachea instead of the gullet, and thus cause danger. The woman who sits with her husband need not recline when eating, but if she is a woman of prominence she should do so. A son sitting with his father must recline, and the schoolman raised the question whether a disciple sitting with his master should also recline or not. Come and hear, Abbe, I said, when we were at the house of our master we disciples would recline each on the other's knee, but when we afterwards came to our Joseph, he told us that we need not do this, for it is said in a both, the fear of thy master should be as the fear of thee. P. 226. Lord. The schoolman then inquired whether the servant in the house of his master must recline or not. Come and hear, our Jehoshua ben Levi said, if the servant ate unleavened bread to the size of an olive in a reclining position, he has fulfilled his duty. Whence we may infer that the servant must also recline. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said again, women must also drink the 4 cups, because they were also included in the miracles which delivered us all from Egypt. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, each cup must contain wine which, when mixed with 3 parts of water, will be good wine. If unmixed wine was drunk, the duty has nevertheless been fulfilled. If all the 4 cups were poured into one and drunk, the duty has also been fulfilled. If the household was allowed to drink part of the 4 cups, the duty has also been fulfilled. Rabha, however, said, if the wine was drunk unmixed the duty of drinking the wine has been acquitted, but the symbolical feature thereof has not been carried out, and in the case of where the 4 cups were poured into one, Rabbi said, the duty of drinking wine has been accomplished, but the duty of the 4 cups has not. If the household was allowed to drink part of the 4 cups, R.N. Ahaman said, the master of the house has fulfilled the duty of drinking the 4 cups, provided he drunk the larger part thereof. We have learned in a Boritha, R. Jehudah said, the cup must contain the taste and the color of red wine. Said Rabha, what is the reason of R. Jehudah's statement? Because it is written, do not look on the wine when it is red. The rabbis taught, the duty of drinking the 4 cups devolves upon all alike men, women, and even children. R. Jehudah, however, said, what benefit would children derive from wine? They should rather be given nuts, parched corn, etc., on the eve of Passover, so as to keep them awake at night, and that may make them inquire into the reason of the festivity. It was said of our Akiba, that he would deal out nuts and parched corn on the eve of Passover to the children, in order to keep them awake and have them ask for reasons. We have learned in a Boritha, our Eliezer said, on the night of the Passover the unleavened bread is snatched out of the P. 227. Children's hand in order to keep them awake and have them ask for the reason. 1. A Boritha states that it was told of R. Akiba, that he never proposed adjourning the session at the college excepting on the eve of Passover for the children's sake, that they should not fall asleep, and on the eve of the Day of Atonement, in order to see that the children be given their meals at the proper time. The rabbis taught, it is the duty of every man to cause his household and his children to rejoice on a festival, as it is written, and thou shalt rejoice on thy feast. Wherewith should a man cause his household to rejoice? With wine. R. Jehudah, however, said, the men with the thing they like best and the women with what is most pleasing to them. The thing men like best is, of course, wine, but what is most pleasing to women? R. Joseph taught, in Babylonia multicolored dresses and in Judea pressed linen garments. We have learned in a Boritha, R. Jehudah ben Bathura said, when the temple was still in existence, there was no better mode of rejoicing, than with flesh, as it is written, and thou shalt slay peace offerings, and eat them there, and thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God. But now, when there is no temple, wine is the principal means of rejoicing, as it is written, and wine that maketh joyful the heart of man. Nor shall a person have less than 4 cups of wine. How can the rabbis order a thing which might involve danger? 2. Have we not learned in a Boritha, that a man should not eat 2 dishes, nor drink 2 cups, nor do anything by twos? Said R.N. Ahaman, it is written, a night to be observed was this unto the Lord, which signifies that on that night one is exempt from danger. Rabha said, the cup of benediction is only counted in for good purposes but never for evil, because its very name implies that it is for good, and thus only 3 cups are virtually drunk. Ravana, however, said, at all events, the 4 cups cannot be conjoined, for each one represents a different duty. 3. p. 228. In Palestine no attention was paid to even or odd numbers, but Ardimi of Nearday was even particular about the signs on his barrels, and it once happened that he paid no attention to the signs, so one of the barrels burst. Whence the rule may be adduced, that one who is particular about things lays himself liable to accidents, but one who is not affected by superstition. Still, it might happen that an accident should occur to him. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, 2 eggs, 2 nuts, 2 cucumbers, and 2 of some other thing which I cannot remember, prove injurious to a man, is a sign of law, and because the rabbis could not find out what that other thing was, they included 2 of everything among the injurious as a precautionary measure. The statement elsewhere, that 10, 8, 6, and 4 are excluded from the even numbers which are injurious only refers to acts caused by evil spirits, but where witchcraft is concerned, even those and more numbers may prove injurious, as it happened that a man once divorced his wife and she then became the wife of a wine dealer. The first husband would generally go to that wine dealer for his wine, and they tried to bewitch him, but without success, for he was always careful to avoid the even numbers. One day he imbibed too freely, and after drinking his 16th cup he became confused, and did not know how many he had drunk. So they saw to it that he drank an even number, and then succeeded in bewitching him. When he went out into the street he was met by a certain merchant, who said, I see a murdered man walking before me. Not being able to proceed farther, the drunken man embraced a tree for support, when the tree emitted a groan and dried up, and the man was killed. R. Avira said, bowls and loaves of bread are not affected by even numbers. The rule is, that all things produced artificially are not subject to the evil arising from even numbers, but natural productions, such as fruit and edible things, are. Shops are not affected by even numbers. If one ate one of a certain thing and then considered it, and ate another, the rule of even numbers does not apply. Guests are not affected by even numbers, i.e., if 1 cup of wine was given a guest and then another, as he had not known in advance how many he would be given, he is not affected. A woman is not affected by even numbers, but a prominent woman should nevertheless be careful. p. 229. Said Arhinana the son of Arjahashua. Asparagus is always counted in with things tending to good but not to evil. Joseph said, 2 cups of wine and 1 cup of beer are not counted together, but 2 cups of beer and 1 of wine are counted together. Proof of this can be adduced from a Mishnah in Tract Kelim, to the effect that where uncleanness is concerned, the less valuable things are defiled by more valuable, but valuable things are not defiled by things of lesser value. R. N. Ahman said in the name of Rabbite, if 2 cups are drunk before going to the table, and 1 while at table, they are counted together, but 1 drunk before going to the table and 2 drunk at the table are not counted together. Our Meshur Shia opposed this statement. Do we then concern ourselves with the table? It is the man who is affected, and if he drank 3 cups, it is well. Therefore only if a man drank 2 cups at the table, pronounced the benediction after the meal, and subsequently drank another, the 3 cups are not counted together. 1. Even if they must be given him from the funds devoted to charitable support. Is this not self-evident? This statement in the Mishnah is made for the purpose of counteracting the decree of Ar Akaba, to the effect that a man should even make his Sabbath day as any other, in order not to depend upon charity. When the observance of the Passover, however, is concerned, and the miracles performed for our ancestors are to be proclaimed, even Ar Akaba admits that a man may avail himself of charity so that he may be enabled fitly to celebrate the event. The disciples of Elijah taught, although Ar Akaba taught that a man should even make his Sabbath day as any other, in order not to depend upon charity, Still some slight distinction should be made in honor of the Sabbath, as it is taught in a Mishnah, R. Jehuda. p. 230. Ben Tima said, Thou shalt be bold as a leopard, light as an eagle, swift as a deer, and strong as a lion to do the will of thy heavenly Father. The rabbis taught. 7 things R. Akiba commanded his son R. Jehoshua, viz., My child, sit not in the midst of a city, when thou desirest to study, do not live in a city the officials of which are scholars, for they do not attend to the wants of the city, do not enter thy house without warning, and so much the less into thy neighbor's house, never go barefooted, always arise early, and immediately eat in summer on account of the heat and in winter on account of the cold, and rather make thy Sabbath day as any other in order not to depend upon charity, and, finally, have transactions only with such men as have no ill fortune. Said our Papa, this last injunction does not refer to buying of or selling to a man in good fortune, but merely to entering into partnership. Now that we have heard from our Samuel Bar Itzhak that the passage, the work of his hands hast thou blessed, signifies, that whoever only received a coin from the hands of Job was fortunate in all his undertakings, we can infer, that with a man who is fortunate it is not only beneficial to be associated as a partner, but it is even to one's interest to buy from or sell to such a person. 5 things R. Akiba while in prison commanded to R. Simeon ben Jaquet, when R. Simeon ben Jaquet said to him, Master, teach me the law, and R. Akiba replied, I do not wish to do this. The former said, If thou wilt not, I shall complain to my father Jaquet, and he will denounce thee to the government. R. Akiba then remarked, My son, more than the calf desire to suck is the cow anxious to yield her milk, and R. Simeon replied, In this case, however, the calf is in greater danger, stood yet in danger of being detected. Whereupon R. Akiba told him the 5 things, viz., if thou wouldst hang thyself, select at least a stout tree. If thou wouldst teach thy child, teach it from books free of errors. Do. p. 231. Not cook in the same pot that thy neighbor once used. If thou wouldst do an act of charity or perform a religious duty, and incidentally derive material benefit therefrom, thou shouldst lend thy money to the husbandman and eat of the fruit of his land, in which case thou wilt do an act of charity and also derive material benefit. If thou wouldst perform a religious duty and keep thy body clean, thou shouldst take a wife and have children. 4 things our holy rabbi commanded his children, viz., do not live in the city of Shechem. Do not sit on the bed of a Syrian woman. Do not try to avoid taxation. Lastly, do not stand in front of an ox just emerging from the swamps, for at that time he is so wild that it seems as if Satan were moving between his horns. R. Samuel said, this refers only to a black ox in the month of Nisan. R. Ashia taught, an ox that had attempted to gore a person once should not be approached for a distance of 50 ells, and one that had done so 3 times should be avoided as long as he is in sight. It was taught in the name of our Meir, if thou hast perceived an ox so vicious, even if he still have his head in his crib, climb up an elevation and draw thy ladder after thee immediately. 3 things are Ishmael bar our Jose commanded Rabbi, viz., thou shalt not cause a blemish on thyself. Thou shalt not haggle. p. 232. Over the price of a thing if thou hast not the wherewithal to purchase it with thee, and on the night when thy wife has returned from the bath thou shalt have nothing to do with her. Said Rabbi, this refers to a woman who had been ritually unclean according to biblical law but not to one who had been unclean according to rabbinical law, for in the former case, having been unclean only 7 days, there is danger of a recurrence of her uncleanness, while in the latter, where she had been unclean 14 days, there is no such danger. 3 things our Jose bar Jehuda also commanded Rabbi, viz., thou shalt not go out at night alone. Thou shalt not stand naked before a light, and thou shalt not enter a new bath house, lest it be imperfectly constructed and break down. The rabbis taught, one who has intercourse with his wife in a bed where a child sleeps may cause the child to be epileptic, but this is the case only if the child is less than 6 years old. If it is over 6 years old, or even if it be less than 6 years old but sleeps at the foot or at the head of the bed, it does not matter. If the man, however, put his hand on the child, no matter where it sleeps, there will be no evil consequences. Why should not a man go out alone at night? For we have learned in a Boraitha, a man should not go out alone on the night following the 4th day or on the night following the Sabbath, because an evil spirit called Agrath, the daughter of Mahlath, together with 180,000 other evil spirits, go forth into the world and have the right to injure anyone they should chance to meet. In former times the spirit would go forth every day. Once she met with Hananiah ben Dosa and said to him, "If I had not heard it proclaimed in the heavens, Hananiah, and his knowledge must be respected, I would inflict some injury upon thee," and he answered, "If I am esteemed in the heavens above, I command thee never to appear where men dwell," and she pleaded, "I must obey thy command, but leave me some freedom," whereupon be allowed the night following the 4th day and the night following the Sabbath. p. 233. At another time this same evil spirit met Abai, and she also said to him, "Had I not heard it proclaimed above, respect Nahmini and his knowledge, I would do thee harm," and he answered, "If I am respected above, I command thee never to appear where men dwell." Rabbi said to Arasi, "Do not live in a city where thou canst not hear a horse neigh or a dog bark, and do not live in a city whose head is a physician. Do not take unto thee 2 wives, because they might conspire against thee to do thee wrong. If thou, however, already hast 2 wives, take a third." Rabbi said to Kahana, "It were better that thou shouldst occupy thyself with carrion than that thou shouldst break thy word. Rather skin carrion in the market for pay than say that thou art a priest or an important person and above such work, for all honest labor is preferable to accepting charity. When thou goest on a journey, no matter how short, always take some food with thee. Even when 100 cucumbers may be had for 1 zuz, do not say that thou wilt buy thy food on the way, but carry it along with thee, for thou never canst know what might happen on the way." Rabbi said to his son Hiah, "Do not make a habit of taking medicine. Do not make long strides. Avoid as much as possible having a tooth extracted. Never try to tease a snake, and do not make sport of a Persian." The rabbis taught, never tease a little Gentile, a small snake, or a young pupil, because their kingdom is behind their ears. Rabbi said to Abo his son, "I have tried to teach thee the holy law, but I cannot succeed. Come and I will teach thee worldly things. When the sand is still on thy feet, shouldst thou meet with a buyer, sell out at once. Sell everything, even though thou mightst subsequently regret it, especially wine, which thou wilt never regret selling, for it might become spoiled. Make fast thy purse and open thy sack. If thou hast an opportunity to gain a kabite of land in thy immediate vicinity, it is better than a kur of land far away. If thy basket is filled with dates, run to the brewer and have him brew the beer, for the dates might be eaten up, and then thou wilt have." p. 234. Naught. 3 things are Yohanan said in the name of the great men of Jerusalem: when thou goest to war, and canst persuade others to join thee, stay as long as possible in order to see that the men that thou hast recruited all go, and then go thyself last of all. Then upon the return thy reward shall be that thou shalt be first. Rather make thy Sabbath day as any other, and avoid depending on charity. Associate thyself with one upon whom fortune smiles. R. Jehoshua ben Levi also said 3 things in the name of the great men of Jerusalem, viz., do not commit private acts in public. If thy daughter is of marriageable age, free thy slave and give her to him in marriage, and watch thy wife with her first son-in-law. R. Yohanan said, the following 3 kinds of men shall inherit the world to come: those that live in the Holy Land, those that send their children to houses of learning, and those that make Havdalah over wine. R. Yohanan said again, the Holy One, blessed be he, himself proclaims the virtue of the 3 following men: of a bachelor who lives in a large city and sins not, of a poor man who finds a valuable thing and returns it to its owner, and of a rich man who gives a tenth of his profits to charity unbeknown to others. R. Safra was a bachelor, and lived in a large city. A certain Tana repeated the statement of R. Yohanan, just quoted, in the presence of Rabha and R. Safra. R. Safra's face beamed with delight. Said Rabha to him, a bachelor such as thou art is not meant, but such men as are Hanana and R. p. 235. Ashia, who were shoemakers in the land of Israel and whose shops were in the markets of the prostitutes. They would make shoes for those women and carry the shoes to the houses where the prostitutes lived, and even fit them there. Still, though the women would look at them, they never lifted their eyes to look at the prostitutes. Thus when oaths were taken, they would swear by the lives of these holy rabbis of the land of Israel. The Holy One, blessed be He, loves three kinds of men, viz., those that never become angry, those that never become intoxicated, and those who do not insist upon asserting themselves. The following three the Lord hates: the one who speaks with his mouth and thinks otherwise in his heart, the one who can testify in a man one's favor and does not do so, and the one who alone saw another man doing wrong and testifies against him in public, although knowing that the testimony of one man is not sufficient to convict, as it once happened that a certain man by the name of Tobiah sinned. A certain Zeged came to our Papa and testified against this Tobiah. Our Papa ordered this Zeged chastised, and the latter said, Tobiah has sinned, and Zeged should be punished. And our Papa answered, Yea, for it is written, there shall not rise up one single witness against a man, and thou art the single witness against Tobiah, hence thy testimony is of no value and merely slanders a man. The rabbis taught, the following three kinds of men do not live a life worth living, viz., those who have too much pity with importunates, those who are very excitable, and those who are too fastidious. Said R. Joseph, I combine in myself all those three defects. The rabbis taught, the following three species hate others of their own kind, viz., a dog, a cock, and a Persian gwabber, and others say, one prostitute hates another, and still others say, one scholar hates another. The rabbis taught, the three following love others of their own kind, viz., proselytes, slaves, and ravens. The following four are unbearable to the sound sense of a man, viz., a poor man who is vain, a rich man who constantly tells lies, an old man who is lascivious, and a president of a congregation who considers himself superior to all others without cause. Others say, also one who divorces his wife once, remarries, then divorces her again and again marries her. p. 236. 5 things Canaan the son of Ham the son of Noah commanded his children, viz., love ye one another, love robbery, love lasciviousness, hate your masters, and never tell the truth. 6 things were said of a horse, viz., he is very passionate, he loves war, he is very proud, he hates to sleep, he eats much and casts off little, and according to others, he loves to kill his owner in a battle. Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of R. Samuel Bar Martha, quoting Rabbite upon the authority of R. Hosea the man of Hutzal, whence do we know that an Israelite must not consult astrologers? Because it is written, perfect shalt thou be with the Lord thy God. Whence do we know that if a man is convinced of the superiority of his neighbor to himself, even in one instance only, he should respect him? From the passage, because a superior spirit was in him, and the king sought to appoint him over the whole kingdom. When a woman continues in the blood of her purification, although she is not defiled, she should not have any connection with her husband. We have learned in a Boraitha, Joseph the man of Hutzal is Joseph the Babylonian or Isi ben Ger or Isi ben Jehuda or Isi ben Gamaliel or Isi ben Mahalalal, and what is his name? Isi ben Akabia. R. Itzhak ben Tabla is R. Itzhak ben Hakla and the same as R. Itzhak ben Elazar, and where R. Itzhak is mentioned in Halakha it refers to R. Itzhak ben Aha, while where R. Itzhak is mentioned in Haggadah it refers to R. Itzhak ben Pinhas. Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of R. Yohanan, quoting R. Jehuda bar Ilai, rather eat onions and sit in peace in thy house than geese and chickens, which thou wilt acquire a taste for and perhaps be unable to gratify it? Reduce the quality of thy meals, if need be, in order to improve the quality of thy abode. When Ullah came from Palestine, he said, there is a saying in Palestine to this effect, he who always eats the fat of a ram's tail must hide himself from his creditors in an altar, but he who satisfies himself with herbs, can sit in the center of the market in full view of all. Mishnah, when the first cup is poured out, the blessing pertaining to the festival should be said, and then the benediction. p. 237. Over the wine must be pronounced. Such is the dictum of Beth Shammai, but according to Beth Hillel, the benediction over the wine should be said first, and then the blessing of the festival may be pronounced. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the following presents one of the instances wherein Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel continually differ as regards meals, namely, Beth Shammai hold, first, that the blessing of the festival should precede that over the wine, because the festival is the direct cause of drinking the wine, and, second, the festival was already at hand while the wine was just brought. The school of Hillel, however, maintain, first, that the blessing over the wine has the preference, because, were it not for the wine or bread, no kiddush could be said. Secondly, the wine is usual and drank every day, while the festival only comes once in a certain period, and the rule is, that between a thing which occurs frequently and one which occurs only at intervals, the latter is to be given preference. The halakha prevails according to Beth Hillel. Mishnah, herbs and vegetables are then to be brought, the lettuce is then to be immersed, part thereof eaten, and the remainder left until after the meal arranged for the night is eaten. Then unleavened cakes are to be placed before him as well as the lettuce, sauce, and 2 kinds of cooked food, although it is not strictly obligatory to use the same. R. Elazar ben Zadok, however, said, that it is obligatory. During the existence of the Holy Temple, the Paschal sacrifice was then placed before him. Gemara, why are 2 immersions necessary, the one when lettuce is immersed and the other when the bitter herbs are immersed? In order to excite the curiosity of the children, and have them inquire into the reason therefore. Which kinds of the above-mentioned cooked food are meant? Said Arhunah, mangold and rice, and Rabbi would see to it that there was only mangold and rice in place of the cooked victuals, because he wished to carry out the literal sense of Arhunah's teaching. Hezekiah said, fish, together with an egg, may also serve for the 2 kinds of cooked food, and R. Joseph said, nay, there must be 2 kinds of meat, one to serve as a remembrance of the Paschal offering and the other as a remembrance of the festal offering. Rabbinah said, a bone and some boiled meat suffice. p. 238. It is self-evident that if a man have other vegetables besides lettuce he can say the blessing required for the vegetables, namely, who hath created the fruit of the earth, and eat them, and then, when coming to the bitter herbs, he may say the blessing required, namely, who hath commanded us to eat bitter herbs, and then eat them. But if a man have no other vegetables besides lettuce, how shall he pronounce the benedictions? Said Arhunah, he should first say the ordinary benedictions for vegetables, eat a piece of the lettuce, then say the blessing over bitter herbs, and proceed to eat. R. Hisda opposed this. How can the man say another blessing after he had already eaten of the thing? Therefore he should say the 2 benedictions together, eat part of the lettuce, and when the time arrives to eat the remainder he can eat it without saying a blessing. In Syria they acted in accordance with Arhunah's opinion, and Arshishate the son of Jehoshua would act in accordance with Hisda's decree. The halakha prevails according to Hisda's decree. Aha the son of Rabha took care to have other vegetables besides lettuce, in order to avoid the difference of opinion between the 2 sages. Rabbinah said, Mesher the son of Nathan told me, that so said Hillel, quoting a tradition, a man should not place the bitter herbs between unleavened cakes and eat them in that manner. Why not? Because the eating of unleavened cakes is a biblical commandment, while the eating of bitter herbs in this day is only a rabbinical ordinance. Now if the 2 be eaten together, the bitter herbs might destroy the taste of the cakes, and thus a rabbinical ordinance would supersede a biblical commandment, and even according to those who hold that one commandment cannot nullify another when both are fulfilled at the same time, such is only the case where both are biblical or both are rabbinical, but when one is a biblical and the other a rabbinical commandment, the rabbinical nullifies the other, and hence their joint fulfillment is not allowed. Who is the Tana from whom we have heard that the fulfillment of one commandment does not nullify that of another? That Tana is Hillel. As we have learned in a Boraitha, it was said of Hillel, that he would take a piece of the paschal offering, an unleavened cake, and some bitter herbs, and eat them together, as it is written, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs shall ye eat it. p. 239. R. Yohanan said, Hillel's colleagues did not agree with him, as we have learned in a Boraitha, lest we assume that the paschal offering, the unleavened bread, and the bitter herbs must be eaten together, therefore it is written, with unleavened bread and bitter herbs shall ye eat it, which signifies, that each may even be eaten separately. R. Ashi opposed this. If this Boraitha is supposed to be in opposition to Hillel, why does it state that each may even be eaten separately? Therefore the Boraitha means to state, that even if the three things were eaten separately the duty was acquitted, though they should rather be eaten together. Now in this day, when it is not known whether the halakha prevails according to the opinion of Hillel or of the opposing sages, the mode of procedure should be thus: a blessing should be said over the unleavened bread and a piece thereof eaten, then another blessing should be said over the bitter herbs and a piece tasted, and finally the unleavened bread and the bitter herbs should be put together and eaten at the same time, saying, this is in remembrance of Hillel's actions when the temple was still in existence. R. Elazar said in the name of R. Ashia, when anything is dipped in sauce, the hands should be perfectly clean, i.e., previously washed. Said R. Papa, thence we may infer that the lettuce must be entirely immersed in the charoseth, for otherwise what need would there be of washing the hands? They would not touch the sauce. Nay, perhaps this is not so, the odor of the sauce might neutralize any poison which might be lurking in the lettuce, and thus the lettuce need not be entirely immersed, and as for washing the hands, that is merely a precaution lest they accidentally touch the sauce. R. Papa said again, the bitter herbs should not be allowed to stay any length of time in the sauce, lest the spices draw out the bitterness, and thus make the bitter herbs tasteless. R. Hista led Rabbana Ubka by the arms and the latter preached, if a man washed his hands prior to dipping the lettuce the first time, he should nevertheless wash his hands again when dipping a second time. The rabbis told this to our Papa, and remarked that the statement did not refer to the Passover meal alone, but that it was a general rule, for if it referred to the Passover meal alone, why should a man wash his hands the second time? He had already performed that duty. p. 240. Rejoined our Papa, on the contrary. The statement refers to the Passover meal alone, for where do we find that a second dipping is required, and should it be claimed that the duty had already been performed, hence a second washing of the hands were unnecessary, it should be taken into consideration, that between the first and second washing of the hands the recital of the Haggadah and the Hallel prayer was accomplished, and thus the first washing of the hands might have been lost sight of. Rabha said, if a man swallowed unleavened bread, even if he did not taste it, he has acquitted himself of the duty of eating unleavened bread, but if he swallowed the bitter herbs without getting a taste of the bitterness, he has not discharged the duty pertaining to eating bitter herbs. If he swallowed unleavened bread together with bitter herbs, he has acquitted himself of the duty pertaining to unleavened bread, but not of that pertaining to bitter herbs. If he had, however, wrapped the unleavened bread together with the bitter herbs in a leaf and swallowed it, so that neither the unleavened bread nor the bitter herbs touched the palate, he did not even discharge the duty pertaining to unleavened bread. R. Shimei bar Ashi said, unleavened bread, bitter herbs, and charoseth must be dealt out to each man separately, but immediately before the Haggadah is read, the tables on which the food is served one should not be removed at once, but only from the man who is about to recite. Arhuna, however, said, the things mentioned were only served to the man who was to recite the Haggadah, and he would then deal them out to the others, and the halakha prevails according to the decree of Arhuna. For what purpose were the tables removed? Said the disciples of Arjuna, in order to excite the curiosity of the children present, and induce them to inquire into the reasons. Abai while still a child sat at a table in the presence of Rabba, and observed that the table of Rabba was removed. Said Abai, we have not yet eaten our meal, why are the tables being removed? And Rabba replied, by thy question we are absolved from commencing with the passage, wherefore is this night distinguished from all nights, and we can immediately proceed with the answer, because we were slaves, etc. p. 241. Samuel said, it is written, bread of affliction, and as Oni can also stand for proclaiming, the bread may be called bread of proclamation, i.e., bread over which proclamations should be made, and thus we have also learned in a Boritha, or Oni may still be called poor, and for the reason that the benediction pertaining to the eating of the unleavened bread should be made over a broken piece after the manner of the poor. Although it is not obligatory to use charoseth, etc. If it is not obligatory, why is it used? For the purpose of neutralizing any poison that might be contained in the bitter herbs, said Ar-Ami. R. Elazar ben Zadok, however, said, it is obligatory, etc. What religious purpose can it serve? Said Ar-Levi, it serves as a remembrance of the apple trees. One Ar-Yohanan, however, said, it serves as a remembrance of the loam which the Israelites were compelled to prepare when in bondage in Egypt. Said Abai, therefore the charoseth should be made to have an acid taste in memory of the apple trees, and also thick, in memory of the loam. We have learned in a Boritha in support of Ar-Yohanan, viz., the spices used in the preparation of the charoseth were in memory of the straw used in the preparation of the loam, and the charoseth was in memory of the loam itself. Ar-Elazar ben Zadok said, the vendors of spices in Jerusalem would shout on the streets, come and buy spices for the religious purpose. Mishnah, a second cup of wine is poured out, and the son should then inquire of his father. If the son is mentally incapacitated to do this, the father is bound to instruct him as follows, wherefore is this night distinguished from all other nights? That on all other nights we may eat either leavened or unleavened bread, but on this it must be all unleavened. On all other nights we may eat all kinds of herbs, but on this we may only eat bitter herbs. On all other nights we may eat meat, roasted, boiled, or cooked in different ways, but on this night we may only eat it roasted. On p. 242. All other nights we immerse what we eat once, but on this night twice. And according to the powers of comprehension of the child, thus should his father teach him. First, he should inform him of the disgrace, and then conclude with the recital of the favorable and laudatory passages. He should expound the passage, Assyrian, wandering about, was my father, etc., until the end of the passage. Gemara, the rabbis taught, one who has an intelligent son should be asked by his son. If the son is not sufficiently intelligent, the wife should inquire, and if the wife is not capable, he himself should ask those questions. And even if two scholars who are well versed in the laws of the Passover should sit together at the Passover meal, one should ask the other the above questions. The Mishnah states, on all other nights we immerse what we eat once. Is, then, this done because it is a duty? Asked Rabha. Therefore, said he, it should state this, on all other nights we are not even bound to immerse what we eat once, but on this night we must do so twice. R. Safra opposed this, shall we tell children of the duty? What do children know of duty? Therefore let the Mishnah rather state, on all other nights we do not immerse what we eat at all, but on this night we do so twice. Mishnah, Rabban Gamaliel used to say, whosoever does not mention the following three things on the Passover has not fulfilled his duty. They are, the paschal sacrifice, the unleavened cakes, and the bitter herbs. The paschal sacrifice is offered because the Lord passed over the houses of our ancestors in Egypt, as it is written, that ye shall say, it is the sacrifice of the Passover unto the Lord, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, etc. The unleavened bread is eaten because our ancestors were redeemed from Egypt, as it is written, and the people took up their dough before it was leavened, etc. And bitter herbs are eaten because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our ancestors in Egypt, as it is written, and they made their lives bitter, etc. It is therefore incumbent on every person, in all ages, that he should consider it as though he had personally gone forth from Egypt, as it is written, and thou shalt tell thy son on that day, saying, This is done for the sake of that which the Lord did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. p. 243. We are therefore in duty bound to thank, praise, adore, glorify, extol, honor, bless, exalt, and reverence him who wrought all these miracles for our ancestors and for us, for he brought us forth from bondage to freedom, he changed our sorrow into joy, our mourning into a feast, he led us from darkness into a great light, and from servitude into redemption. Let us therefore say in his presence, Hallelujah. How far is the Hallel then to be said? According to Beth Shammai, till, he causeth the barren woman to dwell, etc., but according to Beth Hillel, till, who changeth the rock into a pool of water, etc., and they are to close with a blessing for the redemption. Our Tarfon says, This is the form, Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, Sovereign of the universe, who hast redeemed us and our ancestors from Egypt, without any further concluding blessing. Our Akaba, however, says, Thus mayest thou, O Lord our God, and the God of our ancestors, bring us to the peaceable enjoyment of other solemn feasts and sacred seasons which are nigh unto us, that we may rejoice in the rebuilding of thy city and exult in thy service, that we may there eat of the paschal and other sacrifices, etc., until blessed art thou, O Lord, who hast redeemed Israel. Gemara, Rabha said, one must say, the Lord hath redeemed us from Egypt, and he said again. The unleavened bread and the bitter herbs must be lifted up when about to be eaten, but the meat need not be lifted up, and, moreover, if the meat were lifted up, it would appear as if consecrated things were eaten outside. R. A. Bar Jacob said, a blind man is exempt from the recital of the Haggadah, and this is adduced from the comparison by analogy of the two passages, this is done, etc., and, this our son is stubborn, etc., and as concerning the latter verse it is taught elsewhere that, if the parents of the son be blind, and hence unable to point him out, the son shall not be stoned, so concerning the former verse it is taught, that a blind man is exempt from the duty of the recital. Is this indeed the case? Did not Marimer say that he asked the teachers of the disciples of R. Joseph who recited the Haggadah in the house of R. Joseph, and that they answered, R. Joseph, and who recited the Haggadah in the house of R. Shishait, and they answered, R. Shishait? Both R. Joseph and R. Shishait hold, that the entire ceremony pertaining to unleavened bread is in these days only a rabbinical institution. It is therefore incumbent on every person, etc. Said R. Jehoshua ben Levi, with 10 different expressions of praise the entire book of Psalms was composed, namely, with Nitsua ch, Nigan, Maskil, Mizmor, Shur, Ashrei, Thehilo, Thephalal, Hodah, and Hallelujah. One the most important of all the expressions is that of Hallelujah, because it contains within itself both praise and the name. Said R. Jehudah in the name of Samuel, the song in the scriptures was sung by Moses with Israel when coming up out of the sea, and who recited the Hallel. The prophets among them ordained, that at all times when they are delivered out of affliction, they should say it on account of their redemption. We have learned in a Boritha, our Meir said, all the praises uttered in the book of Psalms were uttered by David, as it is written, here are ended the prayers of David the son of Jesse. Do not read Kolu, but Kol Elu. Who said Hallel? Said R. Jose, my son Eleazar says, that Moses together with Israel said it, when coming up out of the sea, but his colleagues differ with him, maintaining that David said it, but to me my son's opinion seems the more reasonable, for how can it be that the Israelites should slaughter their paschal offerings and take their palm branches, and not sing a song of praise. The rabbis taught, all the songs and hymns in the book of Psalms were, according to the dictum of our Eleazar, sung by David for his own sake, but our Jehoshua says, that he did so for the congregation at large, and the sages say, that some were uttered by him for the congregation at large while others were only for his own sake, namely, those which he uttered in the singular were for his own sake and those uttered in the plural were for the community at large. The psalms containing the terms Nitzua ch and Nigan were intended for the future, those containing the term maskil were proclaimed through an interpreter. p. 245. Where the psalm commences Le David Mizmor, the Shekinah first rested upon David and then he sang the psalm, but where it commences Mizmor Le David he first sang the psalm and then the Shekinah rested upon him, whence it may be inferred that the Shekinah does not rest upon one who is in a state of idleness, or sorrow, or laughter, or thoughtlessness, or upon him who indulges in vain words, but only upon one who rejoices in the fulfillment of a duty, as it is written, but now bring me a musician. And it came to pass when the musician played, that the inspiration of the Lord came upon him. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, the same applies to the study of Halakhaoth, and R. N. Ahman said, the same also applies to a good dream. Is this indeed the case? Did not R. Gadel say in the name of Rabbite, that every scholar who sits in the presence of his master in other than a serious mood cannot retain anything he has learned, so as to be able to repeat it with his lips? As it is written, his lips, like roses, dripping with fluid myrrh. The lips that learn, drip with bitterness. Thus we see that seriousness is necessary when learning, and not rejoicing. This presents no difficulty. Rejoicing is necessary for the teacher, i.e., he should be in an agreeable mood, but the disciple who is learning must be serious, and if you wish, I will tell you that both apply to the teacher, but the former applies before the teacher commenced his lecture and the latter when he had already commenced, as Rabbah was wont to do, namely, he would preface his lecture with a joke and bring his disciples into a good humor, then he would proceed in all seriousness and teach the halakha. The rabbis taught, who said the Hallel. Our Eleazar said, Moses and Israel said it when standing by the sea. They said what is written, not for our sake, O Lord, not for our sake, but unto thy name give glory, and the Holy Spirit replied should form the concluding blessing. Rabbah said, I discovered that the sages of Pumbeditha once sat and proclaimed the following. On Sabbath, both in the recital of the Kiddush and in prayer, the concluding blessing must be who hath sanctified the Sabbath, and on a festival also, both in prayer and in the Kiddush, the concluding benediction must be who hath sanctified Israel and the time of the festivals. Said I to the sages, on the contrary. On Sabbath and on festivals the concluding blessing of the prayer should be who hath sanctified Israel, but the concluding benediction of the Kiddush on the Sabbath should be who hath sanctified the Sabbath, while on a festival it should be who hath sanctified Israel and the time of the festivals, and I will tell you the reason both for your assertion and my own. Your reason is, that Sabbath is not an institution of the Israelites themselves, but one ordained for them from the beginning, hence it should be said who hath sanctified the Sabbath, but on the festivals, which are instituted by the Israelites themselves, by making. p. 249. Months intercalary or ordinary, it should be said, who hath sanctified Israel and the time of the festivals. My reason is, however, that as prayer is generally offered up by an assembly, it should therefore conclude with who hath sanctified Israel, but Kiddush, which is recited by an individual, should conclude with who hath sanctified the Sabbath, and, on festivals only, with who hath sanctified Israel and the time of the festivals. Ulla, the son of Rabbite, in the presence of Rabha, prayed in accordance with the dictum of the sages of Pumbeditha, and Rabha did not object, whence we may infer that he retracted his former statement and finally agreed with those sages. R. Nathan the father of Arhuna ben Nathan also prayed in the presence of our Papa in accordance with the dictum of the elders of Pumbeditha, and our Papa commended him for doing so. Rabbina said, I once came to Surah and prayed in the synagogue in the presence of Merimur, and the reader prayed in accordance with the dictum of the sages of Pumbeditha. The congregation, however, desired to silence him, when Marimer said to them, "Let him proceed, for the halakha prevails according to the sages of Pumbeditha." Mishnah, a third cup of wine is then poured out, and the benediction after meals is said. After pouring out the fourth cup, the Hallel should be concluded over it and the blessings on the songs of praise be said. A person may drink as much as he chooses between the second and third cups, but not between the third and fourth. Gemara, said Arhanan to Rabha, infer from this Mishnah, that for the benediction after meals a cup is required, and Rabha replied, "Nay, these 4 cups serve as a symbol of our freedom, and incidentally they were divided for the accomplishment of several religious duties, but no inference should be made that the benediction after meals requires a cup of wine. And the blessings on the songs of praise be said." What are these blessings? R. Jehuda said, the prayer following the Hallel, namely, "All thy works, O Lord, shall praise thee," etc., and R. Yohanan said, the prayer commencing, "The breath of all living," etc. p. 250. The rabbis taught, on the fourth cup the Hallel is concluded, and the great Hallel should also be recited thereon. Such is the decree of R. Tarfon, and according to another version, R. Tarfon decreed that the chapter, "The Lord is my shepherd," etc., should also be said. Whence does the great Hallel commence? Said R. Jehuda, from "Give thanks unto the Lord," etc., until "By the rivers of Babylon," etc. R. Yohanan, however, said, from "A Song of the Degrees," etc., until "By the rivers of Babylon," etc. R. Aha bar Jacob, however, said, from "For Jacob hath the Lord chosen," etc., until "By the rivers of Babylon," etc. Why is this called the Great Hallel? Said R. Yohanan, because the Holy One, blessed be He, sits in the uppermost height of the world and thence deals out food for all His creatures. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, the 26 verses of the chapter apply to the 26 generations existing before the law was given, and who were nourished only by His grace. R. Hisda said, the passage, "O give thanks unto the Lord, for He is good," signifies that the Lord punishes man for evil deeds only by diminishing his possessions. Fi, a rich man is punished by the loss of an ox, a poor man by the loss of a sheep, an orphan by the loss of an egg, and a widow by the loss of her hen, etc. R. Yohanan said, the earning of a man's daily bread is twice as laborious to him as the bearing of a child is to a woman, for concerning a woman lying in it is written, "In pain shalt thou bring forth children," while concerning man it is written, "In pain shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life," which implies a greater degree of pain. R. Yohanan said again, the earning of a man's daily bread is beset with more difficulty than the redemption, for concerning the redemption it is written, "The angel who redeemed me from all evil," while concerning a man's daily bread it is written, "The God who fed me from my first being unto this day," whence we see that for redemption it p. 251 only required an angel, while for the sustenance of a man it required God's providence. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, when the Lord said to Adam, "And thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee," tears ran from Adam's eyes, and he said, "Creator of the universe, shall then I and my ass eat of the same crib?" But when he heard the Lord say, "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread," he felt relieved. Said R. Simeon ben Lachish, "It were better for us had we been left in our original condition, when we were doomed to eat the herbs of the field, then we would not have been obliged to work so hard for our bread." One said Abai, "We have not yet been released from that doom, for there are quite a number of herbs which we can eat directly from the field." R. Shesbai said in the name of R. Eleazar ben Azariah, the earning of a man's daily bread is as difficult of accomplishment as was the dividing of the Red Sea for the Israelites when going out of Egypt. If it is necessary to recite the great Hallel, why must the small Hallel be recited at the Passover meal? Because the small Hallel contains the following 5 things: the Exodus from Egypt, the dividing of the Red Sea, the giving of the law to the Israelites, the resurrection of the dead, and the sufferings in the time of the Messiah. The Exodus from Egypt, as it is written, when Israel went forth out of Egypt, the dividing of the Red Sea, as it is said. The sea beheld it, and fled, the giving of the law, as it is said, ye mountains, that ye skip like wethers, referring to the time when the law was given to Israel, the resurrection of the dead, as it is said, I will walk before the Lord in the lands of life, and the sufferings in the time of the Messiah, as it is written, not for our sake, O Lord, etc., commenting upon which, R. Yohanan said that it refers to the time of the war of Gog and Magog. R. N. Ahman Bar Itzhak said, the small Hallel is recited for another reason, namely, because it contains the transposition of the souls of the righteous from Gehenna to heaven, as it is. p. 252. Written, I beseech thee, O Lord. Release my soul. Hezekiah said, there is still another reason why the small Hallel should be recited, namely, because it is mentioned that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown into the fiery furnace and came out alive, for the passage, not for our sake, O Lord, was said by Hananiah, but unto thy name give glory, was said by Mishael, and for the sake of thy kindness, for the sake of thy truth, was said by Azariah, and the next passage, wherefore should the nations say, where now is their God? They all three said together. This happened when they were thrown into the fiery furnace, and when they came out Hananiah said the passage, praise the Lord, all ye nations, Mishael said, praise him, all ye people. For mighty is his kindness over us, was said by Azariah, and the truth of the Lord endureth forever, hallelujah. All three said in unison. According to another version, this last sentence, the truth of the Lord endureth forever, was said by the angel Gabriel, because it was said that when Nimrod the wicked threw Abraham our father into the fiery furnace, the angel Gabriel said to the Lord, permit me to go and make the furnace cold, that it may do no harm to Abraham, and the Holy One, blessed be he, replied, Abraham is now the only one who has forsaken idolatry and believes in God, and I am the only one in the world, hence it would be but fair that the only one should rescue the other exception, and as the Holy One, blessed be he, would not deprive any one creature of the reward due, he said to Gabriel, thou shalt have an opportunity to rescue 3 of his children from the fiery furnace, while I myself shall rescue him. R. Simeon of Shaloni preached, when Nebuchadnezzar the wicked threw Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah into the fiery furnace, the angel Herchomai, master of the waters, came before the Lord and said, permit me to go and cool the furnace, so that I might rescue the righteous from death. Said Gabriel to him, this would not prove the power of the Lord, for it is well known that water can extinguish fire, and thou art the master of waters, hence it would be but commonplace if through thy means the furnace were cooled. Rather should I, who am the master of fire, be permitted to go, and I shall remove the fire on the inside and make it so much more fierce on the p. 253. Outside, which will be a miracle within a miracle, for a master of fire will make the fire cool in one place and so much hotter in another. Whereupon the Lord said, go thou, Gabriel, and do so, and Gabriel said, the truth of the Lord endureth forever. R. Nathan said, the truth of the Lord endureth forever, was said by the fish of the sea, and this is in accordance with the dictum of Arhunah, who said, when the Israelites were brought forth out of Egypt, they were still septics, and when taken through the Red Sea, they said, surely the Egyptians have passed through the sea at another point, and will overtake and slay us. So the Lord said to the master of the sea, throw out all the bodies of the Egyptians in the sea on dry land, so that the Israelites may see them, and the master of the sea replied, Creator of the universe. Is there then a slave who was given a gift by his master, and was then deprived of it again? So the Lord replied, I shall return to thee half as many again as thou shalt throw out, and the master of the sea said again, Creator of the universe. Is there then a slave who should demand restitution of his master? And the Lord answered again, The stream of Kishon shall be thy pledge. Whereupon all the bodies of the Egyptians were thrown up on the dry land, and Israel saw them, as it is written, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the shore of the sea. Whence do we know that the Lord promised half as many again in return for the bodies of the Egyptians? Because concerning the Egyptians it is said, and he took 600 chariots, while concerning Sisera it is said, for he had 900 chariots of iron. When Sisera came to wage war upon the Israelites, he came with iron spears, but the Lord changed the position of the stars, as it is written, from heaven they fought, the stars in their courses fought against Sisera. As soon as the stars moved, the spears of Sisera's army became heated, so the men went to cool them in the stream of Kishon, and then the Lord said to the stream of Kishon, Thou wast pledged, go now, and redeem thy pledge. Whereupon the stream threw them all into the sea, as it is written, the stream of Kishon swept them away, that ancient stream, the stream of Kishon. Why is it called the ancient stream? It is so called, because it was given as a pledge in ancient time. Then, when all those men were swept into the sea, the fishes, which were p. 254, thus provided with so much food, said, The truth of the Lord endureth forever. Rabha preached, It is written, It is lovely to me, that the Lord heareth my voice. The congregation of Israel said to the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe. When do I know that I have found favor in thine eyes, when thou hearest my prayer? Further, it is written, I was in misery, and he helped me. The congregation of Israel said to the Lord, Lord of the universe. Although I am deficient in the fulfillment of religious duties, I am nevertheless thine, hence it would be seemly that thou shouldest help me. R. Kahana said, When our Ishmael bar our Jose became ill, Rabbi sent to him the following request, Tell us 2 or 3 things which thou wert wont to say in the name of thy father, and our Ishmael replied, So said my father. The passage, Praise the Lord, all ye nations, signifies that all the nations should praise him, on account of the power and the miracles with which he has helped the nations, and so much the more should we Israelites praise him, for concerning us it is written, For mighty is his kindness over us. My father also said, In the future, Egypt will bring a gift to our Messiah, and he will hesitate whether to accept it or not, when the Lord will say unto him, Accept it, for they were hospitable to my children in their land, and it is written, Nobles will come out of Egypt. Seeing this, Ethiopia will say, If the gifts of Egypt, which held the Israelites in bondage, were accepted, surely gifts from us, who never did them any injury, will be so much the more accepted. So the Lord will say to the Messiah, Accept their gifts also, and it is written, Ethiopia will stretch forth her hands eagerly unto God. When Rome shall see this, they will say, Surely if the gifts of the Ethiopians, who are nowise near to the Israelites, were accepted, gifts from us, who are their brethren, one will be accepted. And the Lord said to the angel Gabriel, Rebuke the wild beasts, and Arhiah bar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan explains this to mean, Rebuke the wild beasts, whose quills are used solely to write decrees to the detriment of the Israelites, and the p. 255. Further passage, the troop of steers among the calves of nations, signifies that they were like a troop who slew the greatest among the Israelites like calves who had no owners. That hasten along with presents of silver, signifies that they stretch forth their hands to receive bribes from the Israelites, promising them permission to carry out the ordinances of their law, but when in receipt of the bribe violate their promises and prevent the Israelites from performing their religious duties. He scattereth the nations that are eager for the fight, signifies the following, What was the cause of the scattering of Israel among the nations? Their own eagerness for strife. Finally, our Ishmael sent to them the following saying of his father, There will be a city containing 365 marketplaces, each market will have 365 stalls, each stall will have 365 steps, and each step will contain merchandise sufficient for the entire world. So our Simeon the son of Rabbi asked his father, according to others he asked our Ishmael ben Jose, to whom will such a city belong? And the answer was, to thee, to thy colleagues, and to the friends of thy colleagues, as it is written, and her gain and her hire shall be holy to the Lord, it shall not be treasured nor laid up, but for those that dwell before the Lord shall her gain be, to eat to fullness, and for magnificent clothing. I will thank thee, for thou hast answered me, was said by David. The next passage, the stone which the builders rejected is become the chief cornerstone, was said by Jesse. The following passage, from the Lord is this come to pass, was said by David's brothers, and the next passage, this is the day which the Lord hath made, was said by Samuel. We beseech thee, O Lord. Save us now, was said by the brothers of David. We beseech thee, O Lord. Send us now prosperity, was said by David himself. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord, was said by Jesse, and we bless you out of the house of the Lord, was said by Samuel. God is the Lord, and he giveth us light, was said by all. Bind the festive sacrifice with cords, was said by Samuel. Thou art my God, and I will thank thee, was said by David, and my God, I will exalt thee, was said by all. P. 256. R. Avira preached at one time, saying it in the name of our Ami, and at another time quoting it in the name of our Asi, it is written, and the child grew and was weaned, which signifies that the Lord will prepare a meal for the children of Isaac on the day when he will receive them into his favor. After the meal and the beverages will have been consumed, the Lord will hand the cup used for the benediction after meals to Abraham, and Abraham will say, I am not worthy, for from me issued forth Ishmael. Isaac will then be asked to pronounce the benediction, but he will refuse on the ground that from him issued forth Esau. Jacob will then be offered the cup, but he will refuse on the ground that he married two sisters, which was afterwards prohibited by law. Moses will then be requested to say the benediction, but he also will refuse, on the ground that he was not destined to enter the promised land, neither before nor after his death. Joshua will then be asked to accept the cup, and he also will refuse, saying, I am not worthy, for I died childless. David will finally be offered the cup, and he will accept it, saying, I am indeed worthy and shall recite the benediction, as it is written. The cup of salvation will I lift up, and on the name of the Lord will I call. Mishnah, it is unlawful to conclude the eating of the paschal sacrifice with a dessert. Gemara, what is meant by a dessert? Said Rabbi, after the paschal sacrifice had been eaten in one company, one should not go and eat aught in another company, and Samuel said, the literal meaning should be taken, as, for instance, I am used to eating mushrooms for dessert, and Abba eats doves for dessert. R. Hinana Bar Sheila and R. Yohanan both say, it means, that no dates, parched corn, or nuts should be eaten afterwards, and so we have also learned in a Boraitha. R. Joseph said in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, after the unleavened bread, dessert may be eaten. Shall we assume that the Mishnah supports this statement by teaching that after the paschal sacrifice no dessert should be eaten, but after the unleavened bread it may? Nay, on the contrary, after unleavened bread, which has a hardly perceptible taste, dessert must certainly not be eaten, but lest we assume that after the paschal sacrifice, which is fat and has a pungent savor, we may do so, hence we are taught that it is unlawful. P. 257. And objection was made, we have learned that sponge cake, honey cake, and sugar cake may be eaten to satiety, providing a piece of unleavened bread to the size of an olive be eaten afterwards, whence we see that those sweetmeats may be eaten before but not afterwards. Nay, this is merely to teach us, that not only does a man fulfill by eating unleavened bread when he is hungry, but even if he does so when satiated, he also acquits himself of the duty. Rabha said, in the present day, the law pertaining to unleavened bread is biblical, but that pertaining to bitter herbs is rabbinical. Why is the law pertaining to bitter herbs rabbinical? Because the biblical law is, that it should be eaten with the paschal sacrifice, but where the latter does not exist, the bitter herbs need not be eaten? Would this not apply also to the unleavened bread? Concerning unleavened bread there is a separate and distinct commandment, namely, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at evening, shall ye eat unleavened bread. Rahab bar Jacob, however, said, that the law pertaining to unleavened bread is also rabbinical, and the passage just quoted refers to such as were incapacitated to eat of the paschal sacrifice, and who might assume that they were exempt from eating unleavened bread also, hence that passage imposes upon them the duty. The following Boritha supports the statement of Rabha, the passage, 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God, implying that on the 7th day eating of unleavened bread is not obligatory. The same is the case with the other 6 days. Why so? Because the 7th day was excluded from the rule governing the whole 7 days, and as there is a tradition that an exception holds good for the entire rule, so the exception of the 7th day holds good for the entire 6, i.e., if it is not obligatory to eat unleavened bread on the 7th day, it is also not obligatory on the other 6 days. Shall we assume, then, that it is also not obligatory on the first night? For that reason it is expressly written, at evening shall ye eat unleavened bread, which makes it obligatory for that evening. Shall we say that as the paschal sacrifice was a duty only when the temple was in existence, so it is with the unleavened bread, that after the destruction of the temple it is not obligatory, therefore the passage says, in the evening ye shall. p. 258. Eat matzoth, consequently the passage made this obligatory forever. Mishnah, if any of the company fall asleep during the meal, they may eat of the paschal sacrifice afterwards, but if the whole company have fallen asleep, they must not again eat thereof. R. Jose said, if they are only drowsy, they may eat it, but if they fall fast asleep, they must not eat of it afterwards. The paschal offering does, after the hour of midnight, render the hands unclean. Sacrifices which are rejected or that have remained beyond their prescribed time, also render the hands unclean. Gemara, Abai was sitting before Rabbah. The former said that the master was asleep, and he said to him, Are you asleep, master? And he answered, I am only drowsy, and we have learned in a Mishnah that if they are drowsy they may eat, but if they are fast asleep they must not eat of it afterwards. Who is the Tana who holds that after midnight on the Passover Eve the remaining portion of the sacrifice is called a remainder within the meaning of the law? Said R. Joseph, R. Elazar ben Azariah. Said Rabha, according to R. Elazar ben Azariah, if a man ate unleavened bread after midnight on the Passover Eve, he has not accomplished his duty. Is this not self-evident? If the unleavened bread is put on a par with the paschal sacrifice, then surely after midnight the time during which it must be eaten has elapsed. We might assume that, because the passage finally separates the unleavened bread from the paschal sacrifice, it cannot be classed with the latter, therefore we are taught that it remains on a par with the paschal sacrifice, as stated in the passage, Exodus 12:8. Mishnah, whosoever has said the blessing on the paschal offering is not bound to say that on the festal offering, but one who has said the blessing on the festal offering is bound to say it on the paschal offering also. Such is the dictum of R. Ishmael, but R. Akiba said, neither of these absolves from the obligation of saying the other blessing. Gemara, R. Simle once happened to be at a celebration of the redemption of a firstborn son, and he was asked the following, It is self-evident that the benediction, who hath sanctified us with his commandments and has commanded us the p. 259. Redemption of our son, should be said by the Father, but the other benediction, namely, who hath permitted us to live to this time, who is to say this the priest, because he derives material benefit therefrom, or also the Father, because he fulfills the religious duty. R. Simle did not know, so he went to the college and inquired, when he was told that the father of the son must pronounce both benedictions, and so the halakha prevails. Appendix A. This Mishnah we have explained in a different manner from that employed by the Amoraim, in our monthly periodical Barquet, and as this explanation has been approved by many eminent scholars, we translate it here for the English public. The explanation quoted was in reply to the attempt of the learned Mr. Boak of Cherson to interpret this Mishnah, in an article printed in the same publication. After a short preface reviewing the statement of Boak, the note in question reads: But before we endeavor to explain this Mishnah according to its literal meaning, we will preface that on 2 points we cannot agree with the learned writer of this article, while on a third we can do so only partially. That the word or, which the Tannaim have used in many Mishnahs and Boraithas, signifies twilight, when there is still some light lingering. Aside from the fact that reason does not admit of this interpretation, we have against it our Eliezer b. Jacob, who fixes the time from or as that when work is prohibited, and that is only dawn, or sunrise, as the sages of the Gemara also admit, and we must say that he used in his decision a word the meaning of which was known to the whole world, as his colleague designates the time after sunrise by a term so well known that it is not subject to doubts. Then, as we see that all the sages understood or to mean daybreak, we need not go out of our way to give to it another meaning. And inasmuch as we are aware that the Tana desired to fix the time so that all should know it, why should he, in such a case, have used p. 260? An obscure expression, the meaning of which would be subsequently a matter of dispute? That when our Mishnah used the expression the Chametz, instead of Chametz, it refers to the Chametz mentioned in Scripture. But concerning the Sukkah, the Tana has not made it known beforehand that it is obligatory to sit in a Sukkah on certain days, and similarly of the Lulab and the Citron. And notwithstanding this, he begins, a Sukkah which is high, etc., and not the Sukkah, doubtless resting upon the presumption that the scriptural law is known. Therefore we must find another leaven which was known at that time, distinct from the leaven of the Bible, and which was searched for of biblical leaven this Tana says further, the place where leaven is not brought, not the leaven. Concerning Mr. Boak's statement, that when the Tana speaks of the usage in his time to search for leaven, he also fixed the time and quoted the halakha ordaining that it be accomplished by the light of a candle, we can only agree with the first half of the statement, viz. That the Tana speaks of the usage. But we deny that it was his purpose to fix the time and quote halakhas in question, for in that case he would also have specified the time until when the search should be made, in the beginning of the Mishnah, as he did in specifying the time of reading Shema, of which he says in the very beginning, from this time to this time. And if we should say that he wished to fix the time of search immediately after a man's coming from the field or from work, so that the duty should not be forgotten, in that case he had also to specify the time of ending it, similar to his treatment of Shema, which was also fixed when one comes from the field, in order that it should not be forgotten, as it is said in Berakoth, that he should not say, I will eat first, will drink first, etc., and is then found sleeping the whole night. Nevertheless, they fixed times, one till the end of the first watch, one till midnight, and one till dawn, in the very same place where the time of the beginning is specified. But here, at the end of the Mishnah even, he does not fix any time for stopping, as will be explained further on. Therefore we must seek another manner of explaining this Mishnah, and in the same connection express our opinion about all the Mishnayot which begin with diverse halakhas before stating the source and obligatoriness of these halakhas. We will proceed to do this after one other prefatory remark, viz., that our sages have long ago permitted us to p. 261. Interpret the Mishnah in a manner different from the sages of the Gemara, that is to say, not to be at variance with the halakhas which are decided in the Gemara, but only in the interpretation of the meaning of the Mishnah, which the Babylonians did not always understand, owing to their remoteness in place and time. And sometimes even when they understood it, seeing that it would not agree with the halakha which was customary, or even with the saying of a certain great Amora with whom they could not differ, they strained the Mishnah, discovered it in different readings, and made strange comment, to make it correspond with the customary halakha or the opinion of the Amora. Therefore they made deductions and additions at their pleasure. And now, Without touching on the halachas concerning the search of leaven, we will investigate the origin of this usage in the times of the Mishnah. The custom was in the East in former days, as well as at the present time, to eat fresh bread every day, and in every household bread was baked daily. And on the day before Passover, when the first meal, i.e., of leavened bread, had to be taken in the morning not later than the 4th hour, they baked their bread in good time, before daybreak, and after this they searched for any leaven that might have been left, gathered it to one place, and cleared the house of it, and as dawn had not yet illuminated the house, they used a candle to make search in all those places where they were liable to carry leaven. The Tana of our Mishnah, who everywhere used as a support the custom well known in his time, without beginning to relate the law anew, stated, here also, this custom as follows, or on the 14th, search is made for the leaven, by candle light. And he approves the custom by saying, a place where leaven is not carried does not require searching, that is to say, this custom is proof that p. 262. Leaven need not be searched for in other places, and at other times. Beth Shammai say, also 2 rows ranging across the whole cellar, but Beth Hillel say, only the upper row of the 2 outer rows. It is not apprehended that a weasel had transferred it from one spot to another, and from one house to another, for if so, then it will be feared, from court to court, etc. R. Jehuda says, search was made at daybreak on the 14th, and on the morning, and at the time of clearing, and the sages say, if search has not been made at daybreak on the 14th, it is made on the 14th, if not on the 14th, it is done on the intermediate days, if not on these days, it may be done after the festival. This was the form of the Mishnah which the arranger of the Mishnahs had before him, or had heard orally, and he was not anxious to explain its meaning, as in his time also the custom had not yet undergone any change. But some copyist, who did not understand the relevancy of the cellar to the leaven, added at the margin, why were the 2 rows of barrels in a cellar mentioned? That is a place whither leaven is carried. Later this marginal note was inserted into the text of the Mishnah. The sages of the Gemara, truly, were not satisfied with this remark, and put the question, who spoke here of a cellar? For they thought that this Mishnah stated the halakha, and therefore were anxious to ascertain the meaning of the word or. Arhuna explained it to mean Naghai, i.e., the beginning of the day, and R. Jehuda before daybreak, as in the language of his part of the country it designated the time before daybreak, when it is yet night. The other also reasoned, and said, at the first glance, it seems Naghai means light, etc., and as it was perplexing to their minds why candle light was needed for the search, they sought for reasons in Scripture, and used passages thereof in support of p. 263. Their opinions, arguments from analogies of expression, etc., which did not enter the Tana's mind at all. And it is manifest that in all the Boraithoth in which the word or was used, it means dawn, which was the latest time for all duties to be performed in the night. Even in the Boraitha in Yuma, stating, or on the Day of Atonement the prayer should be so and so, etc., the word is also used to designate the whole night till the break of day, during which the prayer is yet called prayer of the evening but that after daybreak is called morning prayer. Next, Appendix B. Index Previous. Appendix B. It seems to us necessary, in explanation of this curious passage, to make the following extract from our History of Amulets. It is no wonder that the change of one letter in a word resulted in the writing of volumes upon volumes and the adoption of hundreds of restrictions. The following instance will illustrate this. R. Jehuda being once in a company of friends advised the housekeeper not to use for bread making any other water than that kept in the house, and he expressed it in 6 words. The reason was that other water might have been poisoned by snakes, which are abundant in those countries. R. Jehuda said this in reference to the dispute in the Boraitha where one maintained that bread made with water kept in an uncovered vessel outside the house should be burnt, even if it were bread of terumah. R. Nehemiah was of the opinion that the snake poison loses its power when brought into contact with fire, and therefore that the bread might be used. To avoid this, R. Jehuda advised the use of domestic water, which he expressed by the word R. Mathna, who lived 60 years after R. Jehuda, happened to be in the city of Papuni and on a certain occasion lectured in public about using the water which collects in the public streets, and he quoted R. Jehuda's original words, "A woman should not need with other than our water." The people present understood R. Mathna to have brought some water along with him because of his using the word R. They therefore came to him the next day with vessels to get some of this water. Then R. Mathna explained in the Talmudic language that he meant domestic water, namely, using the word at the end, having the meaning domestic. In course of time the word debatha was incorrectly copied and the aleph at the end was changed to vav, which would make it mean which has remained overnight. The Rabbanim, finding the word in this changed form, concluded that it related to the matzoth used at the Passover and therefore maintained that the water used in making matzoth must remain over night in the house before it is used. Neither R. Jehuda nor R. Mathna mentioned this, but it was assumed simply because these words of R. Jehuda are found in that tract of the Talmud which treats of the Passover feast. The later Rabbanim wrote volume after volume upon this subject. Still they could not give the least explanation of why they referred this to the matzoth, and they did not care to investigate where R. Jehuda got it from nor how matzoth were needed before his time. End of tract Pesachim. Errata. Page 9, Liruing-Learning. Page 69, Past-Paste. Page 76, Opinion-Opinion. Page 151, Fulfilled-Fulfilled. Page 241, Bread over. Page 18, Trespasses-Trespasses. Index next. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated and translated into English. Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Moed. Tracts Yoma and Haggadah. Volume 6. Boston. The Talmud Society. 1918. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, September, 2002, J.B. Hare, Redactor. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. P2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boraitha, Itmar it was taught. Two questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur two statements separated by the phrase, Lashna Akrina, or Webayathima or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contained commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Contents. Page. Dedication, v. Expression of thanks, 7. Introduction, 13. Synopsis of subjects of Volume 6 Tract Yoma, 17. Chapter I. Concerning the High Priest's preparations for the service of the Day of Atonement. 1. Chapter 2. Concerning the lots the priests drew, what priests should go to the altar, and how many priests were needed for each sacrifice. 30. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning the time of slaughtering the daily offering, the entering of a layman into the court of the temple, and the order of the high priest's service on the Day of Atonement. 40. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the 2 goats of the Day of Atonement, how they were slaughtered, sent away, etc. 58. Chapter V. Regulations concerning the remaining services of the high priest on this day in the times of the first and second temples. 69. P12. Chapter 6. Page. Regulations concerning the he-goats of the Day of Atonement and the sending to the desert, and the confession thereat. 87. Chapter 7. Regulations concerning the passages read by the high priest, and what garments he ministered in after, and what garments other priests wore. 98. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the fasting on the Day of Atonement, what may be done thereon, and what may not be done. 112. Appendix, 143. Next, Introduction to Tract Yuma. Index previous next. p. 13. Introduction to Tract Yuma, or the Day of Atonement. The first 7 chapters treat of the manner in which the Day of Atonement was celebrated in the Second Temple, the different sacrifices brought on that day, the preparation of the high priest for his ministry, and the order of service as he performed it, entering fully into minute details of every circumstance connected therewith. Although all this has an historical value only, we cannot refrain from giving an introduction to this tract, on account of that day being so different from all the holidays of Israel. All the festivals, although they were not observed all the time during the First Temple, were nevertheless observed by some of the kings, who invoked the people to celebrate them some of the time, example the Feast of Passover, with all its sacrifices, in the reigns of Hezekiah and Josiah. There is also related, that in the days of the prophet Samuel, Passover was held. The Feast of Tabernacles was celebrated in the days of Solomon, and although the children of Israel did not dwell in the booths since the days of Joshua b. Nun, nevertheless the feast was celebrated with all its appertaining sacrifices, and also the Pentecost they have kept. The Day of Atonement, however, is not mentioned in the entire scriptures, with the exception of Leviticus 16, and among the prescription of the various sacrifices, but even then we see something unusual among the commandments of the scriptures, namely, the remark that he did as the Lord had commanded Moses. 1. p. 14. Moreover, we can plainly see from the scriptures, that at the time of King Solomon the Day of Atonement was one of the 7 days of rejoicing, at the dedication of the temple, and although it is said in the Talmud that the decision not to keep the Day of Atonement was only a temporary one, still we cannot rely upon an individual opinion in the Talmud. The facts are that the Day of Atonement was not observed, not only during the First Temple, but at the beginning of the Second as well, for even in Nehemiah the Feast of Tabernacles is mentioned, but the Day of Atonement is not. And even during the middle period of the Second Temple the Talmud states that the Day of Atonement was one of the holidays for the people, in which the daughters of Israel, all dressed in white, went forth to dance in the vineyards, as will be explained in Tract Tanith. It would be ridiculous to believe that, while observing the 5 afflictions of the day, they nevertheless danced and sang, trying to captivate the youths. Ewald, in speaking of that day, also remarks that it is different in its respect from all the holidays, but even he does not explain the reason. He only indicates that it may be a remnant of the pre-Mosaic time. In order to give the reader an opportunity of forming his own opinion, we herewith give an extract from Ewald concerning the Day of Atonement. The preparatory celebration in the autumn, which took place on the 10th day of the 7th month, was essentially distinguished from that of the spring in not being a terror-stricken celebration at the commencement of the year, which sought to avert the perils of the dim future and, as it were, the wrath of a new coming God, but in being rather a pure feast of penance which endeavored to expiate all the human and national transgressions and impurities which had occurred during the year. 4. Although the searching stringency of Yahvism, already described, required that every, even the smallest, impurity and defilement which had been contracted should be immediately expiated, yet the higher religion was well aware how little all the p. 15. Secret and slowly advancing desecrations were actually removed from the entire community. Hence this universal festival of penance and expiation was established in order that even all these might be expiated as far as human labor could avail, and that the community, as free as possible from all guilt, might celebrate with joyous feelings the great happy festival of the year which immediately followed. Both this origin and purpose, and also its name, Feast of Expiation, show its genuine Mosaic character. Here, more than in any other, the entire purpose and the absolute stringency of the higher religion found expression, and it was certainly this religion which first founded the festival. Only in one of its rites, which, strictly speaking, is hardly essential, do we find a remnant of pre-Mosaic belief and life. The festival, then, was by no means to be principally of a domestic character, like the Passover; rather, in contradistinction to the latter, was it to become a thoroughly public festival. Accordingly, the people were not to offer any of the regular sacrifices, but a new one, which should go deeper and reach a more sensitive point in taming man's sensuous nature than the regular offerings. This was to be a rigid fast from the evening of the 9th to that of the 10th, the solitary fast which Yahvism annually required. The whole structure of Yahvism did indeed require that a sacrifice of the ordinary kind should be offered on this day, as its peculiar importance demanded, but this continued to be purely sacerdotal. It was a great expiatory offering, to be made by the high priest or his representative. Not only the human members of the community, including the priests, were now deemed impure and in need of expiation, but even the visible sanctuary as well, as though, like a wall between the nation and its God, it received all the stains of impiety which were incurred in the realm. Hence the high priest employed expiatory offerings of two kinds: one, purely sacerdotal and serving especially for the atonement of the sanctuary, and another, which had special reference to the share of the community, and must therefore also proceed from it. The latter bore quite a national stamp, and evidently forms that portion of the usages which was derived from a pre-Mosaic time, and still retained subsequently. It seems to us that Ewald's opinion is not altogether right. We do not agree that this festival shows more of the Mosaic character than any other festival, nor with his opinion about the Hagot destined for Azazel, which he considers a pre-Mosaic rite. He is also not correct in saying that there were no regular sacrifices on that day, only new ones, for the simple reason, if such was the case it would have been observed at the beginning of the Second Temple, at least, when the entire law, as we now have it, was discovered by Ezra, but, as stated above, the observance of that day with pomp and celebration was begun sometime during the middle period of the Second Temple. On the contrary, from the great preparations and parade of p. 16, the high priest to and from the temple, and from other matters, which took place during the service itself, we would be inclined to believe that the Hellenism which crept into Judaism has served a great deal towards their origination, and also concerning the Hagot destined for Azazel we have something to say, but as we do not like to lay before our readers the grounds for our supposition, we refrain from making our statement. We content ourselves with referring the reader to the book Doth Elohim B'Arez, by Abraham Krochmal, where he will find some hints concerning the Azazel of the Scripture and the Tzuk of the Mishnah, and leave to him to form an opinion of the time of its origin. Concerning the services proper at the temple, we have to translate here for our English readers what we have already written in our Hebrew commentary to Tract Shek Alim, chapter 4, Mishnah D. From this Mishnah we can see that during the time of the temple the leaders of the priests kept everything secret, and their customs were not known to anyone else, otherwise there could not have been a dispute concerning the services there immediately after the destruction of the temple. Moreover, our Ishmael, himself a priest, and his forefathers, Elisha and Ishmael, were prominent priests during the time of the temple, also our Hananiah the Segan was one of the prominent priests, still they knew not exactly the ceremonies and the manner of their performance, and differed in their opinions greatly. This must be borne in mind by the readers of the tracts treating the services and sacrifices. We have added to this volume the tract Haggadah, as it relates to the sacrifices of the festivals, and is also of great historical value. Although in the old edition the tract Haggadah is next to Mode Katan, the last of section Mode, still in our new edition we could not keep up the old rotation, as we have divided the volumes of the above section in approximately uniform size, and each part contains a complete tract. Nevertheless we number the pages of each tract separately, in order that if any one wishes to bind the volumes in the old order, there should be no hindrance. New York, January, 1899. Footnotes 13:1 Reading the scriptures critically, we deem that Leviticus 16 is merely a continuation of Leviticus X, where the death of the two sons of Aaron is related when they entered the sanctuary, and after that Aaron is instructed as to the manner in which he can enter the sanctuary so he shall not die. In the entire chapter 16, no mention is made of the Day of Atonement, except that from verse 29 to the end of the chapter, we find the command that it shall be a statute forever for all the Israelites, that on the 10th day of the 7th month the high priest shall make an atonement p13 for his brother priests, for the sanctuary, and for the people of Israel, but there is no command that he, on that day, shall perform all the ceremonies prescribed in the same chapter, for that concerns only the entrance of Aaron into the sanctuary. Also Ewald has considered this point, and it is possible that the sages, during the first temple, interpreted this passage in the same manner, and all the sages after them, until the middle period of the second temple, since when the learned priests, for a reason unknown to us, decided that the entire chapter relates to the Day of Atonement, and the sages of the Talmud, on account of this, afterwards deduced from the scriptural passages the elaborate manner of the service on that day to be found in the Talmud. Next, synopsis of subjects, Tract Yuma. Index previous next. p17. Synopsis of subjects. Of. Volume 6 Tract Yuma. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah I. Why the high priest, before the Day of Atonement, and the priest who had to perform the ceremonies of the red cow, were removed from their houses to different chambers in the temple, and whence we deduce it from the scriptures. About a substitute of the high priest. How is it known, when one person communicates something to another, that one has no right to tell it to a third without permission? How did Moses attire Aaron and his children on the days of consecration? Whether the uncleanness of the entire congregation, contracted from a corpse, is not considered, or only postponed? How were the two priests sprinkled? The number of high priests during the first and second temples. Why had the first temple fallen? The second temple, where the occupations were study of the law, religious duties, and charity, why fell it? Which one of the temples was better? Which of the nations are descended from Japheth? Whether the gates of the temple needed mezuzahs? Of what material was the girdle of the high priest made, and whether it was the same as those of the common priests? How was the substitute of the high priest recognized when the high priest became unfit during the service? 1. 18. Mishnah 2. What kind of experience did the high priest have during the 7 days? What shall he do first? Trim the lamps or prepare the incense? On what altar and what corner must the blood be sprinkled? 18-22. Mishnahs 3. To v. What the elders of the Beth Din say to him. What he is free to eat during the 7 days, and what on the eve of the Day of Atonement. How the priest selects the offerings he chooses. How the Beth Din left him to the elders of the priests, and what they made him swear. What a high priest of the Sadducees had done, and what happened to him. What was done when the high priest began to slumber. How he was occupied, and what was sung to him. How were the ashes cleared away every day and on the Day of Atonement. The miracles that occurred in the temple. For the crowing of what cock shall one wait before going on the road any night? About the heavenly fire at the second temple, 22-29. p18. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I to v. Why the priests were selected by lot in the latter days, and not before. Why Israel must not be counted. How secure and careless should the man feel that knows that the Lord helps him? What is called revenge, and what is called bearing a grudge? The reward of him who leaves his injuries unavenged. The accident that befell two priests. For performing certain 4 services a layman deserves capital punishment. In what garments were the lots drawn? Were the lots drawn for each service separately? In what order the members of the sacrifice were offered? The daily sacrifices are offered by 9, 10, 11, 12 priests. How so? A ram was offered by 11, a bull by 24, 30-39. Chapter 3. Mishnahs 1-4. What the superintendent used to say to the priests, and why all this was necessary. What is said about the heat during a clouded day. Rules for entering the temple for all. Why and where the high priest bathed 5 times, and washed his hands and feet 10 times. How is it known from the Holy Scriptures? How the service was. When one meets an opportunity to perform a meritorious act. If he was an aged or delicate high priest, what was then? Concerning the garments of the high priest and their value. What happened to Hillel, to Eliezer b. Harsum, and Joseph the Upright, 40-49. Mishnahs v-7. How did the high priest confess? And what the people responded after him? Which of the officers were on his right and which were on his left during the service? What Ben-Katan made for the temple, and what his mother Queen Helen made? Concerning the house of Garmo, the house of Abdanaz, and Hagro b. Levi. What one of the members of the house of Abdanaz related to our Ishmael? Whence is it derived from the Pentateuch that when the names of the just are mentioned they must be blessed, and, vice versa those of the wicked? When a man sanctifies himself a little here below, he is sanctified much above, 49-57. Chapter 4. Mishnahs 1-3. Concerning the lots of the 2 he-goats, how they were taken from the boxes, and of what material the boxes were made. What happened when Simeon the Upright was high priest, and after? Simeon the Upright told the sages, "This year I am going to die." How dost thou know? About the 6 times the high priest pronounced God's name, as it is written, during the Day of Atonement. About the tongue of crimson wool which was tied to the head of the goat that was to be sent away, and for the red cow, etc. Concerning the slaughter of the red cow by a layman. What is the reason that a female may not perform the ceremony of sprinkling? The measure of the censer in which the coals for the incense were taken, and of what material it was made, and of what color it was on the Day of Atonement. There were 7 kinds of gold. Whence is it deduced that a special fire was made that day, 58-68. p. 19. Chapter v. Mishnahs 1-6. About the 2 handfuls of incense for the Holy of Holies, and how it was used. What concerning the incense between the middle fingers? When he had filled his hands with incense, and suddenly died, how then? If he died while slaughtering, might the blood be sprinkled? The difference of opinion between our Jose and the sages about the veil of the Holy of Holies. The ell of the entrance was a matter of doubt to the sages. About the ark in the first and second temples. He departed in the same manner as he had come. Whence do we deduce this? The custom of the disciples when departing from their masters. The difference of opinion between the sages about the ark, according to some it was taken into exile in Babylon, and according to others it was concealed in its place in the temple. The world was created from the very middle, beginning with the extremities. Everything was created from Zion. How many times had he to sprinkle downwards? 1 and 1, 1 and 2, etc. What was the law when the bloods of the bullock and the goat got mingled? Whence does he begin? The difference of opinion of some sages about this matter. Whether one is guilty when using the blood for his own purpose. How is the law if he performed the services in a wrong order, or in the wrong clothes? Whether the atonement for all sins includes the sin of uncleanness in the temple or not, 69-86. Chapter 6. Mishnahs 1-v. The equality of the 2 he-goats. The law if one of them dies after the lots were cast. If a substitute was selected, and then the first one was found. The expression of the high priest at his confession on the he-goat for Azazel. How the priest delivered the he-goat to its conductor. The question which our Eliezer was asked, and his answers. How the prominent men of Jerusalem used to accompany the messenger of the he-goat. How far was Jerusalem from the Tzuk? What was done with the tongue of crimson wool, and its signification? About the 10 booths between Jerusalem and the Tzuk, and how at each booth the messenger was offered meat and drink. Whether the high priest was told when the Hagot reached its destination, or it was made known to him by a sign, 87-97. Chapter 7. Mishnahs I-3. How the high priest came to read, and in what clothes, and what section, and who were the persons that passed the holy scrolls from one to another until it reached the high priest. The legend of Alexander the Macedonian and the high priest Simeon the Upright. The legends about the tempter to idolatry, how he was caught in the time of Ezra and was burned to death. Also the legend of the tempter to fornication, how he was kept prisoner, was blinded in both eyes, and then liberated. Concerning the great assembly which has renewed the appellations of our God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible, said by Moses, and which some of the prophets left out. What the high priest did after reading the Torah. At what time the bullock and the 7 sheep of the burnt offerings were offered. How the conductor of the he-goat informs the high priest that he fulfilled his duty. How the Urim and Thummim were pxx made. How they were inquired of, and to whom. What letters were inserted in them. About the 3 crowns of the altar, the ark, and the table, who received them. About the priest who was anointed for war, his garments, services, and descendants. How was the ceremony of inquiring the Urim and Thummim, and how the priest received the reply. Whence do we deduce that the inquiries are made for kings only 98-111. Chapter 8. Mishnah I. The afflictions which are obligatory on the Day of Atonement. What were the afflictions coming from the manna written in Deuteronomy 8:16? The visage of the Lord is not like that of a man. How the manna betrayed all the secrets of the Israelites. What is the meaning of the bread of Abiram? What our Akiba said, and what our Ishmael answered him. The question why the manna did not descend for the Israelites once a year, and its answer. What our Eliezer the Mahdite had to say about the manna, which our Ishmael called a gathering of nonsensical words. How is it known that abstaining from washing and anointing is an affliction? What is the law in regard of one being soiled in clay, etc., whether he may wash himself? When a man goes to receive his father, master, or superior, and has to wade in water reaching to his neck. About the spring that issued from the Holy of Holies. Whether a great man is permitted to decide the question of a blemish of a firstling, and what our Zadok be. Halyaka answered. Whether children are to observe the afflictions. The quantity of food and beverage prohibited from partaking on the Day of Atonement, 112-122. Mishnahs 2. To v. What is the law regarding one who ate and drank through forgetfulness? At what age are children made to fast some hours on the Day of Atonement? When a pregnant woman longs for the food which she has smelled. When a man is seized with bulimi, what he may eat, etc. What happened to some rabbis who were seized with bulimi? When a man is bitten by a mad dog. The 5 things mentioned as symptoms of a dog's madness. What happened to our Yohanan and the matron, of Rome? How the Sabbath must be superseded when life is threatened. The question put to our Ishmael, our Akiba, and our Eliezer b. Azariah when on the road about the same, and what they answered, 122-132. Mishnah 6. For what transgressions the Day of Atonement atones? Does the Day of Atonement atone him who says, I will sin and God will forgive me? What penitence atones for? What our Eliezer b. Azariah while in Rome, was asked by Armathia b. Harash, and what he answered what is called defamation of God. How penitence is great, it reaches the throne of his glory. How repentance is great, when an individual repents, the whole world is pardoned. Whether one who has confessed his sins on one Day of Atonement has also to confess on the next one. The sin of Moses is compared to a woman who has eaten fruit on the sabbatical year, and David's to a woman who has really sinned. He who has provoked his neighbor, even by words, must appease him. At what place in the prayer should he confess? What the disciples of our Ishmael taught, 132 to 142. Appendix. The letter of a Gentile who has witnessed the ceremonies of Passover, and the procession of the high priest to and from the temple, 143 to 147. Tract Yuma. Chapter I. Concerning the high priest's preparations for the service of the Day of Atonement. Mishnah, 7 days before the Day of Atonement the high priest is to be removed from his house to the Palhedron chamber, and another high priest is appointed to substitute him in case he become unfit for the service by becoming unclean. Arjegita says another wife is to be appointed for him also, in case his own wife dies, whereas it is said, and shall make atonement for himself and for his house, that is, his wife. But it was objected that in this manner there will be no end to the matter. Gemara, we have learned in a Mishnah, 7 days before the red cow one was to be burned, the priest who had to perform this ceremony was removed from his house to the northeastern chamber of the temple, etc. Whence do we deduce this? Said Arminium I Bar Helvia in the name of Mahassia B. Idi, quoting Ar Yohanan, it is written, as they have done this day, so hath the Lord commanded to do farther, to make an atonement for you. To do farther signifies the red cow, to make an atonement for you, signifies the Day of Atonement. But perhaps it signifies the atonement of sacrifices generally. Could we know, in this case? P2. Which priest is going to perform the rite? How, then, could he be removed from his home? But perhaps other festivals are meant? We infer the removal 7 days before 1 day from the removal, 7 days for the service of 1 day, one but not 7 days for a service of 7 days. Perhaps Pentecost, which also is only 1 day, is meant? Said R. Abba, we infer a day of 1 bull and 1 ram, from a day of 1 bull and 1 ram, which is the offering for the Day of Atonement, but for Pentecost 2 rams are prescribed. Perhaps New Year's Day is meant? Said R. Abayu, we may infer a day of the bull and the ram at the priest's own cost from a day when the priest must act likewise, and that is the Day of Atonement. But on the days of Pentecost and of New Year the bull and ram are at the public cost. R. Ashi, however, said, we may infer a day on which the bull is a sin offering, and the ram a burnt offering, but on New Year's Day and Pentecost both are burnt offerings. Rabbina said, we may infer from a day on which the service is allowed only to the high priest a day on which the same is the case, but on the other festivals the service is permitted to other priests. R. Yohanan taught, both phrases, to do farther and to make an atonement, refer only to 1 day, and that is the Day of Atonement. Resh Lakish, however, infers from the same 2 phrases from to do, the red cow, and to make an atonement, the Day of Atonement. But how can Ar Yohanan infer only one of these, since we have learned that for the red cow the priest was also removed? That was not biblical, but optional. When Rabban came from Palestine, however, he said in the name of Ar Yohanan, quoting Ar Ishmael, by do farther the red cow is meant, and by to make atonement the Day of Atonement. Said Resh Lakish to him, whence do you deduce this? From the days of consecration. As on those P3 days everything mentioned is obligatory, so on these occasions it should be. Perhaps you will say, it is so. But have we not learned that a substitute is prepared? And it is not written that the substitute must also be removed. If you will say, the substitute was likewise removed, then why does the Mishnah say, the high priest was removed, and a substitute was prepared? Let one expression be used concerning both. Rejoined Ar Yohanan, whence do you, Master, deduce this? He answered, I deduce it from what occurred on Mount Sinai. As it is written, and the glory of the Lord abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days, and he called unto Moses on the 7th day. Let us see. He called him on the 7th day, to what purpose were the 6 days? To make a rule for every man who must enter the abode of the Shekinah, that he must be separated 6 days. But did we not learn 7 days? 6 days are sufficient, but our Mishnah is in accordance with our Yehuda b. Bathira, who says that 7 days are requisite. Rejoined our Yohanan again to Resh Lakish, it is, according to me, who deduce it from the days of consecration, that the following Boraitha should say, that on the priests on both occasions they sprinkled during all the 7 days of preparation, from all the ashes of the red cows which were to be found there, because on the days of consecration there was also sprinkling. But according to you, who deduce it from Mount Sinai, where do you find sprinkling on Mount Sinai? Resh Lakish answered, even according to your theory, are they equal? In the days of consecration the sprinkling was of blood, and here water. Rejoined our Yohanan. It presents no difficulty, because our Haya taught the water was later substituted for the blood. But according to your theory, on Mount Sinai there was no sprinkling at all. Resh Lakish answered, the sprinkling was an optional improvement. We have learned of one Boraitha which is in accordance with our Yohanan, and of another which is according to Resh Lakish. The one according to our Yohanan is as follows, it is written, with this shall Aaron come into the holy place. The phrase with this means all that is said concerning the days of consecration. Namely, Aaron was separated 7 days, and served but one. During the 7 days Moses instructed him, to make him acquainted with the service. So it p4 should be in later generations, the high priest should be separated for 7 days, and serve 1 day, and 2 scholars of the disciples of Moses, excepting Sadducees, were placed in his society during the 7 days to make him be practiced in the service. Therefore it has been said, 7 days before the Day of Atonement the high priest must be removed from his house to the chamber of Palhedron. And as the high priest was separated, so the priest who was to burn the red cow was to be removed to the chamber in the northeast of the temple. Both priests used to be sprinkled during all the 7 days from the ashes of the red cow. And if you will say, on this occasion water of the ashes was sprinkled, and on the days of consecration it was blood that was sprinkled, it can be replied, that water was a substitute for the blood, as it is written, as they have done this day, so the Lord commanded to do farther, to make atonement for you. To do farther means the red cow, to make atonement, the Day of Atonement. The Boraitha according to Resh Lakish is as follows, Moses ascended in the cloud, was covered by the cloud, and was sanctified in the cloud, in order that he should have been able to receive the Torah for Israel in a state of sanctitude, as it is written, and the glory of the Lord abode upon the Mount Sinai. This occurred after the day in which the 10 commandments were given, which was the first of the next 40 days. So said our Jose the Galilean. Our Akiba, however, said, the Lord's glory abode, that was the first day of the month, the cloud covered it, the mountain, not Moses, and he called Moses himself. Although Moses and all Israel stood, yet to do honor to Moses, he called him alone. Our Nathan said, to what purpose was Moses covered by the cloud 6 days? That the victuals in his bowels should be digested, so that he should be pure as the angels. Our Mathia b. Harash, however, said, the entire separation was for the purpose of overawing him, that the Torah should be received with awe, shivering, and trembling, as it is written, serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. What is meant by rejoice with trembling? Said our Atta Bar Matna in the name of Rabbi. Where there is joy, there should be awe. On what point do our Jose the Galilean and our Akiba differ? p5. They differ like the Tanam of the following Boraitha, on the 6th day of Sivan the Torah has been given to Israel, our Jose, however, says, on the 7th. According to him who says that the Torah was given on the 6th day, Moses ascended on the 7th, according to him who says, on the 7th, he received the Torah and ascended on the 7th day, as it is written, and he called unto Moses on the 7th day. Our Jose the Galilean holds with the first Tana, who maintains that the Torah was given on the 6th of the month, arid therefore, he says, the glory of the Lord abode after the day on which the commandments had been given. The cloud covered Moses 6 days, and on the 7th he called him to receive the rest of the law. But our Akiba holds, according to our Hosea, that the commandments were given on the seventh day, and that Moses ascended on the same day. And the Lord called unto Moses, and spoke unto him. Why was it need to call first, and then to speak? The Torah teaches good manners, that a man should not communicate to another anything before he tells him that he wishes to speak to him. And this is in support of our Hananiah, who has said the same. Said our Manasseh the Great, how is it known, when one person communicates something to another, that one has no right to tell it to a third without permission? It is written, spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying. From the above saying of Resh Lakish to our Yohanan, that if you infer all this from the days of consecration, etc., we must assume that both agree that whatever is written concerning the days of consecration is obligatory. Now from what has been taught, that about the days of consecration our Yohanan and our Hananiah differed, one says, all that is written is obligatory, and the other, that only which is obligatory for later generations, but what is not obligatory for later generations was not obligatory even then. Infer that our Yohanan is the one who says that all that is written there is obligatory. For were the case otherwise, our Yohanan would have replied to Resh Lakish that it is not so. In what consists the difference? Said our Papa, in the separation for the 7 days. According to him who says that all that is written there is obligatory, the removal of the high priest for the 7 days is obligatory, according to the other opinion, this is not obligatory. But how is it known that in the second case this is not obligatory? Because it is written in the Mishnah, a substitute is prepared, and not removed. What is the reason of him who says that all which is written is obligatory? Said our Itzhak bar Bisna, it is written, and thou shalt do unto Aaron and to his sons, thus. Thus signifies that it is obligatory. This would be right in regard to all the things written in the chapter about the days of consecration, but whence is it known that other things not written in this chapter are also obligatory? Said our Nahman b. Itzhak, we infer it from an analogy of expression. In that chapter the door of the tabernacle of the congregation is mentioned, and in the chapter about the breast plate, etc. the same expression recurs. Our Mesher Shia says, it is inferred from keep the charge of the Lord. Our Ashi says, from for so I have been commanded, hence it is obligatory. How did Moses attire Aaron and his sons on the days of consecration? The sons of Arhiah and our Yohanan differ. One party says he attired Aaron first, and the sons next, and the other, Aaron and his sons at the same time. Said Abai, about the coats and the mitres they do not differ, namely, that Aaron was attired in them first, and the sons later, for both in speaking of the commandments and the practice Aaron is mentioned first. What they differ about is the girdle. The party who says, Aaron, and his sons later, does so because it is written, and girded him with the girdle and later, girded them with girdles. But how can it be said that he attired them at the same time? There is a difference between a girdle of the high priest and that of an ordinary priest. That means, when it is written he girdled Aaron first, it is meant p7. With the girdle of the high priest, but with the ordinary girdles he attired them all at once. The high priest is removed, etc. For what purpose was he removed? For what purpose? Has it not been said above, our Yohanan gave one reason, Resh Lakish another? We mean to ask, why had he to be removed from his home? Because it was learned in a Boritha that our Jehudah b. Bathura said, it is apprehended lest he have intercourse with his wife, when there is doubt that she is in her sickness. It was taught, the uncleanness contracted from a dead body is not considered in the case of an entire congregation, according to our Nahman. Our She's Hate, however, says, it is only postponed in that case. If there are individuals in the family of priests thus defiled, there is no difference of opinion that those individuals may not serve, but if the whole family was thus defiled, there is a difference of opinion between our Nahman and our She's Hate. According to our Nahman, clean individuals of another family need not be sought because, where there is a congregation, the defilement is not considered at all. And according to Arshis-Hate, who says it is only postponed, individuals of another family may be looked for. According to others, R.N. Ahman says, even the unclean individual also served, as in case of a congregation defilement is not taken into consideration. Said Arshis-Hate, the authority for my decree is the following Boraitha: if one stands sacrificing the omer, and it become unclean in his hand, he shall so notify, and the congregation shall bring another in its stead. But if there is no other, he is told to have sense and to keep silent. Now we see that in the beginning it is said, another one should be brought in its stead, hence it is not permitted, but only postponed. Said R.N. Ahman, I grant that, in a case in which the remains of the sacrifice must be eaten, when undefiled can be obtained, it is better. On this point the Tanam of the following Boraitha differed: the golden plate which is made for the high priest, whether it is on his brow or not, it atones for all defilements of the offerings. So said R. Simeon, but R. Jehuda said, when it is on his brow it atones, but not otherwise. Said R. Simeon to him, the high priest who serves on the Day of Atonement has not the plate on his brow, and nevertheless atones for all sins, hence we see that it atones even when not. P8. On his brow. Answered R. Jehuda, leave the high priest on the Day of Atonement alone, for defilement is allowed to him when the whole congregation is defiled. Now, from R. Jehuda's answer that the defilement is allowed, we must conclude that R. Simeon holds that the defilement is only postponed, but not allowed. Said Abai, when the plate had been broken, all agree that it does not atone. They differ only when it is suspended on a peg. R. Jehuda says, because it is written, it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, and Aaron shall atone, etc., it only atones when it is on the brow. But R. Simeon's opinion is, because it is said, always they may be received in favor before the Lord, and it cannot be said that it is meant that it should always be on his forehead, because he must satisfy human needs and sleep, hence we must say, it means that it always receives the Lord's favor. But what will R. Jehuda say to this always? He explains that it is meant, it should never be absent from his mind. Shall we assume that the former Tanam differ as the Tanam of the following Boraitha: both the high priest and the priest that was to burn the red cow were sprinkled upon during the 7 days with all the ashes that were there? So said R. Meir. R. Jose, however, said, he was sprinkled only on the 3rd and on the 7th day. R. Hananiah the Segan of the priests said, the priest that was to burn the red cow used to be sprinkled on during all the 7 days, but the high priest was sprinkled only the 3rd and 7th. Now, shall we assume that the point of difference is, because R. Meir says the defilement is only postponed in case of the congregation, and therefore he has to be sprinkled upon during the 7 days, and R. Jose holds the defilement is not considered at all? Therefore we must say that all the Tanam of this Boraitha hold that the defilement is only postponed, and not allowed, and the point on which they are at variance is this: R. Meir holds we compare the sprinkling to the bathing, as the bathing at the proper times is a religious duty, so also is the sprinkling. And R. Jose holds, we do not compare. Now, then, what is the opinion of R. Hananiah the Segan? If we compare it to bathing, the high priest has to be sprinkled also every day, and if not, why is the other priest of the red cow sprinkled every p9 day? He does not compare, only in case of the priest of the red cow it is an optional improvement. R. Jose B. R. Hananiah opposes this: why is he sprinkled on the 4th day, but the 4th after the removal from his house call neither be the 3rd nor the 7th? Even without this, could he be sprinkled all the 7 days? One of them must have been on Sabbath, and sprinkling does not supersede Sabbath. Therefore we must say that what is said of the 7 days, is meant with the exception of Sabbath. The same is the case with the 4th, it is meant, all the 7 days, except the 4th. Said Rabbah, therefore the high priest must be removed 7 days before the Day of Atonement, whose date is not dependent on us, but on the 3rd day of the month. He must be removed 7 days before that day, no matter when the 4th day falls. But the priest of the red cow, the date of whose removal depends on us, should be removed on such a day that the fourth shall fall on Sabbath. To the Palhedron chamber. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda said, was it called the Palhedron chamber? It was called the chamber of the Lords. He answers, formerly it was called the chamber of the Lords, but after the high priests began to be appointed for money, and changed as government officers, it began to be called the hall of the Palhedron. What is meant by Palhedron? Officers. Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan said, it is written, the fear of the Lord increases man's days, but the years of the wicked will be shortened. The fear of the Lord increases the days, that refers to the first temple, during whose existence of 410 years there were only 18 high priests. The years of the wicked will be shortened, refers to the second temple, which existed 420 years, and more than 300 high priests succeeded each other during that period. Subtract the 40 years during which Simeon the righteous ministered, 80 years of Yohanan the high priest's ministry, and 10 years of Ishmael b. Favi according to others, 11. p. 10. Years of R. Elazar b. Harsaman compute, you will see that not even one high priest completed his year. R. Yohanan b. Tertha said, why had Shiloh fallen? 2 sins were committed there, adultery and sacrilege. Adultery, as it is written, now Eli was very old, and heard all that his sons were in the habit of doing unto all Israel, and how they would lie with the women that assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And sacrilege, as it is written, and the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for the men despised the offering of the Lord. Why has the first temple fallen? Because there were 3 things, idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. Idolatry, as it is written, for the bed shall be too short for a man to stretch himself out on it, and the covering too narrow to wrap himself in. And Ar Yohanan said, the bed is too narrow that there should be 2, God and the idols, he gathereth together like heaps the waters of the sea, should feel too little space because of an idol. Adultery, as it is written, forasmuch as the daughters of Zion are fraud, and walk with stretched forth necks and casting about their eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. R. Itzhak said to this, what is meant by tinkling? They used to fill the shoes with spices, and when a young man was by, they pressed the spices with the feet, to attract his attention. Bloodshed, as it is written, and also innocent blood did Manasseh shed in very great abundance. But the second temple, where the occupations were study of the law, religious duties, and charity, why fell it? Because there was groundless enmity. 1. From this we can infer that unfounded hatred is equal to all the 3 sins together, idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. In the time of the first temple, although they were wicked, yet because they put their trust in the Holy One, blessed be He, as it is written, her heads judge for bribes, her priests teach for reward, and her prophets divine for money, and yet they will lean upon the p. 11. Lord, and say, is not the Lord among us? Evil cannot come over us. For this, the Holy One, blessed be He, brought on them 3 chastisements, for their 3 sins, as it is written, therefore for your sake shall Zion be plowed up as a field, and Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps, and the mount of the house, forest-covered high places. R. Yohanan and R. Elazar both said, in the time of the first temple, as their sin was laid bare, therefore the date of the end of their suffering has likewise been revealed, but in the time of the second temple, when their sin was not stated clearly in writing, therefore the date of the end was not revealed either. R. Yohanan said again, the nail of those of the time of the first temple was preferable to the belly of those of the time of the second temple. Said Resh Lakish to him, on the contrary, the last were better. Although they were subject to a foreign government, nevertheless they studied and observed the law. Rejoined Ar Yohanan, the fact of the temple can prove it. The first obtained the temple once more, and the last have it not yet. Our Eleazar was asked who were greater, the first, or the second. He replied, "Take the temple as a sign." Resh Lakish was bathing in the Jordan, Rabbi Bar Hannah came to him, and shook hands with him. Resh Lakish said to him, "God detests you Babylonians, as it is written, if she be a wall, we will build upon her a palace of silver, and if she be a door, we will enclose her with the boards of cedar." That signifies thus if you were all strong as a wall, and went all with Ezra, you would have been like silver, which can never rot, but as you did not, you were like wooden doors, which are subject to decay. It is possible that Resh Lakish spoke with Rabbi Bar Hannah. If with our Eleazar, who was the principal man in Palestine, Resh Lakish did not speak, because it was a rule that, with whomsoever Resh Lakish spoke in the street, money could be given to him without witnesses. Should Resh Lakish then have spoken with Rabbi Bar Hannah? Says our Papa, substitute another person. Either it was Resh Lakish and Ze'eri, or our Eleazar and Rabbi Bar Hannah. When the last came to our Yohanan and related to him what Resh Lakish had told him, he said, "This is not the reason. If all had come with Ezra, even then the Shekinah would not have dwelt in the second temple, since it is written, May. P. 12. God enlarge the boundaries of Japheth, and may he dwell in the tents of Shem. That signifies, that although God enlarges the boundaries of Japheth, his Shekinah can only dwell in the tents of Shem. And how is it known that the Persians are descendants of Japheth? Because it is written, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Thyras, and our Joseph has taught, that Thyras is Persia. R. Joshua b. Levi said in the name of Rabbi, a time will come, when those who have destroyed the second temple will fall into the hands of the Persians. As it is written, therefore hear the counsel of the Lord, that he hath resolved against Edom, and his purposes, that he hath devised against the inhabitants of Theman. Surely the least of the flocks shall drag them away, surely he will devastate their habitation. Rabbi B. Ula opposed, how is it known that by the least of the flocks Persia is meant? Because it is written, the ram that thou hast seen, him with the two horns, signifies the kings of Media and Persia. Perhaps Javan are meant? As it is written, and the shaggy he-goat is the king of Javan. When Arhababa b. Sarmika went up to Palestine, he told to a scholar the objection of Rabbi b. Ula. He said to him, a man who cannot explain the verses of the Bible should dare oppose Rabbi. What is meant by the least of the flock? The youngest of the brothers, and our Joseph has said, Thyras is Persia. Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of our Yohanan, quoting our Jehuda b. Ila, said, those who have destroyed the second temple will fall into the power of Persia. And this is an a fortiori. Reasoning, if the children of Shem, who built the first temple, and the Chaldeans, who destroyed it, fell into the hands of the Persians, how much more the destroyers of the second temple, which the Persians themselves have built, must fall into the power of the Persians. Rabbi, however, said, on the contrary, it will come that Persia will succumb under those who have destroyed the temple. Said our Kahana and Arasi to Rabbi, is it right that those who had built the temple should fall under the dominion of those who have destroyed it? He answered, yeah, such is the decree of the king. Our Jehuda also said in the name of Rabbi, the Messiah, descended from P. 13. David, will not arrive until Rome shall have dominated over the entire world 9 months. As it is written, therefore he will give them up until the time that she who travaileth hath brought forth, and the end of the verse is, then shall the remnant of his brethren return with the children of Israel. The rabbis taught, all the chambers of the temple had no mezuzahs, one except the chamber of Palhedron, which was a dwelling of the high priest. Said our Jehuda, were there not many chambers in the temple which were dwellings, and nevertheless were without mezuzahs? Therefore we must say that the mezuzah in the Palhedron chamber was only as a precautionary measure. What is the reason of our Jehuda's opinion that no mezuzahs need be in the chambers of the temple, even those which are dwellings. Said Rabbah, Ar Jehuda holds that a house not made both for summer and winter is not considered a house requiring a mezuzah. Abai objected, is it not written, and I will smite the winter house together with the summer house? He answered, it is called winter house or summer house, but not house alone. Abai objected again, we have learned in Mosroth, 3:7, in regard to the booths made for the Feast of Tabernacles, during that feast things are made obligatory by Ar Jehuda, but not by the sages. And concerning this Mishnah we have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Jehuda makes obligatory in regard to them Arab, mezuzah, and tithes. But perhaps it will be said, this is only rabbinical, but not biblical? This would be right of Arab and mezuzah, but about tithes it cannot be said that Ar Jehuda makes them obligatory only on rabbinical grounds, lest he will thus tithe grain which is to be tithed rabbinically for that which is to be tithed biblically, and this is forbidden. Therefore said Rabha, during the whole year nobody differs from the opinion that the booth is exempt from these duties, they only disagree about the 7 days of the feast. And the reason for the sukkah is one, and that for the chamber of the temple is another. The reason for the sukkah is, because Ar Jehuda is consistent with his theory that a sukkah must be a permanent dwelling, and a permanent dwelling requires a mezuzah. p. 14. The rabbis are in accordance with their theory that a sukkah need be only a temporary dwelling, which requires no mezuzah. And the reason for the chambers of the temple is, the sages hold, a dwelling in which a person abides by compulsion is considered a dwelling house, and Ar Jehuda's opinion is, it is not considered so. Therefore biblically it is exempt from a mezuzah, but the rabbis have ordered a mezuzah to be made, lest it be said the high priest is imprisoned. Who is the Tana of the following Boraitha which the rabbis taught, all gates which were in the temple had no mezuzahs, except the gate of Nicanor, next to which was the Palhedron chamber. Shall we assume that this is only according to the rabbis, and not according to Ar Jehuda? For, if it were according to Ar Jehuda, who thinks the mezuzah in the chamber itself was only a precautionary measure, how could a mezuzah be made on the gate, that would be a precautionary measure against a precautionary measure? Nay, that is all one precautionary measure. The rabbis taught, what is written upon thy gates applies to the gates of houses, courtyards, cities, and countries, all these are under the obligation of this religious duty towards God, as it is written, and thou shalt write upon the doorposts of thy house, and upon thy gates. Said Abai to Ar Safra, why was no mezuzah made on the city gate of Mechuzah? Abai replied, it was not made, because it would have been dangerous. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, a mezuzah of an individual must be examined twice in a sabbatical period, and one of a congregation, twice in a jubilee. And Ar Jehuda said, it once happened a repairer examined a mezuzah in the upper market of Zipporath, and a quaestor surprised him doing this, and fined him 1,000 zuz. But did not Ar Elazar say, that harm cannot befall a delegate for religious duties? In cases where harm is usually to be expected, it is different. As it is written. And Samuel said, how shall I go? If Saul should hear it, he would kill me, and the Lord said, take a heifer with thee, and say, to sacrifice unto the Lord am I come. Arkanah taught before Ar Jehuda, a house where straw, cattle, wood, or grain is kept, is exempt from a mezuzah, because women wash themselves there. Said Ar Jehuda to him, is that the reason why these houses are exempt? And otherwise, it were not so? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, a stable is exempt from a mezuzah in any event? What is meant is, that in spite of the fact that women make their toilet there, and they may be considered as dwellings, yet they are exempt from mezuzahs. Rejoined Arkanah, is that so? We have learned in another Boraitha, a stable is exempt from a mezuzah, but if the women make their toilet there, then a mezuzah is obligatory? What canst thou answer, except that it is one of several different opinions of the Tannim? So I can say, that what I have said about the reason of the women's washing themselves, is also one opinion of the Tannim. Ar Jehuda, however, holds that when it is not known that the women make their toilet there, all agree they are exempt. R. Samuel B. R. Itzhak taught in the presence of Rabbah, 6 kinds of gates are exempt from a mezuzah, those of places where straw is kept, or cattle, wood, grain, or a median gate, or a roofless gate, or one less than 10 spans high. Thou hast said 6, and hast enumerated 7? He answered, about the median gate the opinions of the Tannim are different. The rabbis taught, a prayer house, a house belonging to a woman, and one belonging to 2 partners, must have a mezuzah. Is not this self-evident? One might think, because it is written in thy house, but not in her house or in their house, such are exempt, he comes to teach us that it is not so. But whence do we deduce that it is not so? It is written in order that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children. Why, then, is it written thy house? It is according to Rab Ha, who said, it is equivalent to Bayith Shah, as one enters the house with the right foot usually foremost, therefore the mezuzah should be on the right side of the entrance. Another high priest is appointed, etc. It is certain that when the high priest became unfit by some accident before the daily morning offering, the substitute was exercised in the service of the daily morning offering. P. 16. But if the accident happened after the daily morning offering, how was it? Said Arada bar Abba, he was exercised in the girdle. It is right, according to the Tana who says that the girdle of the high priest did not differ from that of an ordinary priest, and on the Day of Atonement, as the high priest's girdle was of byssus, he was identified as the high priest, but according to him who says that the high priest's girdle was different, how then was he identified? Said Abai, he attired himself in the 8 articles of dress, and went with the basin, and turned over the sacrifice on the altar that it burn better. And that is according to Arhunah, who said, a layman who turns over the sacrifice is liable to capital punishment, because it is a service. Our Papa, however, said, his service is his exercise. Because, did not Abaritha state that all the vessels Moses had made, were consecrated by their anointment? Who consecrated the vessels made later than the time of Moses? Their use for service consecrates them. So also here, his service is his exercise. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said, the girdle of the high priest on the Day of Atonement was of byssus, according to all, during the whole year all agree it was of kilaim. What they differ about is, whether a girdle of a common priest, during the whole year and on the Day of Atonement, was of kilaim, as Rabbi says, or of byssus, as R. Eliezer B. R. Simeon says. Said R. N. Haman B. Itzhak, we have also learned so in a Boritha, it is written, upon his flesh. Why is put upon necessary? This is to add, that when he removes the ashes he must have on the mitre and girdle also. Such is the decree of R. Jehuda. Ardosa said, this is to add that the 4 garments of a high priest on the Day of Atonement may be worn by a common priest. Said Rabbi, there are 2 objections to this. The first objection is, the girdle of a high priest on the Day of Atonement is not the same as that of a common priest, and, secondly, how can it be said that the garments employed for a more important holiness, may be used later for any less important? What else is? P. 17. The phrase put upon to add, that he may use his old garments. Ardosa, who prohibits old garments, except to common priests, decrees according to his theory in the following Boritha, it is written, and he shall leave them there, that signifies they must be hidden. Ardosa, however, said, he may not use them himself the next year. The rabbis taught, when the high priest happened to become unfit for service, and his substitute performed it, then after the Day of Atonement the high priest resumes his service, and all the laws regarding the high priesthood apply to the substitute. Such is the decree of Ar-Meir. Ar-Hosea, however, says, the high priest resumes his service, the substitute does not become like a high priest, nor continues to be as a common priest. And Ar-Hosea added, it happened to Joseph b. Elam of Zipporeth, that he was a substitute for the high priest, who performed the service instead of the high priest, to whom an accident had happened. Later the sages said, the high priest should resume his service, and that Joseph b. Elam is fit no longer to be either a high priest or a common priest. A high priest, to prevent enmity, and a common priest, because there is a rule, in holiness one may increase but not decrease. Said Rabbi Bar Hannah in the name of Ar Yohanan, the halakha prevails according to Ar Jose. Ar Jose grants, that if the substitute has performed service in the temple, this service is valid. Ar Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite also, the halakha prevails according to Ar Jose, and Ar Jose grants that when it happens the high priest dies, he may become high priest. This is self-evident. One might say, since he was his rival in life, he might not become a high priest after his death. He comes to teach us it is not so. Ar Jehuda says, another wife, etc. The sages apprehend lest an accident happen to the high priest himself, and prepare a substitute. Why not prepare another wife also? The rabbis can answer, an accident of defilement can happen, but death is not apprehended. There will be no end, etc. The sages have given a good answer to Ar Jehuda. Ar Jehuda can reply, that one may die, is apprehended, that both should die, is not. The rabbis taught, the high priest may sacrifice when he is p18 and one, but he may not eat. Ar Jehuda says, the whole day. What is meant? Said Rabbite, if he is in his home, he must be brought to the temple to perform the service. Said Abai to him, how canst thou say this? We know that, according to Ar Jehuda, he is told to stop, even when he is performing the service, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, when he stands sacrificing on the altar, and it is reported to him that one of his relatives is dead, he must interrupt the service, and go. So is the decree of Ar Jehuda. Ar Jose says, he must conclude the service, and then go. And thou sayest he is brought from his home. Therefore says Raha, what is meant by the whole day? The whole day he is not obliged to perform the service, when he is in one lest he eat of the sacrifices. Said Ar Adabi. Abba to Rabha, does Ar Jehuda take such a precautionary measure against his eating? Did we not learn in our Mishnah, Ar Jehuda said, another wife was prepared for him, lest his own wife die. If his wife die, he is expected to perform the service, and Ar Jehuda does not take the precautionary measure lest he partake of the sacrifice. Rabha answered, what comparison is this? This is the Day of Atonement, when nobody eats, it is not feared that he shall eat. But on a common day it is apprehended. Mishnah, during all the 7 days he sprinkles the blood, fumes the incense, trims the lamps, and offers the head and the leg. During all the other days, he sacrifices, if he chooses, since the high priest offers the first portion as he prefers, and takes for his own use a portion of the first offering. Gemara, who is the Tana who holds so? Said Ar Hisda, that is not in accordance with Ar Akaba. For Ar Akaba holds that when a clean man is sprinkled upon, he thereby becomes defiled. And since the high priest was sprinkled upon all the 7 days, how could he perform the service? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, and the clean person shall sprinkle upon the unclean. Infer from this, that only an unclean person becomes clean, but if a clean person is sprinkled on, he becomes unclean. So is the decree of Ar Akaba. But the sages said, this only applies to things subject to defilement. Abai, however, said, it may be said, the p19 Mishnah can be even in accordance with Ar Akaba, and the case is, the whole day he can perform the service, in the evening he bathes, and when the sun has set, he becomes clean. Fumes the incense, and trims the lamps. From this we see that the rite of the incense is performed first, and after that, of the lamps. There is a contradiction? We have learned in Talmud, 3, 6, who has got the privilege to clear the inner altar of the ashes, to trim the lamps and offer the incense. Said Ar Yohanan, the Tana who has taught the order of the rites on the Day of Atonement is Ar Simeon, the man of Mitzpah, who differed from the sages of the Mishnah in Tract Talmud. And there is a contradiction even in this tract in the order of the rites, as we learn in a Mishnah farther on. The second lot is to determine who should slaughter, who should sprinkle, who should clear the inner altar, who shall trim the lamps, and who shall carry up the members on the staircase. The third lot is drawn by 9 priests, to determine who should offer the incense. Said Abai, it presents no difficulty. In the one case the 2 lamps are meant, in the other case the 5 lamps. Did not Abai, who ordered the rites according to a tradition, say that between the trimming of the 2 and 5 lamps the blood of the daily sacrifice was sprinkled? We can say, it presents no difficulty. This is according to our Abu Sal, and according to the sages of the following Boraitha, one shall not trim the lamps, and then offer the incense, but he must first offer the incense, and then trim the lamps. Abu Sal, however, said, he must first trim the lamps, and then offer the incense. What is the reason of Abu Sal's decree? It is written, every morning, when he draseth the lamps, shall he burn it. What will the sages say to this? The sages say, at the same time both should be done, not that the lamps should be before the incense. For if you should not say so, how will the next verse be explained, and when Aaron lighteth the lamps toward evening, shall he burn it? He should first light, and then offer the incense later? And if you would say that so it is, did we not learn in a Boraitha, it is written, from the evening to the morning? There is no service which is valid from the evening till the morning except this. The Torah means, that at the same time the lamps are lighted, the incense is to be offered. So also is it with the cleaning of the lamps, when they are cleaned, the morning incense is offered. Our Papa said, the self-contradiction of this tract presents no difficulty, because one decree is according to the rabbis, and one according to Abu Sal. What did our Papa mean to say? He wants to ascribe our Mishnah to the rabbis, and that speaking of the lots to Abu Sal. Let us see how the end of that Mishnah in chap. 3, namely, went in to fume the morning incense, and to trim the lamps, will correspond. This is certainly according to the rabbis. Then the first part and the conclusion of the Mishnah will be according to the rabbis, and the middle part according to Abu Sal. Our Papa can say, that this is the case. In the Mishnah in Talmud we have learned, when he comes to the northeastern corners of the altar, he places the blood there, and when he comes to the southwestern corners, he places the blood there. And in addition to this, we have learned in a Boraitha, that Ar Simeon, the man of Mitzpah, makes a difference in the daily offering, namely, when he comes to the northeastern corners, he places the blood on both corners at once, but at the southwestern he first places it on the western corner, then on the southern. What is the reason of Ar Simeon? Said Ar Yohanan in the name of one disciple of the school of Ar Jana, because it is written, one he goat for a sin offering unto the Lord, besides the continual burnt offering, shall it be prepared with its drink offering. What is the sin offering mentioned for, in connection with the burnt offering? To teach us that though it is a burnt offering, in one respect it must be sacrificed as a sin offering, namely, at 2 of the 4 corners he places the blood on both corners at once as a burnt offering, and at the southwestern he puts the blood on the western first, and on the southern thereafter. We have learned in another Mishnah, the superintendent said to them, go and bring a lamb from the chamber of the lambs. The chamber of the lambs was in the northwestern corner. There were 4 chambers, one that of the lambs, one that of the seals, one that of the heating house, and one chamber. p. 21. Where the showbread was made. There is a contradiction to the Mishnah in Midoth. 4 chambers were in the heating house, like small rooms opening into a great hall, 2 belonged to the sanctuary, and 2 were profane, and small wickets parted the sacred ones from the profane ones. And what was their use? The southwestern was for the lambs for the sacrifices. The southeastern was that in which the showbread was made. In the northeastern the Maccabees had hidden the stones of the altar profaned by the Greeks. The northwestern was used as a passage to the bathhouse. Said Arhuna, the Tana according to whom is the Mishnah in Tract Midoth is Eliezer b. Jacob, as we have learned, the chamber at the northeast was the place where wood was kept, and the blemished priests examined the wood there, as moldy wood was unfit for the altar. The northwestern chamber was the place of the cured lepers. The southwestern? Says Eliezer b. Jacob, I forget what its use was. Abba Saul says, wine and oil for the offerings were kept there, and it was called the chamber of oil. Hence we see the Mishnah in Midoth must be in accordance with Eliezer b. Jacob. And so it also seems from another Mishnah in Midoth. Adi b. Abba said, our Mishnah is in accordance with Jehuda of the following Boraitha. Jehuda said, the altar stood in the middle of the court, and was in size 32 ells, 10 ells opposite to the door of the temple, 11 ells toward the north, and 11 ells to the south, so that the altar was opposite to the temple and to its walls. Now, if you would say that the Mishnah in Midoth is according to Jehuda, how can it be that the altar should be in the middle of the court? Adi the son of Itzhak said, the chamber of the lambs was at the western side, and extended toward both the north and southwestern corners, and to him who came from the southern side it seemed to be the north, while to one who came from the north it seemed in the southern corner. The high priest offers the first portion, etc. The rabbis taught, what is meant by his offering a portion the first. He may say what burnt offering or meal offering he wants to offer. And what is meant by his p. 22. Taking a portion the first? He may say of which sin offering or trespass offering he desires to partake. And he can take one of the 2 loaves. He can also take 4 or 5 of the loaves of the showbread. Rabbi said, he always took 5 loaves, because it is written, and it shall belong to Aaron and to his sons. We interpret it thus, half should belong to Aaron and half to the children of Aaron. Does not this Boraitha contradict itself? First it is said, he takes one of the 2 loaves, that means, the half, and this is according to Rabbi, who maintains that the high priest always takes the half. Now the middle part, which says that he takes 4 or 5, must be according to the rabbis, who say he does not take the exact half, and in the conclusion it is said, Rabbi says he always takes 5. It seems, then, that the first part and conclusion are according to Rabbi, and the middle part according to the sages? Said Abai, the first part and the middle part are according to the rabbis, but they admit that out of 2 loaves the high priest could not but receive 1, as it was not becoming to give him half a loaf. Mishnah, he is attended by some elders of the Beth Din, who read to him concerning the ceremonial of the day, and say to him, my lord the high priest, say it aloud, lest thou hast forgotten, or not studied this. On the morning of the day preceding the Day of Atonement, he is placed at the eastern gate, and bulls, rams, and sheep are passed before him, that he should get a knowledge of the service. During all the 7 days he is free to eat and drink, but on the eve of the Day of Atonement, at dusk, he is not permitted to eat much, as it would induce drowsiness. Gemara, it is right that they should say to him, perhaps thou hast forgotten. But that they should say to him, perhaps thou hast not studied, is an ignorant man made a high priest? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, it is written, and the priest that is highest of his brethren? That signifies, that he must be highest among his brethren in physical strength, in personal beauty, in wisdom, and in wealth. An anonymous teacher said, whence do we know that, if he is not rich, his brethren the priests must make him rich? Because it is written, that is highest of his brethren, that signifies, his brethren must contribute to make him highest. Said R. Joseph, it presents no difficulty. That was the case. p. 23. During the time of the first temple, and this in the time of the second temple. As R.C. said, a whole measure of dinars, Martha daughter of Bithas gave to the king Janna, that he should make Joshua be Gamla High Priest. On the morning of the day preceding the Day of Atonement. We have learned of Boritha, the he-goats were also passed before him. But why does not our Mishnah mention it? Because, as the he-goats are only for the atonement of sin, he would have become dejected. If so, why were the bullocks passed? They are also for sins. Because the bulls were to atone for his sins and those of the priests, his brethren, he would not have become dispirited, because if they had sinned, he would have been told, and he would have induced them to repent. But the he-goats were to atone for the sins of all Israel, so he could not know who had sinned. Said Rabbina, this is what people say. Even if your sister's son is you should not pass him in the street, for, since he knows your affairs, he will take from you more than from others. During all the 7 days, etc. We have learned in a Boritha, our Jehuda b. Nakusa said, they gave to him to eat bread of the best flour, and eggs that it should be digested more easily. The sages said to him, this heats yet more. We have learned in a Boritha, Simachos said, they gave him as food no citron, no eggs, no old wine. According to others, he received no citron, no eggs, no fat meat, no old wine. Still others say, even white wine he did not receive, because white wine brings a man to uncleanness. Mishnah, the elders of the Beth Din left him to the attendance of the elders of the priesthood, who took him up to the house of Abdinas, made him swear, took farewell, and went away. They said, my lord the high priest, we are delegates of the Beth Din, and thou art our delegate and the delegate of the Beth Din, we conjure thee by him who has made his abode in this house, that thou shalt not alter one thing about which we have spoken to thee. He took farewell weeping, and they parted weeping. If he was a teacher, he lectured, otherwise, the scholars lectured before him. If he was practiced in reading, he reads, if not, they read to him. From which books of the Scriptures? p. 24. From Job, Ezra, and Chronicles. Zechariah b. Kabutel says, many times I read to him out of Daniel. Gemara, we have learned in a Boritha, teaching him the service consisted in teaching him to take a handful of incense. R. Papa said, the high priest had 2 chambers, one that of Palhedron, to sleep in, the other that of Abdinas, to learn the service. One was in the north, one in the south. One in the north, as we have learned in Midoth, 6 chambers were in the court, 3 in the north, 3 in the south. Those of the south were the chambers of salt, of parva, and that where the entrails were washed. The chamber of the salt was where the salt was kept for the sacrifices, that of parva, where the skins of the sacrifices of the sanctuary were salted, and on its roof was a bathhouse for the high priest on the Day of Atonement. The washing chamber was where the entrails of the sacrifices of the sanctuary were washed. Thence a stone staircase led to the roof of the chamber of parva. The 3 in the north were, a chamber for wood, the chamber of exile, and the chamber of Gazeth. About that of wood, said R. Eliezer b. Jacob, I forget for what purpose it was used. Abu Sal says, the chamber of the high priest was behind the first 2 of the above-mentioned ones, the roofs of them all were on the same level. In the chamber of exile there was a well, which those returned from the exile had dug, over it was a wheel, whereby water was drawn, to supply the whole temple. In the chamber of Gazeth the Sanhedrin of Israel held session, and examined there the priests. Whatever priest was found to be legally unfit for service, used to dress himself in black clothes, enveloped himself in black, and went away. If he was found fit, he would dress himself in white, envelope himself in white, and enter the temple to serve with his brethren. One other chamber was in the south, as we have learned in the following Mishnah, 7 gates were in the court, 3 at the north, 3 at the south, and 1 at the east. The south one was the gate of illumination, the other the gate of the sacrifices, the third the gate of water. At the east was the gate of Nicanor, to this gate were adjoined 2 chambers, one at the right and one at the left. One was the chamber of Pinhas, the superintendent of the priest's wardrobe, the other was where barrels were manufactured. At the north was the gate of Nitzitz. There was p. 25. A balcony and an attic over it, where priests were watching above, and the Levites beneath. Inside was the choil. The other was the gate of sacrifices. The third was the gate of the heating house, and we have learned in another Boraitha that on that day the high priest took 5 legal bathings, and 10 times sanctified his hands and feet from the laver. Both the bathing and the sanctifications he performed on the roof of the chamber of Parva, in the sanctuary, except the first one, which he did not take in the sanctuary, but near the gate of water. The bath house was on one side of his chamber, only I don't know whether the chamber of Palhedron was in the north and that of Aptanas in the south, or vice versa. Thou art our delegate. Shall we assume that in this Mishnah is found an objection to Arhuna b'Ar Joshua, who said that the priests are delegates of the Merciful One? If they were our delegates, then are there things which we ourselves may not do, and our delegates may? They did not say to the high priest that he is their delegate, but that they conjured him to act according to their opinion and to that of Beth Din. He wept, and they wept. He wept for being suspected of being a Sadducee, and they wept because they probably suspected an innocent man, as Ar Joshua be. Levi said, he who suspects an upright man is smitten by God in his body. Why had he to be conjured? It was feared lest he prepare the incense on the censer outside of the Holy of Holies, and then enter with the censer, as did the Sadducees. The rabbis taught, it happened to one Sadducee, who prepared outside, and entered the Holy of Holies with it. When he came out, he was rejoicing greatly. When his father met him, he said to him, My son, though we are Sadducees, yet we must fear the Pharisees. He replied, All my years I was anxious to fulfill the verse, for in the cloud will I appear upon the mercy seat, and I said to myself, when will come the day when I might do it? And today, when I have had opportunity, should I not have done it? It was said, it did not take long before he died, and lay amidst rubbish, and worms crept out of his nose. Zechariah b. Kabotl, etc. Arhanan b. Rabha taught to Hiah the son of Rabbite in the presence of Rabbite, said Ar Zechariah b. Kabotl, Rabbite made to him a sign with the hand that he p. 26 should say Kabotl. Why did he not say it to him? Rabbite read sh ma at that time. Is it permitted to make signs when sh ma is read? Did not Ar Itzhak b. Samuel b. Martha say, he who reads sh ma must not wink his eyes, whistle with his lips, nor make signs with his fingers? And in a Boraitha we have also learned, Ar Eliezer Hasma has said, he who reads sh ma, and winks, or whistles, or makes signs with his fingers, of him the verse says, On me hast thou not called, Jacob. It presents no difficulty, in the first part of the sh ma one may not do so, but during the recital of the second one may. Mishnah, if he began to slumber, the young priests snapped with their fingers tsrida, addressing him, My lord the high priest, rise, and cool thyself once on the floor. He was kept occupied until the time for slaughtering the daily offering. Gemara, what is meant by the word tsrida? Said Ar Jehuda, the thumb. Arhuna showed this performance, and the sound went to all ends of the college. Cool thyself once on the floor. Said Ar Itzhak, they said to him, Show to us Kita. Until the time for slaughtering. We have learned in a Boraitha, he was not occupied by a violin or harp, but by voices, they sang to him. What? From Samkhzi, unless the Lord do build a house, in vain labor they that build it. The respectable men of Jerusalem forbore to sleep the whole night, and talked among themselves, that the high priest might hear the sound of voices, and not fall asleep. We have learned in a Boraitha, Abu Saul says, even in the countries where the temple was hot, they did it, in honor of the temple, but they came to sin on these occasions. Said Abai, according to others, Rna Haman b. Itzhak, by what Abu Saul said of the other countries, he meant Nahardiah. Elijah said to Arjehuda, the brother of Arsala the pious, you think to yourselves why Messiah does not come. Today is the day of atonement, and many virgins have been lain with today in the city of Nahardiah. Said to him Arjehuda, what says the Holy One, blessed be he, to this? Elijah replied, he said in reference to this the verse in Genesis, sin lieth at the door. He asked, what says Satan to this? Elijah answered, on the day of atonement he has no right to bring forward accusations. p. 27. Mishnah, every day the altar is cleared of the ashes at the time of the crowing of the Jibber, a little while before or after it, but on the day of atonement it is done soon after midnight, and on the other holidays after the first watch of the night. And before the cocks crowing the forecourt used to be filled with Israelites. Gemara, what is meant by Jibber? Said Rabbite, a man. But the disciples of Arshila say, a cock. It happened once, that Rabbite was at the place where Arshila was the chief of the college. Arshila had no interpreter. Rabbite assumed the function of his interpreter. When they came to this Mishnah, the cocks crowing, Rabbite interpreted, man's heralding. Said to him Arshila, let the master say, the cocks crowing. Rabbite answered, a song good for educated men is not good for tanners. I have interpreted it thus for Arhiah, he did not censure me, and you it does not please. Said Arshila, is the master Rabbite? Then, leave off. It is not fit that you should be my interpreter? Rabbite replied, the world says, if one has hired himself to a man, even if he tells him to brush wool he should do it. According to others, he answered to him, in matters of holiness one increases, but does not decrease. We have learned in one Boritha according to Rabbite, and in another according to Arshila. We have learned according to Rabbite, Gabani the herald used to herald, rise, priests, to your service, and Levites, to your chanting, and Israel, to your standing. One and his voice was heard at the distance of 3 parzaoth. It happened once that Agrippa the king being on the road, he heard Gabani's voice at the distance of 3 parzaoth. When he returned home, he sent him presents. Nevertheless, the voice of the high priest surpassed in strength that of Gabani the herald. Because the master said, when he used to say on the day of atonement, I pray thee, O Lord, his voice was heard at Jericho, and Rabbi Bar Hannah said in the name of Ar Yohanan, between Jericho and Jerusalem is the distance of 10 parzaoth, and although on the day of atonement one is weak from fasting, and though his voice was heard by day, whereas Gabani heralded only by night. And we have learned in a Boritha according to Arshila, he. p. 28. Who walks on the road before the Kriath Hagibber, his blood is on his head. Joshua says, before the second cock's crowing. And according to others, before he crows the 3rd time. Of what sort of cock is this said? Of a moderate cock. Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite said, when Israel used to come on the 3 pilgrimages, they stood crowded. But when they prostrate themselves, they had much space, and stationed themselves 11 ells behind the mercy seat. What does he mean? Although they were 11 ells behind the mercy seat, and were crowded, yet when they prostrate themselves they had much room, and this was one of the 10 miracles that occurred in the temple. Were there only 10 miracles? Did not Ar-Ushia say that when Solomon built the temple, he planted there all kinds of golden fruit trees, and they bore fruits at the proper times, and when the wind blew on them, they fell down and were ripe? As it is written in Psalms 16, its fruits shall shake like the trees of Lebanon. And when the Gentiles had entered the temple, the fruit trees became withered, as it is writ. 10. The flowers of Lebanon wither, and the Holy One, blessed be he, will restore them. As it is written, it shall blossom abundantly and rejoice, yea, with joy and singing, the glory of the Lebanon shall be given unto it. In the Mishnah are counted only the perpetual miracles, but those happening on certain times only have not been reckoned. The Master says elsewhere that in Jerusalem were two perpetual miracles: the rain never extinguished the fire on the outer altar, and the smoke was always straight in spite of the winds, in whichever directions they might blow. But we have learned in a Boraitha, 5 things have been said of the fire on the altar: it had the form of a lion, it was clear as the sun, it was palpable, it consumed moist things as dry ones, and never emitted any smoke. The smoke was that of the fire kindled by men. As we have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, "And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar." Infer from this, that although the fire descended from heaven, it was a merit to kindle an earthly fire also. You say it had the form of a lion. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Hanana the Segan of p. 29. The priests said, "I have seen it, and it had the form of a dog." It presents no difficulty. In the time of the first temple it was like a lion, and of the second, like a dog. But in the second temple there was no heavenly fire at all, as R. Samuel b. Enia said, "It is written, that I may take pleasure in it, and be glorified." It is written Vakabed, and it is read Vakabda. Why is the H missing? This is to hint that 5 things were missing in the second temple. What are they? The ark, the mercy seat, the cherubim, the heavenly fire, the Shekinah, the Holy Spirit, and the Urim and Thummim. So we see there was no heavenly fire in the second temple at all. We may say, it was there, only it did not assist in consuming. It is said above, that no wind could divert the smoke. But this is not so. Did not R. Itzhak b. Abdimi say, at the expiration of the Feast of Tabernacles, all looked on the smoke of the altar; when it was inclined to the north, the poor rejoiced, and the wealthier were dejected, for it showed there would be too much rain, and the fruit would rot; but when it was inclined to the south, the poor were out of spirits, and the rich were glad, for this was a sign there would be little rain, and the fruit would remain well preserved, and fetch a high price. When it was bent eastward, all rejoiced, and westward, all were deploring it. It was made by the wind oblique, but not crooked. Chapter 2. Concerning the lots the priests drew, what priests should go to the altar, and how many priests were needed for each sacrifice. Mishnah: formerly, whoever desired to clear the altar of the ashes did so. When there were many of them, they ran on the staircase. Whoever first came within 4 ells, merited it. When 2 were on a par, the superintendent said to them, "Put forth your fingers." Which did they put forth? 1 or 2, but not the thumb in the temple. Once an accident happened: one of 2 who were running up the staircase pushed his companion, so that he fell, and broke his foot. Seeing that it is attended by accidents, the Beth Din made the reform, that the altar should be cleared by lot. There were 4 lots, this is the first lot. Gemara: why had not lots been used formerly? Previously it was thought that since it is done by night and not considered an important service by the priests, they would not come in considerable number, but when it was seen that the case was otherwise, this reform was made. Was this reform only for this purpose? We know that he who cleared the ashes also arranged the pieces of wood on the altar, and brought the 2 measures of wood, and that was considered an important service. Said Rashi, 2 reforms were made. At first, when it had been thought they would not come in considerable numbers, no lot was used at all. Then, when it was observed that they came and accidents happened, the use of the lot was introduced. Then the priests ceased to come, since they were not sure of drawing the lot at all. It was then reformed, that he who clears the ashes should arrange the pieces of wood and bring the 2 measures also, that the priests might come to draw the lot, since it would be for important services. Put forth your fingers. We have learned in a Boraitha. p. 31. He said to them thus: Put out your fingers, that they be counted. Why did he not count the persons themselves? This can be a support to what R. Itzhak has said: Israel must not be counted, even for religious duties. As it is written, and Saul ordered the people to assemble, and he numbered them by means of lambs. One said Eleazar, whoever numbers Israel, trespasses a negative commandment, because it is written, yet shall the number of the children of Israel be like the sand of the sea, which may not be numbered. Rn B. Itzhak says, he trespasses two commandments, as it is written, which cannot be measured nor numbered. R. Samuel B. Nahman, in the name of R. Jonathan. Found a contradiction in the same passage. It is written that the number of Israel will be like that of the sand, and then it is said, it cannot be counted, that is, has no number. It presents no difficulty. When Israel shall do the will of God, they will be without number, but when they do not do God's will, they will be of a definite number. Rabbi in the name of Abi Joseph B. Dustai says, there is no contradiction in it. Men cannot count the sand, but in heaven they can count it. R. Huna said, how secure and careless should the man feet that knows that the Lord helps him. Saul committed only one sin, he lost his royalty. David committed two sins, and yet retained it. Saul's sin was, that he spared Agag. But he massacred the priests of Nob. That which is written, I repent that I have set up Saul as king, was said already in the occasion of the sin of Agag. What are David's two sins? That of Uriah and his numbering of Israel. But there is a third one? That of Bathsheba? For that of Bathsheba he was punished, as it is written, for the he shall pay fourfold. What were the four punishments? The death of Bathsheba's child, the death of Amnon, the misfortune of Tamar, and Absalom. But for numbering Israel he was also chastised. As it is written, and the Lord sent a pestilence in Israel from the morning even to the time appointed. In that case all Israel was chastised, but not he himself. But in those instances it was also his children on whom the wrath was visited, not on p. 32. Himself. Nay, he was personally punished, too. As R. Jehudah says in the name of Rabbi, for 6 months David became leprous, and the Sanhedrin separated themselves from him, and the Shekinah. As it is written, let those that fear thee return unto me, and those that know thy testimonies. And it is written, restore unto me the gladness of thy salvation. But did not David also believe calumnies? For this he was also punished, for R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbi, when David said to Mephibosheth, I have said, thou and Ziba shall divide the field, a heavenly voice was heard, proclaiming that Rehoboam and Jeroboam should divide the kingdom. It is written, 1 year old was Saul in his reign. One said Arhunah, that means, he was innocent of sin as a child of 1 year. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, why did not Saul's dynasty last long? Because there was no stain on his whole family. And R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Jehozadak said, a man must not be made the head of a congregation unless he has a whole heap of reptiles at his back, in order that, if he should become haughty, people should be able to say to him, look around, behind your back. R. Jehudah in the name of Rabbi said, why was Saul punished? Because he was willing to dispense with honors. As it is written, but the worthless men said, in what can this one help us? And they despised him, and brought him no presents. But he acted as though he were deaf. And soon after this is written, then came up Nachash the Ammonite, etc. R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon b. Jehozadak said again, a scholar who is not revengeful and remembers not injuries as a serpent, cannot be called Talmud Haksam. But it is written, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge. Their precautionary matters are spoken of. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, what is called revenge, and what is called bearing a grudge. Revenge is such a case, when one comes to the other, and asks him to lend a sickle to him, he says, nay. On the morrow, the second comes to the first, and wants to borrow an axe. He answers. p. 33. I do not wish to lend to you, as you have not lent to me. This is called revenge. What is bearing a grudge? When one comes to another, and asks him to loan him an axe, and does not get it. On the morrow the second comes to the first, and wants to borrow a shirt. He answers, I lend it to you, because I am not like you, who did not want to lend me yesterday. This is called bearing a grudge. But in case of bodily pain, has not the Torah forbidden vengeance? Have we not learned in the following Boraitha, those who are wronged and not wronging, bear their shame and do not reply, do good deeds out of love, and rejoice not at afflictions, of them says the verse, those that love him are as the rising sun in his might. Reply, they should not bear a grudge in their hearts, they may. Is that so? Did not Rabbi say, he who leaves his injuries unavenged, will have his sins forgiven in heaven? That means, if the offender comes to propitiate him, he should pardon. Which? 1, or 2? If 2, why is it said at all, 1? This applies to those who have a disease, that they cannot stretch forth one finger, without stretching out the other also. We have learned in the following Boraitha, they used to put out one finger when healthy, but when diseased, they could stretch out two. Once an accident, etc. The rabbis taught, it once happened two priests were running, and were on a par. When they came to the top, one outstripped the other by 4 ells, he took a knife and stuck it into the other one's breast. Our Zadok stood on the staircase of the porch, and said, Brethren of Israel, hear. It is written, if there be found a slain person in the land, shall take a heifer. For whom shall we bring the heifer? For the city, or for the temple? The whole people began to weep. Then the father of the young man arrived, and found him yet agonizing. He said, May he be an atonement for your sins, and as he shows yet signs of life, the knife has not become unclean. We may infer from this, that the defilement of the knife was considered by them as a yet greater misfortune than bloodshed. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes. We might think that, as on the Day of Atonement, he should strip himself of his holy garments and put on profane. P. 34. Garments, for removing the ashes. Therefore it is written in both cases garments, that from the analogy of expression we should understand that both are holy garments. And by other, older ones are meant. Our Eliezer, however, said, from the expression other garments, and carry forth, we can infer that even a blemished priest may carry forth the ashes. Said Resh Lakish, as our Eliezer and the first Tana differ about the carrying forth of ashes, so do they differ about the lifting up of the ashes from the altar. Our Yohanan, however, said, they differ only about the carrying forth of the ashes, but about the lifting up all agree that it is a respectable service, which only an unblemished priest may perform. What is the reason of Resh Lakish, who says they differ on this point too? The reason of Resh Lakish is, if it were a real service, could it be performed only in 2 garments? And what will our Yohanan say to this? He says, the Torah only specifies these 2, but all 4 are meant. Rabbi said, for performing the following 4 services alay, man deserves capital punishment, namely, sprinkling, offering of incense, officiating at the water offering and the wine offering. And so also Levi taught in his Boraitha, also as to the lifting of the ashes. What is the reason of Rabbi's decree? Because it is written, and thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priesthood concerning every matter of the altar, and for that within the veil, where ye shall serve, as a service of gift do I give you your priesthood, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death. Service of gift, but not of removing. Levi says, it is written, every matter of the altar, which includes all things. Rab Hapro pounded a question, how about a service of removing from an altar in the temple? Is this considered by Rabbi like a service of gift, or like a service of removal? Rab Ha decided later, it is written, and for that within the veil, but it is written, and within the veil, that makes the service like to a service of removing. We have learned in one Boraitha according to Rabbite, and in another according to Levi. According to Rabbite we have learned as follows: the services for which the layman is guilty of death are, sprinkling of blood, inside or in the Holy of Holies, sprinkling the blood of a sin offering of a bird, wringing out of a bird's blood which is a burnt offering, and officiating at the offering of 3 lugs of water or 3 lugs of wine. We, p. 35, have learned according to Levi as follows: the services for which a layman is guilty of capital punishment are, removing the ashes, performing the 7 sprinklings within, and on a leper, and offering on the altar something either fit or unfit. Wherefore was the drawing of lots repeated? Said R. Yohanan, to cause more excitement in the temple, as it is written, so that we took sweet secret counsel together, and walked unto the house of God in a great company. In what garments were the lots drawn? R. N. Ahaman says, in ordinary garments. R. Sheshate says, in holy ones. R. N. Ahaman says, in ordinary clothes, because some of the priests being strong men, they could snatch the lot by force, and go to perform the service, if they had the holy garments on. R. Sheshate says, in holy garments, because, if they had the ordinary ones on, they might by absence of mind perform the service in them, since they were very eager to perform the service. Mishnah, the second lot who should slaughter, who sprinkle, who should clear of ashes the inner altar and who care for the lamp, who should take up members to the staircase of the altar, the head, the leg, the 2 forelegs, the tail, the leg, the chest, the windpipe, the 2 flanks, the entrails, the fine flour, the things made in pans, and the wine. 13 priests are privileged to do all this. Ben Azai, however, said, in the presence of our Akiba, in the name of our Joshua, it was offered as it had walked. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question: were the lots drawn for each service separately, or at once for all services? Come and hear, our Haya taught, the lots were not drawn for each service separately, but the priest who had drawn the lot of the daily offering, obtained the service for the other 12 following him. The second lot, etc. The schoolman propounded a question: who received the blood into the basin, the priest that slaughtered or the priest that sprinkled? Come and hear. We have learned that Ben Katan made 12 cocks for the laver, that 12 priests might sanctify their hands at once. If the priest that slaughtered received the blood, then 13 cocks would have been needed. Hence infer that the sprinkler did it. Ben Azai said, etc. The rabbis taught, what is meant. p. 36. By it had walked? In the following order: the head and the leg, the chest, the stomach, the windpipe, the 2 forelegs, the 2 flanks, the tip of the tail, and the other hind leg. R. Jose says, as it has been stripped, so it was offered. How had it been stripped? The head, the leg, the tail, the other leg, the 2 flanks, the 2 forelegs, the chest, the windpipe. R. Akiba says, as it has been cut to pieces. How had it then been cut to pieces? The head, the leg, the 2 forelegs, the chest, the windpipe, the 2 flanks, the tail, and the other leg. R. Joseph the Galilean says, according to the excellence of the members. How is that? The head, the leg, the chest, the windpipe, the 2 flanks, the tail, the other leg, and the 2 forelegs. Said Rabbah, Artana and R. Jose both agree that the members are to be offered in the order of their excellence. One, however, says, according to the size of the members, the other, according to the fatness. Why the head and leg together, according to all? Because the head contains too many bones, the leg, which contains more flesh, is added. Mishnah, the third lot was drawn by new who had not yet fumed incense, the fourth, by new and old ones, who should take up the members from the staircase to the altar. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, no man has repeatedly offered incense. What is the reason? Said R. Hanana, because the offering of incense renders rich. Said R. Papa to Abai, Whence do we deduce this? Shall we assume this, because it is written, they shall put incense before thee, and in the next verse, bless, O Lord, his substance? Then it should not be due to incense alone, since at the end of the 10th verse it is also written, and whole burnt sacrifice upon thy altar. He answered him, a burnt offering is frequent, but incense is not frequent. Rabbah said, you will not find a young scholar who decides questions in law, who should not be of the tribe of Levi or Issachar. Levi, as it is written, they shall teach thy ordinances unto Jacob, and Issachar, because it is written, and of the children of Issachar, those who had understanding of the times. But why not also Jehudah? As it is written, Judah is my lawgiver. I mean, to deduce the traditional. p. 37. Sayings from the written law. R. Yohanan said, for the evening daily offering, lots were never drawn, he who had drawn the lot for that of the morning performed this service also. Mishnah, the daily sacrifice are offered by 9, 10, 11, 12 no less and no more. How so? Itself by 9. During the feast one carries a pitcher of water, thus it is 10. Toward evening by 11, itself by 9, and 2 carrying 2 measures one of wood. On Sabbath by 11, itself by 9, and 2 having in their hands 2 spoonfuls of frankincense for the showbread. On the Sabbath which occurs in the middle of the feast, 1 carrying a pitcher of water. Gemara, said R. Abba, according to others Rami b. Hama or R. Yohanan, water must be offered during the Feast of Tabernacles only with the morning daily offering, but not with that of evening. This we deduce from the Mishnah which states, when the Sabbath occurs during the festival, 1 is added for carrying water. If water had to be offered with the evening offering also, then it would occur on another day of the festival than a Sabbath, as 2 carry measures of wood, and a third would be needed for carrying the water. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Simeon b. Jacques said, whence do we deduce that the daily evening offering requires 2 measures of wood, carried by 2 priests? Since it is written, and lay the wood in order, and as this cannot occur in case of the morning daily offering, as it is written, the priest shall burn wood upon it every morning, and he shall lay in order upon it the burnt offering, we must suppose, then, that what has been said before, applies to the daily evening offering. R. Haya taught, the lots amounted sometimes to 13, sometimes to 14, or 15, or 16. p. 38. But did we not learn, 17. That Boraitha is not according to our Eliezer b. Jacob, but according to our Jehudah. Mishnah, a ram was offered by 11, the flesh by 5, the entrails, fine flour, and wine by 2, respectively. A bull is offered by 24, the head by 1, the hind leg by 2, the tail by 2, and the hind leg by 2, the chest by 1, the windpipe by 3, the 2 forelegs by 2, the 2 flanks by 2, the entrails, fine flour, and wine by 3, respectively. This refers to public sacrifices. A private sacrifice could be offered, if one chose, by 1. In respect of skinning and cutting to pieces, both are equal. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, the flaying and cutting into pieces may be performed by a layman. Said Hezekiah, whence do we deduce this? Because it is written, and the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar. Hence only the fire must be put by priests, but the flaying may be done by others. But this verse is needful for its own sake, how can it be deduced from it? Said R. Simeon b. Ashi, I once heard how Abai explained it to his son as follows, it is written, he shall kill. A layman is meant. How is this known? Because it is written, and thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priesthood, one might say, that the slaughtering is also meant. Therefore it is written, and he shall kill the young steer before the Lord, and the sons of Aaron the priest shall bring near the blood. From this we see that all that precedes the bringing near of the blood may be done by a layman. And it is also written, and he shall lay his hand and kill it. From this it can be deduced that the layman who has laid his hand upon it may kill it. Now let us see, we have concluded that from the sprinkling of the blood onwards all must be performed by priests, and the fire is put upon the altar later. Why is it then necessary to say that Aaron's sons should do it? This is to exclude the flaying and cutting into pieces, which, though they come after the sprinkling of the blood, may be done by a layman. It was taught, RAC in the name of R. Yohanan said, if a layman has put the 2 measures of wood on the altar, he is p. 39. Liable to capital punishment, as it is a service belonging to the following day. Rabbah opposed, according to this supposition, a lot had to be drawn? Rabbah has forgotten what we have learned above, that he who drew the lot to lift the ashes, also obtained the privilege to arrange the measures of wood. Said Mar Zutra, according to others are Ashi, how can it be said it is a service of the next day? Did we not learn further in the Mishnah, go and see whether it is time to slaughter? If the arranging of the wood was also a service of the next day, why was not this mentioned likewise? This is no difficulty. If the animal was slaughtered before the time, it was invalid, but if the wood was put on before the time, it could be removed and replaced by a priest after daybreak. 1. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning the time of slaughtering the daily offering, the entering of a layman into the court of the temple, and the order of the high priest's service on the Day of Atonement. Mishnah, the superintendent used to say to them, go out and see whether the time for slaughtering has come. If it had come, the one who saw it said, it becomes light. Matthew b. Samuel says, he used to ask, is the whole east bright, as far as Hebron? And he answered, yea. The high priest used to be then taken down to the bath. This was the rule in the temple, after necessary human needs a bath had to be taken, and after making water one had to wash his hands and feet. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, our Ishmael said, he said, Barak Barke. And our Akaba said, Allah Barke. Ani Humabi. Afakshion said, he said, it has become light even at Hebron. But our Jehuda b. Bathura said, he said, the whole east is bright, as far as Hebron. Then each went to do his work. When each went to his work, it was full day. Did they wait so long? It is meant, those who needed laborers went to look for them. Said our Safra, the Mincha prayer of Abraham was when the walls begin to be blackened by shadow. Said our Joseph, have we to imitate Abraham? Said Rabha, the Tana learns from Abraham, why shall we not? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, on the 8th day shall the flesh of his foreskin be circumcised. But those who are devout do this religious duty early in the morning. As it is written, and Abraham rose up early in the morning. Therefore says Rabha, how can we learn of Abraham? He was an older. p. 41. Man, who taught the public, one and his actions are not to be applied to common men. Matthew b. Samuel says, etc. Who used to say, yeah. If you wish, I will say, he who stood on the roof used to say, the east is bright, and as the one who stood beneath asked him, as far as Hebron? He would reply, yeah. And if you wish, I can say, he who stood beneath used to say, is the east bright? The one on the roof would then say, as far as Hebron? He would reply, yeah. Why was all this necessary? How could they have made this mistake? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, Rabbi said, the beams of the moon are not like to those of the sun. For those of the moon rise straight like sticks, whereas those of the sun diverge in all directions. The disciples of our Ishmael taught, that time it was a cloudy day, and the moon's rays were multiplied in all directions as those of the sun. R. N. Ahman said, the heat during a clouded day is worse than the solar heat itself. A similar instance I can show, a barrel of vinegar smells more strongly when one hole is made in it than when it is wholly opened. A mixed light is more unendurable than the solar light itself. A similar case, it is more difficult to stand under a shower, than to enter wholly into water. The thoughts about women are more exhausting than the sin itself. A similar case, the smell of wasted meat is more irritating than the meat itself. The heat of the end of summer is worse than that of the summer itself. A similar case is, when an oven is heated 4 or 5 times a day, then even a couple of pieces of wood render it hot. Fever is much worse in the winter than in the summer. A like case is, in a cold oven much wood is necessary to heat it, hence if one has a high temperature in the winter, the fever must be great. To study old subjects is much more difficult than a wholly new subject. A like case, it is easier to make clay of new sand than of sand which had once been part of a building. p. 42. R. Abayu said, what is the reason that Rabbi says that the solar rays are in all directions? Because it is written, to the chief musician upon the hind of dawn. As a hind has her horns diverging, so are the sun's rays. R. Elazar said, why are the prayers of the upright compared to a hind? As the horns of a hind diverge as long as they grow, so the more prayers they will offer, the more they are heard. They slaughtered the daily sacrifice. To what does this refer? If all the year, why was the high priest taken to the Beth? During the whole year he does not sacrifice. If it refers to the Day of Atonement, then there is no moon in the middle of the night. The answer is, the two passages have no connection. When it was bright, they took him to the Beth. This is the rule, etc. The feet he had to wash, since it was possible they had been defiled while performing the function, but the hands. Said R. Abba, hence it can be inferred, that it is a merit to clean with one's hand the feet in such a case. And this is in support of what RMI had said, a man may not go out into the street when his feet have been thus defiled, lest it be said that he is suffering from a certain infirmity, lest it be said his children are bastards. Mishnah, no one may enter the forecourt to do service, even when he is clean, before he has bathed. On this day the high priest bathes 5 times, and washes his hands and feet 10 times. All these ablutions are taken within the sanctuary, over Beth Haparva, except the first. A screen of linen was placed between him and the people. Gemara, Bezorna was asked, what was the bathing needed for? He said, if one passes from one holy place to another, and from a place which it is careth to enter, to a similar place, still one must take a bath, how much more when one passes from the forecourt, which is not a holy place, and which it is not careth to enter, to the sanctuary. R. Jehuda says, the bathing is not obligatory. It is only used as a reminder. If he was once unclean, and forgot to bathe, he will now remember it, and will wait after bathing till sunset. On what point do they differ? In case he entered without having bathed, according to R. Zorna, he has committed a sin, and rendered the service invalid, according to R. Jehuda, he has not. p. 43. Abai asked R. Joseph, ought there to be nothing between his body and the water in this bathing, as in other bathing? Or if it is only as according to R. Jehuda, that does not matter? He answered, all that the rabbis have ordered must be done as if it were biblical. He asked him again, if only a part of his body is introduced into the sanctuary, is a bathing also necessary? He replied, the thumbs and great toes of a leper, which must be besprinkled by the priest with blood, he yet introduced into the sanctuary, while standing in the gate of Nicanor, as we have learned in a Boraitha. We see, then, that this was not considered entering, as he could not enter himself. Bathes 5 times. The rabbis taught, 5 times the high priest bathed, and washed his hands and feet 10 times, all this in the sanctuary over the Beth Haparva, except the first, which was not in the sanctuary, but over the gate of water, and near the high priest's chamber. A screen of byssus, etc. Why one of byssus? That is according to Arcana, as he says further, to remind him that the service of this day is in the linen clothes. So we say it is meant in this case. Mishnah, he undressed, went down, and dived. After he had come out again, and wiped himself, the garments of cloth of gold were brought to him, which he put on, and then washed his hands and feet. They brought to him the daily sacrifice, he made an incision, and another completed the slaughtering in his presence. He took up the blood, and sprinkled it, went in to fume the morning incense, and to trim the lamps, as well as to offer the head, the members, the things made in pans, and the wine. The morning incense was offered between the blood and the members, that of evening, between the members and drink offerings. If he was an aged or delicate high priest, the cold water of the bath was mixed with water warmed previously. Gemara, our Mishnah, which says that after bathing he put on the garments of cloth of gold without having washed his hands and feet previously, is not in accordance with our Meir, who maintains that the hands and feet must be washed twice at each time of his putting on the garments. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, a screen of linen was placed between him and the people. He undressed himself, went down, dived, came out, wiped himself. They brought him the garments of p44. Cloth of gold, he put them on, he washed his hands and his feet. Our Meir, however, said, he undressed himself, washed his hands and feet, and then went down, and dived. He came up, dried himself. They brought him the garments of cloth of gold, he put them on, then washed his hands and his feet. It is right, according to our Meir, who says that for each diving 2 washings of the hands and feet are needed, that 10 times he should wash his hands and feet, as in the Mishnah. But according to the rabbis, who say only once, there will be but 9? The rabbis can reply, that the last time he washed his hands and feet, was when he stripped himself of the holy garments and had to put on his weekday clothes, after the whole service. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi Jehuda said, how is it known that the high priest has to dive 5 times, and wash his hands and feet 10 times? Because it is written, and Aaron shall then go into the tabernacle of the congregation, and he shall take off the linen garments, which he had put on when he went into the holy place, and he shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in a holy place, and put on his garments, and come then forth, and offer, etc. From this we infer that between one service and the other he had to dive. So also said Rabha, with the addition, because it is written, these are holy garments, that proves that all holy clothes are equal. This day there were 5 services, the daily morning offering, in garments of cloth of gold, the service of the day, in linen clothes, his ram and the people's ram, in garments of cloth of gold, the spoon and the censer, in linen clothes, the daily evening offering, in garments of cloth of gold. How is it known that for each diving 2 times have the hands and feet to be washed? Because it is written, he shall take off his garments, and shall wash. Put on. The phrase shall wash applies to the taking off and the putting on of the garments. From this we see only that when he takes off the linen garment, and puts on cloth of gold, he must wash himself. How do we know that when he takes off the garments of cloth of gold, and puts on the linen ones, he must wash himself? The disciples of our Ishmael have taught, this can be inferred by a reasoning a fortiori. If when he puts off the linen clothes, whose atonement is not great, still he must have a bathing, how much more when he puts off the cloth of gold, whose atonement is great? p45. But it may he asked, is the atonement of the linen clothes not great? Did not the high priest enter in them the Holy of Holies? It is written, these are holy garments, therefore shall he wash his flesh in water. He made an incision. How much? Says Ula, the greater part of the windpipe and the gullet. So also have said our Yohanan and Resh Lakish. Abai ordered the services according to a tradition he had, and it agrees with that of Abu Saul. The great arrangement of wood preceded the second arrangement of wood on the southwestern comer of the altar. This preceded the 2 measures of wood, and they preceded the removal of the ashes from the inner altar, and this preceded the trimming of the 5 lamps. This preceded the sprinkling of the blood of the morning daily offering, and this preceded the trimming of the 2 lamps, and this preceded the offering of the incense, which came before the offering of the members, this was before the meal offering, and this was before the things baked in pans. This preceded the drink offering, and this preceded the additional offerings, and these were before the spoonfuls of frankincense, that preceded the daily evening offering, as it is written, he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. From the word hashlamim can be inferred that they should complete the service of the day. The Master says, the first great arrangement of wood preceded the second, etc. How is it known? Because it is written, it is the burnt offering which shall be burning upon the altar all night. And after that it is written, and the fire of the altar shall be burning upon it. By this the other arrangement of wood is meant. How is it known that this precedes the 2 measures of wood? Because it is written, the priest shall burn wood on it every morning. On it, and not on the other fire. From this we infer there is another fire. Which? That of the 2 measures of wood. How is it known the 2 measures of wood precede the clearing of the inner altar? Although in both places it is written, every morning, yet we understand that preparation for service precedes the mere removal of ashes. Whence do we deduce that this precedes the trimming of the 5 lamps? Says Abai, I have it so by tradition, but I know no reason. Rabbah says. p. 46. I know it is according to Resh Lakish, who says when one meets an opportunity to perform a meritorious act, one should not pass by it. When the priest enters, he meets first the altar, then the lamps. And what is the reason that this precedes the blood of the daily morning offering? And this precedes the 2 lamps? Says Abai, since it is written of the measures of wood every morning twice, superfluously, let it apply to the 5 lamps and to the 2 lamps, the one to precede the blood of the morning sacrifice, the other to follow it. How do we know that these 2 lamps precede the incense? Because it is written, when he draiseth the lamps, shall he burn it? How is it known that the incense comes before the members? Of the incense it is said every morning, but of the daily sacrifice only morning. Why do the members come before the meal offering? Because we have learned in a Boraitha as follows, whence do we deduce, that before the daily morning offering has been sacrificed nothing else shall be offered? Because it is written, he shall lay in order upon it the burnt offering. In addition to this Boraitha, said Rabbah, by the word the burnt offering is meant the first burnt offering, that is, the daily offering. How is it known that the meal offering precedes the things made in pans? Because they are mentioned in this order. How is it known the things made in pans precede the drink offering? Because they are also a meal offering, and added to the daily sacrifice. And why do these precede the additional sacrifice? Because in that verse here of the additional sacrifice is said every and each day, hence not morning. The morning incense was offered between the blood and members. According to whom is this? If according to the rabbis, it should have been between the blood and lamps, and if according to Abu Sal, it should have been between the lamps and the members. The whole Mishnah is according to the rabbis. p. 47. But about the order the arranger of the Mishnah has not been particular. That of evening, between the members and drink offerings. How do we know this? Because it is written, as the meat offering of the morning, and the drink offering thereof, shalt thou prepare it. As in the case of the meat offering the incense precedes the drink offering, so in the evening the incense shall precede the drink offering. The rabbis taught, it is written, the drink offering thereof shall be the 4th part of a hin. Thereof, of the evening sacrifice. We deduce concerning the morning sacrifice from the evening sacrifice. Rabbi, however, said, on the contrary, we deduce concerning the evening offering from the morning offering. It is right, according to the rabbis, since that of the evening is mentioned last. But what is Rabbi's reason? Said Rabbi B. Ullah, because it is written, for the 1 sheep, and the 1 sheep, hence in both cases the same morning offering is meant. If he was an aged or delicate high priest, We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda said, iron plates were heated on the eve of the Day of Atonement, and were on the Day of Atonement plunged into the cold water, to warm it for the high priest. But the iron gets tempered thereby? RBB answers, the iron had not been heated so much as to become tempered. Abai, however, says, it does not matter, since it is not intentional, and therefore not forbidden. Mishnah, they brought him to Beth Haparva, which was in the sanctuary, a linen screen was spread out between him and the people, he washed his hands and feet and stripped himself. Our Meir says, he undressed, and washed his hands and feet. He went down and dived, came up and dried himself, white garments were brought to him, which he put on, and he washed his hands and feet. In the morning, he put on linen of Pelusium, costing 12 minas. In the evening, Hindu linen, of 800 zuz. This is according to our Meir. The sages say, in the morning he put on garments worth 18 minas, in the evening of 12 minas together amounting to 30 minas. This from public money, but if he chooses, he can have them more costly out of his private means. Gemara, why is it called Parva? Said R. Joseph, because it was built by one Parva, one of the Magi. P. 48. In the morning he put on linen of Pelusium. Wherefore does he tell us the price? He comes to teach us that linen less costly were invalid. Let us see, all agree that what he put on in the morning was more costly than that in the evening. Whence is this deduced? Said Arhuna, the son of Ar-Ilah, because linen is mentioned 4 times in that verse, in reference to the morning garments, they are to be of the best linen. Arhuna b. Jehuda, according to others are Samuel b. Jehuda, taught, after the service of the congregation was finished, if the high priest possessed a linen coat made by his mother at her own cost, he might put it on, and perform the services appertaining to an individual, provided that when he puts it on, he shall bestow it on the congregation. It was said of our Ishmael b. Phabai, his mother had made him a linen coat worth 100 minas, he used to put it on, perform the services of an individual, and bestow it on the congregation. Of our Eliezer b. Harsum it was said, his mother had made him a linen coat worth 20,000 minas. His brethren the priests did not permit him to put it on, as in it he seemed to be naked. How could this be, if it is said to have been thick, the thread 6 times twisted? Said Abai, as wine is seen through a glass, however thick it be. The rabbis taught, in the world to come, when a poor man, a rich man, and a wicked man come before the judgment, when the poor is asked, why hast thou not studied the law? If he answers, I have been poor, I had to earn my bread, and had no time, they answer him, wast thou poorer than Hillel the elder? Of Hillel the elder it was said, every day he went to work, and earned a tarpike. Half he gave away to the porter of the college, to let him in, and on the other half he and his family lived. Once it happened he did not earn anything, the porter did not let him in. He ascended the roof where there was an opening, and listened to the words of the living God, from the mouth of Shemaiah and Abtalion. It was said, that day was a Friday, and in the season of Tebath, and he was besnowed. When it dawned, Shemaiah said to Abtalion, every day it becomes light at this time, and now it is dark. Is it such a cloudy day? They raised their eyes, and saw the figure of a man. When they went p. 49 up, they found on him a layer of snow 3 ells thick. They took him down, washed him, dressed him with oil, placed him before a fire, and they said, such a man deserves that Sabbath should be violated for his sake. When the rich man is asked, why hast thou not studied the law? If he answers, because I was a rich man, and had many estates, and had no time to study, they answer him, wast thou richer than our Eliezer b. Harsum? Of him it was said, his father had bequeathed to him 1,000 towns on land, and 1,000 ships on the sea, and he himself used to take a bag of flour on his shoulder, and wander from town to town and land to study the law. Once his own slaves found him, and put him to hard labor. He said to them, I pray you, let me go to study the Torah. They replied, we swear, by our Elazar b. Harsum's life, we will not let you go before you work. Thus, as long as he lived, he did not attend to his affairs, but studied all day and all night the law. When the wicked man is asked, why hast thou not studied the law? If he replies, I was handsome, and was absorbed by my sins, they answer him, wast thou more handsome than Joseph? It was said of Joseph the righteous, that every day Potiphar's wife used to try to seduce him by her talk. The clothes she used to put on in the morning she did not put on in the evening, and vice versa, and her refrain was always, listen to me, do what I ask of you. He answered, no. She said, I will imprison you. He replied, the Lord looseneth the prisoners. She then said, I will bend your loftiness. His reply was, the Lord raiseth up those who are bowed down. She said to him, I will blind you. He answered, the Lord causeth the blind to see. She gave him 1,000 talents of silver. He was averse to her, or to lie with her, or to be with her. To lie with her in this world, to be with her in the world to come. From this we see that Hillel makes the poor man guilty, our Elazar b. Harsum the rich, and Joseph the wicked. Mishnah, he went to his bullock, which stood between the porch and the altar, his head due south, but his face due west. The high priest stood on the east, his face due west. He put his 2 hands on him and confessed himself in the following terms, I beseech thee, Jehovah, I have committed iniquities, have transgressed, and have sinned before thee, I and my house. P. 50. I beseech thee, Jehovah, forgive, pray, the iniquities, the transgressions, and the sins, which I have committed, transgressed, and sinned before thee, I and my house, as it is written in the Torah of Moses thy servant, for on that day shall he make an atonement for you, etc. They respond after him, blessed be the name of his kingdom's glory forever. Gemara, his head due south, but his face due west. If his head was turned to the south, how could his face be turned to the west? Said Rabbi, his head was turned aside. Why? Says Abai, it was apprehended, lest he should excrete. The rabbis taught, how were the hands imposed on his head? The sacrifice stood in the north, his face turned westward, he who imposed his hands stood in the east, his face westward, he placed both his hands between the 2 horns, provided that there was nothing between his hands and the head of the sacrifice, then he confessed himself. On the sin offering he confessed the sins for which a sin offering has to be brought, on a trespass offering, the sins corresponding to it, and on a burnt offering, sins of preventing the poor to gather, not forgetting for the poor, and not leaving corners. So said our Joel the Galilean. The rabbis taught, how did the high priest confess? He said, I have committed iniquities, transgressed, and sinned. So he confessed over the goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions, in all their sins. So also by Moses is it written, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin. So says our Meir. The sages, however, say, by iniquities are meant intentional transgressions, for it is written, that person shall be cut off, his iniquity is upon him. By transgressions are meant rebellion. As it is written, the king of Moab hath rebelled. By sin is meant unintentional wrong, as is written, if any person sin through ignorance. Now, is it possible that after he has confessed the intentional and rebellious sins, he will confess the errors? Therefore we must say that he used to say differently, I have sinned, committed iniquities, and transgressed, I and my house. And so it is written by David, we have sinned together with our fathers, we have committed iniquity, we have done wickedly. And so also Solomon says, we have sinned, we have committed iniquity, we have acted wickedly. So also p. 51. Daniel, we have sinned, and have committed iniquity, and have done wickedly, and have rebelled. Why, then, is it said by Moses, forgiving iniquity, and transgression, and sin? Moses said to the Holy One, Blessed be he, Lord of the universe, when the children of Israel will sin before thee, and then repent, mayest thou consider their intentional sins as sins done through ignorance. Said Rabbi B. Samuel, in the name of Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to the sages. Is not this self-evident? Our Meir is an individual, the sages are a majority, and we know that the decree of an individual is prevailed over by that of the majority. Lest one say, in this case the halakha ought to prevail according to our Meir, as he takes in his support what Moses said. He comes to teach us that here also the halakha is according to the majority. One of the scholars prayed for the people in the presence of Rabbah, and followed our Meir's decree. Said Rabbah to him, Thou departest from the rabbis, and doest as our Meir says. He replied, I hold with our Meir, for it is written in the Bible that Moses said so. They respond after him. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi said, it is written, When I call on the name of the Lord, ascribe ye greatness unto our God. So said Moses to Israel, When I mention the name of the Holy One, blessed be he, ye shall add greatness to it. Hananiah the son of our Joshua's brother said, from the following verse, the memory of the just is blessed. That means, the prophet says to Israel, when I mention the just one of the worlds, ye shall add a blessing. Mishnah, he came to the eastern part of the forecourt, to the north of the altar, the segan of the high priest on his right, and the head of the family ministering during the week on his left. There were 2 he-goats, and a box was there wherein were 2 lots. Of box tree they were. Ben Gamla made them of gold, for which his memory was praised. Ben Catan made 12 cocks to the laver, which had only 2. He, also made a machine to the laver, that its water should not become unfit by being kept overnight. The king Monobaz made all the handles of the utensils used on the Day of Atonement of gold. Helen, his mother, made a golden candelabrum. p. 52. Over the temple gate. She likewise made a tablet of gold, whereon was inscribed the section about a woman who goes aside. Miracles happened to the gates which Nicanor brought. Therefore all these persons' memory was praised. Gemara, the segan on his right. R. Jehuda said, one who goes on the right of his master is a boor. An objection was raised from this Mishnah, it is written that the segan was on his right. And we have learned in a Boraitha, that when 3 walk, the master ought to be in the middle, the greater of 2 on his right, and the other on his left. And so we find that of the 3 angels that came to Abraham, Michael was in the middle, Gabriel on his right, and Raphael on his left. R. Samuel B. Papa explained before our Atta, that it is meant, he should walk on his right, but a little behind, and not side by side. Did we not learn in a Boraitha that he who precedes the master is rude, and he who walks behind his master is too ostentatiously humble? He should fall a little back, not precede, and not follow. And a box was there, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, and Aaron shall put lots upon the 2 goats. Hence, lots of any kind. Should we assume, that he must place 2 on each goat? Therefore it is written, 1 lot for the Lord, 1 lot for Azazel. Therefore 1 ought to be for the Lord, and 1 for Azazel. Should we assume that he should place both lots on 1 goat, and then draw them and then place them on the other goat, and draw again? Therefore it is written, 1 lot. What, then, means the word lots? This signifies that they should be equal, one should not be made of gold, the other of silver, one large, the other small. It is said in the Boraitha, lots of all kinds. This is self-evident. It must teach us this because of another Boraitha, because the plate on the high priest's brow, on which the name of the Lord was written, was of gold, one might think this lot must also be so. Therefore it is written, one lot, twice, to teach that they may be of many kinds, of olive tree wood, of nut tree wood, of box tree wood. Ben-Katan made 12 cocks, etc. We have so learned in a Boraitha, to the end that the 12 priests engaged in the service of the morning daily offering might wash their hands and feet at the same time. We have learned again in a Boraitha, in p. 53. The morning, when the laver was full, the high priest washed his hands from the upper cock, but in the evening when he departed, when it was not full, he did it from the lower cock. He also made a machine. What machine? Says Abai, he made a sort of wheel, which brought it down into the well. Helen his mother, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, when the sun rose, from the golden candelabrum emanated rays, and all knew it was time to read Shema. Miracles happened to the gates, etc. The rabbis taught, what miracles have happened to his gates. It was said, when Nicanor had gone to Alexandria, and was returning with the gates, the waves of the sea threatened to drown him, they took one of the gates and cast it into the sea. The sea was not appeased. They desired to cast the second gate overboard also. He took it on his body, and said, "Fling me together with it." Thereupon the sea became quiet. He grieved for the other gate. When he came to the coast at Echo, the gate appeared by the ship. According to others, some beast of the sea had swallowed the gate, and afterward spit it out. Therefore all gates of the temple were gilt, except Nicanor's, because miracles had happened to them, and they were therefore left as they were. Others say, because their bronze was brilliant. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, it was polished bronze, and glittered like gold. Mishnah, and the memories of the following were mentioned with blame, those of the house of Garmo, they were unwilling to teach the art of making the showbread, those of the house of Aptanas, who did not want to teach the art of preparing the incense, Hagrobi. Levi, who knew something in music which he was unwilling to instruct others in, Ben-Kamtsar did not want to teach the art of writing. Of the first it is said, the memory of the just is blessed, but of the rest is said, but the name of the wicked shall rot. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the house of Garmo were skilled in making the showbread, and did not want to teach it to others. The sages sent for workers from Alexandria, and they could bake as well, but could not take it out from the oven. They heated the oven from outside, and baked it there, and took it from there, while the house of Garmo heated it inside and baked it inside. Also the showbread of the Alexandrian bakers used to become moldy, and that of the former never became so. When the sages heard this, they said, all which the Lord hath created, he created. P. 54. Only for his glory? As it is written, every one that is called by my name, I have created for my glory. So the Beth Garmo had to be invited again to resume their post. The sages sent for them, they did not come, so their wages had to be doubled. They used to receive 12 minas daily, and henceforth 24. R. Jehuda says, they had received 24, and thenceforth 48. Then the sages inquired of them, why are you unwilling to instruct others? They replied, our family knows by tradition that this temple will one day fall, and then, if we will have taught it to an improper person, he may go and serve there by other idols. And for this thing their memory was praised, their children were never seen to use bread of pure flour, that it should not be suspected they took it from the flour for the showbread. They did it, to fulfill what is written, and ye be thus guiltless before the Lord, and before Israel. Those of the house of Aptanas, etc. The rabbis taught, the house of Aptanas were skilled in the preparing of incense, and were unwilling to teach it. The sages sent for workers from Alexandria. These could prepare the incense, but could not make it so that the smoke should not bend. The smoke of the incense prepared by the house of Aptanas rose straight, like a rod, and the smoke of the others' incense bent hither and thither. When the sages heard of this, they said, etc. For the following thing they were mentioned with praise, never a bride of their house went out perfumed, and even when one of their house married a woman of another family, it was on the condition that she should not be perfumed, that it be not said, they take it from the incense. To fulfill what is written, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Ishmael said, I once was, in the road, and met one of their grandchildren. I said to him, your ancestors wished to increase their own glory, and diminish that of the Lord, now the Lord's glory persists, and yours has ended in nothing. Our Akiba said, our Ishmael b. Luga has related to me, I and one of their grandchildren once went out into the field to gather grass. I observed that he wept and rejoiced. I inquired of him, why weepest thou? He replied, I recall the honor my ancestors once had enjoyed, and weep. And why did he rejoice? Because I feel sure that the Holy One, blessed be He, will restore it to us. He asked him, why hast thou p. 55 been reminded of it just at present? He said, because I see the grass we used to put in to make the smoke straight. He said to him, point it out to me. He replied, we are under an oath not to show it to anyone. Said Ar Yohanan b. Nuri, it happened once I met an old man, who had a scroll on which was a list of the names of the spices composing the incense. I asked him, whence art thou? He replied, I am descended of the house of Abdinas. And what do you hold in your hand? He said, the scrolls of the spices. I said to him, show it to me. He said, as long as our family was in life, they did not show it to any man. But now, when they have all died, and the temple itself no longer exists, I can give it to thee, but be cautious with it. When I related all this to our Akiba, he said, from this time one need not blame them any longer. To this said Ben Azai, by thy name thou shalt be called, and to thy position thou shalt be restored, and thine thou wilt always receive, as so it is recorded above. It is a rule, one man cannot touch what is destined for another. Hagrobi, Levi, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, when he had to render his voice melodious, he placed his thumb in his mouth, and the index in his mustache. When all his fellow priests heard his voice, they bent to the ground. The rabbis taught, Ben Kamtsar did not want to teach the art of writing. It was said of him, he used to take 4 quills between his 4 fingers, and when he had to write a word of 4 letters, he wrote it at once. When they inquired of him, why dost thou not teach it to others? He found no answer. Therefore of the first it is said, he memory of the just is blessed, and of Ben Kamtsar and his tribe it is said, the name of the wicked shall rot. What is meant by rot? How can a name rot? Said our Eleazar, their name shall contract such a rottenness that children shall not be named after them. Rabbina said to one of the scholars who arranged for him the Agada, how do we know that the rabbis have said, the name of the just is blessed? He replied, why rabbis, it is in the Bible, in the Proverbs. He said, nay. How is it known from the Pentateuch? It is known from the following verse, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? And the next verse is, Abraham shall surely become a p. 56. Great nation. And how is it known from the Pentateuch that the name of the wicked shall rot? Because it is written, and pitched his tents close to Sodom. And the next, the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners. Our Eleazar said, from the blessings awarded to the righteous, one can infer what curses are bestowed on the wicked, as it is written. For I know him, that he will command, etc. And the next verse is, the Lord said, because the cry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great. And from the curses given to the wicked the blessings reserved for the righteous can be inferred, as it is written, the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners. And the next verse says, and the Lord said unto Abram, lift up now thy eyes and look, etc. R. Eleazar says again, even for one just man is a whole world created. As it is written. And God saw the light, that it was good. And good is only a just man, since it is written, say to the just, that he is good. One R. Eleazar says again, whoever forgets something of his study, causes exile to his children, as is written, as thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, so will I myself also forget thy children. R. Abaeus says, he is degraded from his high station, as it is written, because thou hast rejected knowledge, so will I also reject thee from officiating before me. R. Hyabi. Abba said in the name of R. Yohanan, a righteous man does not depart from the world, till another righteous man like him has been created, as it is written, the sun rises, the sun goes down. Before the son of Eli had been extinguished, the son of Samuel of Ramah already shone. The same said again, the Holy One, blessed be he, perceived that righteous men are few, he planted them in every generation, as it is written, for the Lord's are the pillars of the earth, on which he hath set the world. And the same said once more, on the same authority, even when there is only one just man in the world can exist through his merit, as it is written, the righteous is the foundation of the world. Arhiah says, on his own authority, as it is written in a different verse, he ever guardeth the feet of his pious ones. But they are spoken of in the plural? Says R. N. Ahman, it is read in the plural, but it is written in the singular. Arhiah B. Abba says again, in the p. 57. Name of R. Yohanan, when a man has lived the greatest part of his life without having sinned, he will sin no more, for they will guard him above, and this he infers from the above passage. The disciples of R. Sheila have said, when a man has had occasion to commit a sin once and twice, and he escapes committing it, he will be guarded above from sinning. They infer it from the same verse. Resh Lakish said, it is written, the mockers he will mock, but to the modest he will give grace. From this we can infer, if one wishes to defile himself the door is open to him, but he who comes to purify himself, he is assisted. The disciples of R. Ishmael have told a parable in reference to this, when one sells both naphtha and perfumes, when one arrives to buy naphtha, he saith to him, measure the quantity you need, but if one arrives to buy perfumes, he says, wait, we will both measure it, and contract the odor. The same disciples taught, a sin stops up a man's heart, as it is written, and ye shall not make yourselves unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. Do not read Hebrew untmatm but Hebrew WNTMTM. The rabbis taught, this verse signifies that when a man defiles himself a little here below, above he is defiled much, and if he defiles himself in this world, he is defiled in the world to come. And it is written, ye shall sanctify yourselves, and be holy. When a man sanctifies himself a little here below, he is sanctified much above, and when he sanctifies himself in this world, he is sanctified in the world to come. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the 2 goats of the Day of Atonement, how they were slaughtered, sent away, etc. Mishnah, he shook the box, and took out 2 lots. On one is written, to Jehovah, on the other is written, to Azazel. The Segan is at his right, and the head of the family on his left. If that of Jehovah was taken up by his right hand, the Segan says to him, my lord the high priest, raise thy right hand. If that of Jehovah was taken up by his left hand, the head of the family addresses him, my lord the high priest, raise thy left hand. He placed them on the 2 he-goats, and uttered, to Jehovah a sin offering. R. Ishmael says, it was not necessary for him to say sin offering, but to Jehovah sufficed. They responded, blessed be the name of his kingdom's glory forever. Gemara, why had he to shake the box? That he should not have intentionally taken that for Jehovah in his right hand. Rabbite said, the box was of wood, and was not sacred, and could contain only the 2 palms of the hand. Rabbina opposed, it is right that it had only capacity for the 2 palms, that he might not intentionally take the lot for the Lord, but if it was profane, he should have sanctified it. The answer is, if he had sanctified it, it would have been a wooden sacred vessel, and in the temple wooden sacred vessels were not used. Let them have made it of silver or gold. Because the Torah wished to spare the wealth of Israel. The Mishnah is at variance with the Tana of the following Boraitha. Our Jehuda says, in the name of our Eliezer, the Segan and the high priest both placed their hands in the box. When that for Jehovah was picked up by the high priest, the Segan said to him, My lord the high priest, raise thy right hand. But if it was picked up by the Segan, the chief of the family said to him, Speak thy words. Why not the Segan himself? The lot came into the hand of the Segan, and p. 59. Not of the high priest, therefore the spirits of the latter would have been depressed. On what point do they differ? One thinks, the right hand of the Segan is better than the left hand of the high priest, and therefore both should put into the box their right hand, whereas the other thinks that the left hand of the high priest is as good as the right hand of the Segan, and therefore he ought to place both his hands in the box. And who is the Tana who differs from our Jehuda? That is our Hanana, the Segan of the priests. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, our Hanana the Segan of the priests said, Why did the Segan ever walk on the right of the high priest? In case the high priest became unfit for service, the Segan should enter at once to do the service. The rabbis taught, in the time of the 40 years during which Simeon the upright was high priest, the lot for Jehovah always came into the high priest's right hand, but thereafter it sometimes fell into his right, sometimes into his left hand. And the tongue of crimson wool, during the time of Simeon the upright, always became white. But after Simeon the upright, sometimes it became white, sometimes it remained red. In Simeon the upright's time the western light ever burned, but after him it sometimes burned and sometimes went out. The fire of the altar ever waxed in strength, and except the 2 measures of wood prescribed they had not to add any wood, in Simeon the upright's time, but after him, sometimes the fire persisted and sometimes wood had to be added. In his time a blessing was sent into the omer, the 2 loaves of bread, and the show bread, and every priest who received only the size of an olive became satiated, and some was left over, but after him, these things were cursed, and every priest got only the size of a bean. And the delicate priests refused to take it altogether, but the voracious ones accepted and consumed. It once happened, one took his own share and his fellows, he was nicknamed robber till his death. The rabbis taught, the year when Simeon the upright had to die, he told the sages, Children, know ye that this year I am going to die? They asked him, How dost thou know? He said, Every year when I entered and left the Holy of Holies, I was accompanied by one old man, dressed in white and enveloped in white, but this year it was an old man attired in black and in a black turban, and he entered with me but did not go out with me. And after the festivals, he got sick, and died. p. 60. And thenceforth priests ceased to bless Israel with the name of Jehovah, but used Adonai. The rabbis taught, 40 years before the temple was destroyed, the lot never came into the right hand, the red wool did not become white, the western light did not burn, and the gates of the temple opened of themselves, till the time that our Yohanan b. Zakkai rebuked them, saying, Temple, temple, why alarmest thou us? We know that thou art destined to be destroyed. For of thee hath prophesied Zechariah ben Iddo, Open thy doors, O Lebanon, and the fire shall eat thy cedars. He placed them on the 2 he-goats. The rabbis taught, 6 times the high priest pronounced God's name, as it is written, during the Day of Atonement, 3 times in the first confession and 3 times in the second confession, and the 7th time when he had drawn the lot. It happened, when the high priest said, I beseech thee, Jehovah, his voice was heard in Jericho, 10 parses distant from Jerusalem, according to Rabbi Bar Hannah. And the sound of opening the temple gates was heard at the distance of 8 legal limits of Sabbath. The goats that were in Jericho used to sneeze at the incense offered at Jerusalem. A bride in Jerusalem had never to perfume herself, as the odor of the incense imbued them all with aromatic smells. R. Joel B. Digley said, My father had goats on the mountains of Micmar. They sneezed at the incense. R. Haya B. Abin said in the name of our Joshua b. Karha, a certain old man has related to me, that since the time when he was walking in Shiloh, he still felt the smell of its formerly offered incense. R. Janna said, to take out the lots from the box was obligatory, but to place them on the goats was not so. R. Yohanan says, even taking them out was not obligatory. An objection was made from the following Boraitha. The disciples asked R. Akiba, if the lot came into his left hand, might he not put it into his right hand? He replied, do not give the Sadducees opportunity to rebel. Now here the reason is only that the Sadducees should not rebel, but otherwise, we would say, he may transfer it from one hand to the other. How, then, can Arjana say that it was obligatory? Then the lots would not be changeable. Said Rabbah, they mean to say, not that he may transfer the lot in his left hand to his right hand, but that when the lot has been placed on the p61 goat for Azazel, whether he may transfer him to his right, and design him for the Lord? The answer to this was, although one may use a thing appointed to a less holy purpose for a more holy, yet the Sadducees will rebel. Mishnah, he tied a tongue of crimson wool to the head of the goat that was to be sent away, and placed him opposite to the gate through which he was to be transferred, and the one to be slaughtered, opposite to the place of its slaughtering. He went to his bull a second time, putting his hands on him, and confessing in these terms, I beseech thee, Jehovah, I have committed iniquities, transgressed, and sinned before thee, I and my house, and the sons of Aaron, thy holy people. I beseech thee, Jehovah, forgive the iniquities, transgressions, and sins which I have committed, transgressed, and sinned, I and my house, and the sons of Aaron, thy holy people, as it is written in the Torah of Moses thy servant, for on that day shall he make atonement for you, to cleanse you from all your sins, that ye may be pure before Jehovah. They respond after him, blessed is the name of his kingdom's glory forever. Gemara, the schoolman propounded a question. The Mishnah states, he was placed opposite to the gate, and the one to be slaughtered opposite to the slaughtering place. Were they to be tied in their places, or only placed there? Come and hear. R. Joseph taught, he tied a tongue of crimson wool to the head of the goat that was to be sent away, and placed him opposite to the gate, and the one to be slaughtered opposite to the slaughtering place, for the purpose that they should not be confounded with one another, as with other goats. Now, if the Mishnah means they were tied there, it is right, but if only placed, this can only prevent their being confounded with each other, as the one has the tongue of red wool tied to it, but with other goats the other may be confounded. It is meant, then, that they should be tied in their places. R. Itzhak said, I have heard a halakha about 2 tongues of wool, one for the red cow and the other for the scapegoat, that one must be of a prescribed quantity and the other need not, and I do not know which it is. Said R. Joseph, let us see. The wool for the goat which was sent away must be divided into 2 parts, one part tied to its horns, and one to the rack, therefore it seems that it must be of a prescribed quantity. But the wool for the red cow, which need not be divided, need be of no prescribed quantity. Rami b. Hama opposed, even that for p62. The red cow must have a certain weight. Rabha answered him, concerning the weight, the opinions of the Tannim are different, consequently, no prescribed quantity is needed. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Ar Yohanan, I have heard of 3 tongues of wool, one for the red cow, one for the scapegoat, and one for lepers. I have heard, one must be of the weight of 10 zuz, one must have the weight of 2 selahs, and one of 1 shekel, but I cannot explain which. When Rabban came from Palestine, he explained this in the words of Ar Jonathan, that for the red cow must weigh 10 zuz, for the scapegoat 2 selahs, and for lepers 1 shekel. R. Itzhak said, I have heard about the 2 slaughterings, of the red cow and of the high priest's bull. One, if done by a layman, is valid, and the other is, in such a case, invalid, but I cannot explain which it is. It was taught, concerning the slaughtering of the red cow and the high priest's bull, Rabbi and Samuel differed. One said, if the red cow was slaughtered by a layman, it is valid, and the bull, invalid, and the other says the reverse. It may be ascertained that Rabbi is the one who says that the red cow slaughtered by a layman is invalid, because Arzira said that the red cow slaughtered by a layman is invalid. Rabbi said, the reason is, that in connection with the red cow is mentioned Elazar and statute. It was taught, concerning the slaughtering of the red cow by a layman, Rmi said, it is valid, Itzhak of Naphha said, it is invalid, Ulla said, it is valid, and others say, it is invalid. Joshua b. Abba objected to the statement that it is valid, and wanted to support Rabbi from the following Boraitha. It is certain to us that the sprinkling of the water of the red cow is invalid, if a woman has done it instead of a man, or when it was not sprinkled in the daytime. But whence do we deduce further that the slaughtering of it, and receiving of the blood, and sprinkling of the blood, and burning it, and the putting in of the cedar wood, hyssop, scarlet string, is invalid in such cases? Therefore it is written, the law. Shall we assume that to them shall be added the gathering of the ashes, and the drawing of the water, and the sanctification? Therefore it is written, this is the statute. P 63. But what is the reason of including those, and excluding these? Because we find here an extension and a limitation, we will say that we may deduce all the ceremonies from the sprinkling of the water. As the sprinkling of the water must be done by a male, not by a female, and is valid only in the daytime, we may add to it the slaughtering, the receiving and sprinkling of the blood, the burning, putting in of cedar wood, hyssop, a scarlet string, as it is certain to us that all these things are invalid when done by a female, so we conclude it is valid only in the daytime, and we will exclude the gathering of the ashes, the drawing of the water, and the sanctification, as they may be done by a female, so we will conclude they may be done also in the night time. What is the objection? If you will say, because it is prohibited to a female, it is also prohibited to a layman, you can infer from the sprinkling of the water, which is invalid when done by a female, but nevertheless is valid when done by a layman. Said Abai, the objection is this, what is the reason that a female may not sprinkle it? Because it is written Elazar, and we say Elazar, but not a woman. In the same manner, we say Elazar, but not a layman. Said Ulla, if you will read carefully the whole section about the red cow, you will see that one case cannot be compared with the other. Some apparently analogous inferences are yet in reality contradictory. And there are apparently analogous inferences which are really analogous. Said Arasi, for when Yohanan and Resh Lakish learned the section of the red cow, they carried away in their heads no more than a fox does earth when it runs across a plowed field, for some apparently analogous inferences are really so, and some not. One Tanna taught in the presence of Yohanan, all slaughterings may be done by a layman, except that of the red cow. Said Yohanan to him, go and teach it outside of the college, for we find no single kind of slaughtering invalid when done by a layman. And Yohanan not only disregarded this Tanna's teaching, but even his own master's, for Yohanan said in the name of Simeon b. Jehozadak, the slaughtering of a red cow by a layman is invalid. But I say it is valid, because we do not find any kind of slaughtering invalid when done by a layman. He went to his bull. Why did he not say in the first confession, the sons of Aaron, thy holy people, but does so in P 64. The second. The disciples of Ishmael taught, so is it right according to the law, for it is better that one guiltless should atone for the sinners than that one not yet purified from sins himself should atone for other sinners. Mishnah, he slaughtered it, and received in a basin its blood, giving it to him who stirred it, on the fourth row of marble stones in the temple, that it should not become congealed. He took the censer, mounted the top of the altar, and cleared the coals on either hand, taking a censerful of the inner glowing coals, then he came down again, and placed it on the fourth row of stones in the forecourt. Every day he scooped up with a silver censer, and emptied into a golden vessel. On this day he filled a golden censer, and also carried it in. Every day he used to scoop up in one measuring 4 cabs, and poured them into one of 3 cabs, but on this day he filled one of 3 cabs, and also carried them in it. R. Jose says, every day he filled one of a sea, and emptied it into one of 3 cabs, but on this day he filled one of 3 cabs, and carried them in it. One on all days it was a heavy one, but on this day he took a light one. Every day its handle was short, on this day long, all days its gold was yellow, but on that day red. This is according to our Menahem. On all days he used to offer half a mina of incense in the morning, and 1/2 in the evening, but on this day added a handful more. Every day it was pounded finely, but on this day it was the finest. On all days priests went up on the eastern staircase, and descended on the western. On this day the high priest went up on the middle one, and came down on the same. R. Jehuda says, the high priest ever mounts and descends on the middle one. All days the high priest washed his hands from the laver, and on this day from the golden pitcher. R. Jehuda says, the high priest ever washes his hands and feet from a golden pitcher. All days there were 4 fires, on that day 5, this is according to our Meir. R. Jose says. P. 65. Every day 3, and on this day 4. R. Jehuda says, every day 2, on this day 3. Gemara, the Mishnah states, he gave it to one who stirred it, on the 4th row of the marble stones. Is it not written, and there shall not be any man in the tabernacle? Said R. Jehuda, read not of the temple, but from the temple the 4th row of stones away from the temple. The rabbis taught, it is written, there shall not be any man in the tabernacle. Shall we assume, that one may not be in the corridors either? Therefore it is written, in the tabernacle. All this has been said of the tabernacle in Shiloh. How is it known that it applied also to the temple in Jerusalem? Therefore it is written, in the holy place. All this is said of the time when he offers the incense. How is it known that when he sprinkles the blood no man should be in the holy place either? Therefore it is written, when he goeth in. But how is it known that no man is to be found there till he comes out? Because it is written, until he come out. After that it is written, shall he make an atonement for himself, and for his household, and for the whole congregation of Israel. From this is seen that first he must atone for himself, then for his household, then for the priests, and then for Israel. The Master says, it only applies to the time when he offers the incense. Whence is this inferred? Said Rabbah, and so said also our Itzhak br Dimi, and also our Elazar, it is written, he shall make an atonement for himself, for his household, and for the whole congregation of Israel. What atones for all these at once? Only the incense. But how is it known that incense atones at all? Yeah, for our Hananiah has taught, how is it known that incense atones? Because it is written, and he put on the incense, and made an atonement for the people. And the disciples of our Ishmael have taught, for what does the incense atone? Slander. Why? Slander is done, so incense is offered. Every day he scooped up with a silver censer, etc. What is the reason? Because the Torah has been sparing of Israel's wealth. On this day he filled a golden censer, etc. Why did he not do on this day as on all days? Because of the high priest's weakness. P. 66. 1 measuring 4 cabs, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, if 1 cab of coals was spilled on the ground, he swept them into the trench. In one Boraitha we have learned 1 cab, and in another, 2 cabs. It is right, 1. This is according to the rabbis, who say he emptied one of 4 cabs into one of 3, but this is neither according to the rabbis nor our Jose. Said our Hisda, the Boraitha is according to our Ishmael the son of our Yohanan b. Baraka of the following Boraitha, who says that he carried them into the Holy of Holies only in a censer of 2 cabs. R. Ashi says this Boraitha can be according to R. Jose, and can be explained thus: every day he used one of a sea of the desert, which is 1/6 less than a sea of Jerusalem, and emptied it into one of 3 Jerusalem seas. It was a massive one, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, on all days its sides were thick, but on that day thin. Every day the handle was short, and this day long? That the high priest should not need to make such an effort to hold it. In another Boraitha we have learned, every day the censer was without a bell, and on this day with a bell, so said the son of the Segan. The gold was yellow, etc. Said Arhista, 7 kinds of gold there are, gold, and good gold. Gold of Ophir, best gold, beaten gold, pure gold, and gold of Parvaim. Gold and good gold, as it is written, and the gold of that land is good, gold of Ophir, which comes from Ophir, best gold, which is scintillating, beaten gold, which is ductile like wire, pure gold. When this gold is exhibited all other wares are locked up, that of Parvaim is like blood of bulls in redness. R. Ashi says, there were only 5, only there was gold of each kind of good and bad quality, hence gold and good gold are deducted. We have learned also in a Boraitha, all days the gold was yellow, this day it was of Parvaim, which is red like the blood of a cow. Finely pounded, but this day finest. The rabbis taught, because it is already written, thou shalt pound some of it fine. Why has it to be repeated, finely pounded? That means, on this day it must be finest. P. 67. Washed his hands from the laver, on this day from the golden pitcher. Why so? For the honor of the high priest. All days there were 4 fires, etc. The rabbis taught, all days were 2, this day 3, namely, 1, the ordinary large fire, the second for the incense, 1 for this special day. So says R. Jehuda. R. Jose says, all days were 3, this day 4, namely, those enumerated by R. Jehuda, and 1 to keep the fire perpetual, as it is written, a perpetual fire shall be burning upon the altar, it shall not go out, and 1 specially for this day. Rabbi says, on all days 4, this day 5. The 4 above mentioned, and 1 for the unconsumed sacrifices which had not yet been burned in the evening. Now, we see that all agree that this day a special fire was made. Whence do they deduce this? From the expression, and the fire. And even he who does not deduce it from the and, deduces it from and the. What? As we have learned in the following Boraitha, it is written, a perpetual fire, it shall not go out. This is to teach that the second fire shall be on the outer altar. But how do we know there had to be fires for the censer and lamps? Therefore it is written, perpetual fire shall be burning on the altar, it shall not be extinguished. This signifies, the perpetual fire of the lamps which, I have taught you, shall be taken only from the outer altar. From this we know that on the altar must be kept fire for the lamps, but whence do we deduce that fire for the incense must be kept also? Therefore it is written, he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar, from before the Lord. When do we find an altar which was partly before the Lord, and partly away from the Lord? We must say that was the outer altar, which was in part outside in the forecourt. R. Eleazar said in the name of Bar Kapara, R. Meir said, if members of the burnt offering were left from the day before, he made a separate fire, and had them consumed, even on Sabbath. What does he come to teach us? We have learned in the Mishnah that there were 4 fires. Said R. Abin, he informs us, that even the members of a burnt offering which had become invalid, were burnt by a separate fire, provided that they had been already attacked by the fire of the day before, but not those not touched by the fire. This we have also learned in the Mishnah, namely, this day 5. Says R. Ahabi. Jacob, he had to teach this too. P. 68. Us. We might think all this applies to a day of atonement which falls on a Sunday, as we had learned somewhere else, that the fat left over from Sabbath should be burnt on the day of atonement next to it, but we might think, if it fell on other days of the week he had not to do so. Therefore he tells us. Says Rabbah, who is this man, that hears not what he speaks? In the Mishnah it is said, every day. So it is all days of the week. The objection remains. It was taught, if one extinguishes the fire of the censer, and of the lamps, Abai says he is culpable. Rabbah says, he is guiltless. If he has taken it from the altar to light it and has dropped it on the ground, and it is extinguished, all agree, he is not culpable, but if he took it from off the altar, and extinguished it there, Abai says he is culpable, since it is the fire of the altar, of which it is written, it shall not go out. Rabbah says he is guiltless, the moment he has removed it from the altar, the fire is not regarded any more as that of the altar. Now, what R'Nahman has said in the name of Rabbi Abahu, that he who has taken a coal from the altar, and extinguished it, is culpable, will be neither according to Abai nor to Rabbah? What comparison is there? In that case he took it for a religious purpose, to light the lamp, or so, and it was extinguished, but in this case he removed a coal and extinguished it wantonly. Chapter V. Regulations concerning the remaining services of the high priest on this day in the times of the first and second temples. Mishnah, they brought to him a spoon and censer, he took 2 handfuls and filled the spoon with it. If he had a large hand, it was much, otherwise, it was a little, he used the hand as the measure. He took the censer in his right hand, and the spoon in his left hand. Gemara, in a Boraitha we have learned, they brought him an empty spoon from the chamber of the utensils, and a censer full of incense from the chamber of Beth Abdinas. He took 2 handfuls. What was the spoon needed for on the Day of Atonement? It is written merely, both his hands full of incense, and bring it within the rail. He could not dispense with a spoon. If he had carried in the censer first, and thereafter the incense, he would carry in twice, and it is written bring in only once. If he should take the incense in both his hands, and put the censer upon them, and carry them in at once, what should he do then? Take off the censer with his teeth, and put it down? If it would be unbecoming to do so in presence of a human king, how much more in presence of the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he? Therefore it is impossible, and he is to do as the princes, 1 spoon full of incense. He took the censer in his right hand, etc. Shall the citizen be seated on the ground, and the stranger on the heaven of heavens? The spoon is small, and more easily carried in the left hand, while the large censer is borne in the right hand. And if they should be equally heavy, as occurred to our Ishmael b. Kimhith, who is said to have taken 2 handfuls of 4 cabs of incense, even he had to take the censer in his right hand, as the censer was hot. It was said of our Ishmael, the son of Kimhith, it once happened. P. 70. On the Day of Atonement he spoke in a public place with an Arab, whose saliva was sprinkled on the high priest's clothes. He became unclean. Then his brother Jehoab entered and took his place, so his mother saw 2 high priests of her sons the same day. Another day it happened that he spoke with a Gentile nobleman, and the same happened. Then Joseph his brother took his place. And the rabbis taught, 7 sons had Kimhith, their mother, and all officiated as high priests. When the sages asked her, how hast thou deserved it? She replied, the ceiling of my house never looked on my hair. The sages answered, many did so, and it did not profit them. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall lift up from it his handful. We might think, his hand might be overfilled, it is therefore written, his handful, not more. We might think, he may take some with the tips of his fingers. Therefore it is written, handful. He should bend his 3 middle fingers on his palm, and remove with the extreme finger and thumb the incense found outside of the 3. This was one of the difficult services in the temple. R. Yohanan said, R. Joshua b. Uzzah propounded a question, what is the matter with the incense between the middle fingers? Is it considered as belonging to the handful, or the overflow? He himself, said Ar Yohanan, decided later that it is doubtful. What, then, shall he do therewith? Says Ar Hanana, first he should offer the handful, and then this, for if he offered this first, perhaps it is superfluous, and elsewhere we have learned that if the remains of a meal offering have been lost before the handful was offered, the handful must not be brought. R. Papa propounded a question, these handfuls, were they exactly measured according to the hand, or too full? Said Ar Abi to Ar Ashi, come and hear the following Boraitha, the handfuls were not exactly according to the measure of the hand, nor overfull, but middling. R. Papa propounded another question, when the incense happened to be spilled by him, how is the law? Shall it be said, his hand is like the neck of an animal, and the incense is invalid, or shall we say his hand is like other utensils of the temple, and if it had been spilled, it may yet be offered? This question is not decided. The schoolman asked Arshi's hate, if he had taken the blood. P. 71. With his left hand, and placed it on the altar, is it valid, or invalid? He answered, we have learned it in our Mishnah, that he took the spoon in his left hand. An objection was raised, we have learned in a Boraitha, a layman, a mourner on the first day, a drunkard, and one who has a blemish, if one of these has received the blood, or carried it to the altar, or sprinkled it, he makes it invalid. The same is the case if he did it sitting, or with his left hand. This objection remains. R. Papa propounded a question, if his companion took 2 handfuls, and emptied them into the priest's hands, how is the law? Shall we say, he has 2 handfuls, and it is valid, or shall we say, since it is written, he shall take, and bring, it is invalid? This question is not decided. R. Joshua B. Levi propounded a question, when he had filled his hands with incense, and suddenly died, how then? Can another take it out from his hands and bring it in, or is other incense required? Ar Hanana said, come and see what kind of questions our predecessors have asked. Was Ar Joshua B. Levi older than Ar Hanana? Did not Ar Joshua B. Levi say that Ar Hanana had given me the permission to drink a beverage of cress on Sabbath? He means, Ar Hanana asked a profound question like to those asked by the ancestors. How is the law? Come and hear, that was the measure. From this we must infer, that as the measure was outside, so it must be inside. Perhaps the Mishnah means to say that he may use his hand as a measure, or that he may not add to it or take away from what he has grasped. Come and hear, how did he do it? He took the handle of the spoon with his fingertips, others say, in his teeth, and moved his thumbs up the handle till the handle fell, near his armpits, and the head of the spoon was above his palms. He then overturned the spoon, thus emptying the frankincense thence into his hands, and heaped the frankincense on the censer, that the smoke might be retarded. Some say, he spread it out that it should smoke more rapidly. This was one of the most difficult services of the difficult services that were in the temple. Hence we see, he took of the frankincense once 2 handfuls, and then once more. The schoolman propounded a question, if he died while P. 72. Slaughtering, might the blood be sprinkled? Shall we say, that since it is written with a bullock, it is meant, the blood of the bullock alone, or the whole bull? Ar Hanana says, the entire bullock. Resh Lakish says, the blood alone. Said Ar Papa, the hide and the flesh and the dung, all agree, are only parts of the bull. About the blood they differ. One says, the blood is not the bull, the other thinks the blood only is the bull. Says Ar Ashi, it seems to me, the one who says that the blood is considered as one with the bull is in the right. Because it is written, with this shall Aaron come into the holy place, with a young bullock, is it meant that he should lead him by the horns? And not simply that he should bring the blood, hence the blood is considered as one with the bullock. And what can the other reply to this? His answer is, it is written, for a sin offering, the word come refers, not to the bullock, but to the sin offering. Let him who says that the blood is one with the bull, give the reason that a sin offering whose owner has died cannot be used for any purpose, and is only put to death. Said Rabban Br added to Rabbah, thy disciples have said in the name of our Amram that this bullock is considered a sin offering for the congregation, and such is not put to death. Mishnah, he walked through the temple till he reached the place between the two veils which separated the sanctuary from the Holy of Holies 1 L wide. R. Jose says, there was but one veil, as it is said, and the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. Gemara, did not R. Jose say very correctly to the rabbis? The rabbis may say, this was only the case in the tabernacle, but as in the second temple there was no L for the entrance at all and only in the first, it was doubted whether this L of the entrance belonged to the Holy of Holies or the sanctuary. Therefore they made two veils. The rabbis taught, he walked between the altar and the lamps, so said R. Jehuda. R. Meir says, between the table and the altar. Others say, he walked between the table and the walls. Who are the others? That is R. Jose, who says the p. 73 door of the temple was in the north. R. Jehuda says the door was in the south. R. Jose says that he walked between the table and wall, which is a public entrance, because the Israelites are a people beloved by God, and need no delegate to pray for them, therefore their delegate to God needed no private entrance, but could do it inside of the public. R. Nathan said, the L of the entrance was a matter of doubt to the sages, whether it was holy as the Holy of Holies or the sanctuary, and that is what R. Yohanan has said. Joseph the man of Hutzal has propounded a question, it is written, and the debir in the house within did he prepare, to set therein the ark of the covenant of the Lord. They did not know what is meant, whether the place inside of the debir was prepared for the ark, or that the debir was itself inside. Mishnah, the outer one was raised and looked to the southern and the inner one to the northern. He walked between them, till he reached the northern, having arrived thither, he turned his face to the south, he walked back with his left hand to the curtain, reaching the ark. Coming there, he placed the censer between the staves, heaped the incense on the top of the coals, so that the whole house was filled with smoke. He departed in the same manner as he had come, and said a short prayer in the outer sanctuary, but not making it a long one, so as not to alarm the Israelites. Gemara, of which temple is it spoken? In the first temple there was a partition, not a curtain, before the ark, if the second, there was no ark in it. As we have learned in the following Boraitha, since the ark was concealed, with it were hidden the flask of manna and the flask of anointing oil, Aaron's staff, its almonds and buds, and the box the Philistines sent as a gift to the God of Israel with the golden vessels. And who concealed them? King Joshua. Why? Because it is written, the Lord will drive thee and thy king whom thou wilt set over thee, he concealed it, as it is written, and he said unto the Levites that p. 74 instructed all Israel, who were holy men unto the Lord, set the holy ark in the house which Solomon the son of David the king of Israel did build, ye have not to carry it any more upon your shoulders, now serve the Lord your God, and his people Israel. And R. Eliezer said to this, from the analogy of expression namely, that of the ark it is said there, and of the flask of Marina also there, and there are also mentioned generations and for preservation. R. Eliezer infers that Joshua concealed them. There was then no ark? The second temple is meant, and not the ark, but the place where it had to stand, is meant. But it is said, between the two staves. The place they would occupy is meant. Heap the incense on the top of the coals. Our Mishnah will agree with him who has said in a Boraitha, heap it, that the issue of the smoke be retarded. In one Boraitha we have learned, he heaps it inside, away from him. In another Boraitha, he heaps it outside, toward himself. How will they agree? Says Abai, there is a difference of opinion between two Tannim, one says one way, the other, otherwise. Abai says again, it seems to me the halakha is according to him who says that he must heap it inside, away from himself, because, as we have further learned in a Mishnah, they teach him not to heap near his face, lest he burn himself. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall put the incense upon the fire, before the Lord. Before the Lord, he must not prepare it outside, but inside, in the Holy of Holies. This is to contradict the Sadducees, who said that he must prepare outside. Why? Because, they say, it is written, for in the cloud will I appear upon the mercy seat. Cloud is interpreted, the cloud of the incense. When he prepares outside, he enters with a cloud of incense. The sages said to the Sadducees, is it not written, he shall put the incense upon the fire before the Lord? So it has to be prepared inside. They rejoined, what will you make of the cloud? The rabbis say, from this we deduce that he must put in the herb which straightens the smoke. How is it known that that herb has to be put in? Because it is written, that the cloud of the incense may envelop. Without that herb, how will the mercy seat be enveloped? If he has omitted to put in this herb or any ingredient, he is liable to capital punishment. Why give this reason, when, if he come in without the incense being entirely prepared, he enters the Holy of Holies? P. 75. Gratuitously, which involves capital punishment. Says Arshi's Hate, the case is, he had omitted one ingredient intentionally, but entered unintentionally. Ashi says, even if he did both things intentionally, but entered with two kinds of incense, one kind prepared as is lawful and the other not, for entering he is not culpable, but for having prepared incense lacking some ingredient he deserves capital punishment. He departed in the same manner as he had come. Whence do we deduce this? Said Shamabi. Nahamain in the name of Jonathan, it is written, then came Solomon from the high place that was at Gibeon to Jerusalem. How comes Gibeon to be in Jerusalem? His return from Gibeon to Jerusalem is compared to his entering Gibeon from Jerusalem. As when he entered Gibeon from Jerusalem his face was turned to the high place, so when he left it, his face was still turned to the high place. So did also the priests after service, the Levites after their song, and the Israelites after they had been standing. When they left, their countenances were turned to the temple. So also a disciple, leaving his master, should do. So Eleazar, when he used to part from Yohanan. When Yohanan desired to leave first, he bent himself in his place till Yohanan was out of his sight. When Eleazar was to leave first, he walked backwards till he could see him no longer. Rabbah, leaving Joseph, used to walk backwards till his feet struck against the threshold, so as to cause them to bleed. When this was related to Joseph, he said to Rabbah, may God's will be that you shall raise your head above the whole city. Alexandri said in the name of Joshua b. Levi, who prays, should make 3 steps backwards, and then say, make peace, etc. Said Mordecai to him, if he has made 3 steps backwards, he must stop there a while. It is like a disciple who has taken farewell of his master, and then returns to him on the instant, which is like a dog returning to his vomit. If he has failed in doing so, he would better not have prayed at all. In the name of Shemaiah it has been said, when he says these words, he should first bow to the right, then to the left, as it is written, from his right hand a fiery law. Rab Hassabai, who said he make peace first on the right, and then on his left. He said to him, thinkest thou must say this to the right side of thyself? Nay, of the Holy One, blessed be he, who is opposite to thee and whose right side thus corresponds to thy left side. Arhiah the son of Arhunah. P. 76. Said, I saw Abai and Rabha making the 3 steps backwards with one bow. And said a short prayer. What was the prayer? Rabbah and Rabban the sons of Ada both said in the name of Rabbite, may it be thy will, Lord our God, that if this year will be a hot one, thou mayest give plenty of rain. Raha the son of Rabha said in the name of Jehudah that the high priest used to conclude the prayer as follows, May no ruler cease from the house of Judah, and may thy people Israel not depend for livelihood on each other, and mayest thou not heed the prayers of travelers who ask for the cessation of rain. R. Hananiah happened to be on the road. It began to rain. He said, Lord of the universe, the whole world enjoys, but Hananiah is afflicted. The rain ceased. When he reached home, he said, the whole world is in anxiety because no rain comes, only Hananiah is contented. Rain began to come again. Says R. Joseph, what availed the prayer of the high priest against the prayer of R. Hananiah? The rabbis taught, it happened that one high priest made his prayer very long. When the priests became alarmed, they went to see whether he had died, and met him returning. They inquired of him why he had made his prayer so long. He said, is this displeasing to you, when I prayed the Lord that the temple might not be destroyed? They said to him, do not thou repeat it, as we have learned in the Mishnah, he should not make the prayer long, lest he alarm the congregation. Mishnah, when the ark had been taken away, there was a stone from the time of the first prophets, Shethia it was called, 3 finger high above the ground. Thereupon he placed. He took the blood from the one who stirred it, went to the place whither he had gone, and stopped where he had stopped, and sprinkled from his position once upward and 7 times downward, without being intent on sprinkling it either upward or downward, but holding the palm open, either turned outward or toward himself. Thus he was counting, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 1 and 7. He departed, and placed it on the golden stand in the temple. They brought to him the he-goat, he slaughtered it, and received in a basin its blood. He went to p. 77. The former place, stopping where he had stopped, and sprinkled thereof once upward, and 7 times downward, without taking care to sprinkle upward or downward, but holding his palm open, turned in or out, and counting thus, 1, 1 and 1, 1 and 2, etc. He came out, and placed it on the second stand that was in the temple. R. Jehudah saith, there was but one stand there. He took up the bull's blood, and put down the he-goat's blood. He sprinkled thereof at the curtain which was opposite to the ark outside, once upward, and 7 times down, without taking care, etc., and thus counting, etc. He lifted the blood of the he-goat, and put down that of the bull's blood, he sprinkled of it on the curtain opposite to the ark outside, once upward, 7 times down, etc. He emptied the bull's blood into the he-goat's blood, and transferred the filled basin into the empty one. Gemara, the Mishnah says, when the ark was taken away, not concealed, it holds, therefore, that it was removed to Babylon. As we have learned in a Boraitha, our Eliezer said, the ark was taken into exile in Babylonia. As it is written, and with the expiration of the year did King Nebuchadnezzar send, and had him brought to Babylon, with the precious vessels of the house of the Lord. R. Simeon B. Jacques infers this from another passage, no thing shall be left, no word will be left, none of the 10 commandments. R. Jehudah, however, says, the ark was concealed in its place, as it is written, and they had made the staves so long, that the ends of the staves were seen out in the holy place in the front of the Debir, but they were not seen without, and they have remained there until this day. And he who says that R. Simeon B. Jacques thinks that the ark was taken into exile, differs from Ulla, who says as follows, R. Matthias B. Harish had asked R. Simeon B. Jacques in Rome, we see that R. Eliezer infers from 2 verses that the ark was taken into exile. One verse is quoted above, the other is, there is gone forth from the daughter of Zion all her splendor. Thereby the ark is meant. What hast thou to say thereto? He replied, I say, the ark was concealed on the spot, and the proof is the verse quoted above. Said R. Nahman B. Itzhak, we have also learned it in a Mishnah in Shechem, once a priest was engaged there, and he p. 78. Notice that one of the paving stones on one place appeared different from the others. He went out to tell others of it, but he had not yet finished speaking, when he gave up the ghost. Thereby it was known to a certainty that the Ark of the Covenant was hidden there. What was he engaged in? Says our Helbo, he was busy sporting with his axe. The disciples of our Ishmael have taught, there were 2 blemished priests who picked out the wood, which was not moldy. The axe of one fell down on the place where the ark was concealed, a fire issued, which consumed him. A stone, Shethia. We have learned in a Boraitha, the word Shethia means, that the universe has been created from it, as Shethia means foundation. This is according to him who says, that from Zion the world began to be created, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, our Eliezer said, the world was created from the very middle, as it is written. When the dust is poured out as molten metal, and the clods are made to cleave fast together. Our Joshua says, the world was created beginning with the extremities, as it is written, for to the snow he saith, be thou earth. Likewise to the pouring rain, and to the pouring rains of his strength. 4 times the word rain is repeated here. There were then 4 pieces of matter, and of them was composed the world. Our Itzhak says, the Holy One, blessed be he, threw a stone into the sea, and therefrom a world was made. As it is written, upon what are her foundation pillars placed at rest? Or who threw her cornerstone? The sages, however, said, the world was created beginning with Zion. As it is written, the God of gods, the Lord speaketh, etc. Out of Zion, the perfection of beauty. That signifies, from Zion began to be the beauty of the whole world. In another Boraitha we have learned, our Eliezer the Great said, it is written, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth when they were created, on the day, that the Lord God made earth and heaven. The luminous stars, etc., were created from the heavens, and all earthly things from the earth. But the sages say, everything was created from Zion. As it is written, a psalm of Asaph. The God of gods, etc. The perfection of beauty, i.e., the beauty of the whole world. P 79. Holding the palm open. What is meant by this? Said R. Jehuda, as one uses a lash first from the right to the left, and then downward. He took the blood from the one who stirred it, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, when he sprinkled, he did not sprinkle on the top of the mercy seat, but opposite, and not that the blood should fall on it, but on the ground. When he sprinkled on the top of the mercy seat, he bent the palm downward, that it should not fall on the mercy seat, and when he sprinkled beneath it, he held his palm bent upward, that it should not fall on the mercy seat, but on the ground. Whence do we deduce this? Because it is written, he shall sprinkle it above the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. This had not to be written, as it has already been written in the case of the bullock. It is meant to make the before and above equal, as by before the mercy seat, it is meant that it should not be sprinkled at it, but opposite to it, so also by above is meant, not upon it, but opposite to it. The rabbis taught, it is written, and he shall sprinkle it above the mercy seat. From this we know only once above. How many times had he to sprinkle downward? This we have to infer from the bullock, as it is written of him 7 times, so we infer in regard to the he-goat. We know that it is equal in case of the bullock and goat, downward, but we do not know how many times he is to sprinkle downward in case of the bullock. We apply to the bullock the law in reference to the goat, as in the case of the goat, so in the case of the bullock once downward, 7 times upward. 1, 1, and 1, etc. The rabbis taught, he counted 1, 1, and 1, 1 and 2, etc., up to 7. So said our Meir. Our Jehuda says, 1, 1, and 1, 2 and 1, 3 and 1, 4 and 1, 5 and 1, 6 and 1, 7 and 1. They do not differ. Each said according to the custom in his part of the country. Now we see that all agree that the first time of sprinkling had to be counted along with each of the other 7. What is the reason? Said R. Elazar, he should make no mistake in the number of countings. R. Yohanan says, because it is written again, shall he sprinkle, superfluously, it is to teach us that the first he ought to count with all the others. What is the point of their difference? P. 80. R. Elazar says, if he has failed to do it, but made no mistake, it is valid, but according to R. Yohanan, it is not. He departed, and placed it on the golden stand. One of the scholars read the prayer in the presence of Rabha, and read, he departed, and placed it on the second stand, and after this he read, he took the he-goat's blood, and put down the bullock's blood. Said Rabha to him, the first thing thou readest according to the rabbis, and the second according to our Jehuda, you thus contradict yourself. You should say, he put down the goat's blood, and took up the bullock's blood. The rabbis taught, it is written, so shall he do for the tabernacle, etc. Wherefore had this to be written? It comes to teach us, that as in the Holy of Holies he had to sprinkle once and 7 times, both from the bullock's blood and the goat's, so he had to do in the sanctuary. That abideth among them in the midst of their uncleanness. This signifies, even when they were unclean, the Shekinah continued to be among them. A certain Sadducee said to Arhanana, at the present time, when the temple is destroyed, ye are certainly unclean, as it is written, her uncleanness on her skirts. He replied to him, come and see. It is written, that abideth among them in the midst of their uncleanness. We have learned in a Boraitha, when he sprinkled on the veil, he sprinkled not upon it, but opposite to it. R. Elazar Br. Jose, however, said, I have seen on the veil in Rome the marks of the drops of blood of the bullock and goat of the Day of Atonement. What is the law, when the bloods of the bullock and goat got mingled? What shall he do therewith? Says Rabha, he sprinkled thereof once upward, and 7 times downward, and this sufficed for both. This halakha has been communicated to Jeremiah in Palestine. He said, ye Babylonians are stupid. Because ye live in a dark land, ye say dark holocaust. In this manner, he will sprinkle the he-goat's blood before the bullocks, and it is written, when he hath made an end of atoning for the holy place. The end hence everything must be in its proper turn. What, then, shall he do? Says P. 81. R. Jeremiah, once he sprinkles it as the bullock's, and then a second time as the he-goat's blood. How if the bloods got mixed, when he has already sprinkled the bullock's blood upward? Said Rabha, he should sprinkle it 7 times downward as the bullock's, and then upward and downward as the he-goat's blood. How if he has confounded the basins? What shall he do then? He should sprinkle 3 times, once for the bullock, then for the he-goat, and the 3rd time for the he-goat. He emptied the bull's blood into the he-goat's. Our Mishnah will be according to him who maintains that the bloods must be mixed, for the purpose of putting it on the corners of the altar. Because it was taught, our Joshua and our Jonathan said, one of them that they had to be mingled, and the other that they ought not to be mingled, but put separately on the corners of the altar. It seems that our Joshua was the one who said they had to be mingled, as we have heard elsewhere, though it is not written together, yet since it is written and, it is as good as though it had been written together. We have learned in another Boraitha, it is written, he shall take from the blood of the bullock and the blood of the he-goat. That signifies, they should be mixed together. But whence do ye know that it means that they should be sprinkled together, not separately? Therefore it is written, and Aaron shall make an atonement upon its horns once in a year, once, not repeatedly. We see that the anonymous Boraitha is according to our Joshua. He transferred the filled one into the empty one. Rami B. Hama propounded a question of our Hista, if he had placed one basin in the other, and therein received the blood, how is it? Should we say, as they are of one kind, that forms no invalidation? Or that though of one kind, it is an invalidation? Our Hista answered him, we have learned it in our Mishnah, he has transferred the filled one into the empty one. Shall we not assume that it means, he placed the full basin in the empty one? Nay. It means, he poured the contents of the full basin into the empty one. But this is already mentioned in the beginning of the sentence. He transfers the mixed blood again into an empty vessel, to mix the two kinds of blood the better. P. 82. Mishnah, he then went out to the altar which is before the Lord, which is the golden altar, and began to cleanse it, downward. Whence does he begin? From the northeastern corner to the northwestern, southwestern, southeastern. Where he begins to cleanse the outer altar, at that spot he finishes cleansing the inner. Our Eliezer says he remains where he stands, and thence cleanses. Everywhere he sprinkled from below upward, except at the spot where he stood, whereat he sprinkled from above downward. He sprinkled on the clean place of the altar 7 times, and what remained of the blood he poured at the western base of the outer altar, and what remained of the blood of the outer altar he poured at the southern base. Both kinds of blood mingled in the trench, and flowed out into the brook Kidron. And it was sold to gardeners as manure, but one offends by them. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, why is it necessary to repeat here, before the Lord? Said our Nehemiah, because we find that when he held the bloods of the bullock and hagot he stood inside of the altar, and sprinkled the blood on the veil, we might think that at the same time he should sprinkle on the golden altar, therefore it is written, the altar of the incense of spice, before the Lord, to let us know that the altar was before the Lord, but not the priest. What, then, should he do? He had to come out to the outside of the altar, and then sprinkle. Began to cleanse it, downward. The rabbis taught, he began to cleanse from above downward. And whence did he begin? From the southeastern to the southwestern, northwestern, northeastern. So is the decree of our Akiba. Our Jose the Galilean said, from the northeastern to the northwestern, southwestern, southeastern. So that at the place where, according to our Jose, he begins, according to our Akiba he finishes, and vice versa. Now we see that, according to all, he does not begin with the corner he meets first, but some definite corner. What is the reason? Said Samuel, because it is written, he went out to the altar, till he has come out from the place inside of the altar, and comes outside. The following, our Akiba thinks he has to walk round the altar, and our Jose that he ought only to cleanse the altar at all corners, making its round with the hand. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Ishmael said, 2 high priests. P. 83. Remained of the first temple. One said, he had passed round the altar with his hand, and the other, he had walked round it with his feet. And both gave their reasons. The one said, as it is written, round. The inner altar was like the outer, which was large, and had to be walked around, while the other said, it was small, and with his hand one could reach all corners, as it was only in size like one corner of the outer altar, hence it was not necessary to walk round it. He sprinkled at the clean place of the altar. What is meant by the clean place? Said Rabbi Arshila, where the altar was not covered, as it is written, like the color of heaven in clearness. We have learned in a Boraitha, Hananiah says, he sprinkled on the northern side, and, our Jose says, southern. On what point do they differ? The one says the door of the sanctuary was at the north, the other says, at the south, but all agree, that where he finished to put the blood on the corners, at that side he sprinkled on the top. What is the reason? Because it is written, he shall cleanse it and hallow it. That signifies where he had hallowed it, there he shall cleanse it. What remained of the blood, etc. This is because it is written, all the blood of the bullock shall he pour out, and when he comes out, he meets the western base of the outer altar first. Of the outer altar, he poured at the southern base. The rabbis taught, by the base of the altar, the southern base is meant. And another Boraitha states that, According to our Ishmael, it was the western. The disciples of our Ishmael, however, taught in the name of our Ishmael, as the disciples of our Simeon b. Jacques, that it was the southern. One may offend, etc. The rabbis taught, one becomes guilty, when he uses the blood for his benefit. So is the decree of our Meir and our Simeon. The sages, however, said, the blood may be used. They are at variance only as to whether it is rabbinically an offense or not, but all agree that, biblically, one cannot offend. Whence do we deduce this? Says Ullah, it is written, I have appointed it for you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls, for you, it should belong to you. The disciples of our Simeon taught, to make an atonement, but not an offense. P. 84. Our Yohanan says, in the same verse it is written, for the blood it is that maketh an atonement for the soul. It is as it had been before the atonement. Mishnah, it holds true of all the rites on the Day of Atonement, whose order is prescribed by the Bible, that if they are performed in a wrong order, one has done nothing. Had he used the blood of the he-goat previously to that of the bull, he should sprinkle once more some of that he-goat's blood after that bull's blood, and if while he had not completed the offering of the gifts in the inner part, the blood was spilled, it is incumbent upon him to fetch other blood, and once more sprinkle it inside, and the same is the case in the temple, and also of the golden altar, because all are separate atonements. Our Eleazar and our Simeon say, however, from where he had been mistaken, he should begin anew. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it holds true of all ceremonies of the Day of Atonement whose order is stated in the Mishnah, if one of them has been performed earlier than that which should precede it, it is as nothing. Our Jehuda, however, said, this is only true of the rites performed in the white garments in the Holy of Holies, but of the ceremonies performed in the white garments outside, it is true that if he has done them out of the right order, they are still valid. Our Nehemiah said, the case is simply, all ceremonies performed not in the right order in the white garments, whether in the Holy of Holies or outside, are invalid, but the rites performed in the golden garments outside must not be done again. Said our Yohanan, both have deduced it from the same verse. It is written, and this shall be unto you as a statute for everlasting, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. Our Jehuda holds, what is meant by once a year? Where the atonements are made once a year, and that is in the Holy of Holies. Our Nehemiah holds, that not the place where once a year the rites are performed is meant, but the rites done for atoning once a year, and that is inside and outside. How can our Jehuda say, the place is meant? It is only written once a year. We must say, the reason of our Jehuda is this, it is written, and this shall be, and then once a year. Hence two limitations, one excluding what is performed in the white garments outside of the Holy of Holies, the other. P. 85. Excluding what is done in the golden garments. And our Nehemiah says, the one expression excludes what is performed in the golden clothes, and the other the remainders of the blood, which, if not emptied at all, involves no transgression. R. Hananiah said, if he has taken the handfuls of frankincense before the bullock has been slaughtered, he has done nothing. This cannot be according to our Jehuda, for according to our Jehuda it is only the rites performed in the Holy of Holies, but this is done outside. Nay, even according to our Jehuda it would have been invalid. Why? Because it is a preparatory service for a service performed in the Holy of Holies. Ullah said, if he has slaughtered the goat before the bullock's blood had been sprinkled, he has done nothing. An objection was raised, it is said in our Mishnah, if he has sprinkled the he-goat's blood before the bullock's, he should sprinkle once more. If it were as Ullah says, it should have been said, he should slaughter a second time. Ullah explained the Mishnah, that is the case with the offerings in the sanctuary, but in the Holy of Holies the bullock's blood must be sprinkled first, then the he-goat must be slaughtered. And so has also our Fs explained. The same is the case in the temple, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, he shall make an atonement for the sanctuary of holiness, and for the tabernacle of the congregation, and for the altar shall he make an atonement, and also for the priests and for all the people of the congregation shall he make an atonement. The sanctuary of holiness, that is, the Holy of Holies, by the tabernacle the temple is meant the altar, literally, shall he make an atonement. By this is meant the court where the priests might walk, the priests, literally, the people of the congregation, Israel, make an atonement once more, that means the Levites. All are then equal in their atonement, that is, all are atoned for by the scapegoat for all sins except uncleanness. So said R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, said, as the blood of the he-goat, sprinkled inside, atones for Israel only the uncleannesses of the temple and all sacred things, so the blood of the bullock atones for the priests only the sins of uncleanness. And as the confession over the scapegoat atoned for Israel's other sins, so also the confession over the bullock atoned for the other sins of the priests. P. 86. In a Boraitha we have learned, Rabbi has said, my master, R. Jacob, has taught me this difference of opinion of R. Elazar and R. Simeon in our Mishnah is only in relation to the logs offered by lepers. R. Yohanan said, the trespass offering of a leper, if slaughtered for a wrong purpose, is where the same difference of opinion of our Mishnah exists. According to R. Meir, who says that if he has made a mistake, he must begin anew, he must in this case also bring another trespass offering. But according to R. Elazar and R. Simeon, who say that he must begin where he had made the mistake, there is no mending of this mistake, for it has been slaughtered already. The following Boraitha is according to R. Yohanan, if a leper's trespass offering has been slaughtered for another purpose, or some of its blood was not put on the thumbs and great toes of the leper, it may be offered on the altar, and requires a drink offering, but another trespass offering has to be offered. The rabbis taught, all things mentioned in our Mishnah bullocks, he-goats that have become invalid, defile the garments of him who burns them, and they must be burned in the place where the real sacrifices are burned. So is the decree of R. Elazar and R. Simeon. The sages, however, say, they are not to be burned, because only those which have been used the last, because used for the atonement, must be burned there. Rabha asked R. Nahman, how many shall he dispatch as scapegoats? R. Nahman answered him, shall he send a whole flock? R. Papi says in the name of Rabha, he sends the first. R. Simi says in the name of the same, the last. It is right according to R. Simi, because the other of the couple has been used for the atonement, but what is the reason of Rabha, according to R. Papi's saying? He holds as R. Jose of the following Boraitha, if one separates his paschal lamb and the same be lost, and after he purchases another one in its stead the first one is found, he may offer either one of them. So is the decree of the sages. R. Jose, however, says, there is a merit to offer the first one, unless the second was a better one. Next, Chapter 6, Regulations concerning the he-goats of the Day of Atonement and the sending to the desert, and the confession thereat. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning the he-goats of the Day of Atonement and the sending to the desert, and the confession thereat. Mishnah, it is a merit that the two he-goats for the Day of Atonement should be equal in color, stature, and price, and both at the same time, but if they are not equal, they may still be used. If one was bought today, and the other on the morrow, they are valid. If one of them died, then if this occurs before the lots are drawn, another is purchased to make up the pair, but if later, then a new pair should be acquired. Lots should be drawn again, and this should be said, if the Lord's he-goat has died, the one on which the lot has fallen for the Lord may substitute him, and if that of Azazel has died, the one on which the lot has fallen for Azazel may substitute him. And the remaining one of the previous pair should be allowed to feed till it chance to get a blemish, when it is sold, and the money goes as a gift offering, since an animal designed to atone for the congregation is not put to death. R. Jehuda says, it is. Also said R. Jehuda, if the blood had already been spilled, the scapegoat should be put to death, if the scapegoat had died, the other one's blood should be poured out. Gemara, the rabbis taught, it is written, he shall take 2 goats. Why is it mentioned, 2? If it were in the plural, we would know, not less than 2. It is meant, then, the 2 should be equals. How, then, do we know that when they were unlike they were still valid? Because it is written twice goats, that shows, that if they were not alike they were still valid. But if goat were not repeated twice, they would have been, according to you, invalid. Whence would you deduce this? At the first glance, we would say, because it is written thrice 2, but if the repetition of goat makes it valid, wherefore is this 87? P 88. Repeated thrice? Infer from this, it is a merit that they be, first, equal in color, secondly, in stature, thirdly, in price. We have also learned thus in a boraitha of sheep offered by lepers, it is written 2 sheep. Sheep would suffice? From this it is also inferred they should be like each other, as stated above. But how do we know that if they are unlike each other they are valid? Because it is written 1 sheep. The same boraitha states in relation to the burnt offering of a leper, there it is also written 2 birds. The 2 could be dispensed with, and from the word 2 it is inferred that they should be alike. If it is so, why should we not say the same of the daily offerings, about which it is also written 2 sheep? This 2 is needed for what is stated in the following boraitha, it is written, 2 on every day. From this we infer that it must be before the day's arrival. The rabbis taught, should the 2 he-goats of the Day of Atonement have been slaughtered outside of the temple, if this was done before the drawing of the lots, he is culpable for both. But if later, he is culpable only for that designed for the Lord before the lots have been drawn. What are as yet these simple he-goats fit for? Said Arhisda, because they are fit for the additional sacrifices of the Day of Atonement, which are sacrificed outside of the temple. Why are they not fit to be sacrificed inside? Because the lots have not been drawn. The same is the case with the additional sacrifices, since all the services preceding these have not yet been performed they are not fit for additional sacrifices either. R. Hisda holds, the inappropriate time is not to be compared with the unfitness of the goat itself. If the Lord's he-goat dies, said Rabbite, the second of the first pair must be sacrificed, but the second of the second pair must be left to graze. R. Yohanan says conversely. On what point do they differ? Rabbite says, a living thing is not postponed, and R. Yohanan says, that such are postponed. What is Rabbite's reason? Because he deduces it from the too early time, as he was unfit only as long as he had no fellow, he is fit henceforth. What comparison is this? In that case the he-goat was not yet p. 89. Fit for anything, but here he has been already postponed. Why not continue to be postponed? Therefore we must say, Rabbite deduces it from a temporary blemish. After the blemish has passed away, he is fit, so here, his unfitness is considered temporary. According to Rabbite's theory, why only the second of the first pair and not as well of the second pair? Say, then, he can choose which he likes? Said Rabha, Rabbite holds as R. Jose that it is a merit to use the first. Rabha said, it seems to us, that our Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbite, and a boraitha is in accordance with R. Yohanan. In our Mishnah, it is stated, if the Lord's he-goat dies, the one on which the lot has fallen for the Lord shall substitute him. From this we infer that the other one continues to be as it has been. A boraitha is according to R. Yohanan, as we have learned, it is said in the Mishnah 1, the second should be allowed to graze. We do not know whether the second of the first or second pair, as it is written, shall be placed alive. Placed alive, not the one whose fellow is dead. How can that be inferred? Shall be placed alive, signifies that it shall be placed alive now. But the one whose fellow had died has been left alive already. An objection was raised from the following sentence in our Mishnah, R. Jehuda said also, if the blood of the Lord's he-goat had been spilled, the scapegoat should be put to death, if the scapegoat had died, the other one's blood should be poured out. It is right according to Rabbi, who says that, according to the first Tana, living things are not postponed, and the second of the second pair is to be left to graze, and what R. Jehuda says of its being put to death refers to the second of the first pair. It is right according to Rabbi, who says that according to the first Tana a living thing is not postponed, as it is said in the Mishnah, also said R. Jehuda. That is to say, he differs on 2 points, first, whether a sin offering for the congregation is put to death, and whether a living thing is postponed. R. Jehuda says, it is postponed, and shall be put to death, and the second of the first pair shall be put to death. But according to R. Yohanan, who explains that the first Tana means to say the second of the second pair. P. 90. But of the first shall be put to death, because a living thing can be postponed, consequently R. Jehuda differs from the first Tana only on 1 point, on the congregational offering. Why does the Mishnah say, and also? This difficulty remains. If the blood has been spilled, the scapegoat should be put to death. It is right that if the blood has been spilled, the scapegoat should be put to death, because the duty with the blood has not been fulfilled yet, but if the scapegoat has died, why should the blood be poured out? The duty has been fulfilled already. Why need the blood be poured out? Said the disciples of Arjana, because it is written, shall be placed alive before the Lord, to make an atonement for him. That means he shall be alive till the atonement with the blood has been made. We have learned in a Boraitha about the Mishnah in Shekalim, 2a. If the inhabitants of a town sent their Shekalim, etc., as far as, and nothing is credited to next year's account. R. Jehuda, however, said, they may be credited to next year's account. What is the reason of R. Jehuda? Said Rabbah, R. Jehuda holds, the duties to be paid this year may be paid the next year. Abai objected, from the following Tosefta, the bullock and the he-goat of the Day of Atonement, if lost, and the he-goats offered for idolatry, if lost, and substituted by others and then recovered, then all should be put to death. So says R. Jehuda. If the duties of this year can be paid the next year, they could be left for the next year? Rabbi answered, you want to compare the he-goats for idolatry to congregational sacrifices. The latter are quite different. This is as RTB said in the name of R. Joshua, it is written, this is the burnt offering of the new moon for every month throughout the months of the year. The Torah says, proclaim it a new month, and also bring a sacrifice from the new products. This would be right in case of the he-goat, for it comes from the congregational funds, but the bullock, which is from the high priests, what can be said to it? And, secondly, what RTB said in the name of R. Joshua is only a merit, but not a duty, as R. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, that if it was done it is acceptable. P. 91. Therefore says R. Zira, the reason is, that the lot cannot determine during this year for the next year. Let him draw lots the next year? It is a precautionary measure, lest it be said that the lot does determine during 1 year for the next year. All this is right of the he-goat. But why should the bullock, for which no lots are drawn, be put to death? It is a precautionary measure, lest one should deal with the he-goat as one would with the bullock. Shall he then be put to death for a precautionary measure against what itself is a precautionary measure? Therefore, says Rabha, it is a precautionary measure, lest there should be a mistake. What mistake can be made? That of sacrificing them. Then this apprehension ought to exist in all cases where animals are left to graze. If that of shearing their wool, or using them for work, the same fear ought to exist in all cases where invalid sacrifices are left to graze. The mistake of sacrificing them is meant, but for others there is no intention to sacrifice them at any time, as they are left to graze until they get a blemish, therefore a mistake cannot come to pass. But here, as the he-goat must be kept until the Day of Atonement of the next year, and it may be sacrificed by mistake before. And whether a precautionary measure is taken against a mistake or not, the Tanam of the two following Boraithas differ, One states, that a paschal sacrifice that has not been sacrificed during Passover may be sacrificed during the second Passover, and when not during the second Passover, it may be reserved for the Passover of the next year. And in another Boraitha we have learned, it may not be sacrificed at all. They differ, then, about the apprehension of a mistake. The Tana of the last Boraitha fears a mistake, and that of the first does not. Mishnah, he comes to the scapegoat, and puts both hands on him, and confesses, using the following expression, I beseech thee, Jehovah, they have committed iniquities, transgressed, sinned before thee, thy people the house of Israel. I beseech thee, for the sake of Jehovah, forgive the iniquities, transgressions, and sins that they have committed, transgressed, and sinned before thee, thy people the house of Israel, as it is written in the Torah of Moses thy servant, thus, for on that day shall he make an atonement for you, to cleanse you. P. 92. That ye may be clean from all your sins before Jehovah. And the priests and people who stood in the forecourt, hearing the expressed name issuing from the mouth of the high priest, used to kneel, prostrate themselves, and fall on their faces, and say, Blessed be the name of his kingdom's glory forever. They delivered him to the man who was his conductor. All were fit to perform this function. Only the high priests fixed a usage, that Israelites should not be permitted to do it. Said R. Jose, it happened the conductor was Arsala of Tsipori, who was an Israelite. An elevated walk had been constructed for him, on account of the Babylonians, who used to pull him by the hair, saying, Take and go, take and go. Gemara, we see that in this confession the children of Aaron are not mentioned. According to whom is it? Said R. Jeremiah, this is not in accordance with R. Jehuda, as he said, the priests are also atoned for by the scapegoat. Abai, however, said, this may be according to R. Jehuda. Are not the priests included in the general phrase, thy people Israel? They delivered him to his conductor. The rabbis taught, it is written, a man appointed thereto. From the word man, it is inferred a layman is also fit. Appointed means, appointed from the day before, even when the day of atonement falls on a Sabbath, and even if he is unclean. Wherefore does he tell us, even a Sabbath? If the he-goat has become sick, and cannot walk, he may take him on his shoulder, and carry him. Said Raphram, from this it is inferred, that the law of Arab and carrying applies to Sabbath only, but not to the Day of Atonement 1. Why is it mentioned, even when unclean? What case of uncleanness can be here? Said R. Shishhate, even if the conductor became unclean, he may enter the temple and take the he-goat. R. Eliezer was asked, when the he-goat had become sick, might he be taken on the shoulders? He replied, the he-goat was so healthy that it could bear away you and me together. They asked him again, when the conductor had become sick, may another be appointed? He replied, let us be healthy, do not. P. 93. Ask us about a case of sickness. They asked him again, if after having been pushed down he did not die, shall he go down and kill him? He gave them as answer the verse in Judges v. 31, thus may perish all thy enemies, O Lord. The sages, however, said, if he had become sick, he must be taken on the shoulders. If the conductor is sick, another should be appointed. If he had been pushed and has not died, he should go down and put him to death. R. Eliezer was asked whether a certain man would enjoy the world to come. He replied, you inquire of me concerning that man. One they asked of him again, may a shepherd rescue a sheep carried away by a lion? He replied, do you ask me of a sheep? They asked him again, may the shepherd be rescued from the lion's mouth? He answered again, you ask me only of the shepherd. They asked him again, may a bastard be heir of his father? He asked them, may he espouse his dead and childless brother's wife? They asked him, if he possesses a house, must a memorial of the temple's destruction be left, when his house is whitewashed? He answered, I think you ask me whether his sepulchre is to be whitewashed? He answered thus, not because he wanted to repel them, but he never decided what he had not heard from his master. A wise woman asked our Eliezer, what was done with the golden calf being equally forbidden? Why were the penalties different, some being slaughtered with the sword, some dying by water, or by a plague? He answered, the wisdom of a woman relates only to the spindle, as it is written, all the wise women spun with their hands. It was taught, Rabbi and Levi said the one, that he who slaughtered to the golden calf and offered incense was slain by the sword, he who embraced and kissed it, died by the plague, and he who rejoiced in his heart thereat, died from dropsy. And the other says, they who did it in spite of warning by witnesses, were slain, they who were not warned but only witnessed, by the pest, and those whom witnesses had not seen, died by dropsy. R. Jehudah said, the tribe of Levi was not idolatrous, as it is written, whoever is on the Lord's side let him come unto me. And p. 94. There assembled themselves unto him all the sons of Levi. Rabbinah was sitting and repeating the saying. The children of our Papa B. Abba objected to him, it is written. Who said of his father and his mother, I have not seen him. One by this is meant, those who slew for worshipping the calf, inflicted penalty on their relatives. Whence we see some of the Levites were guilty. Rabbinah replied, by father is meant the maternal grandfather, who was of Israel, by brother a half-brother of the mother, and by children, the daughter's children, whose father was an Israelite. An elevated walk had been constructed, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehudah says, they were not Babylonian, but Alexandrian. Said our Jose to him, may thy mind be appeased, as thou hast appeased mine. Take and go. We have learned in a Boraitha, they used to say, wherefore are they detaining the goat, the sins being so great? Mishnah, some of the prominent men of Jerusalem used to accompany him as far as the first booth. There were 10 booths between Jerusalem and Suk, a distance of 90 ris. At each booth they said to him, here is food, and here is water. And they accompanied him from booth to booth, excepting the last of them, for the rock was not reached by them, but they stood at some distance looking on what he did. What did he do? He divided the tongue of crimson wool, the half of it he tied to the rock, and the second half between his horns, he pushed him down backward. He went rolling and falling down, he did not reach halfway of the mountain before he became separated limb from limb. He returned to sit down under the last booth, till dark. And since when became his clothes unclean? After he had issued from the walls of Jerusalem. Our Simeon says, after he had pushed it down from the rock. Gemara, the rabbis taught, there were 10 booths, and 12 miles, so says our Meir. Our Jehudah says, there were 9 booths, and 10 miles. Our Jose says, 5 booths, and p. 95. 10 miles. All were combined by an Arab. Said our Jose, Eliezer my son told me, if there were an Arab, 2 booths at 10 miles would have been sufficient. Who is the Tana according to whom is what we have learned in our Mishnah, that the last stood at a distance and looked? This is according to our Meir, who says there were 10 booths, and 12 miles. At each booth they said to him, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, they never made use of it, but they were cheered by the consciousness that they could have it. The half of it he tied to the rock, etc. Why not the whole of it? Because he had not yet fulfilled the duty of pushing down the goat, and as soon as he had tied it to the rock, it might have become white, he would have rejoiced so much at the thought of the sins having been pardoned, that he might not have attended to the pushing him down. Why did he not tie it wholly to the horns? Because it might happen that the goat bent his head, so as to make him unable to perceive whether it had become white or not. The rabbis taught, formerly the tongue of crimson wool used to be tied to the door of the porch, outside. When it became white, all were rejoiced, when not, all became out of spirits and ashamed. Therefore it has been reformed that it should be tied to the door of the porch inside. However, they used to take a look at it even then. It was then reformed that half should be tied to the rock, another half to the horns. Before he attained halfway of the mountain, etc. The rabbis taught, it is written, my ordinances shall ye do. This signifies, such things as, even were they not written, it would be wrong to do, as idolatry, adultery, bloodshed, robbery, and blasphemy. And my statutes shall ye keep. There are things that Satan laughs at, as abstaining from pork, from wearing mixed stuffs, the taking off of the shoe of the husband's brother, purification of a leper, and the dispatching of the he-goat. Lest it be said, they are nonsense, it is therefore written, he that takes away the goat to Azazel shall wash his clothes. What is meant by taking away? He who pushes him head downward, and he defiles his clothes. Mishnah, he went to the bull and to the he-goat destined to be burned. He ripped them, and tore out the parts to be burned upon the altar. He placed them on a charger, and kindled them upon the altar. He intermingled the limbs of the two animals, and they were removed to the place for burning. Since when are the clothes made unclean? When they came out behind the wall of the forecourt. Our Simeon says, when the fire is consuming most parts. Gemara, he intermingled. Said our Yohanan, a sort of mingling. What is meant? We have learned in a Boraitha, he did not cut them as all burnt offerings, in which the hide is flayed, but the bullock and he-goat, he cut the hide and flesh together. Whence do we deduce this? Because it is further written, his inwards, and his dung. How is it to be inferred from this? Said our Papa, as the dung was in the inwards, so the flesh in the hide. Since when are the clothes made unclean? The rabbis taught, it is written, he that burneth them shall wash his clothes. He that burns, but not he who kindles, or he who lays the wood for the fire. Who is considered as the one that burns? He who assists at the burning, his clothes become unclean. Shall we say, that when it has been burned to ashes they still defile the clothes? Therefore it is written them, he who burns them, but not the ashes. Our Eliezer Br Simeon says, when the flesh is still called flesh, it defiles, but when it has been dissolved, it no longer defile. What is the difference between them? According to our Eliezer, singed flesh ceases to be flesh, and does not defile, but according to the first Tana it is, and does. Mishnah, the high priest was told, the goat has reached the desert. How was the fact known? Watches were stationed on high towers, who lifted up flags. Said our Jehuda, they could have excellent evidence. From Jerusalem to Beth Hadudo was 3 miles. The prominent men had walked 1 mile, went back 1 mile, and had tarried as long as a mile is. P 97. Gone over. Thus they could calculate that the he-goat had reached the desert. R. Ishmael says, why, they had another sign. A tongue of crimson wool used to be tied to the gate of the temple, and as the he-goat had reached the desert, the wool used to become white, as it is said, though your sins be scarlet, they shall be as white as snow, though they be red as crimson, they shall become like wool. Gemara, said Abai, from this we see that the Beth Hadudo was in the desert. Chapter 7. Regulations concerning the passages read by the high priest and what garments he ministered in after, and what garments other priests wore. Mishnah, the high priest came to read. If he desired to read dressed in linen garments, he did so, otherwise, he was reading in a white stole of his own. The Hazan of the congregation takes the scrolls of the Torah, and presents them to the president of the congregation, the president presents them to the Segan, and the latter gives them to the high priest. The high priest rises, receives them, and reads standing. He reads the section, after the death, etc., and the section, also on the 10th, etc. Then he rolls the scrolls together, and keeps them on his knees, and says, more than what I have read to you, is written here. The section, on the 10th, etc., he reads by heart, and pronounces over it 8 benedictions, namely, over the Torah, over the service, over the thanksgiving, the atonement of iniquity, the temple by itself, and Israel by itself, the priests by themselves, and the rest of the prayer. He who sees the high priest reading, does not witness the burning of the bull and the he-goat. He who witnesses the burning of the bull and the he-goat, does not see the high priest reading, not because he is not allowed, but because there was a great distance, and both were done at the same time. Gemara, if he might read in a white stole of his own, then we must assume that this is not a service for which the sacred garments are required, but at the same time, we see that he could read in the white garments. Hence we see they could be used even at other times than that of service. Infer from this, that the priestly garments he could use for his own benefit. Perhaps reading is different, though not itself a service, it is a preparation for service. Then the schoolman propounded. p. 99. A question, may the priestly garments be used for personal purposes or not? Come and hear, the priest's garments, in the country, may not be used, but in the temple, whether during service or not, they may be used, because it is allowed to derive a benefit from the priestly garments. Infer from this, that he may. You say, in the country it may not be used? Have we not learned in the following Boraitha, on the 25th of Tevet is called the day of Mount Gerizim, and no mourning is allowed on it? Why? Because on that day the Samaritans petitioned Alexander of Macedon to have our temple destroyed, and he permitted them. When Simeon the upright was notified of it, he put on the priestly garments, and accompanied by the respectable men of Jerusalem, they all went with torches the whole night till dawn, both parties approaching each other. When it dawned, Alexander of Macedon perceived from a distance the Jews. He asked, Who are these men? And the Samaritans told him, They are the Jews, who have rebelled against thee. As they reached the town Antipatris, the sun had risen, and they faced each other. As Alexander saw our Simeon the upright, he descended from his chariot, and bowed to him. They said to him, Will such a great king as you bow to that Jew? He replied, His image I saw shining before me, whenever I gained a victory. He asked the Jews, Wherefore are you come? They said, The temple wherein we pray for thee, and for thy empire, that it should not be destroyed. Is it possible that thou shouldst be misled by the idolaters to bid its destruction? He asked, Who are those idolaters? They replied, These Samaritans who stand near thee. He said to them, I deliver them into your hands. Treat them as you please. They were soon fastened to the tails of their horses, and thus dragged as far as Mount Gerizim, which was plowed, and sowed, as they had intended to do with our temple. This day was made a festival. If you wish, I will say, not the priestly clothes were meant, but clothes similar, and if you wish, I will say, this was in a case of urgency, and it is written, It is time to act for the Lord, they have broken thy law. The Hazan takes the scrolls, etc. Infer from this that honor is given to the disciple even in presence of the master. Said Abai, all this was only to honor the high priest. p. 100. The high priest rises. It seems then implied that hitherto he was sitting. Have we not learned in a Mishnah that nobody might sit in the temple, except kings who are descendants of David? Said Arhisda, he was then in the women's court, and there all could sit. It is written, and Ezra blessed the Lord, the great God. Why is the epithet great employed here? Said Joseph in the name of Rabbite, he then magnified him by calling him expressly Jehovah. Gittel said, by saying as it is written, Blessed be the Lord the God of Israel from everlasting even unto everlasting. Said Abai to Ardimi, why not as Jose said in Rabbita's name? Ardimi answered, because Jehovah must not be pronounced outside of the temple. Is that so? Is it not written, Ezra the expounder stood upon an elevated stand of wood, and Gittel has said, he then pronounced the name Jehovah. This was only because on that occasion Ezra allowed himself to use it, as he deemed it necessary. It is written, they cried with a loud voice unto the Lord. What did they say? They cried, Woe! Woe! The tempter to idolatry has destroyed the temple, has killed all the just men, and exiled Israel from their land, and we see him yet among us. Why hast thou created the tempter? To reward us more for overcoming him. We wish neither him nor the greater rewards. Then fell down a billet from heaven, whereon was written, Emeth. They fasted 3 days and 3 nights. Then he was delivered into their hands. So they saw how a lion cup of fire went out from the Holy of Holies. Then the prophet said to them, Here is the evil spirit of idolatry. As it is written, This is the wickedness. They caught him. When a hair was torn out from his mane, he issued a cry which was heard at the distance of 400 parses. They said, If he cries so loud, what can we do to him? Lest he be pitied in heaven, what shall we do that his voice be not heard? They were then advised to throw him into a leaden pot, as lead muffles the voice. They put him into a leaden pot, and covered it with a leaden lid, as it is written, and he said, This is the wickedness. And he cast it into the midst of the ephah, and he cast the weighty lead cover upon the mouth thereof. They said, Since it is a time of favor, they would pray that the tempter to fornication be delivered to them too. They prayed, and he was delivered to them. It was said to them, Take heed. If ye kill this spirit, the world will perish. They kept him imprisoned 3 days. They sought in all Palestine an egg laid on that day. They could not find. They said among themselves, What shall we do? If we will kill him, the world will perish. Shall we pray for the half? We have a tradition that a half is not given from heaven, so they put out his eyes, and left him. The good result was, that since then he does not excite desire toward relatives. In Palestine they learned it thus, Argidal says, Great, because he pronounced the express name of God. Armathna says, What is written the great, means that he said, Our God the great, the mighty, and the terrible. But what Armathna had said, will be according to our Joshua b. Levi, who said, Why was it called the Great Assembly? Because they restored the old crown. What is it? Moses had said, The God, the great, the mighty, and the terrible. Then rose Jeremiah and said, The idolaters are destroying his temple. Where is his terribleness? So he said only the great, the mighty, omitting terrible. Then came Daniel, and said, The idolaters keep as slaves his children. Where is his might? So he omitted mighty. Then came the men of the great assembly, and said, On the contrary, this is his might, that he is patient toward the wicked. And this is his terribleness, that if men had not felt his terror, how could such a small people keep itself among so many peoples of idolaters? Therefore they introduced again the phrase, the God, the great, the terrible, the mighty. And the rabbis, how did they dare to modify what Moses had established? Says R. Eleazar, because they knew the Holy One, blessed be he, loves truth. So they did not wish to lie to him, to tell him what they did not think. More than what I have read to you, etc. To what purpose did he say so? That the scrolls he used should not be said maliciously to contain only that which he read. He reads by heart. Why? Let him have found the place in the scrolls. In honor of a congregation, it is not made to wait till the scrolls should have been unrolled for that purpose. Let him have used other scrolls. This they did not, because if they p. 102 brought other scrolls, it might be said, the first scrolls were invalid. So says Arhunabi. Jehuda. But Resh Lakish says, in that case, a second benediction would have had to be pronounced. Do we fear lest it be said that the scrolls are invalid? Did not Itzhak of Naphha say, that when the first day of the month Tevath falls on Sabbath, 3 scrolls have to be taken out, one for the section of that week, one for Hanukkah, the third for the first day of the month? When 3 persons read in these scrolls, it is not feared, but when one man reads in two, it may be said he does not read in the first because the first is invalid. Pronounces over it 8 benedictions. The rabbis taught, over the scrolls as in the synagogue, over the service, over the thanksgiving, the atonement of iniquity as it has been ordered in the prayer of the Day of Atonement, over the temple by itself, over the priests by themselves, over Israel by itself, and over the rest of the prayer. The rabbis taught, what is meant by the rest of the prayer. Songs, prayers, we supplicate before thee for thy people Israel, who need help, and concluding, blessed be he who heareth prayer. After this, every one brought a scroll of the Torah from home and read it for himself. Why did they bring them? To show to the whole world that they had scrolls. He who sees the high priest reading, etc. Is this not self-evident? We might think, lest one assume one may not pass from place to place in search of religious duties, he comes to teach us that it is not so. And what merit is there? Because it is written, in the multitude of people is the king's glory. Mishnah, if he read in linen garments, he washed his hands and feet, stripped himself, and went down to bathe, came out and dried himself with a sponge. Garments of cloth of gold were brought to him, he put them on, washed his hands and his feet, he went out and performed the rites on his ram, and the ram of the people, and the 7 unblemished sheep, of 1 year according to our Eliezer. Our Akiba says, they were offered with the daily sacrifice of the morning, and the bull for the burnt offering and the he-goat used outside, were offered with the daily sacrifice of the evening. He washed his hands and feet, undressed, went down to bathe, came up and dried himself. White clothes were brought to him, he put them on, washed his hands and feet, he went in to fetch the spoon and the censer. P. 103. He washed his hands and his feet again, stripped himself, went down, bathed, came out and dried himself. Garments of cloth of gold were brought to him, he put them on, washed his hands and feet, and went in to offer the incense of the evening, and to trim the lamps. He then washed his hands and feet, stripped himself, put on his own clothes which had been brought to him and was accompanied to his own house. He then used to keep the day as a holiday with his friends, when he had come away from the Holy of Holies unhurt. Gemara, the disciples of Samuel taught, our Eliezer said, he went out, and performed the rites on his ram, and the ram of the people, and the members of the sin offering. But the bullock of the burnt offering, and the 7 sheep, and the he-goat that was used outside, were offered together with the daily evening offering. In a Tosefta it was taught, our Akiba said, the bullock of the burnt offering and the 7 sheep were offered with the daily morning offering, as it is written, besides the burnt offering of the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. And then he made the offerings of this day, and then the he-goat used outside, as it is written, 1 he-goat for a sin offering, besides the sign offering of the atonement, and then he offered his ram, and the people's ram, the members of the sin offering, and then the daily evening offering. We see that all agree, that there was but 1 ram for the people, and this would be according to Rabbi of the following Boraitha. Rabbi said, the 1 ram mentioned here is the same as is mentioned in number XXIX. 8. And our Eliezer Br Simeon says, 2 were needed, 1 mentioned in Leviticus, the other in Numbers. What is the reason of Rabbi saying? Because it is written 1. What will our Eliezer Br Simeon say to this? That signifies, the only one in his flock. Rabbi, however, says, there is no need to state it, as it has already been mentioned, your choice vows. According to our Eliezer Br Simeon, both statements are needed, because there it is only spoken of voluntary offerings. He washed his hands and feet. The rabbis taught, it is written, and Aaron shall then go into the tabernacle of the congregation. Wherefore? To take out the spoon and the censer. Why? Because the whole section follows the order of his rites, except this verse. What is the reason of saying? P. 104. That this verse applies to the taking out of the spoon and censer? Said Arhisda, it is known to us traditionally, that 5 bathings and 10 times of washing the high priest performed that day. If thou wilt say, that this verse is not in a wrong place, namely, that no service done outside in the garments of cloth of gold would intervene between the day service and the carrying out of the spoon and censer, then you would not find 5 and 10, but 3 and 6. R. Zera opposed, perhaps it was intervened by the he-goat used outside. Said Abai, because it is written, and come then forth and offer his burnt offering, we infer that after the first coming forth he offered the burnt offering. Then we must say that the spoon and censer he had not yet carried out, else it would be his second coming forth. When the conductor of the scapegoat returned, if he met the high priest still in the street, he said to him, My lord the high priest, we have done thy commission, but if he came to his house, he used to say to him, We have done the commission of him who giveth life to all living. Rabbah said, in Pumbeditha, when the rabbis took leave, they said, He who giveth life to all the living should give thee long good, and orderly life. It is written, I will walk before the Lord in the lands of the living. Said Arjehuda, the marketplaces. Rashi explains this, as to a long life. This is mentioned, and as for the markets, David persecuted by Saul prayed to be able to go to the markets to buy food. It is written, For length of days, and years of life, and peace, will they increase unto thee. What means years of life? Are there any years not of life? Said R. Eleazar, those are the years of man when his circumstances change from evil to good. Said R. Brachia, it is written further, Unto you, O men, one I call. By this scholars are meant, who are weak like women, and perform feats as men. R. Brachia said again, He who wishes to bring a drink offering on the altar should let scholars drink wine. The same says again, when a man sees that learning has forsaken his sons, he should marry a scholar's daughter. As it is written, if even its root become old in the earth, and p. 105. Its stalk die in the dust, yet through the scent of water will it flourish again, and produce boughs as though it were newly planted. He then used to keep the day as a holiday. The rabbis taught, it happened to one high priest going out from the temple, and the whole world accompanying him, that they perceived Shemaiah and Abtalion. The people then left the high priest alone, and accompanied Shemaiah and Abtalion. Later, Shemaiah and Abtalion came to take leave of him. He answered them, May the children of the Gentiles go in peace. They replied to him, The children of the Gentiles may go in peace, because they do what Aaron the high priest did. But the children of Aaron may not have peace, who do not what Aaron did. Mishnah, the high priest ministers in 8 articles of dress, a common priest in 4, in a robe and breeches, a mitre and a girdle. To the high priests are added, a breastplate and an ephod, and a coat and tzitzit. The Urim and Thummim were inquired of only when he was thus attired, but inquiries were not made for a common man, only for the king, the chief of the Beth Din, and for a person of whom the public had need. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the stuff, which should be made according to the prescription of the Bible, of linen, should be 6 times twisted. Where twisted linen is prescribed, it should be 8-fold twisted. The material of the robe of the high priest was 12 times twisted, that of the veil, 24, and that of the breastplate and ephod, 28. How do we know that an ordinary thread is 6 times twisted? Because it is written, and they made the coats of linen. The mitre of linen, and the goodly bonnets of linen, and linen breeches of twisted linen thread. 5 times linen is mentioned, once, to know that it is linen, the second time, that it be twisted 6 times, once, that it should be twisted, and once, that even the articles of dress of which it is not said linen should be of linen, the 5th time, to prohibit. 1. How do we know that chish means linen? Because it is written bad, which signifies only, and flax grows single from the reed in p. 106. The middle, not in branches. Perhaps wool found between the tree and bark is meant? That can be separated into threads, but flax cannot. But flax can also be separated. Flax can be separated when it is beaten, but that material can be so spontaneously. Rabbinah says, because it is written, flaxen bonnets, and flaxen breeches. Said Rashi to him, if thou hadst the proof from Ezekiel, how did they know it before Ezekiel? They had a tradition. Ezekiel wrote a verse. How do we know that twisted linen is 8 times twisted? Because it is written, they made upon the lower hem of the robe pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet yarn, twisted. Hence we deduce from an analogy of expression in another place, by twisted 24 times is meant, so here, the thread of each kind being 8 times twisted. How do we know that that of the robe should be of threads 12 times twisted? Because it is written, and thou shalt make the robe of the ephod altogether of blue woolen yarn. Here it is also inferred from an analogy of expression, as blue is mentioned speaking of the value also, as there every thread was 6 times twisted, so here, since it is written altogether, it should be 2 times 6. How do we know that the veil was of a material of threads 24 times twisted? Because it was of 4 kinds, and that each should not be less than 6 times twisted, it is unnecessary to deliberate upon. How do we know that that of the breastplate and ephod was of threads 28 times twisted? Because it is written, and thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment of weaver's work, after the work of the ephod thou shalt make it, of gold, of blue, of purple, and scarlet yarn, and twisted linen, shalt thou make it? 4 kinds, each 6-fold, is 24, and the gold 4 times, this makes 28. How is it known that the gold is 4 times? Perhaps also 6 times. Said Rashi, because it is written, to work it in the blue and in the purple. Therefore it must be at least thinner than those threads. Rehabah said in the name of Jehudah, he who tears the priestly garments, receives stripes, as it is written, that it be not rent. Eliezer said, he who takes off the breastplate from the ephod, or the staves from the ark, receives stripes, as it is written, that it be not loosed, and p. 107. They shall not be removed therefrom. We have learned also in a Boritha, it is written, in the rings of the ark shall the staves be. We might think they must be always there, and may not be moved. Therefore it is written, thou shalt place the staves into the rings. From the expression, place the staves into the rings, we might think that as they are placed there, they may be removed thence also. Therefore it is written, in the rings of the ark shall the staves be. How is it then? They may be drawn out, but not wholly taken out. Arhumah b. Hananah said, it is written, the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. What means standing up? They shall be standing up as they grow. Rehabah said in the name of Jehudah, Bezaleel made 3 arks, the middle one was wooden, 9 spans high, the one inside was of gold, and 8 spans high, that outside was also of gold, and 10 spans and odd high 9, like the middle one, and a span and a trifle over, to screen it. We have learned in another Boritha that it was 11 and a trifle. It presents no difficulty. This is according to one who says, the gold on the top was a span thick, and he who says it was 10, says it was not a span thick. Why was the fraction needed? That it should seem like a small crown on the top of the ark under the mercy seat. Yohanan said, there were 3 crowns, one of the altar, one of the ark, and one of the table. Of the altar, called the crown of priesthood, Aaron was privileged to receive. Of the table, that of royalty, David received. That of the ark, called the crown of learning, is yet to be bestowed. Shouldst thou say it is not valuable? Therefore it is written, through me do kings reign. It is written, within and without shalt thou overlay it. Says Rabbah, it can be inferred from this, that a scholar whose inside is not like his outside is no scholar. Abai, according to others Rabbah b. Ullah, says, not only is he no scholar, he is even called corrupt, as it is written, how much more abominable and corrupt the man who drinketh like water wrongdoing. R. Samuel b. Nahman in the name of R. Jonathan said, It is written, Wherefore is the purchase money in the hand of a fool to acquire wisdom, seeing he hath no heart? Woe to the scholars who stud the law, and have no fear of heaven. Said Rabbah to his disciples, I pray you, that ye may not inherit 2 hells. R. Joshua b. Levi said, It is written, This is the law which Moses said. If he has merited, it becomes to him a medicine of life, if not, it becomes to him a poison. And this is the same which Rabbah has said above. R. Samuel b. Nahman in the name of R. Jonathan finds a contradiction of the following 2 passages. It is written, The precepts of the Lord are upright, rejoicing the heart, and, the word of the Lord is tried. There is, then, a contradiction. Here it is said, it rejoices, and there, it is trying. If he has merited, it rejoices him, otherwise, it is a trial to him. Said Resh Lakish, this we may infer from the same passages, he is a shield to all those that trust in him. If he merits, it tries him, to enable him the better to live. If he does not merit, his trials kill him. It is written further, the fear of the Lord is pure, enduring forever. Said R. Hananiah, that signifies, a man who studies the law when he is pure. What is meant by pure? When he has first married a wife, and then studies. It is written, the testimony of the Lord is sure. Said R. Hyabi. Abba, the Torah is itself a trusted witness against the students. The Urim and Thummim were inquired of, etc. When Ardimi came from Palestine, he said, the clothes which the high priest wore, the priest anointed for war could also wear. Whence is it deduced? Because it is written, and the holy garments belonging to Aaron shall be for his sons after him. What is meant by after him? Next to him in office, and that was the one anointed for war. R. Adabi. Ahba, according to others KD objected, we have learned in a Boraitha, shall we assume that the son of the priest anointed for war shall succeed to the office of his father, as the high priest's son does? Therefore it is written, 7 days shall that one of his sons put them on who is to be priest in his place, who is to go into the tabernacle of the congregation. That means, he who is fit to enter the tabernacle of the congregation on the Day of Atonement, which is the high priest. Said R. Nahman b. Itzhak, this is meant. Who is to go into the tabernacle of the congregation means, him who has been anointed for this, whereas that one has been anointed for war. An objection was raised, we have learned, the priest I anointed for war may neither put on the 4 garments, like a common priest, nor the 8, like the high priest. Said Abai to R. Nahman, do you want to make of him a layman? The Boraitha means this, like a high priest he is not attired, to prevent rivalry, and not like a common priest, because of the rule, in holiness one increases, but does not decrease. As while anointed for war he had 8 garments on, he cannot be degraded to the level of a common priest. R. Abai was sitting, and said the halakha of Ardimi in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Ami and R. Ashi turned away their faces from him. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said, it has not been said that the priest anointed for war may put on the garments, but only when he goes to consult the Urim and Thummim. We have also learned the same in the following Boraitha, the garments in which the high priest performs the service may be used by the priest anointed for war when he consults the Urim and Thummim. The rabbis taught, how was the ceremony of inquiring of the Urim and Thummim? The inquirer turned his face toward the priest, but the priest's face is turned toward the Shekinah. The inquirer asks, as e.g. in 1 Samuel XXX. 8, shall I pursue after this troop? And the priest answers him, so has said the Lord. Go, and thou wilt succeed. R. Jehudah, however, said, he need not say, so has said God. He has only to say, go, and thou wilt succeed. One must not ask in a loud voice, as it is written, and he shall ask of him, No one else need hear. He should not have the question merely in his mind either, because it is written, he shall ask of him before the Lord. He shall ask as Hannah prayed. 2 inquiries should not be made at once, and if he has made 2 inquiries, only one is answered, and the first. As it is written, will the men of Keilah surrender me into his hand? Will Saul come down? Etc. And the Lord said, he will come down. But you have said, only the first question is answered. David asked them in a wrong. P 110. Order, and he was answered in the right order. Then, when David perceived this, he asked the second question, will the men of Keilah surrender me and my men? And he was answered, they will surrender. When, however, 2 questions must be asked at once, else it cannot be clearly understood, then the 2 questions are both answered. As it is written, shall I pursue after this troop? Shall I overtake them? And the reply is, pursue, for thou wilt surely overtake them, and certainly recover. And although the decision of a prophet can be revoked, the decision of the Urim and Thummim cannot be changed, as it is written, the judgment of the Urim. Why were they called Urim and Thummim? Urim, because they illuminate their words, Thummim, because they give a complete answer. It will be asked, why were the Israelites beaten by the Benjamites of Gibeah, though bidden to go to the battle by the Urim and Thummim? Because those people did not think to ask whether they would be victorious or defeated. They were answered, go, and they were beaten, but later, when they understood how to inquire, they received a right reply, as it is written, and Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, stood before it in those days, saying, shall I yet continue to go out to battle with the children of Benjamin my brother, or shall I forbear? And the Lord said, go up, for tomorrow will I deliver him into thy hand. How did the priest receive the reply? R. Yohanan says, the letters constituting the reply became more prominent. Resh Lakish says, nay, the letters composing the words came near each other. In the Urim and Thummim were only the names of the tribes, hence there was not the letter Tzada. Said R. Samuel B. R. Itzhak, the names of Abraham, Itzhak, and Jacob were also written there. But there was not the letter Tath. There were likewise the words Shibtei Jeshurun. An objection was raised, we have learned that a priest on whom the Shekinah does not rest, and is not inspired by the Holy Spirit, need not be inquired through. Why? We see that when Zadok inquired he was answered, and Abiathar received no reply, as it is written, and Abiathar went up, until all the people had finished passing out of the city. Went up. He resigned. The Holy Spirit enabled him to P 111. Perceive the letters that projected, which he could not do otherwise. Inquiries are not made except for a king. Whence do we deduce this? Said Arabehu, as it is written, before Eleazar the priest shall he stand, and he shall ask of him, after the judgment of the Urim before the Lord. He and all the children of Israel with him. He means the king, and all Israel with him means, the priest anointed for war, and all the congregation means, the Sanhedrin. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the fasting on the Day of Atonement, what may be done thereon, and what may not be done. Mishnah, on the Day of Atonement it is forbidden to eat and to drink, to wash, to anoint, to lace on shoes, and to hold sexual intercourse. A king and a bride may wash their faces, and a lying-in woman may lace on shoes. Such is the decree of our Eleazar. But the sages forbid it. Whosoever eats food to the size of a large date, that is, the date with the kernel, or drinks a mouthful, is guilty. All kinds of food are reckoned together to the size of the date, and all liquids to the mouthful, but food and beverages are not reckoned together. Gemara, in the Torah it is written, Karath is the penalty, and you say, merely, it is forbidden. Said Arila, according to others are Jeremiah, what is said in the Mishnah, forbidden, applies to half of the prescribed quantity. This would be right according to him who says that half of the prescribed quantity is biblically forbidden, but of him who says that it is biblically allowed, what can you say? Then it was taught, a half of the prescribed quantity, Ar Yohanan says, is prohibited biblically, and Resh Lakish says, it is allowed biblically. Then the Mishnah would be according to Ar Yohanan. But of Resh Lakish what can be said? Resh Lakish avows, that rabbinically it is prohibited. When it is said in the Mishnah forbidden, it is meant, forbidden rabbinically. When karoth is the penalty, is not the term prohibited employed? We have learned in the following Boraitha, although the sages have said that it is prohibited in all regards, karoth is due only for eating, drinking, and work. We see, then, that even when karoth is the penalty, the term prohibited is employed. The Boraitha meant to say as follows: when the Mishnah says prohibited, it is meant for the half of the prescribed quantity, but if he has eaten the prescribed quantity, karoth is due for eating and drinking, and work, but p. 113. Not for the other actions. If you wish, I can say, when it is stated in the Mishnah prohibited, the other actions only are meant. Rabbah and R. Joseph taught from the books of the Pentateuch other than Leviticus, as follows: whence do we deduce that on the Day of Atonement one must not wash, anoint, lace on the shoes, and have sexual intercourse? Because it is written, a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict yourselves. What is meant by rest? Desisting from washing, anointing, etc. The text above states, half of the prescribed quantity is biblically forbidden, according to Ar Yohanan. Why? Because if he will eat twice the other half, he will have eaten the whole. Resh Lakish says, the merciful one has said eat, and this is not called eating. The rabbis taught, it is written, ye shall afflict yourselves. Shall we assume that he should go and sit in the sunshine or in the cold, to cause himself suffering? Therefore it is written, no work shall ye do. As about the work the prohibition is negative, so the affliction is meant to be only negative, i.e., abstinence. But perhaps it is meant thereby, if he sits in sunshine or in shade, and feels too hot or too cold, they should not say to him, remove from this place, that he might suffer? The affliction is compared to the work, as in case of the work it matters not in which place it is, so in case of the affliction. The disciples of Ar Ishmael have taught, it is written here, affliction, and it is written further, affliction : as there by affliction hunger is meant, so here. If he deduces it from an analogy of expression, let him deduce it from the expression, if thou shouldst afflict my daughters. It is deduced from an affliction suffered spontaneously, but not from affliction inflicted by men. It is written, who hath fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, in order to afflict thee. What was the affliction? Arami and Arasi said the one, that not to have bread ready in one's basket is an affliction, whereas the manna had to be hoped for every day, and the other says, not to see what one eats is an affliction. Said R. Joseph, infer from this, that the blind are never satiated. Says Abai, he who has to eat, therefore, should eat only by day, and not p. 114. By night. Said R. Zera, how can it be inferred from Scripture? From ECC 6:9, better is what one seeth with the eyes than the wandering of desire. It is written, when he glances into the cup, it goes down smoothly. Arami and Arasi said the one, that then all blood relations are forgotten by him, and the other says, that the whole world seems to him alike. It is written, if there is care in the heart of a man, he shall suppress it. Said Arami and Arasi the one, he should suppress it, by driving it out of his thoughts, and the other, by relating about it to another person. It is written, the serpent dust shall be his food. Arami and Arasi said the one, that whatever he eats, he tastes the flavor of earth, and the other, that whatsoever he should eat, he is not filled, unless he eats earth after it. We have learned in a Boraitha, Ar Jose said, come and see the visage of the Holy One, blessed be he, is not like that of a human being. When a human being incenses another, the latter tries to embitter his life. The Lord, when he cursed the serpent to eat earth, the serpent finds his food wheresoever he goes. He cursed Canaan, that it should be subjected, so it eats what its master eats, and drinks what its master drinks. He has cursed woman, and all run after her. He has cursed the earth, and the world is nourished by it. It is written, we remember the fish which we ate in Egypt. Said Rabbi and Samuel 1, that simply fish is meant, and the other, licentiousness. He who says fish, says it is plainly mentioned 8, and the other, who says licentiousness is meant, proves it from Proverbs XXX. 20, she eateth, and wipeth her mouth. We have learned in a Boritha, our Hosea said, as the prophet told the Israelites all that passed in their dwellings, and the very nooks, so the manna betrayed all their secrets. How so? For instance, 2 came to Moses, and one said, he has stolen my slave, and the other said, you sold him to me. Moses said, in the morning we will decide it. On the morrow, if the omer of manna for the slave was found for the one, it was a sign that the slave had been stolen, but if for the other, it was evident that he had bought him. If one came and impeached his wife of adultery, and she charged him with that crime, then p. 115. The omer decided. If her omer was found for her husband, it was evident that she had sinned, if for her father, it was plain that he had sinned. 3 verses are written, when the dew fell upon the camp in the night the manna fell upon it, and, the people shall go out, and gather, and, the people went about, and gathered it. How shall the 3 verses be reconciled? This is meant, for the upright, the manna came down at the door of their tents, for the general, they went out and found it, the wicked had to seek it, till they found it. In Exodus it is written, bread from heaven, and, made cakes of it, and ground it. How shall these be reconciled? For the righteous, there was bread ready, as for the general, they made cakes of the flour, and the wicked had to grind it. It is written, its taste was as the taste of cakes mixed with oil. Said Arabeau, as the milk of its mother has various flavors for the infant, so the manna, so long as the Israelites ate it, had for them all flavors. It is written, flesh to eat, and bread in the morning to the full. It was taught in the name of our Joshua b. Karha, because meat they asked for in an unbecoming manner, they did not receive it as was fitting, but bread which they had asked for properly, they had given to them properly. From this verse we can learn that the usage of the world ought to be that meat is to be eaten only by night. But Abai has said above, he who has to eat a meal, should eat it only by day. He meant, when there is yet light. Said R. Ahabi. Jacob, at first the Israelites were like chickens, which eat out of the rubbish, till Moses came and fixed for them the times for the meals. It is written bread, oil, honey. What does this signify? For the young it was bread, for the old it was oil, and for the children it was honey. The rabbis taught, it is written, the bread of Abiram did man eat. Said R. Akiba, that means, the bread that angels eat. It was told to our Ishmael. He said to them, go and tell to Akiba, thou hast been in error. Do angels eat bread? It is written, bread did I not eat, and water did I not drink. What, then, means Abiram? It is like Abram, it is absorbed by all the 248 members, and no refuse is left. But it, p. 116, is written, and a spade shalt thou have. Wherefore did they need it? That is, because they purchased from the Gentiles other foods also. R. Eliezer b. Parta, however, said, even what they bought from the Gentiles, the manna dissolved. The above verse applies to the time after they had sinned. Forbidden to eat? To what do these 5 modes of affliction correspond? Said Arhishda, to the 5 kinds of affliction found in the Torah, namely, and on the 10th, but on the 10th, a Sabbath of rest, and a Sabbath of rest, and may it be to you. Here are only 5, but in the Mishnah we have learned 6. Drinking is included in eating, as it is written, and thou shalt eat thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, etc. The disciples of our Simeon b. Yohai questioned him, wherefore did not the manna descend for the Israelites once a year? He answered, I will explain it to you by a parable. There was a king who ordered that the rations of his son shall be issued but once a year. The son, then, came to see his father but once a year, ordered again that the rations should be issued daily, so that the son was compelled to see his father every day. So it was with the Israelites. Whoever had 4 or 5 children, worried, and said, perhaps no manna will descend tomorrow, and all will starve. Consequently they prayed to heaven every day. According to others, the reason is, so they should have it fresh every day, and still others say, so they should not have to carry it on the road. It happened long ago that our Tarfon and our Ishmael and the elders were discussing the subject of manna, and our Eliezer the Mahdite, who was among them, arose and said, the manna in the desert was 60 ells high. Said our Tarfon to him, Mahdite, how much longer wilt thou gather nonsensical words, and lay them before us? He rejoined, Rabbi, I take my theory from the following passages, 15 cubits above them did the water prevail, and the mountains were covered. Was it 15 ells above the valleys and 15 ells above the mountains? Did, then, the water stand like pillars? And, besides, how could the ark ascend the mountains? We must, therefore, say that when all the fountains were broken up, p. 117, etc., the water covered the earth, until it reached the top of the mountains, and over that the water was 15 ells high. As we have a tradition, that the kindness of heaven is much more than its affliction, and as at the affliction it is said, and the windows of heaven were opened, and at the kindness it is written, then he ordained the skies from above, and the doors of heaven he opened, and as we know from another tradition, that a heavenly door is equal in size to 4 of its windows, consequently there are 8 windows in 2 doors, and as at the affliction from 2 windows came water 15 ells above. The earth therefore the manna which came from 8 windows cannot be less than 60 ells high. We have learned in a Boraitha, Isi b. Jehuda says, the manna has increased itself in height till all the kings of east and west saw it, as it is written, thou preparest before me a table in the presence of my assailants. How is it known that abstaining from washing and anointing is an affliction? Because it is written, costly food did I not eat, and flesh and wine came not in my mouth, nor did I anoint myself. What is meant by costly food I have not eaten? Says our Jehuda the son of our Samuel b. Shalath, even bread of pure wheat he did not eat. How do we know it is thought an affliction? Because it is written further, from the first day that thou didst set thy heart to afflict thyself, etc. We have found that abstaining from anointing is an affliction, but how do we know that abstaining from washing is one? Said our Zutra b. Tubia, it is written, and it cometh like water within him, and like oil into his bones. But perhaps drinking is meant? It is like oil, as the oil here spoken of is used externally, so the water. If you wish, I will say, that we can infer abstaining from washing, as Itzhak has said, from this verse, as cold water is to a fainting soul. Here drinking is perhaps meant? That would be, if it were written in a faint soul, but here it is written, on a fainting soul. How do we know that the privation of shoes is an affliction? Said Rna b. Itzhak, from the following passage, prevent thy foot from being unshod, and thy throat from being thirsty, which means, prevent thyself from sin, that thy foot be not unshod, and prevent thy p. 118 tongue from speaking vain words, that thy throat be not thirsty. How is it known that abstinence from sexual intercourse is called an affliction? Because it is written, if thou shouldst afflict my daughters. This means, deprive them of sexual intercourse. The rabbis taught, it is not prohibited to wash an inconsiderable part of one's body, as the whole body. If one is soiled by clay, or any such thing, he may wash himself without apprehension. One may not anoint a part of the body any more than the whole body. But if one is sick, or has an itch, he may anoint without apprehension. The disciples of Manasseh taught, a woman may wash her hand in water, and present bread to the children, without apprehension. It was said of Shammai the elder, he was averse to give bread to his children, even with one hand, that he should not wash it, so they decreed that he should feed them with both his hands. The rabbis taught, when a man goes to receive his father, master, or any superior, he may walk up to his neck in water, without apprehension. The schoolman propounded a question, how if the master goes to receive the disciple? Come and hear. Ar Itzhak bar Hannah said, I have seen Zeri go in water to Ar-Hayabi Ar-Ashi, his disciple. Ar-Ashi, however, said, on the contrary, Ar-Hayabi. Ashi went to meet Zeri, his master. Rabha permitted the inhabitants across the river to go through the water to watch their fruit. Abai said to Rabha, I have a boritha in support of what you say. Those who keep fruit, may walk through the water, up to their necks, without fear. Ar Joseph permitted the inhabitants of Etarbu to walk through water to come to listen to the lecture, and return through the same element. Ahai said to him, it is right that they should come to the lecture, but why return? He said, if they were not to be allowed to return, they would not come at all. Ar Jehuda and Ar Samuel b. Ar Jehuda stood on the bank of the river Euphrates at the passage to Hatzdad. Rami b. Papa stood on the other side. He cried to them, how is the law? May I cross over to you? I have to ask of you a halakha. Ar Jehuda answered, Rabha and Samuel both say one way, but one may not draw away one's hands from the skirts of one's robe. Ar Pinchas said in the name of Arhuna of Tzipparith, the spring that issued from the Holy of Holies was at first like the antennae of a grasshopper, by the door of the sanctuary it was like a thread of p. 119. The warp, at the porch it was thick as a thread of the woof, at the door of the forecourt it was as broad as the mouth of a small pitcher. Thenceforth, it waxed in strength, and when it reached the door of David's house, it was like a streaming river, and these people bathed, as it is written, on that day shall there be a fountain opened to the house of David. For cleansing from sins and for purification. Zirabi. Hama was the entertainer of Ar-Ami, Ar-Asi, Ar-Joshua b. Levi and all rabbis of Caesarea. Ar-Joseph the son of Ar-Joshua b. Levi said to him, young scholar, come, I will tell thee of the good deeds thy father used to do. He had a kerchief which he used to soak in water on the eve of the Day of Atonement, and then used it on the morrow to wipe his face, hands, and feet. On the eve of the 9th of Ab, he soaked it in water likewise, and on the morrow cleaned his eyes with it. When Rabbi Mora came from Palestine, he related that on the eve of the 9th of Ab, he himself was used to soak a kerchief in water, and take it out, putting it under his pillow. On the morrow he used it for wiping his face, hands, and feet. On the eve of the Day of Atonement he did the same thing, wrung it, and on the morrow wiped his eyes with it. Said Ar Jacob to Ar Jeremiah b. Tahlapha, thou hast related it in the reverse order that on the Day of Atonement the whole face, etc., was wiped. We have objected, on that day it is prohibited to wring it out. Ar Nashia b. Tahlapha said in the name of Ar Amram, quoting Rabha bar Hannah, Ar Eleazar was asked, an elder, who sat in the college, has he to receive permission from the Nasi to declare the firstlings which have got blemishes fit for slaughtering for personal use, or not? 1. Then Ar Zadok b. Haliaka arose, and said, I have seen Ar Hosea b. Zimra, who was an old man and prominent in the college, and he was even a degree higher than the grandfather of Ar Nasi, and nevertheless he received permission to decide about the firstlings. Said Ar Abba to him, the case was not so. Ar Hosea b. Zimra was himself a priest, And the question that was propounded was this: shall we assume that the halakha prevails according to our Meir, who says, who is suspect in a matter, must not decide upon it, nor bear testimony about it, or according to Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, who says, he is believed in reference to his colleague, but not in reference to himself? And it was decided then that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon b. Gamaliel. The same propounded another question to our Elazar, whether one might put on a shoe made of cork on the Day of Atonement, and our Itzhak b. Haman rose, and said, I have seen myself our Joshua b. Levi wearing such shoes on the Day of Atonement, and I asked him, how is it, to put on these shoes on a congregational fast for rain? He answered, there is no difference. The rabbis taught, children may do all these things, except putting on shoes. Why? Because it will be said, the adults have laced them on their feet. But the same is the case with the other actions. The other are necessary and usual, but a child is usually barefooted, and if it has shoes, the adults put them on its feet. As Abai said, my mother told me that warm water and oil, for a child, is good for its growth, and also eggs and kyuta, and also objects to break, as Rabha used to buy cracked clay vessels, and gave them to his infants, that they might break them. A king and a bride may wash their faces. Our Mishnah is in accordance with our Hananiah b. Third of the following Boraitha: a king and a bride may not wash their faces. Our Hananiah b. Third says in the name of our Elazar, they may. A lying-in woman may not put on shoes. Our Hananiah b. Third says she may. Why may a king? Because it is written, the king in his beauty shall thy eyes behold. And why a bride? Because she will otherwise displease her husband. Rabbi asked Arhiah, how long is she called a bride? He replied, this is as we have learned in p. 121. The following Boraitha: a bride may not be forbidden to put on even her ornaments, when she is a mourner, the first 30 days after her marriage. And why may a lying-in woman put on shoes? Because otherwise she will catch cold. Said our Samuel, where there is a danger of snakes, or scorpions, all may put on shoes. Whosoever eats food to the size of a large date, etc. Said our Jehudah, the size of a large date exceeds that of an egg, and it was certain to the rabbis that with such a quantity of food one might appease his hunger, but not with less. An objection was raised: we have learned in a Boraitha, what is the prescribed quantity of the food of a man who may join the 3 men necessary to say the blessing after a meal? The size of an olive. So is the decree of our Meir. Our Jehudah says, the size of an egg. Because it is written, thou hast eaten, and art satisfied, and by food less than the size of an egg we cannot appease hunger. We see, then, that our Jehudah says, one can be satisfied by food the size of an egg. Why does he say, above, of a large date? Therefore we must say, our Jehudah must have said a large date is somewhat smaller than an egg. With food the size of an egg, one may be satisfied, but in this case one can still appease hunger with food to the size of a large date. We have learned in a Boraitha, Rabbi said, all prescribed quantities are only of the size of an olive, except in case of defilement of eatables, about which scripture has deviated from its rule. Therefore the sages have also altered this prescribed quantity, and a proof of this is the Day of Atonement. How has scripture deviated in regard to them? It has said, every soul that will not afflict itself. The sages have altered in this case the prescribed quantity by making it as a large date. Why could he say, the Day of Atonement is a proof? The deviation in regard to defilement we might have thought to be the usual language of scripture. But here, when it is said I shall not afflict itself, it is a deviation, because it might have been said, the soul that had eaten. What is the reason that an eatable subject to defilement must be of the size of an egg? Because it is written, of all eatables which may be eaten. What is that? What is an eatable which p. 122. Comes from an eatable? An egg of a hen? Or drinks a mouthful? Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, not a whole mouthful is meant, but so much as would make the check bulge out. But we have learned, a mouthful? Nay, it is meant, as a mouthful. The disciples of Zerah opposed, why do they say, about food the size of a date, and about beverages, a mouthful? Abai answered, it was certain to the rabbis that food of the size of a date appeases hunger, but only that one's own mouthful of water will quench thirst, not necessarily another's mouthful. All kinds of food are reckoned together to the size of the date. Says our Papa, when one has eaten meat and salt, both are reckoned. And although salt is no food, yet as salt is used with meat, it is also reckoned. Resh Lakish said, the sauce which is upon herbs is reckoned with them. Is this not self-evident? One may say, the sauce is a beverage, and not counted, hence he came to teach, that since it is only made to flavor the herbs, it is reckoned part of the dish. Resh Lakish said again, when one commits an excess in eating on the Day of Atonement, he is not culpable. What is the reason? Because it is written, they should afflict themselves, and this afflicts him. Said Jeremiah in the name of Resh Lakish, a layman who has eaten to excess of the heave offering must only pay the costs, but not 1/5 more, because it is written, if a man eat. But eating to excess, to one's hurt, is not called eating. Food and beverage are not reckoned together. Who is the Tana who says so? Said Hisda, and also Resh Lakish, in this differ the Tannim, in Tract Milah, and our Mishnah is according to our Joshua. Our Yohanan says, it may be even according to the rabbis, but there they differ from our Joshua on the point of defilement, but not from our Mishnah, where the question is about appeasing hunger or thirst, for which purposes foods and beverages are not to be reckoned together. Mishnah, if one has eaten and drunk through forgetfulness, he must bring only one sign offering. If he has eaten and also done work, he must bring two. If he has eaten food not fit for eating, or drunk liquids not fit for drinking, as brine or fish lye, he is not guilty. Gemara, Resh Lakish said, why is there no positive command to afflict oneself? It is only said, every soul that. P. 123. Not afflict itself, will be cut off. It could not be otherwise, if it were written, shall not eat, instead of will not afflict itself, then we might think, eating food of the size of an olive was also a sin. Then, should it have been written, beware lest you should not afflict yourselves, we might think, beware not to afflict ourselves, but go and eat, the disciples of our Ishmael have taught. Here it is written, affliction, and, because he has afflicted the wife of his neighbor. As the penalty is preceded by a warning previously, so here the penalty must have been preceded by a warning. Rahabi. Jacob says, here it is written, a Sabbath of rest, so it is like all Sabbaths, and as in cases of Sabbath there is a warning, so there must have been a warning here. Our Papa says, the Day of Atonement itself is considered as a Sabbath, as it is written, your Sabbath. Ye shall afflict your souls on the 9th day of the month. Shall we assume that we should begin to fast on the 9th? Therefore it is written, at evening, we might think, when it became entirely dark. Hence it is written, the 9th. How then? One shall begin to fast while it is yet day. From this we infer that something from the profane must be added to the holy. This is when the Day of Atonement arrives, but how do we know that is so when it departs? Therefore it is written, from evening to evening. This we know about the Day of Atonement, but about other Sabbaths? Therefore it is written further, shall ye rest. How do we know about other holidays? Because it is written, your Sabbaths. From this we deduce that whenever rest is enjoined, some portions of the profane day must be superadded to the holy days. But that Tana who infers all these things from the following verse, no manner of work shall ye do on this same day, that the penalty is due for violating the day itself, but not the additions made thereto, and this above implies that there are additions. What will he make of these verses? He needs these verses for what are Hyabi. P 124. Rabbi of Dipthi has taught, as follows, it is written, Ye shall fast on the 9th. Do we fast on the 9th? We fast on the 10th. This comes to teach, that he who eats and drinks on the 9th, the verse makes him equal to him who would fast the 9th and the 10th. If he has eaten food not fit for eating. Rabha said, if he has chewed pepper or ginger during the Day of Atonement, he is not culpable. The rabbis taught, if he has eaten leaves of reeds he is guiltless, but twigs of vines, he is guilty. What is meant by twigs of vines? Said Yitzhak of Magdala, those that flourish between the first day of the year and the Day of Atonement. Arcana says, all the 30 days. We have learned in a Boraitha, as Yitzhak of Magdala has said, if he has eaten leaves of reeds he is guiltless, of twigs of vines, he is guilty. What are twigs of vines? Such as flourish between the beginning of the year and the Day of Atonement. If he has drunk brine as fish lie. How if he has drunk vinegar? He is guilty. We must say our Mishnah is according to Rabbi in a Boraitha which says vinegar refreshes a man. R. Giddel B. Manasseh of Beri D. Narish once lectured, the halakha does not prevail according to Rabbi. When the Day of Atonement arrived, the whole world mixed vinegar with water, and drank. R. Giddel heard of this, he became indignant. He said, I have said, when it has been drunk already, one is not culpable, but have not recommended it. I meant a little, but did not mean much. I spoke of vinegar, but not of mixed vinegar. Mishnah, children are not made to fast on the Day of Atonement, but when 1 or 2 years old they are accustomed to do it, so that they become habituated to obey the religious commandments. Gemara, if it is stated 2 years, one is understood. Said Arhisda, it presents no difficulty. The one applies to a healthy child, the other, to a weakly child. Arhuna said, when the child is 8 or 9 years old, it may be accustomed to fast some hours. When it becomes 10 or 11 years old, it may be made to fast rabbinically the whole day. A girl must fast biblically at the age of 12. R.N. Ahman, however, said, when 9 or 10 years old some hours, at 11 or 12 rabbinically the whole day, at 13 biblically, a boy. R. Yohanan says, so long as it is rabbinical, they need not fast the entire day. Only at 10 or 11 they must be habituated to. P 125. Fast for hours, and at 12 they must fast the whole day biblically. Mishnah, a pregnant woman, who longs for food which she smells, should be fed until relieved. An invalid is fed by the direction of persons possessing medical knowledge. If there be none such, he is to be fed at his own desire, till he says, enough. The rabbis taught, if a pregnant woman has smelled sacred meat, or pork, something should be dipped in the sauce thereof, and presented to her mouth. If she is relieved thereby, it is good, otherwise, the sauce must be given to her. If this has not satisfied her either, the meat itself must be given to her. Because nothing is prohibited which is needed to save a life, except idolatry, adultery, and bloodshed. It happened to a pregnant woman that she smelled food. They came to ask Rabbi. He said, go, tell her in her car, today is the Day of Atonement. They did thus, and she became composed. Rabbi said of this child the verse in Jeremiah, before yet I had formed thee in thy mother's body I knew thee. That child became Ar Yohanan. The same accident happened to another woman. They came to ask Ar Hanana. He said the same, but it availed not. He said of him the verse, the wicked are estranged from the womb, and this child became Sabbathai, who used to buy fruits to sell in time of dearth. An invalid is fed, etc. Said Arjana, when the invalid says, I must eat, and the physician says he need not, the patient is obeyed. Why? Because it is written, the heart knoweth its own bitterness. Is this not self-evident? We might think the physician has a better comprehension of the patient's needs. He chooses to teach us, it is not so. How, if the case is reversed? Then the physician is obeyed, because the patient only fancies he does not need to eat. An objection has been made to our Mishnah: if no medical persons are there, he is fed at his own desire. Hence, when there are such, he is not to be fed at his own desire. The Mishnah means, when the patient says he does not need to eat, then he is not fed at the recommendation of medical persons, but if he says he does need to eat, no one is to be consulted. Mishnah: if a man is seized with bulimi, he may be fed even with unclean food, till his eyes become clear. One who is bitten by a mad dog may not have the dog's midriff above. P. 126. The liver given to him. Armathia b. Harish allows it. Moreover, Armathia b. Harish also said, if a person has a sore throat, it is permitted to put drugs into his throat on Sabbath, because the disease may endanger his life, and whatsoever threatens to endanger life supersedes Sabbath. If a building tumble down, and it is doubtful whether anyone is buried beneath the ruins or not, if it is doubtful whether he be dead or alive, it is permitted to remove the ruins from above him on the Sabbath. If he be found alive, the ruins are to be entirely removed, but should he be dead, he is to be left there. Gemara: the rabbis taught, till his eyes become clear. How is it known when his eyes are clear? When he regains his reason to distinguish between good and evil. Said Abai, good and evil in taste is meant. The rabbis taught, he who has been seized by bulimi must be fed with less strictly prohibited foods. For instance, if there is grain from which the heave offering has not yet been separated, and carrion, he must be given the carrion. When there is such grain and grain of a sabbatical year, he must be given the latter. When there is that grain, and the heave offering itself, then there is a difference of opinion between the Tannim of the following Boraitha: they may give him the grain from which the heave offering has not been separated, but not the heave offering itself. Arthema said, the heave offering, but not that grain. The rabbis taught, he who is seized by bulimi must be fed on honey, and other sweet things, as these things make the eyes clear. And although there is no support thereto in the Bible, yet it is written in proof of it, my eyes have become clear because I have tasted a little of this honey. Why is this no support? Because Jonathan had not been seized by bulimi. Said Abai, this must be given after his repast, but if it be given to him before he has received the food, it will only increase his hunger. As it is written, and they found an Egyptian man in the field, and took him to David, and gave him bread and he did eat, and they made him drink water, and they gave him a piece of a cake of fig, and 2 clusters of raisins, and he ate, and then his spirit returned. P. 127. To him, for he had not eaten any bread, nor drunk any water, 3 days and 3 nights. R. N. Ahaman said in the name of Samuel, he who has been seized by bulimi should be given the fat of a sheep's tail in honey. Arhuna the son of R. Joshua said, fine flour with honey is also good. R. Papa says, even barley flour with honey. R. Yohanan said, bulimi once seized me. I ran to the eastern side of a date palm, and ate the dates. I fulfilled in my own person one verse, wisdom giveth life to him who possesseth it. And through precious fruit, brought forth by the sun. R. Jehuda and R. Jose were on the road. R. Jehuda was seized by bulimi. He overpowered a shepherd, and robbed him of his bread. Said to him R. Jose, thou hast robbed the shepherd. When they came to the city, R. Jose was seized by bulimi. He was overladen with food and sweet things. R. Jehuda said to him, I have only robbed the shepherd, but thou the whole city. It happened again that R. Meir, R. Jehuda, and R. Jose were on the road. R. Meir was particular about the names of his innkeepers, but the other 2 were not. When they arrived at an inn, they asked the host, what is thy name? He answered, Kidder. Ar-Medir thought, he must be a wicked man, because it is written, Ki dor tapachath hema for a perverse generation are they. Ar-Jehuda and Ar-Hosea arrested him with their purses for safekeeping over Sabbath, and Ar-Medir did not, but hid it in Kidr's father's sepulchre. Then his father appeared in a dream to Kidr, and told him, Go and take away the purse that is over my head. Kidr rose in the morning, and told everybody of his dream. They said to him, A dream dreamed on the eve of Sabbath has no significance. Nevertheless, Ar-Medir kept watch over his money the whole day, and by night removed it. On the morrow Ar-Jehuda and Ar-Hosea required of Kidr their purses. He said to them, You have never given them to me. Ar-Medir then said to them, Why were you not particular about names? They said to him, Why has the master not told us about it? He replied, I say, such men ought only to be suspect, but I could not have said with certainty. Finally, they took him to a store. They perceived he had lentils on his mustache. They went to his wife, and told her that her husband had eaten that. P. 128. Day lentils, and she should give them their money. She returned their purses to them, and they went away. He then went and murdered his wife. And this is what a Boraitha states, the failure to wash his hands before the meal caused a man to eat pork, and after the meal, caused a murder. One bitten by a mad dog. The rabbis taught, 5 things have been mentioned as symptoms of a dog's madness: his mouth is opened, his saliva flows, his ears are lowered, and the tail is held between his thighs, and he ever takes the bypaths, and others say, he barks spasmodically. We have learned in a Boraitha, he must be killed by an arrow, or other projectile, for whoever touches him becomes dangerously sick, and who is bitten, dies. What are the remedies? He whose clothes have been touched by the dog, should cast them off, and run away. R. Hunah the son of Ar-Joshua happened to be rubbed against by a rabid dog, he stripped himself, and ran away, and said, I have fulfilled in my own person the verse, Wisdom giveth life to him who possesseth it. What is the remedy for a bite? Says Abai, he should fetch the hide of a hyena, and inscribe on it, I, so and so, son of the woman so and so, have inscribed on the hide of a male hyena, I have inscribed on it thus, Confi Cliris, others say, Kundi Cliris, Yo, Yehavet Sabaoth. Amen, Amen. Selah. Then he should strip himself of his clothes, and inter them for 12 months, then he should take them out, burn them in an oven, and spread the ashes on the roads. During these 12 months he should drink water only out of copper vessels, that he should not see the image of the dog, as from this he may become dangerously sick. In the case of Ababi. Martha, who is Ababi? Minyomi, to whom this happened, his mother made for him a golden pitcher to drink out of it. R. Matthew B. Harish said also, etc. R. Yohanan had the scurvy. He went to a matron of Rome. She did something to relieve him on a Thursday and the eve of Sabbath. He asked her, What shall I do on Sabbath? She said, You will not need to do anything. He said, But if, notwithstanding, I should be obliged to do something? She said, Swear to me that you will not tell of it to anyone, so I shall tell you. Israel he could. But this deception was a profanation of God's name. He had told her immediately thereupon, I had sworn not to say it to God, but to Israel I would. What was it that she told him? Said R. Aha the son of Rmi, water of leavened dough, olive oil, and salt. R. Yemar says, not the water, but leavened dough itself, olive oil, and salt. R. Ashi says, fat of the wing of a goose. Said Abai, I have used all these things, and was not cured until an Arab merchant said, the stones of olives, 1/3 grown, should be taken and burned in a new mar, and be applied to the rows of the teeth. This I have done, and have been cured. What causes such a sickness? Eating of hot wheat bread, or the remains of a dish of hyssina from the previous evening. What are its symptoms? When something is put on the teeth they begin to bleed. Ar Yohanan did it on the Sabbath and was cured. How did Ar Yohanan do this? His life was not threatened. Rna B. Itzhak said, scurvy begins in the mouth and ends in the entrails. Said Ar B. Abba to Ar Yohanan, do you hold, then, as Ar Mathia B. Harish, who says, if one has a sore mouth, it is permitted? He said, yeah, for I say, to put drugs into his mouth. In regard to the sickness the sages agree with him, but about other diseases they do not. Come and hear in support of this, Rabbi B. Samuel taught, a pregnant woman, who smells food, should be fed till relieved. One bitten by a mad dog should be fed on the midriff of its liver, and he who has a sore mouth may have medicines put into it or, Sabbath. So has said Ar Eliezer B. Jose in the name of Ar Mathia B. Harish. And the sages say, in this case, but not other cases. Which case? Should we say, that of the pregnant woman, there are none differing about it, if of the mad dog, they are at variance about it. Hence the putting in of medicines is meant. Said Ar Ashi, from our Mishnah we can perceive it, for all the things about which the sages and Ar Mathia are at a variance are mentioned before, and then it is said, Ar Mathia B. Harish said also, and the rabbis do not differ with him. Now, if it were something from which the rabbis differed, it would be mentioned above, among the other things. Whatsoever threatens to endanger life supersedes Sabbath. Why has this to be mentioned again? Said Ar Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, not only when it is doubtful whether his life is threatened this Sabbath, but even the next, it is allowed. How? P 130. Can this happen? E.g., when it has been estimated on a Sabbath that the patient must take the remedy the next 8 days, lest it be said, the evening will be waited for, so that only the next Sabbath will have to be violated, it comes to teach us it is not so. We have learned thus in a Boraitha, warm water has to be heated for a patient, whether for drinking or to wash him, even when the consequences of these measures will be felt the next Sabbath. It should not be said, it will be delayed, perhaps these remedies will not be needful, but immediately he must get them, because the danger to life supersedes Sabbath, not only if the danger is the Sabbath, but will be the next Sabbath. But these things must not be done through Gentiles as Samaritans, but the greatest Israelites. But such things must not be done when neither the physician nor the patient says this is necessary, but only women as Samaritans. But their opinion is added to give weight to others' opinions. The rabbis taught, the Sabbath is superseded when life is threatened, and with more alacrity this is done, the greater the praise. Permission from Beth Din need not be taken for it. How so? When a child is seen to have fallen into the sea, it should be fished for immediately, and the sooner one does this, the more praiseworthy one is, and no permission from Beth Din is to be taken for it, even when he will take up in the net at the same time game fish. If one has seen a child fall into a pit, he may remove a piece of earth to save it the sooner. The more quickly he does it, the more praiseworthy he is, and though he forms by this means a staircase, he need not take license from Beth Din. If he saw a child enter, behind which the door got locked, he should break open the door immediately, and the sooner the better, and he need not take permission from Beth Din, even when by this means he breaks it for kindling. If he has perceived a fire kindled on Sabbath, he should extinguish it immediately, and the sooner the better, and even when the coals he saves from consumption will be used by him later for roasting meat. If a building tumble down, how is it to be understood? It is meant to say, that not only when it is doubtful whether one is there, and lives, or is not there, but even when the uncertainty is whether being there, he lives, or is dead, nevertheless the ruins are to be removed. If he is found alive, the ruins are entirely cleared. Is this not self-evident? The Mishnah means to say, when it is known that he is dying, still the ruins are to be removed. If he is dead, he is to be left. Is not this also p. 131 self-evident? This is to teach us that it is not according to our Yehuda b. Lakish of the following Boraitha, Sabbath is not superseded to save a corpse from fire. Our Yehuda b. Lakish, however, said, I have heard, a corpse may be saved from fire, even on Sabbath. But even according to our Yehuda b. Lakish, a corpse is to be saved only from fire, because otherwise he to whom the corpse is dear will extinguish the fire. But in this case, even when the dead body is dear to him, what can he do? The rabbis taught, when the body under the ruin seems dead, what members are to be brought to light and examined? As far as the nose. Others say, as far as the heart. When it does not beat, he is taken to be dead. But if one has commenced with examining the head and heart, and found them defunct, one should nevertheless bring to light the other parts, and examine them. As it happened, that the upper parts were dead, and yet the lower had still some life, said our Papa, the sages differ when one has commenced the examination from below upwards, but from above downwards, that is, when the nose has been found to have ceased breathing, no further examination is needed, as it is written, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life. It happened long ago that our Ishmael, our Akiba, and our Eliezer b. Azariah were on the road, and Levi the Sadar or Sarad, one and our Ishmael the son of our Eliezer b. Azariah followed them. They were asked the following question, how is it known that, when life is in danger, Sabbath may be violated? Our Ishmael answered, it is written, if a thief be found while breaking in and be smitten so that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. We can deduce, a fortiori, from this, if in this case, when it is doubtful whether he had come to steal only, or to murder, yet taking his life is permitted, although bloodshed defiles the land and causes the Shekinah to remove from Israel, how much more is violation of the Sabbath permitted to save a human life?